Demon's Diary Chapter 1149 to Chapter 1202. After Lu Ming left the main peak of Taiqing Gate, he quickly returned to the cave house of Fallen Serene Peak. 3 days and 3 nights later, the peak masters and disciples of Taiqing Gate began to return one after another. Near the Thousand Spirit Mountain Range, except for Fallen Serene Peak, several other places where stemborers gathered in large numbers had also been cleared. Although the inner and outer disciples of Taiqing Gate suffered some losses, the entire Taiqing Gate was still filled with the excitement of victory. However, Lu Ming knew nothing about these situations. After he returned to the cave house of Fallen Serene Peak, he immediately closed the door of the cave house, entered the secret room, and silently channeled the dark bone tactic. Previously, he got the personal guidance of old ancestor Xianxia, which was of great help to him. Especially when he asked a few questions about the bottlenecks encountered in the dark bone tactic cultivation, they were all answered one by one. At this moment, he couldn't wait to test it. At this moment, a black light flew in from the outside and turned into a voice transmission talisman. It flashed and disappeared beside Lu Ming. In the overflowing spiritual light, Yin Jioling's voice came from it. Return to the hall quickly. Lu Ming was trying to figure out a bottleneck at this moment. Although he was a little reluctant, he still got up and left the cave house. Not long after, he came to the main hall of Fallen Serene Peak. Outside the hall, he didn't see the disciple guarding the door, but a graceful girl in black clothes stood there. When she heard the sound of breaking through the air, she immediately turned around. It was Xiaowu. Senior Sister Apprentice Xiaowu. Lu Ming was startled, and he hurriedly greeted her. When he was in the evil ghost realm, he got along well with Xiaowu. After returning to Taiqing Gate this time, he had been living in seclusion because of Daoist Tianji's secret mission. This was the first time he met Xiaowu. It turns out to be younger brother Lu. I haven't seen you for a long time. Xiaowu glanced at Lu Ming, and her face blushed slightly for some reason. Although Lu Ming felt that Xiaowu's expression was a little strange, he didn't probe further and asked, "Is Master Yin in the main hall?" Besides Master, Elder Jin Liang is also in the hall. Xiaowu felt a little disappointed when she saw Lu Ming's calm expression. Thank you for telling me, Senior Sister. When Lu Ming heard that Jin Liang was also here, his eyes flashed. He could roughly guess why Yin Jiuling had summoned him. He cupped his hands at Xiaowu and strode into the hall. Xiaowu watched as Lu Ming's figure gradually disappeared into the distance. She sighed faintly and a trace of bitterness appeared in her eyes. After Lu Ming walked into the hall, Yin Jiuling and Jin Liang were indeed in the hall. In addition to the two of them, Elder Tian of Fallen Serene Peak was also there. Greetings to Master and Elders. Lu Ming first bowed to everyone. Okay, get up. You were summoned here today because our sect's encirclement of the nearby stemborers has come to an end. Your completion of this mission far exceeded the expectations of Sky Halberd sect leader, so you naturally passed the assessment of esoteric disciple. Elder Jin is here this time under the order of the sect leader to officially promote you to an esoteric disciple of our sect. Yin Jiuling looked at Lu Ming with a very kind gaze. His half-withered and half-healthy face was full of complacency as he said slowly. Being able to teach an esoteric disciple, he was naturally very proud. Elder Tian also nodded slightly at Lu Ming at this moment, but there was a hint of surprise flashing in the depths of his eyes when he looked at Lu Ming. No one knew what he was thinking. Thank you, Master, Elder Jin. Although Lu Ming had already guessed it in his heart, he still looked happy. Younger brother Lu, you don't have to be so polite. You and I are considered old acquaintances. What's more, you earned this esoteric disciple with your own ability. I didn't do anything. Jin Liang said with a laugh, then his face turned solemn. With a wave of his hand, a pale yellow jade scroll appeared in his hand, and he unfolded it with a whoosh. There was a low hum in the void in the hall, and the jade scroll emitted a yellow light that seemed to have substance. Lu Ming narrowed his eyes. This jade scroll was very spiritual and seemed to be a special magic weapon. When Yin Jiuling and Elder Tian saw the yellow jade scroll, they both showed a kind of emotion. This thing is the Buddha's jade scroll. All esoteric disciples must register their names on it. Younger brother Lu, give me your inner disciple token. Jin Liang said with a smile. Lu Ming immediately took out the Fallen Serene Peak's identity token and handed it to Jin Liang. Jin Liang took it, chanted, and waved his hand to wrap Lu Ming's identity token. After a while, a beam of light flew out of the token and landed on the yellow jade scroll. The yellow jade scroll flashed, and the two small words Lu Ming appeared. Under the name, a red light flashed, and a dim flame pattern appeared. Jin Liang returned the identity token to Lu Ming. With a wave of his hand, the yellow jade scroll flew to Lu Ming, and he said, "Younger brother Lu, drip a drop of your blood on the pattern below your name." Lu Ming didn't think much. He cut his finger, and a drop of blood flew out, slowly penetrating into the flame pattern below his name. Boom, the flame pattern flashed and became bright as if it was really ignited. This flame pattern is called the True Life Spirit Map. With the power of the Buddha's Jade Scroll, it can ignite a life origin fire for each esoteric disciple to grasp the situation of each esoteric disciple. Jin Liang explained. Lu Ming was stunned when he heard this. Those who could become esoteric disciples were all people with high qualifications and great development potential. Taiching Gate naturally had to grasp the life and death of these people, and at the same time, make comprehensive protection. Okay, so far, younger brother Lu is considered one of the esoteric disciples of our sect. This is the esoteric disciple token. Jin Liang smiled, flipped his hand, and took out a shining green token and handed it to Lu Ming. "Thank you, senior fellow apprentice Jin." Lu Ming was startled. He didn't expect the esoteric disciple ceremony to be so simple. After thanking him, he took the token. One side of the token was engraved with the words Lu Ming, and the other side had the words Gung Dao 29. Gung Dao 29 is younger brother Lu's new abode in Buddha Palace. Junior brother is now an esoteric disciple and can move over at any time, Jin Liang explained. So that's how it is. Lu Ming was enlightened. Since the ceremony was over, Jin Liang didn't stay any longer and quickly left. Yin Jiuling and Elder Tian naturally stood up to send him off. After sending off Jin Liang, the three of them returned to the hall. Xiaowu, who had been standing outside the door, also walked in. "Haha, Lu Ming, your performance in this battle was excellent. Now that you have been promoted to an esoteric disciple, I am very pleased." Yin Jiuling laughed and said proudly. Elder Tian was also very happy as he gently stroked his beard. "It's all thanks to Master's teaching that disciple was lucky to complete the mission," Lu Ming said humbly. Yin Jiuling saw that Lu Ming was now an esoteric disciple. In terms of identity, he could already be on an equal footing with the peak masters, but he was still humble and polite. Yin Jiuling was even more happy. "Actually, in addition to being promoted to an esoteric disciple, there is one more thing I need to discuss with you. Just yesterday, Master Tianyin of Misty Peak came to visit and discuss with me about your marriage with Callan." He changed the thread of conversation. Lu Ming was startled when he heard the words, then he showed a complicated look. "According to the original agreement, as long as one of you and Callan Marshall nephew breaks through to the Jin Dan realm, a dual cultivation ceremony will be held for you. However, after I discussed with Elder Tian, we both feel that the Middle Sky continent is suffering from the Stemborer catastrophe. It is not suitable to hold this ceremony. We plan to talk about it after a while. What do you think?" Yin Jiuling asked with a flicker in his eyes. Lu Ming frowned and pondered when he heard the words. Yin Jiuling saw Lu Ming's expression, and he looked at Elder Tian next to him. Xiaowu, who was standing aside, looked at Lu Ming with a strange expression in her bright eyes. "Master is right. Our sect is in troubled times now. I should focus on my own cultivation and improve my strength as much as possible." Lu Ming pondered for a moment and said so. "Okay, we are cultivators, so we naturally have to focus on our own cultivation. You don't have to worry about this. I will discuss it with Master Tianyin." Yin Jiuling's eyes flashed with joy, and he nodded and agreed. "Thank you, Master." Lu Ming also seemed to be relieved, and he cupped his fist and thanked him. "Hehe, although you are now an esoteric disciple, you are still my disciple after all. I naturally have to come forward to take care of these trivial matters for you." Yin Jiuling chuckled. Actually, with Lu's current identity and strength, even if he wants to find a dual cultivation partner, he should find a female cultivator with equivalent cultivation to the Jin Dan realm. A dual cultivation partner is so important. The female disciple of the Misty Peak is only at the pseudo-pellet state, and advancing to the Jindan realm is still far away. Senior fellow apprentice Yin, I think we should reconsider this matter carefully. Elder Tian on the side suddenly said. Yin Jioling's expression seemed to change when he heard this, then he glanced at Lu Ming from the corner of his eyes. Hearing this, Xiaowu's body also trembled slightly, and she looked at Lu Ming with a strange expression. Since I have already agreed to this marriage, there is naturally no reason for me to go back on my word. Regardless of junior sister Callan's cultivation, I will marry her. However, this is not the right time. Once the Stembora calamity is over, I will personally make a trip to the Misty Peak, Lu Ming said without hesitation. Elder Tian's expression stiffened slightly, and he looked at Yin Jioling without saying anything. Looking at Lu Ming, Xiaowu's eyes lit up with a hint of splendor. Alright, since you have made up your mind, I will discuss it with Master Tianyin. Yin Jioling frowned, but after a moment, he nodded slowly. Thank you for your concern, Master. If there is nothing else, I will take my leave first. Lu Ming bowed again and said. Alright, I will not delay your cultivation. Now that you have a new cave house in the Buddha Palace, you should move there as soon as possible, but you have to visit the fallen serene peak often. Although Xiaowu has also reached the Jindan realm, her cultivation is still shallow, far less profound than yours. If there is a chance in the future, you two should communicate more. Yin Jioling said meaningfully. Lu Ming was taken aback when he heard this, and he glanced at Xiaowu who had been silent. Xiaowu felt Lu Ming's gaze, and her face blushed slightly. She made eye contact with Lu Ming, and she was even more shy. She quickly looked away. Lu Ming smiled bitterly. How could he not know the implication of Yin Jioling and Elder Tian? Although I was lucky to advance to the real pellet state, in terms of cultivation experience, I am far inferior to Master. Senior sister apprentice Xiaowu has Master's guidance on cultivation, I believe it is enough. He said slowly. Xiaowu's body shook slightly when she heard this. Yin Jioling and Elder Tian's faces also changed slightly. Elder Tian frowned even more. As he was about to say something, he was stopped by Yin Jioling's gaze. In this case, let's discuss this matter at length. Lu Ming, you can leave first. Yin Jioling coughed lightly and said faintly. Lu Ming bowed to Yin Jioling and Elder Tian, then he turned and walked out of the hall. Master, disciple will also leave. After Lu Ming left, Xiaowu said goodbye to Jioling and Elder Tian with a pale face and left the hall without waiting for them to reply. Yin Jioling and Elder Tian looked at each other with a wry smile. I originally wanted to encourage Lu to reject the marriage with Ethereal Summit, but I didn't expect it to backfire. Elder Tian said with a wry smile. It seems that Xiaowu and Lu Ming are not fated, but through this matter, it can also be seen that Lu Ming is not a heartless person. As long as we treat him sincerely, if something happens to our peak in the future, he will definitely not stand by. Yin Jioling sighed, then he said with a thoughtful expression. Elder Tian nodded in agreement after hearing this, and he didn't say anything. Lu Ming walked out of the Fallen Serene Peaks Hall. Without any delay, he immediately returned to his cave abode, walked straight into the secret room, and sat down cross-legged. After a moment of uncertainty on his face, he sighed. The Stembora race was invading the Middle Sky continent, and there was also the Stembora Queen, who was far more powerful than the Ethereal Enlightenment stage. If the entire continent were to fall, then a mere Jindan stage cultivator would have no choice but to resign himself to his fate. Right now, he was wholeheartedly focused on increasing his strength so that he could survive the great calamity before him. He really didn't have the mood to think about his marriage with Callan. As for Xiaowu, it wasn't that he didn't like her at all. It was just that it didn't have much to do with romance. He shook his head and tossed these thoughts out of his mind. A blue light flashed in his hand and a blue token appeared. It was the secret disciple token. Lu Ming looked at the token in his hand and a smile appeared on his face. In the Taiching sect, the status of the esoteric disciple was extremely high. He was not inferior to the peak masters of the inner sect. In the eyes of the sect's senior officials, he was even higher than the peak masters. One of the main reasons was that the esoteric disciple had ample lifespan to break through to the celestial state or even become the legendary mystic comprehending realm. Although he had no interest in status and power, what he was interested in were the various benefits provided by the sect for the secret disciple. The Buddha palace where the secret disciple lived was said to be one of the places with the most abundant heaven and earth aura in the entire Thousand Spirit Mountain range. It was far better than the peaks of the major peaks in the inner sect. Moreover, the secret disciple had priority to use many cultivation resources in the sect. For example, the Tying Cave, Skywind Cave, and Five Elements Hall that he had been to before were all for the secret disciple to use. They didn't even need contribution points, which would be of great help to his future cultivation. After looking at the secret disciple token for a while, Lu Ming put it away, then he got up and began to pack up his cave abode, preparing to move it to the Buddha palace. His daily life was simple, and there were not many things in the cave abode. The most important thing was a few sets of disc arrays arranged in the cave abode. Early the next morning, he returned to the main hall of the Fallen Serene Peak again. After greeting Yin Jiuling, he turned into a black escape light and flew toward the depths of the Thousand Spirit Mountain range. An hour later, Lu Ming appeared in a rather secluded corner in the depths of the Thousand Spirit Mountain range. In front of him, there was a mountain peak standing straight. This mountain didn't seem to have anything special, but the whole body exuded a faint green light as if the whole mountain was shrouded in a faint light curtain. He could only faintly see some pavilions and buildings on the mountain peak. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. He flipped his hand and took out the esoteric disciple token. With a wave of his hand, he launched a technique. The token lit up with a green light and turned into a big green hand that grabbed the air in front of it. See, a corner of the space in front of him was torn, and a bright light came out from it. Lu Ming's figure moved and flew in. The light in front of him was bright, and a towering and majestic mountain suddenly appeared in front of him. A rainbow-like light passed through the sky, and there were spiritual cranes flying around the mountain from time to time. From halfway up the mountain, a faint white mist shrouded the entire mountain. At the top of the mountain stood a magnificent hall. Looking at it from afar, it gave off a grand and dignified feeling, causing one to feel solemn and reverent in their hearts. This was the location of the Buddha palace where the esoteric disciple lived. Although it was named as a palace, it was actually more appropriate to call it Buddha Mountain. Lu Ming looked at the fairyland-like place in front of him, took a deep breath, and felt the heaven and earth spirit that was several times richer here. There was a hint of joy on his face, and he carefully looked at this famous place for a long time. The layout of Buddha Mountain was generally not much different from Fallen Serene Peak, Ethereal Peak, and other places. With the mountain as the foundation, there were cave dwellings built on the surface, extending from the foot of the mountain to the top of the mountain. There were about 30 to 40 of them. Although there were not many cave dwellings in Buddha Mountain, each cave dwelling was far away from each other. From the bottom of the mountain to the top, there was a white jade road connecting the upper and lower platforms every few hundred feet. It was like a silver staircase that went straight to the top of the mountain. The cave dwellings of the esoteric disciples were built on the side of the white jade road. Lu Ming looked around and was about to find the location of his cave dwelling. At this moment, a golden sword light rushed over and stopped not far in front of Lu Ming, revealing the figure of a strong man with a curly beard. I saw a figure in the distance. He looked familiar. It really is younger brother Lu. The strong man with a curly beard said with a laugh. Senior brother Chiu, long time no see. When Lu Ming saw the person, a smile also appeared on his face. This strong man with a curly beard was one of the leaders of the trip to the Upper Realm ruins. He was an esoteric sword cultivator who had a good relationship with him, Chiu Longzi. After a few decades, Chiu Longzi's cultivation was more profound than when he went to the Upper Realm ruins. He had reached the peak of the Jin Dan late stage, and his body exuded a vast and perfect aura. I heard from senior brother Jin Liang that junior brother had recently returned to the sect and immediately made a great contribution in the battle to annihilate the Borer clan near the Thousand Spirit Mountain range. Younger brother Lu's strength improved so fast that it really made us, as senior brothers, feel ashamed. The strong man with a curly beard said with a laugh. Senior brother Chiu, you flatter me. How can I compare to you? Lu Ming smiled and said humbly. Okay. Let's not flatter each other here. Junior brother, today is your first time coming to Buddha Mountain, right? The environment here is quite complicated. Do you need me to guide you? Qiu Longzi's eyes flashed, then he said with a laugh. That's exactly what I wanted. I haven't found my own cave house yet. Lu Ming's face was still pale. He waved his hand and took out his identity token. There was some kind of enchantment in Buddha Mountain. Divine sense could only extend for a few miles. So junior brother lives in Gungdao Cave House number 29. Hehe, I know that place. Come with me. Qiu Longzi glanced at Lu Ming's identity token. He smiled and flew to the 7th White Jade Mountain Road. Lu Ming made a gesture and followed up with an escape light. Soon, the two landed in front of a cave house at the end of the 7th White Jade Mountain Road. The door of the cave house was engraved with the words Gungdao Cave House number 29. It's here. Qiu Longzi said lightly. Thank you senior brother Qiu for leading the way. Otherwise, it would be difficult to find this place. Lu Ming thanked him and took out his token. A green light flew out and hit the door of the cave house. A few huge runes appeared on the door and it slowly opened. Senior brother Qiu, if you don't mind the cave house is shabby, please come in. Lu Ming put away the token and invited. I still have important things to do. I'll come to your cave house another day. I won't bother you today. Qiu Longzi smiled. He knew that Lu Ming had just moved into a new cave house. There must be a lot of things to do. Qiu Longzi left sensibly. Lu Ming didn't keep him for long. He asked about the location of Qiu Longzi's cave house and the two separated. Watching Qiu Longzi's pale golden sword light disappear into the distance, Lu Ming turned around and walked into his new cave house. The door of the cave house slowly closed. The new cave house wasn't very obvious from the outside. The area inside was quite large. It was nearly 1,000 meters in size. It was divided into more than a dozen spacious rooms. In addition to the living bedroom and training secret room, there were also forging room, alchemy room, medicine garden, room for raising spiritual pets and so on. It could be said that everything was available. Lu Ming walked around inside and was very satisfied with the environment here. In addition to the enchantments such as defense and soundproofing in this cave house, it seemed that there was also a spirit gathering array. The spirit in the cave house was much richer than outside. He estimated that cultivating in such an environment would be at least 30% faster than anywhere else. The only regret was that there was no cold ghost chi unique to Fallen Serene Peak in this cave house, but this was not a big deal. There was a lot of Styx River heavy water on him. The Styx River Yin Qi was more than 10 times stronger than ordinary Yin Qi. Lu Ming checked the cave house from top to bottom. After finding no problems, he began to arrange the new cave house. After setting up several sets of array discs that he removed from the Fallen Serene Peak, he arranged a secret room with the densest heaven and earth spirit for Scorpion to cultivate on her own. Master, the spirit here is really rich. My cultivation has almost reached the peak of the early stage of Jing Dan. If I cultivate here, I can try to break through the intermediate stage in less than 10 years. Scorpion was also very satisfied with the environment here. Unfortunately, there is no pure Yin Qi you need here. It may affect your cultivation. But I bought 2 sets of array flags for the Kuwei water array in Yushui City, plus the Styx River heavy water, this should be enough. Lu Ming said faintly. He waved his hand, and a black light flashed. There was already a stack of array flags and discs that emitted black water light in his hand. Thank you, Master, but since Scorpion broke through the Jing Dan realm, she can freely transform the power of Yin and Yang. She can transform the heaven and earth Yuan Qi into netherworld Yin Qi. Look. Scorpion giggled and waved her hand like she was presenting a treasure. The heaven and earth Yuan Qi gathered and surrounded her body. A golden light flashed on the girl's forehead. The heaven and earth Yuan Qi around her seemed to be dyed with a layer of black. It quickly turned into a dark color and exuded a bone-chilling Yin power. It was even colder than the netherworld Yin Qi. This, before Lu Ming could recover from his shock, the bone-chilling Yin Qi around Scorpion's body suddenly changed and turned into milky white heaven and earth Yuan Qi. Lu Ming was a little stunned. He was also a knowledgeable person, but it was the first time he saw something like Scorpion changing the nature of the heaven and earth Yuan Qi at will. However, when he saw the golden light on Scorpion's face that had not faded, he immediately understood. Scorpion had the ability to transform the yin and yang qi from the dawn beast that she had devoured. Now that she had advanced to the Jin Dan realm, she should have stimulated some of the dawn beast's innate ability to transform yin and yang. Well, since you have such an ability, you really don't need the help of this Kuei water formation. Then practice well here and strive to advance as soon as possible. Lu Ming nodded and instructed. The stronger Scorpion's ability was, the more help it would be to him. Don't worry, Master. Scorpion understands. The girl in black nodded repeatedly. After Lu Ming gave a few more warnings, he quickly returned to his cultivation secret room. He did not immediately start cultivating but took out a gray jade slips. This was given to him by Yin Jioling. It contained some information about Buddha Palace and esoteric disciples. Although he had become an esoteric disciple, he knew very little about the specific benefits and obligations of an esoteric disciple. It was no wonder that he was not in the sect all year round. He might not be as familiar with some things about Taiching Gate as some outer disciples. This jade slips happened to be what he needed now. Lu Ming closed his eyes and released a wisp of divine thought into it. After a long time, he suddenly opened his eyes again, and a strange look flashed in his eyes. Taiching sect's attention and welfare to the esoteric disciple were still above his expectations. As for the obligation, the jade slip was vague. It only mentioned that the Tiange sect leader was directly responsible for the esoteric disciple. Lu Ming had some doubts about this, but then he shook his head. These things were difficult to figure out in a short time. He would ask Qiu Longzi if he had the chance in the future. After putting away the jade slip, he waved his hand. Azure light flashed, and a pair of small azure wings appeared in his hand. They were the cicada crystal wings that ancestor Xianxia had given him. He put away the jade slips and waved his hand. With a flash of cyan light, a pair of small cyan wings appeared in his hand. They were the cicada crystal wings given by old ancestor Xuanyu. While Lu Ming was in seclusion in the cave residence, the main hall of Taiching Gate was filled with people. Almost all the masters of the inner peaks had gathered here. Just when Lu Ming was cultivating behind closed doors in his cave house, the main hall of the Taiching sect was filled with people at this moment. Almost all the masters of the inner door peaks were gathered here. Next to him sat a dozen supreme elders of celestial phenomenon realm, but none of the 4 elemental enlightenment elders were here. Immortal Tiange, who was sitting in the main seat, looked down at the messaging formation disc in his hand with a solemn expression. The sect has searched the souls of a large number of high-grade stem borers, and we've already learned the details of the stem borer race's invasion. We've already informed the sect leaders about it, Enlightened Master Tiange said slowly as he stroked the formation plate. As soon as he said that, the peak lords of the various peaks started whispering again, as if they were communicating with each other about something. After many investigations, we've found the reason why the stem borer race invaded the Middle Sky continent. It's because a stem borer queen was born among the stem borers. Tiange spiritual master explained the situation of the stem borer queen in detail. After the elders and seat lords heard this, their countenances all drastically changed. Some of the celestial phenomenon elders weren't startled, it was evident that they already knew of this matter. An inner sect master immediately rose to his feet before cupping his fist in a salute toward spiritual master Tiange. What should we do if the stem borer queen's power is above the elemental enlightening stage? The other seat lords and elders nodded in agreement as they looked at immortal Tiange. Regarding the stem borer queen, the 4 elemental enlightenment stage grand elders of our sect and the elemental enlightenment stage seniors of the other 3 ancient sects have come up with a preliminary plan to deal with it, but it can't be made public yet, Tiange Taoist master said confidently. I see. That's good. Seeing this, most of the peak lords sighed in relief. However, there were still some peak lords who had worried expressions on their faces. It was obvious that they were still a little uneasy. Due to the scale of the dark race's invasion, almost no region in the Middle Sky continent was spared. Our 4 ancient sects, 8 major families, and other cultivation forces have decided to join forces to form an alliance to fight against the stem borer race. Our 4 ancient sects will naturally become the core of this alliance. In order to reduce casualties as much as possible, our 4 sect will first send elite disciples to rescue some sect members who are besieged by the stem borers. In addition, we will also gather cultivators from various forces to find an opportunity to encircle the Dark Race army. Therefore, all peak masters, please don't hold back and send as many elite disciples as possible. We will also reward the disciples who make contributions in annihilating the Dark Race army with a large amount of contribution points and resources. Tiange Spiritual Master announced. Yes, Sect Master. The peak masters didn't have much opinion on this decision. Most of them nodded in agreement. The same situation was happening in Heavenwork Sect, Haran Academy, Demon Mystic Sect, and other sections. The 4 founding sects of the human race, the Sky Demon Valley, the Big Dipper Pavilion, the 8 Great Families, and even the mysterious Heavenly Palace began to send out their elite disciples to fight back against the Stemborers everywhere. However, it had been a long time since the Stemborer race invaded the Middle Sky Continent. Countless Stemborers arrived at the Middle Sky Continent through various spatial channels. They became stronger after devouring the world essence chi and the corpses of their own kind. Even though the Anti-Moth Alliance was attacking with all their might, the results of the battle were not as ideal as they had expected. In fact, they had suffered great losses in many battles. As a result, the 4 ancient sects, as the core of the alliance, had to frequently mobilize forces. In the end, almost all the forces in the sect were mobilized to fight against the Stemborer race. Lu Ming had just moved to the new cave house. Before he cultivated for a few days, the voice of Master Tiange came from the esoteric disciple token, asking him to go to the main peak of Taiching Gate immediately. Lu Ming naturally didn't dare to disobey the order issued by the sect master. He immediately took Bone Scorpion, left the Stupa Mountain cave house, and flew toward the main peak of Taiching Gate in a black light. After half a quarter of an hour, he arrived at the main peak hall. He was slightly startled. In addition to Master Tiange sitting on the main seat of the hall, there was also Elder Xianxia. The two seemed to be discussing something in a low voice. There were also many inner disciples standing on both sides. Callan in a blue dress stood in the crowd. At the moment, she was standing with a girl in a silver shirt. They seemed to be talking about something. This girl in a silver shirt was full of heroic spirit. There was a silver sword pouch hanging on her waist, faintly exuding a sharp sword intent. It was Tianjian Peak Long Yanfei. At the moment, Lu Ming was wearing the esoteric disciple costume, which was very eye-catching. As soon as he stepped into the hall, the inner disciples next to him all looked over. With such a big movement, Callan and Long Yanfei also turned their heads to look over. As soon as she saw Lu Ming, Long Yanfei's eyes lit up, while Callan was slightly startled, and there was a trace of bitterness in her eyes. Seeing Callan's expression, Lu Ming suddenly felt a little strange, but he turned his head calmly. He quickly walked to the front of the hall and bowed to the sect master of Tiange. Greetings to the sect master. Lu Ming, this time I summoned you here because there is an important task for you to complete. Now that everyone is not here yet, you stand aside and wait for a moment. Master Tiange seemed to be a little serious, and he lightly ordered. Yes. Lu Ming nodded and agreed, and retreated to the side. The people present were all inner disciples. Lu Ming was dressed in esoteric clothing, which made him stand out from the crowd. The surrounding disciples frequently looked over. Long Yanfei, younger brother Lu. A fragrant wind came over, and Long Yanfei walked over quietly with Callan and said with a smile. Senior sister Long, long time no see. Your cultivation is more exquisite than before. Well, I didn't expect you to have also cultivated a sword pellet. It's really worth celebrating. Lu Ming greeted Long Yanfei, glanced at the sword bag on her waist, and said with a flash in his eyes. He himself cultivated a sword pellet, so he was naturally very sensitive to the unique sword intent emitted by the sword pellet. Long Yanfei's eyes flashed, and she laughed self-mockingly and said, Younger brother Lu, you must be joking. Junior fellow apprentice Lu must be joking. In just a few decades, you have cultivated to the realm of the real pellet state intermediate stage. In front of you, I don't dare to mention the words exquisite cultivation. As for this sword pill, I just started to try it. Lu Ming chuckled and didn't say anything else. He turned his head and looked at Callan, who had been staring at him. Just yesterday, Marshal Uncle Ian personally came to Ethereal Peak. Callan's beautiful eyes looked straight at Lu Ming, and she opened her mouth and said something that didn't make any sense. What? Master Yin really went to Ethereal Peak? Lu Ming was really a little surprised. When Long Yanfei heard the conversation between the two, a trace of surprise appeared on her jade-like face. After her bright eyes looked at Lu Ming and Callan, a trace of a smile suddenly appeared on her face, and she very naturally took 2 to 3 steps away. Lu Ming opened his mouth and was about to say something. At this moment, a loud sound of footsteps came, attracting the attention of most people in the hall. Lu Ming swallowed the words that were about to come out of his mouth. He looked in the direction of the sound and found that 3 people came in from the entrance of the hall. Judging from the clothes of the person in front, he was also an esoteric disciple like Lu Ming. He looked about 30 years old, and he was very tall. He was a head taller than Lu Ming, but his body looked a little thin, and his skin was yellow as if he was suffering from some kind of disease. After Lu Ming scanned this person with divine sense, his pupils shrank slightly. This person's spiritual pressure was around the late stage of Jing Dan. His body seemed to be dry. But there was a very strange aura in the depths of his body. It was as if all the essence had gathered in the depths of his bone marrow. This feeling was somewhat similar to his physique after practicing the dark bone method. Behind the yellow-faced man were 2 people. They were a bronze-skinned man and a green-shirt girl. The girl wore a blue hair band on her head, and there was a red mole between her eyebrows. She exuded a strange charm. The 2 were the famous mysterious Heaven Peak Jing Dan dual cultivation, Shangguan Yenyu and Ling Yi. The 2 seemed to be quite familiar with the yellow-faced man, but they were a little in awe of him. They followed behind him. Lu Ming was not in the sect for a long time, so he didn't know the 3 people, but judging from the clothes they were wearing, the man in front seemed to be an esoteric disciple. At the same time, he heard someone call him Senior Brother Kuan. He had just joined the ranks of esoteric disciples. He only knew 2 other esoteric disciples before. One was Kim Tin Ti, who had now become a celestial state elder, and the other was Chou Longzi. This esoteric disciple surnamed Kuan was naturally unheard of. The yellow-faced man looked cold. He turned a blind eye to the gazes of other disciples around him. He walked to the front of Taoist Tiangu with the 2 people behind him. The 3 of them bowed at the same time and said, "Greetings, sect master." "Good, everyone is here." Taoist Tiangu nodded towards the yellow-faced man and the other 2 and stood up. Seeing this, everyone in the hall immediately shut their mouths and looked at perfected Tiangu. Time is of the essence, so I'll keep it short. The truth is that I have summoned you here today is because there is an urgent mission. Early this morning, one of our sect's vassal families, the Green Mulberry Mountain Rangeji family, has sent someone to ask for help. There are a massive number of stem borers gathering around the Green Mulberry Mountain Range, and they are likely targeting the spirit vein there. After discussing with the elders, we've decided to send you to Green Mulberry Mountain to assist the Yi family in exterminating these stem borers. The spirit vein and the mine there are extremely important to our sect. If we lose it, our losses will be immeasurable. Therefore, we cannot afford to lose it. Master Tianji's gaze swept across the crowd as he slowly spoke. Yes, sect leader. Hearing this, no one was surprised. They agreed in unison. According to the information the Yi clan has gathered so far, there are no celestial phenomenon stem borers among this batch of stem borers, but don't get too complacent, Taoist Master Tiangu warned. Yes. Everyone nodded in agreement. Taoist Master Tiangu nodded, then glanced at Lu Ming and the yellow-faced man, and spoke again. This mission will be led by the 2 of you. Remember to consult with each other if there are any problems. We must exterminate this batch of stem borers. Hearing this, the yellow-faced man glanced at Lu Ming not far away, and a trace of surprise flashed through his eyes. Lu Ming had been standing silently to the side, and the yellow-faced man had not noticed that there was another esoteric disciple in the hall. After a brief moment of eye contact, the 2 of them cupped their hands toward Taoist Master Tiangu in agreement. The bronze-skinned muscular man behind the man with a yellow face looked at Lu Ming up and down. His eyes flickered with a strange expression. No one knew what he was thinking. In the following time, Taoist Master Tiangu briefly explained some of the key points of this mission, and then immediately issued an order, and a dozen disciples, including Callan, set off. Isn't it too risky to only have these disciples? Green Mulberry Mountain is only a few tens of thousands of miles away from the Crying Ghost Canyon. Although one of the spatial passages in the Crying Ghost Canyon has been temporarily sealed by the Howrah Academy, I heard that some high-level stem borers still managed to escape. It is likely that the stem borers of Green Mulberry Mountain escaped from the Crying Ghost Canyon. If there are celestial phenomenon state beings among them, wouldn't these disciples be in danger? Although Kuan-Yu is not weak, she has not fully recovered from the injuries she suffered in the recent battle, the celestial phenomenon elder said worriedly. Of course I have thought of this, but now that even you have to go to the front line, the sect really has no more people to spare, so we can only let these people go. But don't worry, with Lu Ming around, even if they encounter the celestial phenomenon stem borers, they should be fine. Taoist Master Tiange sighed lightly. Oh? That unassuming esoteric disciple is Lu Ming, who made great contributions in the Battle of Dusk Peak. The celestial phenomenon elder was a bit surprised and nodded slowly. On the square outside the main hall, Lu Ming and a dozen other people were preparing to set off. Lu Ming and the yellow-faced man, Kuan-Yu, had already introduced themselves to each other. Then the two of them began to arrange the mission. Although the two of them were leading the group, most of the arrangements were made by Kuan-Yu alone, and he seemed to be very interested in this kind of thing. Lu Ming was too lazy to care about these things and just stood quietly by the side. Just at this moment, footsteps came from behind him. Lu Ming turned around and saw the man and woman who had been with Kuan-Yu. They stopped not far away from him. You must be the famous Lu Ming among the inner sect disciples? I am Shangguan Yanyu from the mysterious Heaven Peak. Shangguan Yanyu looked at Lu Ming with a hint of gloominess in her eyes. Lu Ming's eyes lit up and he faintly said, so it's a senior brother and senior sister from the mysterious Heaven Peak. Do you two have business with me? I heard that you sealed the spatial passageway of the Stembora race's army during the Battle of Dawnfall Peak a few days ago, thereby contributing greatly to the sect and being promoted to an esoteric disciple, am I correct? Shangguan Yanyu asked as her eyes narrowed slightly. Lu Ming frowned and replied, oh, so what? This person's tone was obviously a bit hostile, so he naturally spoke rudely. Senior brother Lu misunderstood, this is our first time meeting you. We have long heard of your name, so we came to say hello. There is no other meaning. Just as Shangguan Yanyu was about to speak, Ling Yi took a step forward and stood in front of Shangguan Yanyu, speaking softly to Lu Ming. There was a flash of coldness in Shangguan Yanyu's eyes. She looked at Ling Yi, let out a snort, and walked away. Ling Yi smiled apologetically at Lu Ming before she quickly caught up with Shangguan Yanyu and walked toward Kuan-Yu. Lu Ming looked at the two of them and felt a bit confused. He had only returned to the Taiching Gate a few days ago and hadn't offended these two. Could it be because of Luo Tiancheng? He thought back to the days after he returned to the sect, but he couldn't figure it out, so he tossed the idea aside. He was too lazy to think about these small matters. Shangguan Yanyu and Ling Yi stood not far away from Kuan-Yu. Ling Yi looked at Shangguan Yanyu and sighed. Yanyu, you are too impulsive. Humph. I just can't take this lying down. Originally, Uncle had already helped me obtain an opportunity for the infiltration mission, and I had also spoken to the sect leader of Tiange. Who knew that this Lu Ming would suddenly interfere? If not for this, the one who would have become a secret disciple would be me, Shangguan Yanyu. What's the use of looking for him now? There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Let's take a step back and say that this person can't be underestimated since he was able to complete the infiltration mission. It's not worth it to offend an esoteric disciple. Ling Yi shook her head and consoled her. Shangguan Yanyu's face was still gloomy. All right, I have said what I need to say. When we arrive at Qingseng Mountain, do as I say. Let's not waste any more time and set off now. At the same time, Kuan-Yu had quickly arranged the people. She waved her sleeve and released a yellow shuttle-shaped flying ship. She took the lead and jumped onto it. When Lu Ming and the other inner disciples saw this, they all flew onto the ship. Let's hurry over too. Senior Kuan is waiting for us. Ling Yi looked at the flying ship not far away and said softly to Shangguan Yanyu. When Shangguan Yanyu heard this, she looked at Lu Ming who was already standing at the stern of the flying ship and nodded. She hugged Ling Yi with one arm and appeared on the flying ship in a flash. When Kuan-Yu saw that everyone had boarded the ship, She made a gesture with one hand and the surface of the yellow flying ship flashed. Suddenly, a thick layer of yellow light appeared and enveloped everyone. Then, it turned into a ball of yellow light and poured down for thousands of miles. The distance between Thousand Spirit Mountain Range and Xianxia Mountain was quite far and there was no teleportation formation in between. They would need to fly non-stop for a few days. Fortunately, the yellow flying ship was not small and there was a 3-story pavilion on it. There were many independent rooms for them to rest in. After Lu Ming heard about the mission arrangements from Kuan Yu, he walked towards his room. When he was halfway there, his eyes stopped on a door on the 2nd floor. He walked up to the door and knocked lightly twice. After a while, the door opened gently. The person in the room was dressed in blue. It was Callan. She looked at Lu Ming and did not say anything. She moved her body to the side and made way for him. Lu Ming touched his nose and walked in. The room was not big. It was only about 100 feet in size. There was a bed, a table, and a chair. There was nothing else. There was a red clay tea stove on the table. It was steaming and emitting a fragrance of tea. Callan seemed to be brewing tea. Lu Ming's gaze swept across the room and he sat down on a chair. Callan closed the door and walked to the table with light steps. She picked up the red clay teapot and poured a cup of tea for Lu Ming before sitting down on the bed. Lu Ming reached out and picked up the teacup, put it in front of his nose and sniffed it. He felt a refreshing fragrance, and his heart swayed unconsciously. He recalled the scenes that he had experienced since he met Jiao Lan, and he was a little dazed for a while. Callan looked at Lu Ming. Her eyes flickered slightly, but she did not say anything. The two of them just sat there in silence, and the whole room became silent. A faint sigh came from Callan's mouth. The sound was so soft that it could not be heard, but it was extremely clear in the room at this moment. Lu Ming came back to his senses. Senior brother Lu, the tea is cold. Let me pour you another cup. As a result, before Lu Ming finished speaking, Callan stood up and opened her red lips slightly. However, there was a hint of bitterness in her tone. It's okay. It was a little hot outside just now, and the tea is good to quench my thirst when it's cold. Lu Ming said slowly and drank the spirit tea in his hand. Seeing this, a complicated expression flashed across Callan's jade-like face. She paused and continued to walk to the table. She picked up the red clay teapot and filled the teacup in Lu Ming's hand once again. At this moment, a big hand reached out from the other side and grabbed Callan's wrist. Callan's delicate body trembled. She turned to look at Lu Ming but did not break free. Junior sister Callan, when Masterine went to Misty Peak, it was actually for. Lu Ming sighed. Senior brother Lu, Callan's aptitude is mediocre and her cultivation is still at the false core stage. Now that senior brother has received the favor of the sex higher-ups and is already an esoteric disciple, Callan is indeed a bit too much. Callan interrupted Lu Ming, and as she spoke, her voice became colder. Junior sister misunderstands. The matter of the engagement being delayed is not as you think. Now that the foreign races are invading, I plan to focus all my attention on increasing my strength as quickly as possible. Only by being strong enough can you and I survive such a great calamity. Only then can I better protect the people around me. Once this matter comes to an end, I will personally go to Ethereal Peak and propose to Peak Lord Tianyin and Senior Yu Inzi to officially marry you. Listening to Jiao Lan's words, Lu Ming looked at her charming and unparalleled face. After his heart was slightly warm, he said seriously. Is what senior brother Lu said true? But. When Callan heard this, her beautiful eyes lit up and she couldn't help but feel a little worried. Although I, Lu Ming, am not a gentleman, I will never go back on my words. Could it be that junior sister doesn't trust me? Lu Ming's eyes flashed and he said with exceptional determination. I naturally believe you. Jiao Lan looked at Lu Ming with a pair of beautiful eyes, nodded, and said softly. In the following time, Lu Ming chatted with Callan for a while before taking his leave. When Lu Ming walked out of Callan's room, he let out a sigh of relief. Having obtained Callan's understanding, it could be said that a knot in his heart had been resolved. He immediately turned and walked towards the 3rd floor of the pavilion. Not long after, he arrived at the door of his room. However, at this moment, there was a graceful girl in a silver robe standing outside his door. It was Long Yanfei. Younger brother Lu, what are you talking about with Sister Callan? Why haven't you come out of your room for so long? Long Yanfei looked at Lu Ming and asked with a faint smile. Senior Sister Long, don't be sarcastic. Lu Ming shook his head and smiled bitterly. Sister Callan has told me everything about the two of you. Younger brother Lu, although your current status is different from before, Sister Callan is a good girl. Don't let her down. Long Yanfei suddenly stopped smiling and said seriously. I know what kind of person Sister Callan is. I won't let her down. Lu Ming's eyes flashed as he said. If that's the case, then I don't need to say anything more. You're on your own. Long Yanfei raised her eyebrows and turned to walk towards her room. Lu Ming looked at Long Yanfei's back and hesitated for a moment before calling out to her. Senior Sister Long, wait a moment. Junior brother, is there something else? Long Yanfei turned to look at Lu Ming in surprise. If Senior Sister has nothing else to do, why don't you come to my room for a while? There are some things that I want to talk to you about. Lu Ming said seriously. He pushed open the door and made an inviting gesture. Oh, if that's the case, I'll stay a bit longer. Long Yanfei thought for a moment before walking over. She walked into Lu Ming's room and sat on the chair. Lu Ming walked into the room and closed the door behind him. He waved his hand and a layer of black light spread out, forming a faint black soundproof barrier. Seeing Lu Ming being so serious, Long Yanfei was naturally startled. Younger brother Lu, what I want to say next is actually related to Senior Luin. Lu Ming sorted out his thoughts and finally said. What, Ancestor Luin? Long Yanfei's face changed drastically when she heard the words, and she suddenly stood up. Senior Sister Long, don't worry. Listen to me first. This may sound unbelievable, but it's true. I was chased by a heavenly form ghost clan in the evil ghost path more than 30 years ago. After that, I encountered an accident and accidentally fell into the netherworld realm. Lu Ming immediately told her about his encounter with the Yin Flow in the netherworld, which was the reincarnation of Ancestor Luin. There is such a thing. Long Yanfei listened to the whole process with a blank look on her face. Ancestor Luin is now the disciple of the Ghost King in the netherworld realm. It is unlikely for him to return to the Middle Sky continent, so he entrusted me to take care of the Long family in the Dragon Spring Valley. Ancestor Luin has done me a great favor. If Dragon Spring Valley needs anything in the future, Senior Sister Long can come to my cave house to find me at any time. As long as it is within my ability, I will not refuse. Lu Ming promised seriously. Thank you for telling me about this, junior brother. I will tell grandmother truthfully about Ancestor Luin when I go back. As for whether she believes it or not, I can't say for sure. After all, this matter is still too incredible. After Long Yanfei thought for a long time, she let out a long breath, bowed deeply to Lu Ming, and said. Senior Sister Long, you don't have to be so polite. It's a pity that I was in a hurry to separate from Senior Luin, so I didn't bring back 1 or 2 tokens. Otherwise, it would be more credible. Lu Ming also said with some regret. Hearing this, Long Yanfei could only smile bitterly. Perhaps it was because she had just heard the news about Ancestor Luin. Long Yanfei chatted with Lu Ming for a while, then left with a complicated expression. After watching Long Yanfei leave, Lu Ming silently sat down cross-legged and began to cultivate with his eyes closed. The flying boat flew above the clouds. At this altitude, it was not afraid of encountering a large-scale attack from the stem borers. After a few days and nights, the flying boat arrived above a vast mountain range. At the bow of the flying boat, Kuan-Yu sat cross-legged. Her body emitted a layer of bright yellow light, which was connected with a formation below her. She controlled the flying boat to fly forward. In the sky ahead, the shadows of a few steep peaks could be vaguely seen. Kuan-Yu's eyes flashed, and with a wave of her hand, she cast a spell into the cabin pavilion. The entire pavilion flashed, and a moment later, a series of footsteps could be heard. All the disciples of the Tai Ching sect walked down from it. The Qingsang mountain range is less than 1,000 miles ahead. All of you, get ready, Kuan-Yu said in a deep voice. Hearing this, everyone looked toward the vaguely visible towering mountain range in the distance and began to check the situation of their magic treasures. Since they had already reached the Xianxia mountain range, they could encounter the fierce stem borers at any time. In the Battle of the Thousand Spirit Mountain range a few days ago, everyone present had experienced the power of the stem borers, so naturally, they would not be careless. The dozen or so inner disciples present were made up of the inner disciples of the mysterious Heaven Peak, the Heavenly Sword Peak, and the Misty Peak. Apart from the two esoteric disciples, Lu Ming and Kuan Yu, the only Jingdan cultivators were Shangguan Yanyu and Ling Yi of the mysterious Heaven Peak, and Long Yanfei of the Heavenly Sword Peak. The rest were crystal level and fake core stage disciples. Callan checked her storage magic treasures. The necessary talismans and magic treasures were all there, and she couldn't help but feel relieved. At this moment, a figure walked to her side. It was Lu Ming. Although this mission may not be very dangerous, just in case, don't be too far away from me. Lu Ming looked into Callan's eyes and whispered to her. Callan's beautiful eyes flashed, and she nodded. While everyone was preparing, the flying boat had already flown into a verdant mountain range. The terrain of the mountain range was strange. Whether it was the ground or the rocks, they were all covered with a faint layer of green. As soon as they entered the mountain range, Lu Ming felt that the surrounding wood attribute spiritual energy was much denser. Xianxia mountain range is a large wood attribute spirit stone mineral vein. The Yi family is actually a family established by the cultivators outside our sect. They have been guarding the mineral vein here for generations. Callan seemed to see Lu Ming's doubts and explained softly. It turns out that you are well informed. You even know the Xianxia mountain range in detail. You are much better than me. Lu Ming was startled when he heard the words, then he nodded and smiled. No, I also followed my master to visit the Haoran Academy more than 10 years ago. When I passed by here, my master mentioned a few words to me. Callan glanced at Lu Ming, and a slight smile appeared on her face. For Lu Ming, Callan couldn't tell what she felt about him. As a mixed blood of the human and sea races, whether it was in the savage ghost sect or back to the sea race, although she was glorious on the surface, there was a hidden loneliness in her heart that no one noticed. Between the human and sea races, for her own bloodline, she betrayed the savage ghost sect and joined the sea race, but then she was captured by Siren King, and her body was almost occupied by another soul. Although she survived this series of dangerous experiences, what she yearned for in her heart was still a peaceful life. Maybe it was because Lu Ming was the first man who could give her this feeling of peace of mind. So over the years, although Lu Ming had been indifferent to her, she could still wait silently. After the flying boat flew forward for about 2 hours, the surrounding mountains gradually flattened out. Following a burst of unusual spiritual energy fluctuations, a dark cyan castle that was built in the valley appeared in everyone's field of vision. The castle's style was simple and unadorned, covering an area of several thousand acres. The castle itself was a small town, and the city walls were built with a kind of wood attribute spirit energy. After countless years of grinding, the surface of the boulder was quite smooth. At this moment, the castle was surrounded by countless stem borers of various sizes. They were attacking the castle like a tidal wave. The entire castle was covered in a greenish-purple barrier. Under the attacks of the stem borers, the barrier would occasionally shoot out bolts of lightning and fire. The yellow flying vessel suddenly stopped in midair. With a flash of yellow light, it quickly shrank and returned to Kuan Yu's hand. Lu Ming and the rest of the group swayed and floated in midair. That castle in front is the Yi castle. I didn't expect the stem borers to attack already. Kuan Yu did not show much surprise on her face. It was as if she already knew. She mumbled to herself, but she did not immediately go over to help. Lu Ming slowly flew to the front of the group and stood side by side with Kuan Yu. He looked at the castle in the distance and spread his divine sense to cover a radius of a few hundred miles. There are about 3,000 to 4,000 stem borers attacking the Yi castle. Most of them are low-level stem borers below the crystal level. There are 5 stem borers of the Jingdan level, Lu Ming said after scanning the area. These stem borers are not strong enough. Let's go with the original plan. Kuan Yu nodded. She had clearly scanned the area with her divine sense. She looked at the people behind her and raised her arm with a serious expression. The Yi castle did not stand out from afar. However, the interior of the castle was rather large. There were hundreds of tall, ancient buildings. As a subsidiary family of the Taiqing Gate of the four founding sects, the Yi clan had been guarding the mines for generations. In the past 1,000 years, they had been growing stronger. Now, they were comparable to some medium-sized sects in the continent. Even some 10,000-year-old sects treated them with respect. This was enough to show their status in the continent. However, at this moment, the Yi castle was in a state of chaos. Groups of Yi clan cultivators were flying around in the air. They were in groups in the east and in groups in the west. They were holding various types of spiritual weapons in their hands and shooting beams of light into the purplish-green light screen above the castle, reinforcing the protective formation of the castle. Outside the purplish-green light screen, countless ugly stemborers roared. Green slime and various beams of light with a putrid smell filled the sky and continuously attacked the purplish-green light screen. In the sky above the Yi castle, a middle-aged man dressed in a green robe stood out of thin air. 5 green armored guards stood around him. The middle-aged man exuded a heavy spiritual pressure. He was a real pellet state cultivator. He was holding a big flag flashing with purple lightning in his right hand. His eyes were always watching the movement of the stemborers outside the array. He waved the big flag in his hand from time to time. Wherever the big flag pointed, a thick purple and green lightning fire would appear on the purple and green light curtain. After a loud roar, more than 10 or even dozens of low-rank stemborers would be burnt into gravel. However, to the thousands of stemborers surrounding the castle, this was only a drop in the ocean. Although the Yi clan cultivators tried their best to maintain the formation, the light screen outside the castle gradually dimmed under the attack of the countless stemborers. Master, the Xianxia Thunderfire formation is about to collapse. At this moment, a gray-haired old man flew over from afar. He stopped in front of the green-robed middle-aged man and said anxiously. The green-robed man glanced at the gray-haired elder and frowned. The large flag in his hand paused for a moment. He was at the center of the Great Barrier Formation. He knew the situation outside the castle better than anyone else. 2 days ago, the stemborers around the Xianxia Mountains suddenly attacked the Yi castle. Fortunately, when the Yi clan found out about the stemborers, they gathered everyone in the castle and guarded it day and night. They activated the Xianxia Thunderfire formation at the first sign of trouble. It was thanks to this formation that the Yi clan managed to resist the stemborers' attack. But at this moment, under the continuous bombardment, the formation was finally on the verge of collapsing. Master, we have no choice but to retreat. The gray-haired elder said in a low voice. Fifth brother, this castle is the foundation that our Yi clan has spent thousands of years and countless blood, sweat, and tears to build. Is it going to be destroyed in my hands? The green-robed middle-aged man said gloomily. His right hand that was holding the flag trembled slightly. The castle can be built later. The first thing is to preserve the vitality of the clan. As long as there is life, there is hope. The gray-haired elder glanced around and said hurriedly. Old 5, we were entrusted by the Taiqing Gate to guard the mineral vein here. If we lose this place and anchor the Taiqing Gate, how can we establish ourselves in the Middle Sky continent in the future? In addition, the Yi clan is not the only clan near the Xianxia Mountains. Other clans have long coveted our position. If we flee without fighting, the Taiqing Gate will definitely support another clan to control the mineral vein here. The green-robed man said sadly. The gray-haired elder was speechless when he heard this. The green-robed man's expression changed for a while. After a while, he gritted his teeth and ordered Old 5, gather the old, weak, women, children, and the young elite disciples in the castle to the hidden castle. We will hold on for a while. If we can't hold on, let them evacuate through the hidden castle. We must defend until the last moment. Even if we fail, the Taiqing Gate will not pursue it. Yes. The gray-haired elder agreed and immediately flew down. Pass the order, open the 4 thunder fire towers in the castle and install all the thunder source crystal stones. We have to hold on for half a day no matter what. The green-robed middle-aged man said in a deep voice to several guards in green armor beside him. These people agreed, turned around, and flew off in 4 different directions. The green-robed middle-aged man glanced around, opened his mouth, and spat out a pure breath on the big flag in his hand. dazzling arcs of azure and purple lightning immediately appeared on the purple flag. With a wave, several thick purple lightning snakes shot out from the tip of the flag, fusing into the purplish azure light barrier in a flash. The dim light curtain brightened obviously, and dense thunder and fire arcs appeared on the surface. A loud crackling sound rang out. The low-rank stem borers close to the light curtain were like being electrocuted. Many stem borers who didn't evacuate in time were suddenly submerged in the thunder and fire arcs. Seeing this, the rest of the stem borers flew away from the light curtain with a hiss and temporarily stopped attacking. The original flashing green-purple light curtain temporarily stabilized after getting this respite. Roar! Just then, there was a commotion in the swarm of stem borers. Suddenly, a green stem borer that was more than 30 meters long appeared behind the swarm. It looked like a giant longhorn beetle. It had an ugly human face and emanated spiritual pressure that was no less than that of a Xianxia cultivator. It let out a low growl. The surrounding stem borers heard the growl and immediately followed it up with a hiss. Then, they began to attack the purple-green light curtain without any regard for their lives. The green stem borer's large eyes looked at the House of Yi on the light curtain and a cold glint flashed in its eyes. The pair of green-white antennae on its head suddenly straightened and formed two blinding green lights that were about to be released at the light curtain. Right at this moment, the space behind it tremored, and a humanoid figure with black chi revolving around his body emerged in a wraith-like manner. A black fist blurred through the air before striking the stem borer's back at an incredible speed. Gotcha! The green stem borer's seemingly sturdy shell was like a piece of paper in front of the black fist, and it caved in with just one hit. Before the stem borer could react, countless fist shadows the size of millstones rained down on it. The green stem borer's huge body was smashed from midair by a tremendous force and smashed into the ground. There was a millstone-sized hole in the stem borer's body and green liquid spilled out. The green stem borer also spat out a mouthful of green blood and was unable to get up for a while. At that moment, the shadow of a green bull flew down from the blurry figure in midair and swallowed the stem borer with its mouth glowing with green light. With a loud crack, the bull bit off half of the green stem borer's head. The stem borer struggled a few more times before becoming completely motionless. From the moment the figure appeared to the moment the Xianxia realm green stem borer was killed, only a few breaths had passed. Only then did the surrounding low-grade stem borers come to their senses, and many of them immediately pounced toward the blurry humanoid figure in the air. The figure let out a cold snort. He waved his hand and a purple sword light flew out. It blurred and turned into dozens of huge purple sword lights that circled around his body. Hundreds of stem borers were sliced into pieces by the purple sword rays, and their mutilated bodies rained down from midair. Inside the thunder fire barrier, the Yi clan cultivators, including the Yi clan leader, saw this scene with their mouths agape. Their faces were filled with disbelief. Rumble. At the same time the blurry figure appeared, dozens of other figures suddenly appeared outside the thunder fire barrier. Powerful attacks were launched from these people and landed on the stem borers, causing blood to splatter everywhere. The stem borer army was immediately thrown into chaos and gave up on attacking the greenish-purple barrier below to attack these people instead. The people who stood at the front all exuded the immense spiritual pressure of the Xianxia realm. Every attack they launched seemed to be able to kill at least a dozen low-level stem borers. With these people in the lead, more than a dozen cultivators charged into the stem borer army. Other than a few stem borers in the later stage of the crystal level and above, the low-level stem borers could not even stand a chance. Wherever they went, the stem borers would be routed and scattered. They're from the Taiching sect. We're saved. In the greenish-purple light screen, the House of Yi cultivators quickly saw the Taiching sect's emblem on the cultivators who suddenly appeared outside and immediately cheered with joy. Some of them even cried tears of joy. Seeing this, the patriarch of the Yi clan also relaxed. However, as the patriarch, his state of mind was naturally incomparable to ordinary clansmen. He did not panic because of this. Instead, he continued to wave the flag to reinforce the formation while issuing a few orders. Roar! 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 An ear-piercing screech was heard. With a flash of red light, a giant ladybug Xianxia stage stem borer flew out from the stem borer army and blocked Lu Ming's way. Sizzle, on the red round carapace on its back, the white spots suddenly shone brightly, and a thick purple mist was spouted from it, shrouding Lu Ming and the others. Be careful, the mist is poisonous. Kuan Yu, who was flying at the very front, yelled. Just as she was about to make a move, Lu Ming waved a hand, and an azure bull projection flew out. The projection opened its mouth to expel a burst of azure light, which swallowed the purple mist with a suction force. In just a few breaths, the poisonous mist from the ladybug stemborer's shell was swallowed by the green bull. The ladybug stemborer was dumbfounded, the mist was its natal poison. Not only was it extremely poisonous, but it also had a terrifying corrosive power. Yet, it was sucked in by the green bull. Kuan Yu took a deep look at Lu Ming. Her figure moved and went straight to the purple stemborer. She pointed a finger and released a golden wheel. The edge of the wheel was as sharp as a knife. In an instant, it expanded to several feet wide and spun with a buzzing sound. It was aimed at the ladybug stemborer's head. The ladybug stemborer roared and raised its front claws to block the attack. But in the next moment, a cautious sound was heard as the golden wheel easily chopped off its two front claws. Then, it chopped its body into two halves without slowing down. Gray blood splattered everywhere. After killing the initial Jing Dan stage stemborer, the golden wheel did not stop there. It flew into the surrounding stemborer swarm and spun quickly. Countless golden light blades shot out in all directions. All the low-level stemborers within a radius of several dozen feet were wiped out. The crystal-level disciples gasped in admiration when they saw Kuan Yu's display of power. Their morale was boosted. Xianxia hand whistled as she summoned a scarlet copper ring magic treasure. A tiger's roar rang out, and a 3-meter-wide scarlet sound wave rippled out. All of the stemborers within the range of the sound wave trembled before turning to dust. Ling Yi followed closely behind Xianxia. A blue light flashed in front of her, and countless thin blue threads shot out from her sleeves, wrapping around a dozen stemborers that were trying to get close to her. With a light flick of her hands, the blue threads instantly tightened and cut the stemborers into several pieces. Long Yanfei didn't show off. She just released a green sword light, which cut open the stemborers in front of her one by one like a snake coming out of its body. Lu Ming's gaze fell upon the scarlet copper ring in Xianxuanyu's hand, and his eyes flashed slightly. This item was very similar to the tiger's bite bracelet that he had obtained from the Bai clan when he first entered the cultivation world. Of course, the tiger's bite bracelet's power was far inferior to this treasure. After thinking about it, Lu Ming raised his hand and recalled Che Huan's projection. He then formed a sword technique and released the bitter wheel sword again. The sword was slightly damaged during the battle at Dusk Peak, but it was mostly fine after a few days of nourishment. It suddenly turned into a sky full of sword shadows and then into a huge sword ray that was dozens of feet wide. Countless stemborers were sucked into it without any resistance. Although there were many stemborers surrounding the Yi castle, most of them were low-level stemborers with limited power. After the 5 leading Jing Dan stemborers were killed by Lu Ming and Kuan Yu, the stemborer army was quickly dispersed by the Taiqing Gate. There was a muffled rumble. The green mulberry thunder flame formation of Yi Castle suddenly cracked open, and the master of the Yi clan led dozens of Yi clan cultivators out of it, charging into the stemborers. A roar came from within the stemborer army. The scattered stemborers heard it and immediately fled into the distance. Senior brother Kuan, should we chase after them and kill them all? Xianxuanyuan looked at the fleeing stemborers and asked eagerly. Lu Ming's eyes flashed and he looked at Kuan Yu. Not for now. We don't know much about the stemborers yet. I don't think you'll understand that even if I don't say it, Kuan Yu said after a moment of thought. Xianxuanyuan looked reluctant but did not say anything else. Thank you, fellow Taoists from the Taiqing sect, for coming all the way here to solve the Yi Castle's crisis. I am the Yi clan leader, Yi Jing. If you don't mind, why don't you rest in the castle? The green-robed middle-aged man flew over with the Yi clan cultivators and invited Lu Ming and the others with a fist salute. I am Kuan Yu. I'm here on the orders of the Sky Halberd sect's leader to exterminate these stemborers. Kuan Yu's brows furrowed slightly as she returned a salute. There's no need for that. Family leader Yi, please tell us about these stemborers in detail. Lu Ming, who was standing next to Kuan Yu, also turned to look at her. To tell you the truth, the Yi clan doesn't know much about these stemborers. Although we've heard about them invading the mainland, we haven't encountered them yet, so we didn't pay much attention to them. It's just that 7 or 8 days ago, this group of stem borers suddenly appeared around the Xianxia mountain range. After discovering this abnormal situation, I immediately gathered everyone to retreat to the castle and sent a message to the Taiqing sect for help. Who knows that this group of stem borers still came to the door. If you didn't arrive in time, I'm afraid my Yi family would be destroyed by these stem borers. Yi family's master said immediately with a stiff face. Kuan Yu frowned. She wanted to ask the Yi clan about the stem borers so that she could decide whether to stay or leave. Who knew that the Yi clan wouldn't know anything? This was going to be a problem. Clan leader Yi, may I ask if the stem borers that attacked the castle today are all the stem borers in the Xianxia mountain range? Lu Ming suddenly asked. The Yi clan leader pondered for a moment before replying hesitantly, I don't think so. I don't think so. The first time the stem borers appeared on Xianxia mountain, they had a conflict with the Yi clan. I wasn't there at the time, but I heard from one of the elders that there were more than 10,000 stem borers. Lu Ming's eyes flashed, but he didn't say anything else. Where on the Xianxia mountain range did you encounter them? Kuan Yu asked. It should be in the Yufeng mountain range. There are a few mines that are being mined there, the Yi clan leader said. Senior Marshal Brother Kuan, let's go and exterminate them. If we allow these stem borers to regroup and attack again after we leave, it'll be bad. Lu Ming glanced at Kuan Yu. Please point us in the right direction. Kuan Yu nodded and said to the head of the Yi family. The head of the Yi clan hesitated for a moment, but he quickly nodded his head and agreed. Under the Yi clan leader's arrangements, the Taiqing Gate group and the Yi clan cultivators met up and chased after the stem borers in the direction of the Yufeng mountain range. An hour later, the group arrived near a few green mountains. There was a faint black mist floating above the mountains. Lu Ming, who had dealt with stem borers a few times, immediately knew that this was a phenomenon that would occur when a large number of stem borers gathered together. It seemed like they had found the right place. The group stopped on a short mountain dozens of miles away. Senior Marshal Brother Kuan, why don't we just charge in? Shangguan Yanyu asked with a hint of dissatisfaction. He had already scouted out with his spiritual sense and discovered that there were about 4,000 to 5,000 stem borers gathered in the mine at the foot of the Emerald Green Mountain, but they didn't seem to have calmed down yet, so it was a good opportunity to exterminate them in one fell swoop. Junior Marshal Brother, don't be impulsive. It's better to be careful. Kuan Yu frowned slightly. For some reason, she had a bad feeling. Lu Ming glanced at Kuan Yu and pondered for a moment. Then, he pointed a finger between his brows. The mind imitation insect on his body transmitted a wave of pure spirit power to him and instantly merged with the divine sense in his mind. Boom, his divine sense almost doubled in strength in an instant, spreading out in all directions. After a while, Lu Ming's expression changed and he suddenly shouted, Watch out, there's an ambush. As soon as he finished speaking, the small mountain beneath everyone's feet suddenly exploded, and a monstrous spiritual pressure burst out. Countless rocks shot out in all directions, and a hideous grayish-black insect head the size of a house appeared on the ground. The Taiqing Gate people were battle-hardened people and their reflexes were extremely fast. As soon as Lu Ming said that, everyone immediately scattered in all directions. However, the Yi clan cultivators' reflexes were a little slower. Some of the cultivators were hit by the flying rocks and suddenly exploded like fireworks. The Yi clan master was shocked and angry when he saw this, but he could only protect a few core clansmen around him with a green light and quickly retreat into the distance. A celestial phenomenon stem borer. Kuan Yu's figure flashed a few times and appeared in the air dozens of feet away. When she turned around and saw the giant grayish-black stem borer emerging from the ground, she was shocked. However, at this moment, the stem borer was only partially out of the ground, but it was already extremely long. It looked like a giant earthworm, but its surface was densely covered with gray fleshy tentacles that danced wildly. There were no eyes on its head, only a huge mouth filled with dense fangs, which made one's scalp tingle. Whoosh, the grayish-black stem borer's huge body suddenly rushed out of the ground, leaving a long afterimage behind. In an instant, it caught up with a heavenly sword-peaked disciple who was running slower. Seeing this, the disciple was shocked. At the same time, he flicked his sleeve, and several blue flying swords flew out of his sleeve. They turned into a blue sword curtain and blocked in front of him. As a result, the dozens of tentacles on the surface of the stem boar's body suddenly elongated by several times, and they pierced through the sword barrier before dragging the heavenly sword peak disciple back into its mouth at an incredible speed. A howl of anguish erupted from the stem boar's mouth, but it was abruptly cut off. Junior Martial Brother Qin. A middle-aged heavenly sword peak disciple let loose an enraged roar, but in the face of a celestial phenomenon state stem borer, he didn't dare to charge forward to his death. The other Taiching Gate disciples were also extremely shocked to see this. Callan's face was deathly pale. At this point, she was only a few hundred feet away from the stem borer. The aura of the stem borer's body surged toward her, sending chills running down her spine. She could only summon a long blue cloth to wrap around her body and quickly retreat into the distance. The stem borer turned to look at Callan, who was flying into the distance, and it opened its mouth to release a black vortex, from which an irresistible suction force swept forth. Jiao Lan stopped in midair. Even though she gritted her teeth and circulated her cultivation technique, she still flew toward the mouth of the stem borer involuntarily, and she couldn't help but let out a cry of alarm. Right at this moment, a black light flashed, and Lu Ming flew past the stem borer at an extremely fast speed. He caught Callan's delicate body with his right arm, then blurred and appeared several hundred feet away. The terrifying suction force from the celestial phenomenon state stem borer's mouth seemed to have no effect on him. Jiao Lan's eyes were already filled with despair, but she was suddenly held in Lu Ming's arms the next moment. After her delicate body trembled, she suddenly felt a little weak. Roar! The celestial phenomenon state stem borer let out an angry roar. Someone actually snatched the delicious food from its mouth right under its nose, and the other party was just a mere Jingdan cultivator. This was absolutely intolerable. Its huge body blurred, and it directly appeared more than 100 feet behind Lu Ming at an incredible speed. Whoosh whoosh. Dozens of gray tentacles on the surface of the giant stem borer's body suddenly elongated several times, and they were about to shoot out and pierce through Lu Ming's body. Dang! A loud sound rang out. A huge earthy yellow bead the size of a loft appeared behind Lu Ming. The surface of the bead emitted a bright yellow light, which slowed down the gray tentacles and allowed them to hit the bead. Then a huge force came from the bead, and Lu Ming's body shook slightly. However, his current physical strength was extremely strong, so he was not affected much. He looked back at the celestial phenomenon state stem borer and waved one hand. Boom! A khaki mist erupted from the surface of the bead, and it enveloped Lu Ming and Callan. The yellow mist tumbled, and suddenly disappeared without a trace. In the next moment, they appeared more than 1,000 feet away. The earthworm stem borer's eyes flashed fiercely, and it was about to attack Lu Ming again. Suddenly, the void above its head flashed, and a golden wheel appeared. It spun in the air, and with countless golden blade lights, it slashed down viciously. Buzz buzz. The earthworm stem borer opened its mouth, and a thick gray beam of light shot out, colliding with the golden wheel with a loud sound. The golden wheel let out a wail, and it was sent flying. In midair not far away, Kuan Yu's face turned pale, and she snorted. She opened her mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood essence into the golden wheel, and at the same time, she made several hand signs at lightning speed. The golden wheel immediately let out a buzzing sound, and in a flash, it transformed into a giant golden bird over 100 feet in size. It spread its wings, and with countless golden blade lights, it pounced toward the earthworm stem borer with a menacing aura. In the distance, Shangguan Yenyu and the others finally came to their senses, and after stabilizing themselves, they launched their attacks from afar. The roaring tiger bracelet in Shangguan Yenyu's hand shone with a crimson light, and a crimson sound wave that was 10 feet thick shot out, bombarding the earthworm stem borer. Ling Yi didn't use her blue thread ability again. Instead, she summoned 2 blue lotus-shaped magic treasures, from which countless petals shot out, emitting an astonishing chill. Long Yanfei waved her sleeve, and a sharp silver sword light swept out in a flash. In the next moment, there was a fluctuation not far from the earthworm stem borer, and a silver line flashed. A slender silver flying sword appeared, and it slashed down viciously with astonishing spirit chi. In the face of so many attacks, the earthworm stem borer was not the slightest bit afraid. Gray light shone from its body, suddenly forming a gray earthworm shadow that was over 100 feet in size, and it opened its mouth to spit out a hazy gray cloud. As soon as the attacks came into contact with the gray cloud, It was as if they had fallen into a quagmire, and they quickly slowed down. Everyone drew in a breath of cold air when they saw this. Shangguan Yenyu's sound wave attack and Ling Yi's blue flower petals disappeared into the gray cloud, as if they were swallowed by the cloud, and they didn't even cause a ripple. The attacks from the other disciples were mostly the same. The giant bird formed by the Kuan-Yu golden wheel and Long Yanfei's flying sword were still rampaging through the gray cloud, but their speed was getting slower and slower. A black shadow flashed, and Lu Ming appeared in front of everyone, and he quickly said, "Be careful of these gray clouds, they can swallow the magic power contained in magic treasures." He placed Callan in a relatively safe place far away, and immediately flew over to help. Kuan-Yu and the others also sensed that something was amiss, and they immediately reacted when they heard Lu Ming's warning. The two of them quickly made hand seals to recall their magic treasures, but to their surprise, the gray cloud suddenly began to spin. The magic power contained in their magic treasures had been devoured, and they were already a little sluggish in the first place. At this moment, the magic treasures began to spin involuntarily in the cloud. The earthworm stem borer opened its mouth wide, and like a whale sucking in water, it swallowed the gray cloud into its stomach. Long Yanfei's face instantly turned pale. This flying sword was her main treasure, and she had put a lot of effort into it. If she lost it just like that, it would be as good as severing one of her arms. Kuan-Yu's face also turned a little pale. That golden wheel was clearly an extremely important treasure to her. After the earthworm stem borer collected the two treasures, it turned to face Lu Ming, and with an angry roar, it leaped into the air and pounced toward him. Lu Ming's face darkened, and with a tap of his foot, he shot backward. Everyone else's expressions also changed drastically, and they immediately scattered in all directions. A row of fleshy feelers on the earthworm stem borer's back suddenly straightened like bone spikes. Then, there was a deafening sound as countless gray threads shot out from the feelers, instantly enveloping an area with a radius of over 1,000 feet, including Lu Ming and the others. Then, there was a loud splashing sound, the sky was filled with gray threads at an incredible speed, and everyone was trapped within it. Kuan-Yu and the others' expressions changed drastically. The gray threads were extremely tough, and even though they circulated all of their magic power, they were unable to break free. Even worse, the earthworm stem borer's huge body was already right in front of him. A fierce light flashed through Kuan-Yu's eyes, and she flipped her hand over to retrieve a crimson feather fan. With a few quick flaps, a dozen or so crimson fireballs shot out in quick succession. At the same time, she made a grabbing motion with her other hand, and a crimson longsword appeared in her other hand. She slashed through the air, and a dozen or so crimson flaming sword chi shot out toward the gray threads. This celestial phenomenon stem borer exuded a yin-type aura, so fire-type attacks should be able to counter it. Shangguan Yenyu, Ling Yi, and Long Yanfei also followed suit, and they hurriedly unleashed all sorts of attacks in an attempt to save themselves. Then, a strange scene ensued. Regardless of whether it was fireballs, sword chi, or any other type of attack, all of their magic power was instantly sucked dry the moment they came into contact with the gray threads. A look of despair immediately appeared on everyone's faces. Right at this moment, there was a flash of green light, and a strange, half-corporeal green object several dozen feet in size appeared in front of everyone. Then, it transformed into a beam of green light and charged toward the earthworm stem borer. The two objects of completely different sizes collided with each other. Thump, a dull thump erupted. The strange azure cow's body shuddered, and it was forced back a few steps before it managed to steady itself. Meanwhile, the earthworm stem borer also came to an abrupt halt, and its gargantuan body swayed slightly before it finally managed to steady itself. Right at this moment, the space behind it rippled, and Lu Ming appeared in a wraith-like manner. A cold light flashed through his eyes as he waved a hand through the air. Yellow light flashed, and 12 earthy yellow beads appeared before hurtling toward the earthworm stem borer amid a flash of yellow light. A hint of shock flashed through the earthworm stem borer's eyes. It didn't know how this human had managed to escape from its gray threads, but the spiritual pressure emanating from the beads of mountains and rivers struck it with a sense of extreme danger. It immediately let loose a thunderous roar as gray light flashed from its fleshy antennae, following which a vast expanse of gray threads shot forth again, intertwining to form a massive gray net that swept toward Lu Ming and the 12 earthy yellow beads. At the same time, its tail whipped through the air, creating a series of indistinct whip projections that lashed viciously toward the strange azure cow. The azure cow wasn't very large in size, but it struck the earthworm with a sense of even greater threat than Lu Ming and the beads. The black whip struck the azure ox's body. With a boom, the azure ox's body exploded on the spot, turning into a rolling green mist. Right at this moment, a faint smile appeared on Lu Ming's face, and he waved a hand through the air, upon which the azure mist surged toward him as if it had a mind of its own. As soon as the gray threads came into contact with the azure mist, they quickly melted away like snow melting in the spring sun. Lu Ming's fingers began to rotate rapidly as he cast a series of incantation seals. Scintillating light erupted from the 12 beads of mountains and rivers to crush the protective gray light around the earthworm stem borer's body. The situation had taken a drastic turn, and it was already too late for the earthworm stem borer to evade as the 12 beads of mountains and rivers came crashing down in rapid succession. The earthworm stem borer let loose a howl of anguish as its massive body was smashed from the sky, crashing heavily into the ground, creating a massive crater in the ground. A single attack from a bead of mountains and rivers was extremely powerful, let alone 12 attacks in a row. Many of the giant stem borer's iron-like wrinkled skin instantly cracked open, and many of its fleshy antennae had also been snapped. Green blood gushed violently from its mouth, and it appeared to have sustained severe injuries. In the huge pit on the ground, the earthworm stem borer seemed to be a little confused at this moment. It shook its head a few times and was about to crawl up with its lower body, but a huge bone cage fell from the sky and enveloped it. Roar, roar! The stem borer immediately flared up with rage, and brilliant gray light erupted from its body as its massive body swelled significantly in size. At the same time, its tentacles waved violently, and it forcibly broke through the bone cage amid a resounding boom. At this moment, the air above its head fluctuated, and 1,000 meters yellow mountain pressed down with the momentum of Mount Tai. The bottom of the mountain shone brightly, and circles of yellow halos rolled out wildly. Before the giant mountain had even descended, an extremely heavy burst of spiritual pressure had already swept forth, striking the stem borers with a sense of asphyxiation. The stem borer's heart jolted with shock upon seeing this, and brilliant gray light erupted from its body as a massive projection that was extremely similar to its true form emerged. It then opened its cavernous mouth to expel a thick pillar of gray light, which struck the foot of the mountain with devastating might. An earth-shattering noise came out. As the gray and yellow light collided fiercely, a ring of air wave visible to the naked eye spread in all directions. Kuan Yu, Lan Yanfei, and others were Jin Dan cultivators, so their physical bodies were also quite strong. Under the bombardment of the air wave, they didn't suffer any serious injuries. They just staggered for a while. The rest of the crystallization period cultivators were swept by the air wave, and they vomited blood and flew back involuntarily. The giant mountain transformed by the mountain river Pearl trembled slightly, and its falling momentum suddenly stopped. However, the earthworm stem borer also let out a painful howl, then its body flashed in a gray light, and the flesh tentacles on its back shot out. With an ear-piercing scream, it blasted toward Lu Ming in midair. Lu Ming narrowed his eyes, and black gas rolled out of his body. In a crackling sound, it quickly condensed into a bone shield. At the same time, he waved his hand, and his body emitted a dazzling bloody light, which condensed into a bloody light shield behind him. Finally, a silver light flashed on his body, and a layer of silver flesh armor appeared, covering all parts of his body. As soon as Lu Ming finished doing this, the flesh tentacles whizzed over and slammed heavily on the bone shield. There was a loud bang-bang. The nether bone shield only lasted for half a breath's time before countless cracks appeared on its surface. Then, it exploded with a loud bang, turning into billowing black gas. The dozen or so fleshy tentacles passed through the black gas and fiercely bombarded the blood-colored light shield behind it. The bloody shield shone brightly and trembled violently. However, Lu Ming had stored a lot of blood essence in this bloody shield over the years, so although the bloody shield trembled violently, it still barely didn't collapse. In the end, after the bloody shield dimmed by more than half, the flesh tentacles exhausted their power and fell down powerlessly. Lu Ming breathed a sigh of relief. He launched symbols with his hand and spat a mouthful of blood essence on the yellow mountain. The yellow mountain suddenly glowed brightly, and a series of black river projections appeared, winding around the mountain. The earthy yellow mountain glowed with black and yellow light, and the mountain suddenly swelled to a much larger size. the massive mountain slowly pressed down on the earthworm stem borer projection. A look of incredulity appeared in the earthworm stem borer's eyes. The gray projection was pressed lower and lower by the mountain before finally dissipating. A resounding boom erupted, and the earthworm stem borer's entire body was completely pressed down by the earthy yellow mountain. Lu Ming quickly recited an incantation and waved his hands up and down. A series of incantation seals flew out, and the yellow mountain glowed with a yellow light that enshrouded an area with a radius of over 1,000 feet. The earth attribute vital energy within a radius of over 1,000 feet became as rich as an iron plate. The earthworm stem borer struggled for a while under the mountain before finally falling silent. Lu Ming heaved a sigh of relief and floated down to the ground. The earthworm stem borer was suppressed by the beat of mountains and rivers, and the gray threads binding Kuan Yu and the others were also broken. Only then did they regain their freedom, and they all stared at Lu Ming in shock. For a time, no one said anything. "Younger brother Lu, it's been a few decades since we last met. I didn't think that you'd become so powerful. Even a celestial phenomenon stem borer is no match for you." Long Yanfei and Lu Ming were old acquaintances, so she didn't hold back. After sizing up Lu Ming, she broke the silence with a complicated expression on her face. "You're too kind, senior sister Long. If you hadn't used your techniques to restrict this stem borer, I wouldn't have been able to kill it," Lu Ming said with a glint in his eyes. Hearing this, Long Yanfei, Kuan Yu, and the others all blushed. From the beginning to the end of the battle, Lu Ming had been fighting the celestial phenomenon stem borer alone. If not for Lu Ming, they would have died long ago. Shangguan Yanyu looked at Lu Ming, her eyes revealing a trace of deep shock and a faint trace of lingering fear. On the way here, she was still resentful because Lu Ming had snatched her opportunity to become a secret disciple, and she almost got into a fight with Lu Ming. If Ling Yi hadn't spoken up to stop her, she would have been humiliated in front of everyone if they really fought. Thinking of this, she turned to look at Ling Yi not far away, and her heart couldn't help but warm up. "Younger brother Lu is indeed extraordinary. I heard that you fought a celestial phenomenon stem borer alone during the battle at Dawnfall Peak. I didn't believe it at first, but now that I've seen it for myself, you really do live up to your reputation." Kuan Yu's expression didn't look too good, but she still forced a smile. "You're too kind, senior brother Kuan. If you weren't injured, I'm sure this celestial phenomenon stem borer wouldn't have been able to do anything to you," Lu Ming said with a smile. Hearing this, Kuan Yu's expression eased a little. Seeing that Lu Ming had subdued the earthworm stem borer, the Taiching Gate disciples and the Yi family cultivators flew over from afar, and they all looked shocked. Callan stood among the crowd and looked at Lu Ming with admiration. Fellow Taoists of the Taiching High sect are indeed powerful. However, how should we deal with this stem borer? The Yi family leader looked at the yellow mountain and asked in awe. Lu Ming heard this. He also looked at the mountain formed by the mountain river Pearl, and a trace of contemplation appeared on his face. "Younger brother Lu, although this celestial phenomenon stem borer has been subdued, it's better to get rid of it before anything else happens," Kuan Yu said. Long Yanfei also nodded. Her flying sword was still in the stem borer's stomach, and it would be terrible if its spirituality was tainted by the corrosive gas in its stomach. "All right." Lu Ming nodded, and his mind raced. Now that the stem borer was subdued under the mountain, if he moved the mountain away, it would definitely escape. It seemed like he had to use other methods to kill this stem borer. At this moment, the originally stable mountain suddenly trembled, and the yellow light on the ground shook violently. Everyone was shocked. Before Lu Ming had time to do anything, an earth-shattering sound suddenly came from the ground. The ground within a radius of 1,000 feet suddenly caved in, and then exploded with a loud bang. There seemed to be an explosion underground, the yellow light on the yellow mountain was torn apart, and the entire mountain swayed, tilting to the side. From the explosion, a gray shadow shot out from the bottom of the mountain, then shot into the distance. The gray shadow was the stem borer, but for some reason, its huge body had shrunk a lot. Lightning flashed, and a purple sword light carried Lu Ming's body as it shot toward the stem borer. At the same time, yellow light flashed on the surface of the yellow mountain, and it turned back into 12 yellow beads, which turned into a streak of yellow light as it chased after Lu Ming. Before everyone could react, Lu Ming and the stem borer had already turned into 2 specks of light, almost disappearing into the distance. Long Yanfei also turned into a streak of azure light, and also hurriedly gave chase. Shangguan Yanyu and Ling Yi were about to give chase, but Kuan-Yu stretched out a hand to stop them. The celestial phenomenon stem borer only managed to break free after it self-destructed its demon core. It should be much weaker now. Junior brother Lu and junior sister Long should be able to handle it. Let's get rid of the stem borers in the mine first. That's our main objective, Kuan-Yu said slowly. The intense battle between everyone and the stem borer had already spread out, and the intense magic power fluctuations had already spread out. The stem borer in the mine had also sensed that the stem borer was defeated, and now that the thousands of stem borers were in chaos, it was a good opportunity to exterminate them. Shangguan Yanyu and Ling Yi looked at each other with a hint of joy in their eyes. The main credit for this mission belonged to Lu Ming, but if they exterminated this group of stem borers, they would at least receive some credit. Kuan-Yu immediately led the Taiqing Gate disciples and the Yi family cultivators toward the mine. On the other side, Lu Ming and the earthworm-like stem borer were chasing each other. The celestial stage stem borer had detonated its demon core, and the spiritual pressure it emitted had fallen to the Jing Dan stage. However, its body was covered in a layer of gray flame, and its speed was beyond his expectations. Lu Ming was already flying on his sword, and with the help of the beast armor art wings, he still could not catch up. In the blink of an eye, the two had already flown for 1,000 miles. A hint of coldness flashed across Lu Ming's eyes. He could not continue chasing like this. Although the stem borer's strength had been greatly reduced, he did not know what would happen if he continued chasing. He had already refined the cicada crystal wings that Patriarch Xuanyu had given him, and this was a good time to test out its power. With that in mind, the silver wings on his back withdrew at his behest. Green light flashed, and a pair of translucent wings that were around 10 feet in size appeared on his back. This is the cicada crystal wings, Lu Ming's eyes flashed. At this moment, there was a pair of emerald green mini wings floating in his spiritual sea, and there were wisps of faint green flames burning on them. The Jing Dan in his spiritual sea moved, and a stream of pure spiritual power was injected into the emerald green wings, and the green cicada wings on his back flapped. Whoosh, his entire body instantly became hazy, and in a blur, he had dashed hundreds of feet away. Seeing this, Lu Ming's face immediately revealed an ecstatic expression. This speed was many times faster than before. The only regret was that when he activated the cicada crystal wings, the flames on the wings in his spiritual sea instantly increased by a few times, and the emerald green crystal wings were slowly shrinking at a speed that was not visible to the naked eye. According to this speed, the cicada crystal wings could not be used for long. The stem borer had clearly sensed the change in Lu Ming's speed, and it let loose a howl of shock and horror as its body abruptly plummeted toward a valley down below. At the same time, it abruptly turned around and blasted a thick pillar of gray light toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming made a sword gesture, and the purple sword chi on the surface of his body was released. It spun around his body and condensed into 1,000 meters translucent giant purple sword. Purple lightning arcs were entangled on it. This was none other than the man and sword as one technique. Before the giant sword had even moved, ripples that were visible to the naked eye had already appeared in the surrounding space. After reaching the Jing Dan stage, Lu Ming was able to unleash this secret technique many times more powerful than before. The giant purple sword slashed through the air gently, dispersing the pillar of gray light released by the stem borer before appearing above its head in a flash. The stem borer was greatly alarmed by the oncoming sword intent. The purple sword was simply too fast, and it only had time to condense a barrier of gray light around its body before the massive sword came crashing down with unstoppable force. Right at this moment, bolts of golden lightning suddenly appeared on the surface of the giant purple sword, instantly transforming it into a golden lightning sword. The golden lightning sword blurred before flashing through the stem borer's body, shattering the gray light around its body like paper mache. Meanwhile, the stem borer's body swayed in midair before it was instantly sliced in half from its abdomen, and copious amounts of gray blood gushed forth. The huge golden sword dissipated in a flash, revealing Lu Ming's figure. At this moment, arcs of golden lightning revolved around his body, making him appear as if he were a golden lightning god. There was a complex 5-colored insignia on his chest, and it was none other than the heavenly lightning technique insignia. The golden lightning disappeared in a flash, and Lu Ming's face paled slightly, but a hint of elation still appeared in his eyes. After fusing the heavenly lightning technique into the bitterwheel sword, the power of the bitterwheel sword had increased significantly. Otherwise, even though the man and sword as one technique could have injured the stem borer, there was no way it would have been able to slice it in half so cleanly. The two halves of the stem borer crashed into the ground of the valley like meteorites, kicking up a cloud of dust. However, gray light swirled around the wounds on the two halves of his body, and he fled in two different directions as streaks of gray light. Lu Ming was also shocked to see this, but he immediately snorted coldly and slapped his left shoulder. A green light swept out and wrapped around the half of the stem borer's body at lightning speed. At the same time, he pointed with his other hand and the bitterwheel flying sword shot out like lightning towards the other half of the body. The sword chi was as fast as lightning, and it swept through the other half of the stem borer's body in the blink of an eye before returning to the stem borer amid a resounding boom, upon which the other half of the stem borer's body was reduced to dust. A moment later, the green light rolled back and landed in front of Lu Ming. There was a gray ball of light within the green light, and it was struggling left and right. However, every time it came into contact with the green light, its gray light would be devoured by the green light. After a few attempts, the gray ball of light finally calmed down, and a miniature half-human half-worm could be seen within it. This was most likely the soul essence of this celestial state stem borer. Candle God. This is the Candle God ability. Kid, how did you cultivate this ability? The stem borer soul essence yelled at Lu Ming. You sure talk a lot. Lu Ming raised an eyebrow. He couldn't be bothered to waste time with this stem borer soul essence. He reached into the green light and released a black light that enveloped the soul essence. Soul-searching technique. The celestial state stem borer should know a lot of things, especially the distribution of stem borers in the Qing Sang mountain range. Otherwise, Lu Ming would have destroyed this soul essence with a single punch. Arg. You possess the Candle God ability. You are a target that the stem borer tribe must kill. Master stem borer mother will never let you off. The celestial state stem borer soul essence roared, but its voice became softer and softer before it finally faded into nothingness. Lu Ming ignored it expressionlessly. The black light in his hand shrouded the stem borer's soul essence, and a huge mental power penetrated it. After an indeterminate period of time, Lu Ming opened his eyes and abruptly rubbed his hands together. The stem borer's soul essence let loose a wail of anguish before disintegrating into nothingness. Right at this moment, a streak of green light flew over, and Long Yanfei's slender figure appeared in a flash. The woman's pupils contracted slightly at the sight of the stem borer's carcass on the ground, but a hint of joy appeared in her eyes. She waved a hand, and a small silver sword flew out of the stem borer's carcass, giving off sharp sword chi before flying back into her hand. The silver sword was a little dim, clearly having suffered some damage in the stem borer's stomach, but it wasn't a big deal. Long Yanfei finally heaved a sigh of relief, and a light flashed through her eyes. Junior brother Lu's methods are truly extraordinary. In just a short period of time, he single-handedly killed a celestial phenomenon ascendant stem borer. If this matter were to spread back to the sect, he would definitely be rewarded handsomely. You're far too kind, senior sister, Lu Ming said with a faint smile as he turned toward the valley ahead. With your current strength, you're most likely the most powerful being below the celestial phenomenon stage. Sister Callan sure is blessed, Long Yanfei said with a hint of envy in her voice as she glanced at Lu Ming. You think too highly of me, senior sister Long. Lu Ming seemed to be rather absent-minded as he glanced at the carcass of the stem borer on the ground. He waved a hand through the air, and a golden wheel flew forth before transforming into a miniature golden wheel around a foot in size that landed in his hand. Now that this matter is over, Senior Marshal Brother Kuan should be exterminating the stem borers in the mine. I'll have to trouble Senior Marshal Sister Long to bring this to Senior Marshal Brother Kuan. I still have some matters to attend to. Lu Ming handed the mini golden wheel to Long Yanfei. Without waiting for her to answer, his figure moved, turning into a black light and galloping away. Long Yanfei took the mini golden wheel, and she looked at Lu Ming's back disappearing at an incredible speed in a daze. Although she was a little curious as to what Lu Ming was going to do, she didn't give chase after him. Instead, she made a hand seal and flew back the way she had come. Half an incense stick of time later, Lu Ming was hovering in the air in front of a valley in the Jade Peak Mountains. He looked back to find that Long Yanfei wasn't following him, and his expression relaxed slightly as he looked toward a cave in front of him. In addition to discovering the stem borers in the Green Mulberry Mountain Range, he also discovered another secret in the memories of the celestial phenomenon stem borers, and that was this cave in front of him. There was a reason why the celestial phenomenon stem borers were fleeing in this direction. He chanted a few incantations, and bursts of black light appeared over his body as he flew into the cave in a flash. The cave twisted and turned, leading to the underground. Moments later, he arrived at a massive underground cavern. There was a black square stone door that was several tens of feet in size on one of the stone walls. It was clearly man-made, but the stone door had already been destroyed. Lu Ming's heart stirred as he slowly flew in. Behind the stone door was an open stone room that was several hundred feet in size, and it seemed to be a cultivator's cave. The stone chamber was empty, and there was almost nothing in it. There was only a circular stone platform in the center of the room, several tens of feet in size. The stone platform looked quite ancient, and it seemed to have been there for many years. At the center of the platform was an irregular azure stone slab that was several tens of feet in size. There were countless runes and formation patterns engraved on its surface, and at first glance, it seemed to be an extremely complex formation plate. There were also several dozen azure spirit stones embedded around the stone slab, all of which exuded a faint light. Lu Ming recognized these spirit stones as spirit-gathering stones. At this moment, the azure stone slab was emitting a beam of azure light that shot straight up to the top of the cave. Looks like this is a teleportation array. No wonder the celestial phenomenon stem borers fled here. Lu Ming carefully identified the formation patterns on the azure stone slab. With his understanding of the Tao of formations, these formation patterns were somewhat similar to the teleportation arrays he had seen before. However, they were only similar. The formation patterns on the azure stone slab were much more complex than any teleportation array he had seen before, and some of the formation patterns on the stone slab were dim, as if they were damaged. According to the celestial phenomenon stemborer's memory, he had accidentally discovered this teleportation array. He didn't pay much attention to it at first, but when he was on the brink of death, he suddenly thought of this. Lu Ming looked at the azure stone slab in front of him, and his eyes flashed. He suddenly waved his hand, and a black lizard was thrown into the azure light beam. This was a small monster he had just caught in the valley. There was a flash of azure light, and the black lizard disappeared without a trace. A hint of joy appeared in Lu Ming's eyes. This ancient azure teleportation array was indeed a teleportation array, and because there was a small spirit-gathering array inlaid on the stone slab, it still worked. Due to its special structure, it didn't need to be powered by magic power at all to teleport. He could see very clearly that all the spiritual power of the spirit-gathering array was gathered on this blue stone slab. Moreover, the stone slab was not connected to the stone platform below, which meant that this blue stone slab itself was a mobile teleportation array. As long as enough spiritual power was provided, it could be activated. He had never heard of teleportation arrays that could be moved. Generally speaking, teleportation arrays between two regions were set to a set spatial coordinate, and there was no possibility of it moving. But this azure stone slab in front of him. Lu Ming walked a few steps to the front of the stone platform and reached out his hand to grab the green stone slab. With a forceful pull, the green stone slab was held in his hand. However, the green light emitted by the formation flashed and suddenly disappeared. His expression changed, and he immediately put the azure stone slab back on the stone platform. Unfortunately, the formation patterns on the stone slab showed no signs of lighting up at all. Lu Ming's face turned pale, but he quickly made a sound of surprise. His gaze fell on the spirit-gathering stone inlaid on the stone slab. The spiritual power in the dozens of spirit-gathering stones above suddenly disappeared without a trace. It was as if it had been swallowed by something. What exactly is this? Lu Ming was puzzled. He did not find any clues about this object in the celestial state stemborer's memory. The stone door that led to this place was the one that the celestial state stemborer had blasted open. However, it only found a teleportation portal and nothing else. Forget it, I'll look into it when I have the chance. Lu Ming studied the formation runes on the stone tablet. Unfortunately, with his limited knowledge of formations, he had no idea what to make of it. With a wave of his hand, he kept the green stone tablet into his sumuru ring. He then walked around the stone chamber and found nothing. He did not linger and returned the way he came. Not long after, Lu Ming returned to the Orvane. At this time, the purge battle was over. Except for a few stemborers that escaped in the chaos, the rest of the stemborers had been wiped out by the Taiching sect disciples led by Kuan-Yu. The Yi clan members were cleaning up the battlefield under the Yi clan leader's command. These mid-level and low-level stemborer corpses were of some value. Although the Taiching Gate disciples did not think much of them, they were still useful to the Yi clan. Senior brother Lu, you're back. Younger brother Lu. Lu. The Taiching Gate disciples and the Yi clan leader greeted Lu Ming as soon as they saw him. I was delayed for a moment because of a small matter, please forgive me. It seems that the stemborers in this area have been purged. Lu Ming looked around and cupped his fists. About 200 to 300 escaped, but they're no longer a threat. Don't worry, junior brother. Kuan-Yu smiled. That's great. By the way, I used the soul-searching technique on the celestial state stemborer and found that it came from a place called the Wailing Ghost Gorge. That's all there are. There shouldn't be any more stemborers in hiding. Lu Ming cupped his fists at Kuan-Yu and told her what he had learned from the celestial state stemborer's memory. I've also searched the souls of the other stemborers, and the information I obtained is more or less the same. It seems like the mission has been successfully completed. Kuan-Yu nodded. As soon as Kuan-Yu said this, everyone from the Taiching Gate beamed with joy. The mission was completed, which meant that they would receive another batch of contribution points and rewards from the sect. The Yi family patriarch was also overjoyed. In this way, at least for the next period of time, the Green Mulberry Mountain range where his family resided should be free from stemborers. As long as they had some time to catch their breath, they would be able to set up a powerful defensive formation, and even if more stemborers were to attack, they would be able to hold on until reinforcements arrived. After that, the master of the Yi clan tried his best to invite the members of the Taiching Gate to stay at the Yi castle for a night as a host. However, Lu Ming and the others did not stay for long. They quickly returned to the Yi castle as if they were in a hurry. A few days later, Lu Ming and the others once again returned to the Thousand Spirit Mountain range. When he heard that Lu Ming had killed a celestial phenomenon stemborer, even though it was only a low-level celestial phenomenon stemborer, Taoist Master Tiangu was shocked. Everyone, including Lu Ming, naturally received a large amount of contribution points as a reward. Among them, Lu Ming naturally received the most contribution points, so his hard work was not in vain. After parting ways with the others, Lu Ming chatted with Callan for a while. After sending her back to Ethereal Peak, he immediately went to the Sex Sutra library. Speaking of which, after becoming an esoteric disciple, he could enter the Buddha Palace to read some ancient books that were only available to esoteric disciples. As for reading the ancient books in the Sex Sutra library, it was completely free. As long as he paid a certain amount of contribution points, he could even copy the ancient books there. Lu Ming spent a sum of contribution points to copy a batch of ancient books about teleportation arrays and the way of arrays, then he returned to the cave house in the Buddha Palace. His goal was naturally the mysterious stone slab he had obtained from the Jade Peak Ridge. Because he faintly felt that this thing should not be as simple as an ordinary teleportation array. After studying behind closed doors for a few days, Lu Ming still knew very little about the patterns on the slate. No matter how he tried, the patterns showed no signs of recovery. However, the effect of the spirit-gathering stones around the slate to absorb the spirit of heaven and earth did not disappear. It was just that the strange thing was that the spirit absorbed by the spirit-gathering stones seemed to be swallowed by a bottomless hole. However, the research in these few days was not in vain. Lu Ming found out that the green slate with the patterns was not an ordinary thing, but an ancient spiritual material called celestial green jade. It was a kind of excellent spiritual material for making disc arrays. It should have long been extinct in the Middle Sky continent. A few days later, Lu Ming received another mission message from Taoist Tiangu in his cave house. At the same time, the news of him killing the celestial stemborer clan had spread throughout the entire Taiching Gate. From the Grand Elder of the Mystic Tong sect to the outer disciple who had just joined, almost everyone knew Lu Ming. More than 2 months later, above the Pegasus grassland on the central edge of the Middle Sky continent, there was a huge fluctuation in the air. The entire space was filled with screams of killing. More than 20 crystallization period and pseudo-pellet state disciples of Taiqing Gate formed an array to resist a black stemborer army. In the air, 5 Jindan cultivators were fighting with 7 or 8 Jindan stemborers. One of them was Lu Ming. He controlled the bitter wheel sword to create a huge half-moon-shaped sword light, entangling 2 stemborers of the real pellet state later stage and 1 real pellet state intermediate stage stemborer with the highest cultivation of the opponent at the same time. Thick bolts of lightning appeared on the surface of the bitter wheel sword, and it continued to attack the 3-headed stemborer with ease. Although the 3 stemborers had thick skin and hard carapace, they had no chance to fight back under Lu Ming's exquisite sword-controlling mystic art and countless lightning strikes. Not long after, Lu Ming found a flaw. He channeled the Tiger Dragon Hell Prison and blasted the Jindan intermediate stage stemborer into meat paste. With Lu Ming, the esoteric disciple who could kill celestial state, the rest of the Taiqing Gate disciples were naturally in high spirits. They fought more and more fiercely, defeating the stemborer army. A year later, in the southwest of the Middle Sky continent, above an unknown sea area adjacent to the South Sea region, hundreds of human cultivators and countless stemborers were fighting fiercely. The huge roar of spiritual power resounded through the world. The sea below seemed to be boiling, splashing countless waves. Hundreds of human cultivators were roughly divided into green and white cloves. They were the coalition forces of Taiqing Gate and Haran Academy. They were led by 2 celestial state cultivators and 20 or 30 Jindan cultivators. Lu Ming was also among them. The fierce battle lasted for a few hours before the sea returned to calm. Time flew, 5 or 6 years had passed in the blink of an eye. On the Middle Sky continent, the war between the stemborer race and the human race was getting fiercer and fiercer. After experiencing the initial chaos, the human race cultivators, led by the 4 ancient sects, had now gradually mastered a certain method of resistance. The small and medium-sized forces either migrated together to form a small alliance or attached themselves to the 4 ancient sects such as Taiqing Gate. Therefore, although the whole continent was in constant war during this period, there were few cases of human race forces being destroyed. In addition, the Zhongtian alliance, which was led by the ancestral sects, also sent many cultivators with formation equipment to the large cities where mortals gathered. They set up defensive formations and short-distance teleportation formations to defend against the invasion of the Borer race. The mortals in the small and medium-sized cities naturally began to migrate to the large cities under the protection of the sect forces with the help of cultivators and gradually settled down. Facing the organized resistance of the human race cultivators, the stemborer race army also gave up the original method of fighting everywhere. A large number of stemborers who came across the border united together and occupied several areas as bases. It seemed like they were going to fight a protracted war with the human race of the Middle Sky continent. The 2 sides had experienced several tentative wars and both sides suffered losses. A year ago, the 4 ancient sects joined forces and gathered tens of thousands of elite disciples to attack an area occupied by the stemborer race. They broke through the stemborer race in one fell swoop and sealed several space channels here. During this period, several ethereal enlightenment cultivators of the 4 ancient sects joined forces and killed a clone of the stemborer queen. Once the news spread, the morale of the human race cultivators soared. After suffering such a huge loss, the stemborer race began to harass the forces all over the continent after a period of retreat. When the major forces scattered to defend themselves, they suddenly attacked the mystic demon sect with a thunderous force. Although the other 3 sects of the 4 ancient sects immediately rushed to the rescue after learning the news and finally stopped the attack of the stemborer race, the demon mystic sect still suffered heavy casualties. A ethereal enlightenment realm grand elder was besieged by several clones of the stemborer queen and unfortunately died. Even his primordial spirit didn't have time to escape. Countless ordinary disciples were injured and killed. It would probably take thousands of years to recover. As for Lu Ming, as a famous esoteric disciple of the Taiqing sect, he had been active in various battlefields. In frequent battles with the high-rank stemborer race, he had made progress in all aspects, including mental state, perception, body, and spiritual power. He had faintly touched the opportunity to break through to the later stage of Jindan. Inside the cave mansion of Stupa Mountain, in a dimly lit secret room, Lu Ming sat cross-legged on the stone bed, emitting a faint black light. On the ground of the secret room, there was a rather complicated magic circle. A black jade bottle was placed in front of him. Bursts of heavy black water vapor came out of the bottle and condensed into various shapes of birds and beasts. They surrounded Lu Ming and slowly penetrated into his body. The jade bottle contained the Styx River heavy water that he brought from the netherworld realm. With the blessing of the magic circle, the black water vapor made the whole secret room chilly like an ice cave. However, such an environment didn't seem to affect Lu Ming at all. Suddenly, Lu Ming raised his eyebrows and suddenly opened his eyes. He waved his hands, and the black water vapor around him instantly rolled over and surged into his body. Since he realized the opportunity to break through, he applied to the sect to temporarily leave the front line and concentrate on closed-door cultivation in the cave mansion. After more than a month of closed-door cultivation, Lu Ming faintly felt that there was an inexplicable agitation in his spiritual sea, as if something would come out at any time. With a sigh of relief, he put away the jade bottle on the ground, stood up, and walked out of the cave mansion. After a while, on the main peak of Thousand Spirit Mountain that was surrounded by clouds and mist, a black escape light galloped from a distance and landed on the main peak square in a flash. After the escape light faded, the figure of Lu Ming, who was dressed in an esoteric disciple costume, appeared. At this moment, there were few people outside the main peak hall. Except for the two disciples who were guarding the door, there were few people. "I want to see the sect leader of Tiangu." Lu Ming showed his identity token and directly stated his purpose. The two disciples who were guarding the door had seen Lu Ming several times. After they immediately bowed, one of them said, reporting to senior fellow apprentice Lu, "The sect leader of Tiangu left the sect for an urgent matter. At this moment, Elder Jin Liang is temporarily in charge of the main hall. I wonder if senior fellow apprentice Lu wants to see him." After Lu Ming thought for a while, he nodded. "Senior fellow apprentice Lu, please wait outside the hall for a while." The disciple who was guarding the door said, turned around and went in to report. The other disciple who was guarding the door looked respectful. After a while, after the disciple who had just gone in to report came out to invite Lu Ming, he immediately walked into the main hall. In the main hall, Jin Liang was sitting on the main seat. In front of him was a purple-haired man wearing an esoteric disciple costume, who was reporting something to him respectfully. Seeing Lu Ming appear at the door of the main hall, Jin Liang immediately stood up from his seat and walked toward Lu Ming with a happy expression. Seeing this, the purple-haired man glanced at Lu Ming at the door. He wanted to say something, but Jin Liang's faint voice sounded in his ear, "I already know about this matter. Later, I will personally contact Elderly of the Nature Work sect to discuss this matter with him. You can leave first." "Yes." The purple-haired man immediately cupped his fist respectfully, then he walked out of the main hall. When he walked to the door, he glanced at Lu Ming curiously. Although Lu Ming didn't know him, he still nodded at him. After the purple-haired man left, before Lu Ming could open his mouth, Jin Liang stepped forward with a joyful expression and said, "Younger brother Lu, a few days ago, Sect Master Senior Brother said that you were about to prepare for closed-door training. I originally thought that you would need some time to prepare, so he asked me to pay more attention. Seeing that you are full of energy, could it be that you have come to discuss the matter of breaking through to the late stage with Sect Master Tiangu?" Senior Brother's eyes are as sharp as a torch. Today, Lu Ming is here to apply for a place with abundant spirit chi to begin closed-door training. Lu Ming didn't stand on ceremony and said with a smile. "Junior Brother is now an esoteric disciple of the Taiching sect. The improvement of your cultivation is related to the strength of our sect. I will find you an excellent place." Jin Liang seemed to have prepared for this. He smiled lightly when he heard this. "Thank you, Senior Brother Jin." A hint of joy flashed in Lu Ming's eyes, and he cupped his hands. "This matter can't be delayed. Junior Brother, come with me now." Jin Liang laughed and immediately walked out of the door. Half a day later. At the edge of the Thousand Spirit Mountain range, there was a strange peak with a wide top and a narrow bottom. Lush exotic flowers and grasses were blooming in every corner of the mountain. On one side of the mountain wall, a blue waterfall poured down like a ribbon. Under the scorching sun, the reflected light was extremely dazzling. Under the leadership of Jin Liang, Lu Ming was standing side by side on the top of the mountain at the moment. Jin Liang turned one hand, and there was a small golden token in his hand. He threw it at a stone wall on the top of the mountain. After a burst of golden light flashed, it instantly disappeared into the stone wall. There were a few loud rumbling sounds. After the stone wall trembled for a while, a cave with a height of 100 meters was revealed. Jin Liang walked in with ease. When Lu Ming saw this, he also followed in. Inside the cave was a circular hall of hundreds of meters. The light was not very bright, but it was easy to see a few jade pillars that were as thick as two people connecting the top of the cave to the ground. The surface of the jade pillars exuded a burst of soft light. The layout of the hall was very simple, and there was a dark corridor leading to the depths of the underground. Hey, Liang, didn't you break through to the celestial state long ago? What are you doing here? Wait, the person behind you is young, but he is already at the middle stage of Jingdan state. It seems that you are here for this person? After a flash of light in the air in front of him, an old man with white hair and beard and a humble face suddenly appeared. This person directly called out Jin Liang's real name, and when he swept his divine sense, he could not feel the aura emitted by this person at all. He should also be an expert of the celestial state. Hehe, Elder Fei, you have a good eye. This person is called Lu Ming, and now he has also entered the Buddha Palace. I believe Elder Wang does not need me to say why he is here. Jin Liang smiled and brought Lu Ming in front of him. Lu Ming, is he the secret disciple who killed the celestial state Stemborer before? If so, he is qualified to come here. The old man was slightly startled, and carefully looked at Lu Ming. In that case, I will not disturb you any longer. Lu Ming, Elder Fei Wei is the host of the Wanxiang secret realm. If you have any other needs before you go into seclusion, just tell him. He will help you arrange everything. After Jin Liang finished speaking, he looked at Lu Ming with a slightly meaningful look, and then turned into a golden light and floated away. When Lu Ming heard the words Wanxiang secret realm, he immediately bowed to the old man in front of him. Lu Ming greets Elder Fei. No need to stand on ceremony. Since you are here, you must have some confidence in breaking through to the late stage. Come with me. Elder Fei waved at Lu Ming, then turned and walked toward the passage ahead. After a few turns, Lu Ming followed the old man to a stone room. There was only a blue teleportation formation in the stone room, but the walls around it were inlaid with many bright mottled crystals. I don't know if Elder Jin has told you, but the Wanxiang secret realm is a place for the secret disciples of the sect to comprehend the Dharma of heaven and earth. It is not usually open, but with your contribution in killing the Borer tribe's celestial phenomenon, and with Elder Jin's help, no one will dare to object. Elder Fei seemed to be very optimistic about Lu Ming, so he directly told Lu Ming about the Wanxiang secret realm. Thank you, Elder Fei. May I ask if there is any taboo in the Wanxiang secret realm? Lu Ming hurriedly asked respectfully. He had heard a little about the Wanxiang secret realm when he was in the sect. Rumor had it that tens of thousands of years ago, several profound enlightenment elders in the sect worked together to activate the sect's most precious treasure. They broke through the void and absorbed some spiritual energy that did not belong to the human world from the gap between the upper realm and the illusory upper realm. Only then did they build such a sacred place for cultivation. This was also the most widely spread rumor in the sect. Apart from that, he knew nothing else. With the rich spiritual chi of heaven and earth in the Wanxiang secret realm, you can condense many dharma of heaven and earth. But you are only at the middle stage of the Jingdan stage, so you don't need to know too much. You only need to borrow the unusually rich spiritual chi of heaven and earth to break through the bottleneck, Elder Fei explained casually, as if he was unwilling to say more. Lu Ming heard this and naturally nodded repeatedly. Alright, this is a Wanxiang stone. If you want to leave, just crush it, Elder Fei said as he handed a colorful crystal the size of a baby's fist to Lu Ming. Lu Ming took the crystal and nodded. Then, with a sway of his body, he landed in the center of the blue formation. Elder Fei flipped his hands and two blue light balls appeared in his palms. In a flash, they hit the stone walls on both sides. Lu Ming only saw a dazzling blue light flash in front of him. When he opened his eyes again, he was already on a small island surrounded by the sea. The small island was not large, about a few hundred acres in size. The three sides facing the sea were connected by mountain peaks, forming a half-moon-shaped barrier. On the other side, there was a large dense forest. From afar, One could see that at the edge of the island, there was a faint restriction that was almost invisible to the naked eye. It blocked the escape of spiritual qi on the island, causing the density of spiritual qi on the island to far exceed that of Stupa Mountain. The Taiching Gate's foundation was very rich. It unexpectedly had such a mysterious secret realm. This made Lu Ming overjoyed. As he looked around, he found that at the top of each mountain peak, there was a cave that was not small. With a thought, he turned into a black light and landed outside one of the cave residences in the blink of an eye. The inside of the cave was only 100 meters in size. There was no restriction around. The location happened to be where the spiritual qi gathered, which made Lu Ming very satisfied. Because it was in the secret realm, he didn't have to worry too much about someone accidentally breaking in here, so after Lu Ming set up some simple restrictions, he flicked the Sumera ring gently, and a dozen colorful pills fell out instantly. These elixirs were some of the elixirs that Lu Ming had worked hard to collect over the years to help him break through the bottleneck. After sitting cross-legged, his right hand grabbed toward the void, and a thumb-sized golden pill turned into a stream of light in his hand. He opened his mouth slightly, and it went into his mouth. Suddenly, the cave residence was filled with a very strong medicinal fragrance. Then he sat cross-legged, ran the dark bone method, and began to carefully observe the condition of his body. After a day, Lu Ming, who was full of energy, confirmed that his body was at its peak. He immediately closed his eyes and began to make gestures with both hands. He slowly felt the changes in his body and the outside world, as if he had fallen asleep. "Senior Luo Hu, I have something to ask of you, please come out to meet me." Lu Ming suddenly appeared in the mysterious space and looked around. The cage space was already very spacious, and the sound seemed to be very far in it. As soon as Lu Ming's voice fell, he saw a thin shadow in front of him flashed, and Luo Hu was already standing in front of him. "Well, it seems that you are ready to break through the late stage of Jing Dan. You really didn't let me down," Luo Hu said faintly after carefully looking at Lu Ming. "Yes, I came to see Senior Luo Hu in the hope that Senior can use the power of the cage." Lu Ming smiled and said calmly, "It's okay, when the time comes, I will activate a little of the power of the cage to help you." Luo Hu replied unexpectedly, "Thank you, Senior Luo Hu." Lu Ming cupped his fist and thanked him respectfully, then he closed his eyes and disappeared from the cage space. In the Wanxiang secret realm, Lu Ming sat cross-legged, but he couldn't help but smile. A month's time passed by in the blink of an eye. On this day, the sky above the originally calm island of the secret realm was suddenly filled with a fierce gale. The whistling sound of the wind rolled up the lake water and set off huge waves several tens of feet high. In an instant, the waves surged towards the edge of the small island. The sky also darkened, and dark clouds of unknown origin quickly covered the scorching sun overhead. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled, interweaving into a crisscrossing silver electric net. The entire secret realm seemed as if the end of the world had arrived. At this moment, in the sky above the cave residence on the mountain top where Lu Ming was located, the dense dark clouds gradually began to roll. From time to time, pillars of lightning would shuttle through the clouds, and the sound of rumbling could be heard incessantly. Inside the cave residence, Lu Ming only felt that the Fali in his spiritual sea was like blood flowing through his limbs and bones in an extremely comfortable manner. His spirit was also unprecedentedly full. "Senior Luo Ho." Lu Ming raised his eyebrows and silently called out in his heart. With a pu sound, a soybean-sized bubble suddenly flashed and appeared in the middle of his spiritual sea. Lu Ming's complexion darkened, and he casually reached to his side. Several emerald green bottles jumped out with a dozen or so medicinal pills of various colors, and all of them were sucked into his mouth. The medicinal power instantly spread out, and the soybean-sized bubble slightly trembled. A large amount of warm energy passed through the spiritual sea and spread throughout his body. Lu Ming's eyebrows furrowed, and after the Fali quickly circulated through his body, all of his meridians became very smooth, as if they had been polished. They were also a bit wider than before, and the speed at which the Fali circulated faintly increased by quite a bit. At the same time, the dark clouds above the cave residence became thicker and thicker. Unexpectedly, in the midst of the lightning and thunder, they gradually formed a huge funnel-shaped whirlpool, hovering above the entire secret realm island. One day later, the Fali flowing in Lu Ming's body suddenly stagnated. Then, it quickly gathered towards the black and white Jin Dan above the spiritual sea. The surrounding spiritual chi gathered towards Lu Ming, turning into dozens of black and white light ribbons, constantly intertwining around the surface of his body. Lu Ming only felt that the Jin Dan in his spiritual sea was slightly swollen. Then, the black and white ribbons of light around him seemed to have a mind of their own. They all drilled into his body and directly entered the Jin Dan in his dantian. A moment later, his eyes suddenly opened. Ah! A carefree roar resounded through the Wanxiang secret realm. The dark cloud vortex above his head seemed to have been struck by something. It actually shattered into pieces, and a few dazzling rays of sunlight shot out from within. Then, these rays of sunlight became thicker and thicker, and soon, the dark clouds were divided into several pieces. At this moment, Lu Ming's figure appeared in midair. On the surface, he did not seem to have changed much, but with every move he made, he exuded a pressure that was far stronger than before. At this moment, his cultivation had broken through to the late Jin Dan realm, and the Fa Li in his spiritual sea had more than doubled. At this moment, his expression suddenly changed. The void sword pouch at his waist suddenly shook, and suddenly, a strong suction force was emitted. Lu Ming only felt that the black and white Jin Dan, which had just stabilized above his spiritual sea, shook. Then, waves of pure Fa Li, like a flood opening the floodgates, gushed out continuously, and was absorbed by the sword pouch at his waist. At first, he was shocked. Then, he scanned the sword pouch with his divine sense. In the sword pouch, the void sword pill buzzed, and the absorbed Fa Li poured into it. The surface of the void sword pill emitted a dazzling golden light. Seeing this, a look of surprise appeared on Lu Ming's face. Since absorbing the Fa Li of the puppet emperor of the southern wilderness, the spirituality of the void sword pill had basically stabilized. After a few years of nourishment, it was finally completely cultivated today. After the void sword pill absorbed almost half of the Fa Li in Lu Ming's body, it finally stopped. A dazzling golden light flowed on the surface of the void sword pill. Even though it was separated by the sword pouch, Lu Ming could feel the sharp sword aura that it exuded. With a swoosh sound, the void sword pill automatically flew out of the sword pouch. With a blur, it rushed straight into the sky. The rock above the cave abode was pierced by the void sword pill, and a ray of sunlight penetrated through it. In front of the void sword pill, the restriction here was like a piece of paper. Lu Ming was shocked, and he hurriedly flew out of the cave abode. In the sky above the island of the secret realm, a clear sword whistled. A dazzling golden light, like a meteor, flew between the mountains. As the golden light flew, it gradually elongated and turned into a simple golden flying sword. A golden sword aura appeared on it, accompanied by a burst of sword whistling. The golden flying sword seemed to stretch its body, flying faster and faster in the air. Even with Lu Ming's eyesight, he could not keep up with it. As the void sword flew rapidly in the air, the sword whistling became louder and louder. Soon, it was like the roar of a dragon and a tiger, echoing in the Wanxiang secret realm. Lu Ming's face changed slightly. Such a big phenomenon might cause some unnecessary trouble. He hurriedly waved his hand to make a sword gesture. The void sword in the air seemed to fly back unwillingly. With a blur, it turned into a golden bead again. Lu Ming looked at the golden bead for a moment, and his face showed a satisfied look. With one hand, the bead flew back into the sword pouch at his waist with a whoosh. The void sword pill was finally cultivated. Looking at its power, he finally had a big trump card. Lu Ming looked up at the dissipating dark clouds. He was holding the Wanxiang stone in his right hand, and with a gentle grip, he crushed it into powder. His body was wrapped in a blue light, and he instantly disappeared from the secret realm. The scene in front of him blurred, and the next moment, he appeared in the stone room of the Wanxiang mountain. Liang was right about you. It's only been a month, and you've already broken through to the late stage of the Jin Dan. This is already very surprising, and you seem to have cultivated the sword pill at the same time. It's really rare. Elder Fei was standing at the door of the stone room, waiting. When he saw Lu Ming appear, he smiled. If it wasn't for Elder Fei and senior brother Jean, I wouldn't have been so successful. Lu Ming said humbly, but there was a flash of confidence in his eyes. Elder Fei nodded at Lu Ming and didn't ask any more questions. He waved his hand, indicating that Lu Ming could leave. Lu Ming's heart relaxed. After saluting, he walked outside. This kid's temperament, cultivation, and opportunities are all excellent. I'm really looking forward to his next performance. Elder Fei stood quietly in the middle of the stone room and murmured to himself. However, Lu Ming had already left the Wanxiang mountain, so he couldn't hear this. At this time, in the Middle Sky continent, the battle between the human cultivators and the Stemborer tribe was still in full swing. One day after a month, a group of cultivators wearing heavenly work sect robes were trapped in a valley, and most of them had already been killed by the Stemborer tribe insects that were swarming in from all directions. In the air above the valley, a simple and honest young man in a yellow shirt was standing on the shoulder of a massive copper puppet that was over 100 feet tall. He was constantly unleashing incantation seals as he battled a mantis-like Stemborer and a massive spider Stemborer. If Lu Ming were here, he would immediately recognize this man to be Pingyu of the Heavenly Work sect, whom he had met on several occasions. Massive shockwaves from the battle overturned some of the nearby low-grade Stemborers, and the deafening collisions made some of the weaker human cultivators turn deathly pale. Pingyu was currently at the early-stage Jing Dan stage, and his copper puppet was no less powerful than the mid-stage Jing Dan stage. The fact that the two Stemborer tribe insects were able to retaliate in the face of the puppet's ferocious attacks indicated that they were definitely not weak either. Right at this moment, one of the mantis-like Stemborers took advantage of a gap to approach Pingyu, but the copper puppet beneath Pingyu was caught up in the spider silk released by the other spider Stemborer and was unable to evade in time. The mantis-like Stemborer swung its scythe-like forelimbs through the air, and it was about to slice Pingyu in half. At this critical moment, the sound of something tearing through the air rang out, and a black figure suddenly appeared on the ugly triangular head of the mantis Stemborer. Before anyone could react, a barrage of fist projections landed on its head with the roar of a tiger. There was a loud bang, a dull thud rang out, and before the mantis-like Stemborer had a chance to do anything else, its head was reduced to a puddle of blood mist that sprayed onto Pingyu's body, and its massive body plummeted toward the ground in a crimson arc. Before Pingyu had a chance to catch a clear glimpse of its attacker, the black figure abruptly disappeared on the spot again. The other spider Stemborer up ahead had thought that victory was in the bag, but its companion had been decapitated in midair, and it immediately raised its head to expel a ball of white liquid from its mouth. The liquid transformed into a giant white net in midair before descending toward a certain direction. Thump! The giant net caught one of the black figures at an incredible speed, but the black figure immediately disappeared. It was only an afterimage, but the black figure immediately disappeared. Just as the spider Stemborer was reeling from shock, another black humanoid figure appeared behind it, and its arm blurred as countless fist projections hurtled toward the spider Stemborer's head. The spider Stemborer hurriedly twisted its body in an attempt to evade the oncoming attack. However, the black fist projections abruptly twisted in midair, and the black mist around them flashed as they struck the spider Stemborer's body. An earth-shattering boom rang out across the entire valley. The spider Stemborer's entire body was sent flying back, tumbling through the air a few times before crashing to the ground like a boulder. The carapace on its back had been shattered into countless pieces, and green blood was seeping out from within. Not far away, a dozen or so streaks of light hurtled toward the Heavenly Work sect disciples, and a dozen or so cultivators wearing Tai Ching sect robes appeared around the Heavenly Work sect disciples, unleashing a torrent of talismans toward the surrounding Stemborers. The black figure had already disappeared on the spot, continuing to fly into the distance. Peng Fei's face paled at the sight of the two Jing Dan stage Stemborers on the ground. He couldn't believe his eyes. You're from the Tai Ching Gate? Who was that? Peng Fei asked one of the square-faced men from the Tai Ching Gate. He's below the celestial phenomenon stage, and he was able to kill these two Jing Dan stage Stemborers with ease. Of course, he's our Tai Ching Gate's secret disciple, senior brother Lu Ming. The square-faced man didn't beat around the bush and answered proudly. Although his voice was not loud, it was clearly heard by every single disciple of the Nature's Work sect. Immediately, everyone was shocked. Peng Fei was dumbstruck, although he had once thought that it might be Lu Ming when he heard the somewhat familiar dragon and tiger sound. The strength of the other party made him instantly deny this guess. Now that he had received a definite answer, the shock in his heart could be imagined. After all, the Lu Ming that the other party spoke of had strength that was roughly on par with him. Although the battle was still ongoing, with the death of the two Jin Dan stemborers and the arrival of the Taiqing Gate's reinforcements, the human cultivators' counterattack was like wolves entering a flock of sheep. The stemborers and the surroundings were immediately routed. One day, half a year later, the southeast side of the Xianming mountain range where the Ouyang clan was located was where Nanming City, which had a population of nearly 10 million people, was located. But now, the large city was no longer as prosperous. The Nanming River in front of the city had dried up, and the city walls were in ruins. The shops, pavilions, palaces, and even the government offices were all in disarray. Corpses of old and young, women, and children could be seen everywhere, and the stench of corpses filled the air under the scorching sun. If a cultivator scanned the city with their spiritual sense, they'd find that there wasn't a single living person in Nanming City. Instead, there were tens of thousands of stemborers. In the air to the northwest of Nanming City, there was a humanoid stemborer that was significantly larger than all of the other stemborers. Its entire body was crimson, and its arms were like pincers. There was a faint black glow flowing on its red skin, and a tail that was over 20 feet long was swaying left and right in the air. The aura it exuded was clearly at the mid-celestial phenomenon stage. Behind him stood a dozen or so stemborers of powerful cultivation bases. Even though they hadn't transformed into human forms, the auras emanating from their bodies indicated that they were at least at the Jin Dan stage. At the same time, in a dense forest between South Bright City and the Jade Dream Mountain Range, there were several dozen human cultivators in different attire hiding their auras. Judging from their attire, these people came from Taiqing Gate, Demon Mystic Sect, Haran Academy, and Ouyang family. Their cultivations were all above the crystallization period. Among them, there were more than 10 Jin Dan stage cultivators. Fairy Ouyang, the information provided by your Ouyang family before is not very reliable. Although there are only a dozen stemborers of the Jin Dan stage in this direction, now there is an existence of the celestial state intermediate stage. Are you sure that Lu Ming can successfully lure it? The person who spoke was an old man with white eyebrows and demon mystic sect attire. He showed a trace of impatience on his face. Although this Lu Ming is now a Jin Dan later stage cultivator, I heard that he was still a pseudo-pellet state cultivator more than 100 years ago. I'm afraid he used some forbidden mystic arts to forcibly improve. It's okay if his foundation is unstable, but don't drag us down. Another white-eyebrowed scholar from Haran Academy also held a white jade paper fan in his hand and said with disdain. This time, Ouyang Qian is very grateful to all of you for coming from afar to help my Ouyang family. Now that the Alliance has sent senior brother Lu to be the person in charge of this mission, there is naturally a reason for it. When the time comes, we just need to follow his instructions. On the other side, a slender young lady in a purple dress with picturesque eyebrows said faintly. It was Ouyang Qian. Although she said so, her eyebrows were slightly furrowed, and a hint of worry flashed in the depths of her eyes. After these years of fighting against the Stemborer tribe army, the human cultivators and the Stemborer tribe had now formed a state of balance. Many cultivators died in battle every day, and the major forces were even more exhausted because of this. The current situation of the Ouyang family was very not optimistic. Aside from the southeast region, the northwest and northeast regions were also occupied by the Stemborer tribe army, and there were even more of them. In addition to Nanming City, over a dozen large cities or strongholds had already been destroyed, and it seemed that the Ouyang family was going to be uprooted. Although Elder Tong Xian had come out of seclusion to take charge of the sect protection formation, and the two uninjured celestial phenomenon stage elders had already led the cultivators of the family to resist the Stemborer tribe, so there was no danger of the family being destroyed in the short term. However, in the long run, the family would eventually suffer irreparable losses. As such, the Ouyang family had no choice but to ask for reinforcements from the Alliance. This woman had just condensed the real pellet state a few years ago, and now she was also ordered to contact the reinforcements sent by the Alliance to defend against the tens of thousands of Stemborers entrenched in the southeast. The leader of the team sent by the Alliance happened to be Lu Ming, who was quite familiar with her, which finally made her feel a little relieved. Since Fairy Ouyang has said so, let's wait and see. I hope that the legendary Lu Ming won't let us down, the white-browed scholar of the Haran Academy said as he gently fanned the white jade paper fan in his hand. Look, senior brother Lu is making a move. At this moment, another wide-faced young man from the Taiching Gate suddenly whispered. Everyone's spirits were lifted when they heard this, and they hurriedly turned their eyes to Nanming City. In the sky northwest of Nanming City, the celestial phenomenon stage Stemborer tribe member who was originally resting with his eyes closed suddenly opened his eyes and snorted coldly. A crimson giant pincer-like arm shook forward. Whoosh! Instantly, an unbelievably large red pagoda phantom was condensed in the air. It was over 300 meters in size, and its entire body was suffused with raging crimson flames. It flickered in and out of existence, and it clawed forward. As a result, the void in front of him fluctuated, and then a young man in a green robe, surrounded by black gas, jumped out of it. Without saying a word, his figure blurred, and suddenly 3 identical figures jumped out of it. Then, the 4 figures shot backward at the same time. Poochie, a few loud noises sounded, the giant red pincer phantom blurred and suddenly broke 3 of the figures. Only the last figure suddenly emitted a yellow light, and with a clang, the red pincer phantom was blocked for a moment. Then, a silver light flashed behind him, and he continued to flee forward. Humph! A mere Jin Dan advanced human race junior wants to use the trick of luring the tiger away from the mountain? He is simply courting death. You guys stay here and don't move. Let me go and exercise my muscles. The celestial phenomenon stage Stemborer tribe member's eyes flashed fiercely. After giving an order in the Stemborer tribe's language, he turned into a red cloud and quickly chased after them. These humans are extremely cunning. Now that the battle is imminent, we can't afford to make any mistakes. You guys wait here, we'll go and have a look. Among the remaining dozen or so real pellet state Stemborers, a beetle-like late-stage real pellet state Stemborer with a single horn said so. He waved his hand and summoned more than 1,000 low-level Stemborers, then he took 6 or 7 real pellet state Stemborers and followed the celestial state Stemborer. The young man who had suddenly appeared before the Stemborer army was naturally none other than Lu Ming. Ever since he had progressed to the Jin Dan stage in the sect, he had been frequently sent on missions by Jin Liang due to the tense situation on the continent. Due to his exceptional performance on several of these missions, he was now regarded as one of the pillars of the entire Central Sky Alliance, and he had been appointed as the leader of all of the missions. At this moment, he could sense the enormous spiritual pressure approaching him from behind, and his brows furrowed as he activated his magic power. The silver wings on his back shone brightly, and he sped up slightly as he flew toward the lush forest up ahead. The celestial phenomenon Stemborer behind him let loose a strange cry upon seeing this, and red clouds surged around his body as he gave chase. In the blink of an eye, the 2 of them were about to fly past the lush forest. However, as the celestial phenomenon Stemborer flew past the forest, a faint smile appeared on his face, and several crimson gale-force winds erupted from the red clouds around him, sweeping downward at an incredible speed. A burst of spiritual pressure instantly swept forth, and the trees down below were all swayed violently, as if the entire forest were about to be snapped in half. Right at this moment, several dozens of figures emerged from the forest down below, all of them hurriedly activating their protective spiritual light with horrified expressions on their faces. Their original plan was to attack the Stemborer tribe from behind, but they had been seen through in advance. Humph, this is a trap. Kill all of these reckless humans. In the air 10,000 meters behind, the one-horned real pellet state late-stage beetle said so. It immediately led the dense Stemborer army and flew toward the dense forest. The celestial phenomenon state Stemborer looked at Lu Ming, who continued to fly at a steady pace, and its expression suddenly changed as it waved an arm toward the human cultivators. A massive pincer projection enshrouded in red mist appeared in the air before pouncing toward the white-browed scholar. The scholar's expression changed drastically upon seeing this, and he tried to evade, but it was already too late. Powerful spiritual pressure swept forth, and before it had even come into contact with the scholar, a burst of invisible pressure had already descended upon him. The white light around the scholar's body suddenly collapsed, and his chest trembled. It was as if a 1,000-kilogram boulder had struck his body. He coughed out a mouthful of blood, but his body was unable to move in the air. Everyone else turned pale with fright upon seeing this, and they all activated their spirit tools to unleash several dozen pillars of light of different colors in an attempt to stop the massive pincer projection's descent. A few loud bangs erupted. The pillars of light struck the pincer projection in the air, and a terrifying shockwave instantly spread through the surroundings. However, these attacks were only able to dim the pincer projection slightly, but they were unable to stop it from continuing to descend, and the white-browed scholar was about to be killed on the spot. Right at this moment, a humanoid figure flashed and appeared behind the white-browed scholar like a ghost. It was none other than Lu Ming, who had noticed that something was amiss. At the same time, the projection of a tiger head the size of a pavilion lashed out. There was a loud bang, the tiger head projection and the red pincer projection both exploded upon contact. At the same time, Lu Ming's right hand had already grasped onto a sword pouch hanging from his waist, and several hand seals flashed before quickly disappearing into the sword pouch. A barely audible ringing sound rang out from within the sword pouch, the surrounding space contracted, and a ball of golden light shot forth before instantly disappearing without a trace. The nearby air rippled as if it had been sliced open by water. The celestial phenomenon Stemborer's ears suddenly pricked up in shock, and it completely ignored the white-browed scholar as it hurtled toward the side like lightning. Crimson light erupted forth from its body without any reservation, and at the same time, its two pincer arms began to rotate like a wheel, protecting all of its vitals. Slash! Lu Ming yelled as he quickly pointed a finger forward, and a small golden ball appeared behind the celestial phenomenon Stemborer in a wraith-like manner before rotating on its own. So, the celestial phenomenon Stemborer faltered in midair, and a faint sword projection flashed through the air, slicing through its neck before disappearing without a trace, as if it had never appeared in the first place. A look of incredulity appeared on the heavenly phenomenon Stemborer's face, and it began to mutter something inaudible and indistinct. A long crimson line appeared on its arms and neck, following which its head, arms, and body were separated from the rest of its body, sending a plume of black blood mist raining down from the sky. After witnessing the celestial state borer being sliced into pieces in an instant, the few real pellet state borer worms who had just flown to the edge of the forest changed their ferocious nature and wanted to escape immediately. How could these Gene Dan stage stem borers withstand a being that could easily slay a mid-celestial phenomenon stem borer? Right at this moment, the small golden ball in the distance disappeared in a flash again. In the next instant, the space in front of the Gene Dan stage stem borer fluctuated, and the golden ball silently reappeared. At the same time, an indistinct sword projection swept past before disappearing into the void again. Puff! The one-horned stem borer let out an indignant screech before its head was instantly separated from its body, and it fell heavily onto the ground, dead. From the moment Lu Ming appeared to the moment he released the sword orb to kill the two high-grade stem borers, it had only been a short while, and everyone present was completely dumbfounded. "I'll leave the rest of the stem borers to you." Lu Ming glanced at the others and said faintly. He waved one hand, and the golden ball appeared in front of him in a flash. After spinning for a while, it went into the void sword bag on his waist, disappearing together with the sword bag. Xianxia and the others only came to their senses upon hearing this, and they immediately led the dozens of crystal-level disciples behind them toward the remaining stem borers that had yet to escape. Lu Ming hovered in midair and looked at the corpses of the stem borers on the ground. With a wave of his sleeve, a black chi flashed, and a Gene Dan stem borer beast core and a celestial phenomenon beast core appeared. He looked at the departing group of human cultivators with a contemplative look on his face. He was quite satisfied with the effect of activating the sword pill for the first time after the nourishment was completed. It was just that with the pure spiritual power of his real pellet state later stage, he had consumed more than one-third of his spiritual power to activate the sword pill. This made him a little speechless. A few days later, the battle at the Jade Dream Mountain ranges finally came to an end. After receiving a message from the sect, Lu Ming returned to the myriad spirit mountain ranges via the teleportation formation. As soon as he returned to the cave house in Stupa Mountain, he suddenly raised his eyebrows, looked down at the soul-recovering bag around his waist, and released a wisp of divine sense into it. After a while, Lu Ming was overjoyed, and without hesitation, he took out the celestial phenomenon beast cores and Gene Dan beast cores he had obtained from fighting the stem borers over the years, and threw them into the soul-recovering bag. However, after a moment of contemplation, he seemed to feel that something was wrong, and he flipped his right hand, and a few emerald green bottles also flashed into the soul-recovering bag. Looks like the scorpion is also about to break through the bottleneck. 1 year later. Located in the northern part of the Middle Sky continent, in a rather secluded gourd-shaped valley adjacent to the boundless snowy mountains. The valley was covered with thick snow everywhere, but it didn't affect the abundant spirit of the world in the slightest, and there was a rich herbal fragrance everywhere. This was the location of the Xianxia Valley, a 10,000-year-old sect famous for its pill refinement. At this moment, deep in the valley, in a large hall built against a mountain. This hall was about a few thousand meters in size. Although most of it was in the mountain, the layout was quite ingenious. Some tree roots as thick as 2 people were neatly spread throughout the hall, acting as pillars. The tree roots were covered with countless fist-sized white stones, emitting a milky white light that illuminated all corners. In front of the main seat of the hall, an old man in green clothes with a strong medicinal fragrance was already standing. He was the current master of Xianxia Valley, Wen Kurong. Although this person was only at the Jindan intermediate stage, he was famous in the entire Middle Sky continent. Some people might not know the names of the 2 celestial state elders of Xianxia Valley, but they must know the master of Xianxia Valley who had reached perfection in alchemy. On the chairs on both sides of the hall, there were already several people sitting. One of them was the ethereal comprehending cultivator of Taiching Gate, Master Xianyu. Beside him sat a burly man with thick eyebrows and a brown bear robe. Judging from his attire, he should be a cultivator of Sky Beastkin Valley. On the other side, there were 3 people sitting, a beautiful young woman in a yellow robe of Nature Work sect, a thin old man in a black robe of Demon Mystic sect, and a middle-aged man in a scholar's robe with white eyebrows and a long beard. The breath exuded by these 4 people was not inferior to old ancestor Xianyu. They were all powerful cultivators of ethereal comprehending level. In addition, under the white stones hanging on the tree roots in the hall, there was a humanoid phantasm in various costumes. Looking at their appearance, they were the pillars of the major forces of the Middle Sky continent. Valley Master Wen, now that you've sent such an urgent message to gather everyone, it seems that the previous plan has already been prepared, right? A humanoid figure in embroidered clothes revealed an understanding expression and said with a faint smile. Senior 7-star is really well informed. There is nothing to hide. Thanks to the seniors who trusted me that day, they entrusted the important task to Xianxia Valley. For the safety of the entire continent, we will naturally go all out. After spending countless manpower and material resources, we just developed the poison in our hand a few days ago. Now everything is ready, and we can start mass production at any time. The old man in green clothes on the main seat replied respectfully. He flipped his right hand, and a small bottle of black jade the size of a thumb flew out of his hand. The big hand full of vicissitudes pointed casually in the air, and a cloud of gray mist swarmed up and held the small bottle of black jade. When everyone heard this, they all had different expressions. They all looked at the ink jade bottle. It seems that seniors still have some doubts. According to the requirements of the seniors, this medicine is harmless to our human race. Why don't I experiment it for you now? But please restrain your breath, so as not to scare the stem borers for the experiment. Valley Master Wen spoke in a confident manner at the sight of the confused expressions on everyone's faces. He then swept his index finger through the air, and the lid of the black jade bottle was instantly removed. The bottle tipped toward the ground, and a drop of dense green liquid drifted out. A strange odor immediately wafted through the entire hall. Patriarch Xianyu and the other mighty figures did as they were told. They withdrew their auras and narrowed their eyes to observe more closely. Valley Master Wen seemed to have been prepared for this, and he placed his left hand onto a white pouch hanging from his waist. A streak of black light instantly shot forth, and a few black beetles landed beneath the bottle before pouncing toward everyone with menacing expressions. These were all low-grade stem borers. Before these stem borers had a chance to take even a single step forward, several white halos flashed through the air, instantly enshrouding these stem borers and separating them. The stem borer race beetles were extremely vicious, but there was nothing they could do. Immediately thereafter, the green-robed man pointed a finger forward, and a drop of poison the size of a fingernail flew toward one of the stem borer race beetles. The stem borer race beetle was already extremely enraged, and in the face of the green speck of light, it opened its cavernous mouth and bit down with all its might before swallowing the drop of poison. All of a sudden, the stem borer race beetle's eyes turned bloodshot, and it began to writhe on the ground. After just a few breaths, it suddenly fell completely lifeless. Immediately thereafter, the green-robed man raised a hand, and the white barriers around the stem-borer race beetle connected as one. The remaining stem-borer race beetles were immediately surrounded by the carcass of the dead stem-borer race beetle. Without any warning, the stem-borer race beetles began to devour the carcass without any hesitation. The remaining stem-borer race beetles only managed to take a single bite of the carcass before they were completely lifeless, just like the first stem-borer race beetle. All of the humanoid projections were stunned to see this, and all of them turned toward the small black jade bottle with incredulous expressions. Hee, the Xianxia Valley sure has some tricks up its sleeve. To think that they were able to infuse the blood of the stem-borer race into the poison through some secret technique, yet the potency of the poison remains undiminished. In this way, once a stem-borer was poisoned, its blood would quickly become poisoned as well. The stem-borers were extremely ferocious, and they would eat their injured comrades in battle. At the same time, the poison would constantly spread. With the characteristics of this plague, no matter how many troops the stem-borer tribe has, it will only be a matter of time before they are wiped out as long as they don't have the antidote. The skinny old man's eyes lit up. Senior Situ is right. On top of that, our Xianxia Valley has also concocted a supplementary powder that can instantly enrage the low-grade insect beasts of the stem-borer race. That way, the stem-borer race will be even more enraged, and the poison will spread through the stem-borer race even faster. The elderly man chuckled in a confident manner. Your poison is indeed quite effective, Valley Master Wen, but the high-grade stem-borers of the stem-borer race definitely won't just stand by and do nothing. If we can't effectively restrict the high-grade stem-borers of the stem-borer race, the poison will most likely have a hard time spreading even with the help of the berserk medicine, the Beauty of the Heavenly Work sect said with furrowed brows in a hesitant manner. Mrs. Jin's concern is not unreasonable. However, according to the information from the Heaven Palace, the communication between the high-tier and low-tier stem-borers is different from human language. Instead, they use sound waves that are very difficult for normal people to hear. In that case, as long as the communication between the high-tier stem-borers and the low-tier stem-borers is cut off, the poison will be effective. As for the method to break the sound wave, may I trouble Elder Xianyu of the Taiqing Gate to explain it to everyone? The green-robed old man said. As soon as he said that, the ethereal and lightning mighty figures present, along with the humanoid figures, all looked at great ancestor Xianyu, who was resting with his eyes closed. Indeed, after all these years of refinement, our sect has successfully refined a soundwave treasure using the skull of one of the stem-borer queen's avatars as the core. When the final battle commences, we'll be able to use it to disrupt the high-grade stem-borers' control over the low-grade stem-borers, Patriarch Xianyu said in a slow voice. Good. Now, everything is ready. All that's left is the east wind. The stem-borers are becoming more and more powerful, and if this stalemate continues, it will be extremely disadvantageous to us. Now that the effect of the poison is obvious to all, it's better to discuss the matter of the decisive battle. The middle-aged man in scholar robe of Howran Academy who had been silent said. Hearing this, everyone naturally nodded in agreement. In the following time, with the four ancient sects and Sky Demon Valley's collective statement, the other families and sects did not dare to refuse. For a time, the discussion of the decisive battle entered a practical stage. Everyone gave their suggestions, and all aspects were brought up. It was not until 3 days later that the conference was finally settled. 1 month later. In the main hall of the main peak of Taiqing Gate, Immortal Tiange, the head of Taiqing Gate, sat upright on the main seat in the middle. Beside him sat several celestial phenomenon elders. The seats below were densely packed with the head elders of the various peaks. Yin Jiuling of Fallen Serene Peak and esteemed Tianyin of Misty Peak were among them. However, at this moment, everyone had a serious expression on their faces. One by one, they stood up and reported to Daoist Tiange in detail the situation of each peak's battle preparations and the number of disciples that could fight. At the same time, the Howran Academy, the Nature Work sect, the Demon Mystic sect, the Sky Demon Valley, and other big sects and families were preparing for the war against the Borer tribe. They sent out orders to recall the disciples of the 4th Division back to the sect. 2 months later. In a mysterious and silent circular underground space. Suddenly, a burst of dazzling light appeared on the ground, and a light array that was over 100 feet in size emerged faintly. At the edge of the light formation, a dozen or so streaks of light swept out from different directions. Some of the profound runes within the streaks of light swirled, and a dozen or so blurry humanoid projections appeared out of thin air. Fellow Taoists, now the poison and berserk potions of Shinong Valley have been distributed to the major sect according to the quota. In addition, according to the latest movement of the Borer tribe, their largest gathering place is the Two Boundaries Ridge in the southeast of the continent. It is estimated that the total number has reached tens of millions. I suggest that this place should be the place of the decisive battle. Do you have any suggestions on this? A man's voice broke the silence first. Judging from his voice, it was Xuanyu, old ancestor of Taiqing Gate. As far as I know, the Two Boundaries Ridge is the location of the largest space rifts that have been discovered so far, and the terrain is steep. It is easy to gather combat power and form an encirclement. As long as the poison plan succeeds, these stem borers can be uprooted. As for the stem borers in other places, it is relatively easier to eradicate them. The Nature Work sect agrees to use this place as the place of the decisive battle. Another blurred figure said so. The Howran Academy has no objection. The Demon Mystic sect also agrees to use this place as the place of the decisive battle. The Sky Demon Valley, with the major forces of the alliance led by the four ancient sects, expressed their positions one by one. The choice of the decisive battle with the stem borers was finally settled. At the same time, an extremely hidden blood sea in the middle sky continent. In the sky above the seemingly calm sea of blood, there would occasionally be a few flying sea beasts that accidentally barged in. However, before they could even let out a cry, the skin on their bodies seemed to have melted, and they turned into a ball of blood that fell into the sea of blood. In the depths of the sea of blood, there were 5 towering mountains that were thousands of feet tall. They were arranged in 5 different positions, and in the middle of these mountains that were soaked in the sea of blood, there was a bare black altar made of stone. Dozens of black chains as thick as bowls pierced a tall figure with long, blood-red hair mercilessly on the altar. If it weren't for the aura that this figure occasionally exuded, it would look like he was dead. At this moment, the blood-colored figure's long hair seemed to be blown by the wind. He raised his head slightly, and a pair of blood-red eyes that were sunken deep into his face stared straight ahead. Then, he let out a long roar. "Who is sneaking around? Come out!" Suddenly, after the blood water 100 meters away tumbled, it instantly evaporated to form a round bubble of a few 10 meters in size, and a black shadow appeared in it. TSK, blood ancestor Xian Wuchang, the man who dominated the entire continent and made both righteous and evil cultivators tremble in fear, is now suppressed here for tens of thousands of years, and he even has to suffer the sin of blood melting and bone eroding. It's really sad. After a while, the black shadow landed beside Blood Ancestor and said with a smile, "Don't tell me you came here just to mock me." Blood Ancestor's eyes flashed with a bloody light, and he said in a strange voice, "Hee, you have been locked up for a long time, and your words have become so boring. In that case, I won't beat around the bush. Now there is a chance for you to get out of here, but I need you to help my clan. What do you think of this deal?" The black shadow laughed softly, then he floated behind Blood Ancestor Xian Wuchang. "Humph, I didn't guess wrong, you are from the Nether clan. Even though I have been trapped here, I am still aware of the invasion of the Stembora race. The final battle between the human race and your Stembora race is about to begin, right? However, even if you don't help me, I have already been working on these devil-subduing chains for tens of thousands of years, and I only have 1,000 more years at most. Do you think you can still trap me? If I have to fight them to the death just to get out of here, then it's not worth it." Blood Ancestor's lips curled up into a sinister smile as his crimson eyes twitched. "You have been trapped here for tens of thousands of years, so you most likely don't have much lifespan left, right? As long as you agree to help my clan, you can choose any life-extending spirit medicine you want, and your lifespan will be guaranteed. Also, don't test my patience too much, I will only say this once." At the end of his sentence, the black shadow seemed to grow impatient. After a blur, it landed in front of the Blood Ancestor and released a burst of pressure. Suddenly, the bottom of the blood sea began to churn like boiling water, and the 5 mountain peaks trembled slightly. "Haha, seeing as you've made your offer, I would be too arrogant if I didn't agree. I have a blood feud with those arrogant human cultivators, and as long as you can keep your promise, I will naturally do my best in the final battle." Blood ancestor Xian Wuchang threw his head back and cackled with glee. In that case, I'll help you escape first. The black shadow was ecstatic to hear this, and he flew toward the blood ancestor as a streak of black light. The black light was like a swimming fish, very nimbly moving in and out of the black chains that bound the blood ancestor. After a flash of black light, all of the chains began to gradually dim. A short while later, a series of rumbling booms erupted from the bottom of the sea. The 5 mountains around him seemed to have been struck by an earthquake, and massive waves of blood surged up from the bottom of the sea before collapsing one after another. Haha! I'm finally free. Xian Wuchang, as long as you can help our race win this battle, I will definitely fulfill my promise to you. As for when to strike, you don't need me to tell you, right? The black shadow looked at the blood ancestor, who had broken free from the chains, and after a few chuckles, disappeared without a trace in a flash of black light. The blood ancestor was still roaring incessantly at the bottom of the sea of blood, venting his ecstasy after escaping. In the extreme north of the continent, there was a huge canyon that was sealed in ice for thousands of kilometers. As far as the eye could see, there was a vast expanse of white everywhere. It was as if there was nothing else in this world but white. At this moment, somewhere at the bottom of the canyon, a streak of black light flashed out and flew toward the horizon. It was so fast that it almost seemed to teleport, and it disappeared over the horizon in the span of a single breath. Immediately afterward, an earth-shattering rumble sounded, and the entire huge canyon shook violently. Then, bursts of white mist swept out, and countless ice stones of different sizes collapsed, as if the heavens were falling and the earth was splitting. With a sharp whistle, a brown figure shot out from the countless ice shards and boulders in a flash, and steadily stopped in the air. Surprisingly, it was a burly man with crimson hair and blue eyes. His upper body was bare, and he had a stocky build. His muscles bulged, and his entire body seemed to be filled with boundless power. I'm finally out. I will let you taste the feeling of being sealed in the Xianbing for thousands of years. The muscular man with a beard roared wildly to the sky. The surrounding valley that was already crumbling collapsed one after another under his loud roar. The area of 100 miles turned into a flat land. In the western part of the Middle Sky continent, there was an endless wasteland. The sun was high in the sky, and there was no grass on the ground. Somewhere in the wasteland, there was a sudden vibration in a dry well that seemed to have been abandoned for many years. Although the sound was extremely light, it was particularly clear in this quiet place. Immediately afterward, a black figure flashed out of the well. It was a skinny and withered young man. His entire body was wrapped in layers of black bandages. Through the bandages, one could almost see all the bones in his body. Only an expressionless handsome face could be seen. His eyes swept around like lightning, and then the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. With a light stroke of one hand, he tore open a space crack, and his figure flashed into it, disappearing without a trace. Not long after his figure disappeared, a black shadow flashed out of the well again. As the black light faded, it was a stunning girl. She turned her head and glanced at the south. After muttering a few words to herself, she turned into a black light again and disappeared in a few flashes. In the southern wilderness, above a muddy swamp full of black blisters, a person with ragged clothes and scabies all over his body floated out of thin air. A gust of hot wind blew past, blowing away the long gray hair that covered her face a little, revealing a face full of wrinkles. It was vaguely discernible that she should be an old woman over 70 years old. She glanced at the surrounding scenery with a pair of hazy eyes, and an imperceptible sneer appeared at the corner of her mouth. In the southeast of the Middle Sky continent, there was a small city thousands of miles away from the Two-World Ridge, Nanhui City. This was originally just an ordinary border city, but these days, led by the 4 ancient sects, groups of human cultivators from all over the Middle Sky continent gathered here. Soon, the number of human cultivators gathered here reached more than 100,000. With such a large number of cultivators, the small Nanhui city could no longer accommodate them. However, this was not a problem at all for the human forces. Soon, with Nanhui City as the center, a large camp of tens of miles was built overnight. Under the unified deployment of the Alliance, there was no sign of chaos. Everything seemed to be in order. Protective formations emerged one after another in the camp of the cultivators of the various sections. The Alliance even sent hundreds of small teams of cultivators to patrol around the camp day and night to guard against the stem borers. The upper echelon of the stem borer clan also seemed to have noticed something. More than 80% of the stem borers that were originally scattered around the Middle Sky continent had gathered at the Two-World Ridge. Looking from afar, it was shrouded in a strange gray mist. Although it was far away, the human cultivators could still feel the fierce aura coming from the opposite side. All the human cultivators knew that in this war, either the stem borer tribe would be annihilated or the Middle Sky continent would suffer a great loss. Therefore, the morale of the human cultivators was extremely high. As the days passed, more and more cultivators from all over the world gathered here. Facing the direction of the stem borer clan, there were naturally the most various enchantments and patrols, but behind the human camp, the Alliance also sent some cultivators to patrol. In mid-air, a patrol team of more than 10 people was slowly flying in a hilly area 20 to 30 miles away from Nanhui City. These cultivators' clothes were mainly blue with water patterns. They were a small sect in the South Sea region of the Middle Sky continent. The leader was a sturdy young man at the intermediate stage of the crystallization period, carrying a big black stick on his shoulder. Although there was nothing unusual around, the sturdy young man's eyes still scanned around vigilantly. At the same time, he also spread out his divine thought to sense everything around him. It could be seen that this person was an extremely cautious person. Suddenly, the sturdy young man's expression changed. He stopped and looked at the distant sky. Seeing this, the cultivators behind the young man also stopped and looked into the distance. Deputy Sect Master Xian, did you find anything? A young woman in a green robe of the condensation period later stage asked. Before she finished speaking, a green light appeared in the distant sky, then it flew close in a few seconds. The azure light was a giant flying boat that was over 1,000 feet in size. There was an azure door-like image engraved on the azure hull of the boat, and there was faint spiritual light swirling around it. The giant ship had already begun to slow down, but it still stirred up a strong gust of wind. It flew over the patrol team's head and sped towards Nanhui City. For such a large flying boat to be able to fly at such a high speed, it must be a magic treasure-grade flying boat. I wonder, which great sex cultivators are here? A blue-robed cultivator of the condensation period intermediate stage looked enviously at the flying boat that was flying away, and he muttered absent-mindedly. Kid, I always say that you are ignorant, but you are not convinced. Didn't you see the logo on the flying boat? That is the logo of one of the famous 4 ancient sects, Taiqing Gate. A person next to him immediately sneered. Ah, it turns out that this is Taiqing Gate. It really has an unusual style. It's a pity that I didn't see what the cultivators on it look like. The blue-robed cultivator who was sneered at was not angry, but he said with some regret. The sturdy green bull looked at the flying boat in the distance, but there was a strange look on his face. The 4 ancient sects and the 8 great families have been sending disciples to reinforce us these days, but I don't know what level of disciple Taiqing Gate sent this time. The young woman in a green robe said with a flash in her eyes. The 4 ancient sects have a deep foundation. Even the most ordinary disciple is not someone we can compare with. The sturdy green bull retracted his gaze and said slowly. Indeed, 2 days ago, I was fortunate enough to witness a reinforcement from the Haran Academy. They sent more than 1,000 crystallization period disciples, and there were hundreds of Jin Dan elders leading the team. The young woman in a green robe praised. This is nothing. More than 80% of the cultivators of the Middle Sky continent are gathered here during the calamity of the stem borer. In Nanhui City, not to mention the celestial state cultivator, I'm afraid there are no less than 10 mystic comprehending cultivators. The sturdy young man said indifferently. I wonder if I can have the honor to see a mystic comprehending cultivator. The young woman in a green robe said with some longing. When the war with the stem borer clan starts, the mystic comprehending cultivators of various sects will naturally take action. Okay, these things don't matter, continue to patrol. The sturdy green bull waved the iron rod in his hand and said in a deep voice. The team members behind hurriedly agreed in unison, and the team slowly flew forward. By the way, Deputy Sect Master Xian, I heard from several elders of the Chongfeng Association that you seem to have contact with a disciple of Taiqing Gate before. May I know who the other party is? The young woman in a green robe looked at the sturdy young man and asked curiously while exploring the surrounding situation. It's just a chance encounter. We haven't contacted each other for a long time. How would he remember a small character like me? Xianxia rubbed the iron rod in his hand, shook his head, and said self-deprecatingly. The young woman in a green robe saw that Xianxia didn't want to talk more, so she didn't ask further. The green flying boat of Taiching Gate stopped above Nanhui City. Many cultivators in Nanhui City had already greeted them. From the flying boat, 30 to 40 Taiching Gate disciples flew down one after another. These people were all above the middle stage of Jin Dan. The aura on each of them was deep and restrained. Obviously, their strength was also extraordinary among the cultivators of the same level. Among the crowd, Lu Ming, Jiu Longzi, Kuan Yu, and others were all there. The leader standing at the front was Jin Liang. This batch of reinforcements was the esoteric disciples of Taiching Gate. It turns out that Mr. Jin is here. You must have had a hard journey. The person who flew out of Nanhui City to greet them was a middle-aged man in a yellow robe from the Nature Work sect. He glanced at the people behind Jin Liang. His eyes flashed, then disappeared again. Jin Liang and this middle-aged man in a yellow robe seemed to know each other. After they talked for a while, they flew into the city with Lu Ming and others. While Lu Ming was channeling the escape light, he glanced around and looked around. The area around the originally small city was now densely packed with the camps of various sects and clans. Those with slightly larger forces were relatively closer to the city, while those with relatively smaller forces could only surround the edges of the city. Those who were stationed in Nanhui City were the high-level disciples and elders of various sections. Each of Lu Ming and others was also arranged a temporary residence. There were small stone houses inside. Junior brothers, you all. Take a rest here first. Later, the Alliance will arrange something important for you. Jin Liang reminded Lu Ming and others mysteriously, then he left with the middle-aged man in a yellow robe. Younger brother Lu, what do you think brother Jin meant? After Jin Liang left, Jiu Longzi walked to Lu Ming and asked. I don't know. Maybe the Alliance has arranged a task for us. Lu Ming said noncommittally. Jiu Longzi shook his head and said nothing more. He quickly walked into his house. Some of the other esoteric disciples returned to their houses to rest, and some went out to visit other sects' acquaintances or familiarize themselves with the surrounding environment. Almost all the high-level cultivators of the Middle Sky continent were gathered in Nanhui City at the moment, but because of the imminent war, the atmosphere was a bit solemn. Lu Ming also turned and walked back to his house, meditating cross-legged and rejuvenating himself. Almost all the human cultivators had gathered here, and the war would soon begin. He had just advanced to the Jin Dan later stage, so he must hurry to stabilize his cultivation and improve his strength as much as possible. In the center of Nanhui City, a palace-like building was hidden in a circular magic circle. The interior of the hall was very simple. Except for a few necessary tables and chairs, there was only a huge light curtain showing the detailed terrain of two boundaries ridge. There were more than 20 cultivators sitting around the round table in the hall. Taiching Gate's Mukong, Fengqing, Huiyi, and Xianyu were all here. Taiching Gate's old ancestor Mukong, a beautiful young woman in a yellow robe from Nature Work sect, a middle-aged man with white eyebrows and a long beard from Haran Academy, and a thin old man in a black robe from Demon Mystic sect were sitting on the main seat. The other three ancient sects, Sky Beastkin Valley, Big Dipper Pavilion, 8 Great Families and other major sects were also gathered here. With the gathering of various sects, the strength comparison was clear at a glance. Taiching Gate and the other 4 ancient sects of the human race each had 4 Mystic Realm power cultivators. Demon Mystic sect lost a Mystic Realm power a few years ago, so there were only 3. The other sects, Big Dipper Pavilion and Sky Beastkin Valley each had 2 Mystic Realm cultivators, and the 8 Great Families only had 1. The strange thing was that the mysterious Heavenly Palace, which had always controlled the luck of the Middle Sky continent, had no one here. The Mystic Realm power cultivators that were rarely seen on weekdays had gathered in the hall at this moment. In the hall, there were also a few celestial state cultivators who seemed to be the masters of various sections. Taiching Gate's Daoist Tiange stood behind Xianyu and the others. Seeing the unprecedented gathering of Mystic Realm power cultivators in front of him, His face was abnormally dignified. As of today, almost all the people we can gather have gathered in Nanhui City. If we wait any longer, I don't think there will be more reinforcements coming. Nature Work Sex woman in a yellow robe said with a cold face and a cold voice. That's right. While we have already gathered our forces, we might have a higher chance of winning if we make the first move. Demon Mystic Sect's thin old man nodded in agreement. Mr. Situ, I heard that your sect has 10 war drums of conquest, which can boost the morale of your own side and reduce the fighting spirit of the enemy. Although it may not be able to exert its full power against the Borer tribe, it is suitable for this kind of battle. I wonder if your sect has brought this treasure here. On the seat, a burly figure wrapped in starlight said calmly. This person was the Big Dipper Pavilion master who appeared once in the Tianmen meeting. Haha, the Big Dipper Pavilion is really well informed. This war is related to the rise and fall of our human race. My demon mystic sect will naturally not be stingy. I have brought all 10 war drums. The skinny old man in a black robe laughed loudly and said faintly. Very good. Our sect has also brought more than 100 Xiantian warships. As long as the war begins, the invincible combat power of these warships will be enough to make the Stembora race suffer a lot. However, I wonder how the yin and yang desolation-breaking formation that fellow Daoist Xian of the Haran Academy has promised us. After all, if the Stembora race engages in close combat, the Xiantian warship won't be able to exert much power. The yellow-robed woman raised her eyebrows and asked the white-robed Confucian scholar beside her. Madame Zhen, don't worry. The 500 high-grade formation masters of our sect have already rushed here overnight. When the battle begins, we will not let you down. The middle-aged man in scholar robe of Haran Academy smiled and said faintly. Hee, you don't need to worry about the ancient monster army of the Sky Demon Valley. Although we can't wipe out the Stembora race, we will definitely not let them have an easy time. The thick-browed man in the brown bear robe of the Sky Demon Valley answered confidently before anyone else could ask. Then, everyone present began to talk about the preparations that their sect had made for this war. The foundation of the 4 ancient sects and the 8 major families was suddenly revealed at this time, which was not something that a few sects with tens of thousands of years of history could compare with. In that case, it seems that all of you have made ample preparations. Why don't we confirm the poison plan again? After everyone present had expressed their opinions, Patriarch Mu Kong of the Taiqing Gate, who had been sitting with his eyes closed, slowly opened his eyes and said. Yes, the poisoning is related to the success or failure of this battle. We can't be careless at all. Now that the battle is imminent, we need to confirm it again. The middle-aged man in scholar robe of Haran Academy nodded with a solemn expression. The poison has been secretly tested many times, so we don't need to worry about the effect at all. We just need to choose the poisoner carefully. If Elder Xianxia was sent on a mission, it would inevitably attract attention. If his cultivation was too low, he might become food for the Stemborers before he could complete the mission. After discussing with Mr. Mu and others, we decided to choose some powerful real pellet state cultivators from each sect to carry out this task. The woman in a yellow robe glanced at Mu Kong and said lightly. As soon as he said that, besides the people from the 4 ancient sects, the expressions of everyone else changed. According to the original plan, the poison mission was to infiltrate deep into the Stembora army as soon as the battle began. It was an extremely dangerous mission, and all the sects viewed the Jin Dan disciples as their elites. After all, they were the future and hope of their sects, so how could they be at ease in carrying out such a mission? Everyone, you should think this through. If we are defeated in this battle, not to mention our disciples, even our inheritance might disappear. At this moment, what is there to hesitate about? Mu Kong's eyes flashed as he spoke coldly. The other ethereal enlightenment cultivators present pondered for a moment, then nodded one after another. Seeing that everyone agreed, the yellow-robed lady of the Nature Work sect, Mu Kong, and the other leaders of the alliance were relieved. Since everyone has no objection, each of you will recommend 10 Jin Dan cultivators later. Our 4 sects have more people, so each sect will send 20. However, for the sake of confidentiality, don't spread it out for the time being. Mu Kong said slowly. Hearing this, the ethereal enlightenment cultivators of other sects nodded. After all, the 4 ancient sects had already done this, so they were too embarrassed to say anything more. Just as the powerful cultivators of the Middle Sky continent were discussing, a few miles away from Nanhui City, in a wasteland in front of the Two Boundaries Ridge, a few looming figures were lurking on a barren mountain. These figures didn't emit the slightest aura. Obviously, they all used extremely brilliant concealment techniques. One of the tall men with a black face poked half of his head out from behind a rock, looking down the barren mountain. The hinterland of the Two Boundary Ridge was a series of rolling hills with steep terrain. In the distance, countless stem borers were surging toward them from several directions, and it was as if they were going to paint the entire mountain range in a layer of mottled colors. There were already as many as 1 million stem borers in front of him. Above these stem borers were dark clouds. Some flying stem borer beasts with blood-colored transparent wings were flying over the wasteland from time to time, giving off a feeling of covering the sky. Further away in the depths of the mountain, on a black hill platform made of tens of thousands of low-rank stem borers, there were more than 100 high-rank stem borers that were obviously much larger than ordinary stem borers. They seemed to be waiting for something. The man with a black face looked for a moment, then turned around and made a gesture to the few people behind him. They quietly lurked forward. Suddenly, a few bolts of black lightning flashed across the originally overcast sky, instantly tearing through the sky. Immediately afterward, a figure appeared in the middle of the wasteland with the lightning without warning. Without seeing how he moved, a black light had already swept down. The speed was almost as fast as lightning. Crap. The man's expression changed drastically as he released his powerful spiritual pressure without any reservation. This was an early celestial phenomenon cultivator. He clapped his hands in front of his chest at lightning speed, and with two soft puffing sounds, a pair of gray fleshy wings suddenly sprouted from his back. With a fierce flap, his figure blurred, and he flew 1,000 feet away, dodging the black light that shrouded him. The silhouette in the air let out a clear and crisp sound of surprise, as if she was slightly surprised. Even though the man with a black face had evaded the black light, the remaining human cultivators didn't even have a chance to react before their bodies were punctured by the black light. Their bodies exploded in all directions, reducing them to a pile of flesh and blood, and even their souls didn't manage to escape. The man's expression changed drastically, and he abruptly threw up a mouthful of blood essence, which enshrouded his body in a cloud of blood mist. Crimson light flashed before transforming into 8 identical figures, all of which sped off in different directions. The figure in the air looked at the many scattered bloody figures, and he snorted coldly. He raised his hand and pointed a few times in the air, and a strange black light appeared on his body again. In a flash, it condensed into 8 spears surrounded by black gas. With a wave of one hand, the black spears shot out in all directions, and in just a blur, they caught up with the fleeing bloody figures. Puff puff, there was a scream, and the 7 bloody figures in the air were directly pierced by the black spears, dissipating with a loud bang. Only the bloody figure on the far left remained. Behind him, a giant phantom of more than 100 feet tall rose up, and its arms were wrapped in bloody light, blocking in front of the man with a black face, but there was a very small hole on the giant's arms. A horrified expression appeared on the face of the man with a black face at this moment. His mouth was slightly open, but he could only make a few hoarse sounds from the depths of his throat. His chest was penetrated by a black spear. Blood flowed along the spear, but not a single drop fell. Under a closer look, it could be found that countless hair-like black silk appeared on the black spear, piercing into the body of the man with a black face. Immediately afterward, the body of the man with a black face quickly shriveled at a speed visible to the naked eye. After a few seconds, he turned into a dry corpse and fell from the air. The figure in the air sneered coldly, then his figure flickered and disappeared. He didn't notice that a delicate black jade token on the waist of the dry corpse on the ground quietly broke. In the conference hall of Nanhui City, a group of ethereal enlightenment cultivators were still discussing the war. The face of the thin old man in a black robe of demon mystic sect suddenly changed. "Mr. Situ, what happened?" The middle-aged man in a scholar's robe of the Howran Academy noticed the change in the expression of the old man in a black robe and asked. As soon as this was said, everyone else also looked over. The old man in a black robe was silent. He waved a hand, and a palm-sized round mirror flew out of his sleeve, surrounded by black chi. He pointed a finger forward, and a swath of black light shot forth from the black mirror, forming a light barrier in midair. The light barrier swirled before displaying a series of images, which were none other than the scenes of the human cultivators being slain in the two-world ridge. Seeing this, no one spoke for a while. "Mr. Situ, is this heavenly state cultivator elder one of your sect?" the Big Dipper Pavilion Master suddenly asked. "That's right." The thin old man in a black robe's expression was a little ugly, but he still replied slowly. "This person was able to kill a heavenly state cultivator with ease, so he must be a ethereal enlightenment cultivator," the Big Dipper Pavilion Master said with a dark expression. Xianxia, Fengqing, Mukong, and the other ethereal enlightenment cultivators of the Taiqing Gate looked at each other upon hearing this. "If I'm not mistaken, that person was most likely a clone of the Stembora Queen," Mukong said in a slow voice. "Indeed, from their auras and figures, they do resemble one," the thin old man from the Dark Devil sect said with an enraged expression. During the battle at the Dark Devil sect, the black-robed old man had fought a clone of the Stembora Queen, so he was quite familiar with it. "A clone of the Stembora Queen will definitely be present during this battle. I wonder how many clones it has," the burly man from the Heavenly Demon Valley asked with furrowed brows. "I obtained a heavenly peeking mirror many years ago, and it can gather the spiritual sense of several people at once before expanding it in an instant. Even if the Stembora Queen's clone possesses a more powerful cultivation base than mine, it definitely won't be able to escape the detection of this mirror. How about I ask you to lend me a hand in scouting out the Stembora Queen army?" the Big Dipper Pavilion Master suggested. I didn't think that the Big Dipper Pavilion Master would possess such a treasure. "Let's hurry up and give it a try. If we can scout out the situation of the Stembora Queen, it'll be very beneficial to the battle. I'm confident that my spiritual sense will be able to assist you, Pavilion Master," the black-robed old man chimed in with elation. Everyone else nodded in agreement upon hearing this, and 3 more ethereal enlightenment cultivators with powerful spiritual senses were willing to lend a hand. Everyone had initially wanted to add 2 more people, but the Big Dipper Pavilion Lord's treasure had a limited capacity, and it was already at its limit to withstand the combined spiritual sense of 5 arcane enlightenment beings. The Big Dipper Pavilion Lord waved a hand through the air, and a white mirror appeared in his grasp. He then chanted an incantation in a low voice, and a few ancient runes appeared on the surface of the mirror. The Big Dipper Pavilion Lord nodded in response, and the black-robed elderly man and the others narrowed their eyes as invisible spatial fluctuations flowed into the white mirror. Dazzling light erupted from the surface of the white mirror, and it instantly swelled to several times its original size. The Big Dipper Pavilion Lord then cast a series of incantation seals, and a spiritual sense storm that was several times more powerful than that of an arcane enlightenment cultivator surged forth before sweeping toward the Stembora race army. Wherever the spiritual sense swept through, all of the low-grade Stemborers collapsed to the ground and began to tremble uncontrollably. There were a dozen or so black figures gathered on an inky black mountain in the two-world ridge, and upon closer inspection, one would discover that they were all identical black-robed women. They were all avatars of the Stembora Queen. All of a sudden, they seemed to have sensed something, and they turned toward Nanhui City in unison with enraged expressions on their faces. In the next instant, all of the Stembora Queen avatars let loose low cries in unison as they pointed a finger at their glabella, and a dozen or so bursts of powerful spiritual sense converged before crashing into the spiritual sense storm unleashed by the divine peeking mirror. Hong! An explosion shook the heavens, the 2 bursts of invisible power clashed in mid-air, and a thunderous boom erupted in the air above the two-world ridge. Gusts of violent astral wind swept forth in all directions, sweeping up all of the low-grade Stemborers down below and sending them flying like rice straws. Explosions rang out incessantly, and the gusts of astral winds formed chaotic white turbulence that caused bursts of violent invisible ripples to appear in the air. Only after several breaths had passed did the space return to normal. On the Black Mountain, the dozen or so Stembora Queen avatars all wore cold smiles on their faces. In Nanhui City, several hundred kilometers away, the Big Dipper Pavilion Lord's body shuddered as he let loose a muffled groan, and the white light on the divine peeking mirror abruptly faded. The black-robed old man and the other 3 paled slightly, but they recovered in the blink of an eye. What a powerful divine sense! He actually managed to break through the combined might of the 5 of us with a single strike. The Pavilion Master of Big Dipper circulated his magic power. After a few breaths, his complexion returned to normal. Even so, at the very least, we now know how many clones there are. I didn't think that there would be far more clones than we initially estimated. There are actually 16 of them. Looks like we'll have to discuss the timing of the Alliance Army's attack, Patriarch Mukong said indifferently. You're right, fellow Daoist Mukong. Now that we know how many Stemborer Queen clones there are, we'll be able to formulate countermeasures, the yellow-robed woman said with a nod. After that, the secret meeting went on for more than 2 hours before it finally ended. When night was about to fall, Jin Liang arrived at where Lu Ming and the others were staying. He summoned 20 esoteric disciples into a large room, including Lu Ming, Xiao Longzi, and Kuan Yu. Senior Marshal Brother Jin, why did you summon us in such a hurry? Xiao Longzi asked. Everyone else also wore curious expressions. There's no need to be in such a hurry, Junior Marshal Brother Xiao Longzi. The Alliance has an important mission for all of you true disciples, Jin Liang said with a serious expression. Jin Liang casually conjured a layer of faint golden soundproof light curtain, enveloping everyone within it before speaking with a solemn expression. As soon as this remark came out, everyone's face changed slightly. Lu Ming stood quietly in the corner, and his eyes moved. Seeing as this is a mission from the Alliance, we'll naturally do our best to complete it. May I ask what the mission is about? A female cultivator with a few tiny braids asked. The specific mission is like this. Jin Liang then told them about the poison that the Alliance had concocted to deal with the Stemborers, and the process of the poisoning mission in detail. After Jin Liang finished speaking, everyone's expression changed. The Alliance has also evaluated the danger of this mission. However, for the sake of the overall situation, we've decided that it's best for the esoteric disciples among the Jin Dan cultivators to carry out the mission. Jin Liang saw the change in everyone's expression and said slowly. Everyone looked at each other. Since it was an order from a mighty figure in ethereal enlightenment, there was no way to refuse under the current situation. In other words, they had to go whether they wanted to or not. Taking a step back, if the human race lost this war, the Jin Dan cultivators would not have a good ending either. When the nest was overturned, there would be no eggs left intact. They naturally understood that. Whether it was for public or private reasons, they could only give it their all. Lu Ming's expression didn't change much, but he couldn't help sighing in his heart. Speaking of which, over the years from the evil ghost realm to the netherworld, and then back to the Middle Sky continent, he was always involuntarily involved in such large-scale chaotic battles. Due to the difficulty of this mission, after the war, every cultivator who participates in this mission will be rewarded generously by the Human Race Alliance. Jin Liang suddenly changed the topic and said with a slight smile. As soon as he said that, he flicked his finger, and a row of green jade slips shot out. Everyone present got one in their hand. The detailed process of the mission is written in this jade slips. At the end, there is a list of rewards given by the Alliance. Junior fellow apprentices, take it back and refer to it carefully. Remember, this jade slips will be automatically destroyed after you read it. Next, Jin Liang instructed a few more people and let them disperse. When Lu Ming returned to his residence, he immediately took out the green jade slips and stuck it on his forehead. After a long time, he took it off. The general process of this poisoning mission was explained in detail on the jade slips. The Middle Sky Alliance organized more than 100 Jin Dan elites such as the esoteric disciples of the Taiching Gate. Considering that the poison would have the greatest effect, they needed Lu Ming and the others to break into the depths of the Stemborer race army as soon as possible after the war started. In addition to the poison, there was also a potion that would make the low-level Stemborers go berserk, which was intended to disrupt the control of the Stemborer race. Lu Ming also quite agreed with these strategies of the Alliance. As for the rewards, they were naturally very high. In addition to a large number of contribution points, there were magic treasures, elixirs, spiritual materials and other treasures that were very helpful for cultivation. Among them, there was a soul awakening elixir. This elixir was a secret elixir of the Shinong Valley. Lu Ming had also heard of its name. After taking it, it could wash away the inner demons produced during the advancement and increase the probability of the late-stage Jin Dan cultivators comprehending the Dharma of heaven and earth. However, this elixir was one of the secret elixirs of the Shinong Valley, and it was extremely difficult to refine. Generally, it was used to exchange certain benefits with the four ancient sects and rarely circulated outside. It could be said that all the cultivators of the Jin Dan were extremely eager to have it. Lu Ming put down the jade slips, and there was a flash of light in his eyes. After a moment, he smiled bitterly. Although these things were good, they could only be obtained after he survived and won this battle. Just as he was pondering, there was a knock on the door. When Lu Ming opened the door, it was Jiu Longzi. "Ah, it's Senior Marshal Brother Jiu. Please come in." Lu Ming smiled and turned sideways. Since Lu Ming became an esoteric disciple, the two often visited each other and naturally became more familiar with each other. "Younger brother Lu, what do you think about this poisoning mission?" Jiu Longzi was also holding the cyan jade slips in his hand. He had changed his usual cheerful attitude and said with a solemn face, "I don't have any opinion. Since it's the decision of the higher-ups, we can only bite the bullet and do it. However, our mission is to break into the depths of the Stemborer army. It can be said that there are enemies in all directions. We can only adapt to the situation." Lu Ming said bitterly. "Since the Alliance wants us to go, they should find a way to attract the attention of the Stemborers and create an opportunity for us. As long as we are careful, it's not impossible to complete the mission and retreat." Jiu Longzi raised his brows and said slowly, "Senior Chiu is right. I hope it's true." Hearing this, Lu Ming nodded thoughtfully. "Haha, younger brother Lu is very powerful and is known as the #1 cultivator below the celestial phenomenon realm. If you are in the Stemborer army, you have to take care of me." Jiu Longzi suddenly said with a laugh. "Senior Marshal brother must be joking. Maybe I will need your help." Lu Ming also said with a smile. On the second day after Jin Liang issued the mission to Lu Ming and the others, the deployment of cultivators from various sects in Nanhui City suddenly became more frequent. Those who were quick-witted realized that the big battle was about to begin. Early in the morning of the third day, the barracks in Nanhui City that stretched for dozens of miles flashed with lights of various colors, and rumbling sounds rang out. The cultivators of the various sects who had long rested and built up their strength rode on streaks of lights of various colors, advancing in a mighty manner toward the two boundaries ridge. In the process of flying forward, the huge team changed positions in an orderly manner, forming a huge formation. At the forefront of the formation were naturally the disciples of the four ancient sections. At this time, the most eye-catching thing on the battlefield was the 100 Xiantian warships of the Celestial Work sect. These Xiantian warships were at least 1,000 meters long. Every corner of the hull was tightly wrapped in some dim light, looking impregnable. On both sides of the warship were dozens of black cannon muzzles with runes flowing on the surface. They were aimed straight ahead. On each warship, there were dozens of cultivators wearing the uniform of the Celestial Work sect, holding various puppets and magic weapons. More than 100 warships lined up in a row, like a city wall in the sky, blocking in front of them. Next to these Xiantian warships were the disciples of the Taiqing sect in cyan robes. These disciples were holding all kinds of spiritual weapons and magic weapons. They were very eye-catching, and they also had the largest number of people. The phalanx of the demon mystic sect was lined up on the other side of the Celestial Work sect's fleet. They were all wearing black robes and were wrapped in flames full of demonic qi. These cultivators of the demon mystic sect were holding all kinds of strange sharp demonic weapons. They all had a murderous look on their faces. From a distance, they looked like rolling black clouds. The army of the Stemborer race had once attacked the demon mystic sect and killed an elucidation realm elder. In terms of hatred for the Stemborer race, the demon mystic sect was undoubtedly ranked first. The cultivators of the Howran Academy seemed to have the fewest number of cultivators. From time to time, they took out formation flags, formation plates, and other props from the storage bags around their waists and rushed around to arrange the formation props according to some special patterns. In addition to the four ancient sects, some other sects also revealed their trump cards at this moment. Although the number of Sky Beastkin Valley phalanx was much smaller than that of Nature Work sect and Taiqing Gate, the phalanx was mainly composed of beastkin cultivators wearing animal skin armor. Most of these people had some traces of beastkin on them, but the most eye-catching was the 200 beastkin of different forms at the front of the phalanx. Each of them exuded a breath no less than Jin Dan. As for the four demonic beasts that stood at the forefront, their bodies were over 100 zhang in size. They were a flying lion with 2 pairs of blood-colored wings and a purplish-red scorpion tail, a demonic tiger with 2 heads, a giant ox with green scales all over its body, and a single-horned fled dragon with 3 eyes. All of these demonic beasts were at least at the celestial phenomenon realm. The rest of the demonic beasts seemed to be led by these 4 demonic beasts. The Big Dipper Pavilion had about 200 to 300 cultivators. With the 7 people in the middle as the core, they formed a grand Big Dipper star formation. In terms of momentum, it was not weaker than other sections. The 8 major families of the Middle Sky continent were also ready to go. Some formed some kind of mysterious battle formation, or cast a set of magic weapons. Obviously, they all took out their own hidden means. The remaining cultivators on the periphery of the battle seemed to be dressed in different clothes. They were obviously disciples of some tens of thousands of years old sects or small and medium-sized families. Although they looked a little nervous, they were also distributed in various phalanxes under the command of some Jingdan cultivators. Because the number was very large, their combat power was naturally not to be underestimated. All of a sudden, the entire human army of hundreds of thousands of cultivators shone with spiritual lights of different colors, creating an extremely grand atmosphere. When the allied forces of the human race arrived at the edge of the Two Boundaries mountain range, a vast expanse of dark clouds that stretched for thousands of miles appeared in the Two Boundaries mountain range like a black storm, causing the sky in the distance to be covered by darkness at a visible rate. Strange, soul-stirring cries rang out from within the clouds. The sound of a bugle horn rang out, the sky culmination human race allied army stopped in unison, and all the cultivators turned to look at the dark clouds in front of them with grim expressions. As the strange cries became clearer and clearer, the figures of the stemborers gradually appeared before the eyes of the human cultivators. Lu Ming was at the back of the Taiching Gate disciples at the moment. The other 19 esoteric disciples, including Qiu Longzi, were also mixed among the Taiching Gate disciples. He looked at the army in front of him and frowned. There were at least 4 to 5 million stemborers in sight, and they were divided into countless groups, each of which had 1,000 stemborers. Each group was led by a stemborer with a Jingdan stage cultivation base, and their formation was orderly and orderly. They were like a tidal wave that blotted out the sky as they surged toward the Human Race Alliance. Their momentum was astonishing, and for a moment, they seemed to be overshadowing the entire Human Race Alliance. Similar to the human cultivators, the Celestial Phenomenon stage and Arcane Enlightenment stage stemborers didn't appear on the front lines. Instead, they were most likely situated at the center of the army. Clearly, the stemborers were fully prepared for this battle just like the Human Race Alliance. Behind the Human Race Alliance, the air twisted, and 4 figures suddenly appeared. They were Ancestral Master Mu Kong of the Taiching Gate, Elder Situ of the Demon Mystic Sect, the middle-aged man surnamed Xian of the Haran Academy, and Madame Zhen of the Celestial Work Sect. Mr. Situ, let's begin. Madame Zhen glanced at Elder Situ and said in a deep voice. Ancestral Master Mu Kong and the middle-aged man surnamed Xian also nodded slightly at Elder Situ. Elder Situ immediately raised his arm, and a black light flashed and shot downwards. Behind the Human Race Alliance, there was the sound of whistling through the air. 10 burly men in black clothes from the Demon Mystic Sect flashed out from all over the army. Each group of burly men carried a huge black drum. Each drum was around the size of a loft, and the surface of the drum seemed to have been crafted from the skin of some kind of special demon beast. There were rings of mysterious runes engraved on the surface of the drum, and they seemed to be constantly emitting a strange light. Then, the 10 burly men of the Demon Mystic Sect at the front of the drum each took a huge hammer from their back and smashed it hard on the drum with a uniform roar. Dong, dong dong, dong dong dong. In an instant, a few impassioned drum beats broke the silence of the battlefield and clearly entered the ears of all the cultivators present. When the human race cultivators heard the drum beats, their hearts trembled, and their fighting spirit surged. An indescribable desire to fight rose in everyone's mind. They even felt that as long as they could fight to their heart's content, their lives would not be in vain. The more than 200 ancient demonic beasts in front of the Sky Demon Valley all roared, and their voices shook half the sky. The drum beats became more and more intense, like a heartbeat, and fell into everyone's ears. The battle suddenly broke out. The first to attack was the 100 Shantian warships at the front of the army. The disciples of the nature work sect on the warships were already in groups. At this moment, they all waved the spiritual weapons in their hands, chanted, and poured all their spiritual power into the formations on the warships. Suddenly, balls of dazzling golden light appeared on the cannons on both sides of the Shantian warship. Rumble! 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 Hundreds of golden light pillars as thick as water tanks shot toward the black mass of the Stembora race in the distance with endless momentum. In a few seconds, they smashed into the dense swarm of Stemborers. Facing such an astonishing attack, the protective light curtain and defense of the low-level Stemborers at the front were completely vulnerable. The Jin Dan Stemborers couldn't resist the endless attack at all. Along with the deafening explosions of the golden light, at least tens of thousands of Stemborers were drowned in the surging golden light, and a gap was torn in the center of the Stembora race army. Before the other Stemborers could fill the gap, Taoist Master Tianji's deep voice came clearly into the ears of the Taiching Gate disciples above the Taiching Gate disciples. Attack! The Taiching sect cultivators who received the order did not hesitate. Various spiritual weapons and magic weapons in their hands shone, emitting dazzling spiritual lights of various colors. They were launched forward overwhelmingly. Huge fireballs, icicles, lightning bolts, meteors, Bolthic light pillars, sword shadows, and all kinds of spiritual weapons and magic treasures formed a dense light curtain in the air. Together with the golden light pillars of the Shantian warship, they formed a single wave and covered the sky of the Stembora race army. All kinds of light flashed in the air, and the ground trembled slightly. The Stembora race army that had just gathered was instantly annihilated by tens of thousands. The advancing front line didn't advance but instead retreated, and the ground a few kilometers wide was covered with dead Stemborers. At this time, the Sky Demon Valley and Demon Mystic sect armies were like two giant claws, and they were aggressively outflanking the Stembora race army. It only took a few moments for the two armies to cross a distance of several dozen kilometers. Just as they were about to reach the Stembora race army, a series of deafening beast roars erupted in front of the Sky Demon Valley army. Giant adamantine apes, red-ringed giant pythons, silver-furred hyenas, armored dragon turtles, and more than 200 Jin Dan ancient demons rushed toward the Stembora race army like tens of thousands of beasts. The four celestial phenomenon stage demon beasts at the forefront were particularly powerful. The blood-winged flying lion was close to 1,000 feet in size, and it gently flapped its crimson wings before diving into the Stembora race army. Its front limbs moved, and countless crimson claw projections immediately appeared. At the same time, its purplish-red hooked tail blurred before transforming into countless streaks of green light that shot forth. In the blink of an eye, over 100 low-grade Stemborers were sliced into pieces. The two-headed demonic tiger then blasted out scorching flames and glacial ice from its two heads, creating a series of red and blue ice and firestorms that incinerated all of the Stemborers in its wake. As for the giant azure-scaled cow and three-eyed Wyrm, one of its scales opened and closed, releasing a poisonous mist that could melt carapaces, while the other shot out beams of light that could instantly dry up Stemborers. Under the cover of the four celestial phenomenon stage demon beasts, the heavenly Demon Valley cultivators charged into the Stembora race army without any fear, inflicting heavy casualties on the Stembora race army. On the other side, the profound demon sect was in a completely different situation. The celestial phenomenon stage elders at the forefront were all holding miniature flags in their hands, and they all blew on the flags in unison, upon which the flags flew out of their hands and transformed into streaks of black light that swelled to several hundred feet tall. Immediately thereafter, the profound demon sect cultivators all injected black devilish chi into the giant flag without any reservation. The devilish chi released from the flag was instantly unleashed, and a vast expanse of black devilish flames swept forth, enveloping a large swath of low-grade Stemborers up ahead. Following a few hisses, tens of thousands of Stemborers were inundated by the devilish flames. Almost at the exact same moment, hundreds of pillars of black and white light suddenly erupted into the heavens from all over the human army, within which a series of giant runes were pulsating incessantly. These were hundreds of Haoran Academy cultivators in white Taoist robes, each of whom was holding a black and white formation plate, and the pillars of light originated from none other than these formation plates. All of the pillars of light intertwined in midair, and all types of violent energy fluctuations surged forth in a frenzy, forming a gargantuan 8-trigram projection that was several thousand feet in size. The projection encompassed almost the entire sky above the human army, and it began to slowly rotate. Rise! The middle-aged man with the Xian surname of the Heavenly Work sect let loose a low cry as he pointed a finger up into the air. A massive streak of black and white light shot forth from the 8-trigram projection, hurtling directly toward the Stembora race army up ahead. The protective spiritual light around the Stemborers' bodies instantly disappeared after being enveloped by the black and white light, and they were at a complete loss for what to do in the face of this oncoming attack. Within the Big Dipper Pavilion's Big Dipper star formation, the 7 main stars glowed brightly with starlight. Immediately thereafter, countless star-like balls of light surged out of them and crashed into the Stemborer tribe army like meteors, exploding into blinding balls of light. The cultivators of the 8 major families and other small and medium-sized powers were also unleashing attacks toward the Stembora race army up ahead. The Middle Sky Continent United Army was able to gain the upper hand for a time. Just as the morale of the human cultivators was greatly boosted, a sudden change occurred. A whistling sound suddenly erupted in the air behind the Stemborer army. Then, a violent fluctuation erupted in the air, and 6 giant insect phantoms of different colors appeared out of thin air. There was a giant crimson centipede, a ferocious praying mantis covered in green spots, a 5-colored spider with a human face on its back, and a 7-starred ladybug exuding a dazzling halo. Then, a series of thick balls of light and blades of light shot out from these phantoms. Boom 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 boom, the golden pillars of light shot out by the 100 Xiantian warships and the spiritual treasures released by the Taiching Gate cultivators were all shattered upon coming into contact with these attacks. Then, a celestial state Stemborer appeared below each of the phantoms, and most of them had taken on a human form. At the same time, other celestial state Stemborers also appeared in other parts of the Stemborer army, and they all created different forms of heaven and earth to nullify most of the attacks launched by the human army. With the protection of the celestial phenomenon Stemborers, the Stemborer army down below immediately surged forward in a menacing manner. The Xiantian warship was unable to engage in close-range attacks, so the Heavenly Work sect cultivators had no choice but to jump off the warship and join the Taiching Gate cultivators to engage the Stemborer army. The sounds of battle rang out everywhere. It's not time yet. Lu Ming looked at the dozens of celestial state Stemborers in the air in the distance, and his eyes flashed as he silently murmured. At this moment, he and the other esoteric disciples had mixed in with the other disciples and engaged in battle with the Stemborer army. With his real pellet state later stage cultivation, with a bitterwheel flying sword surrounded by lightning, he cast the sword shadow light splitting technique. The sky was full of sword shadows, and all the Stemborers couldn't get close to him at all. However, in order to preserve his strength in case something unexpected happened during the mission, he didn't go on a killing spree. The other battles also fell into melee combat after the appearance of the heavenly phenomenon Stemborers. Even though the human cultivators were much more powerful than the Stemborers, many liquid condensation stage and crystal formation stage cultivators were injured or even killed in the face of the Stemborer army's overwhelming numbers. The situation took a sudden turn for the worse. At this moment, behind the Human Race Alliance's army, dozens of human cultivators wearing the uniforms of various sects suddenly flew over the battle below and pounced toward the celestial phenomenon Stemborers. The few people in the lead were Taoist Master Tiangu of the Taiching Gate and the heads of the other 3 sections. Before Taoist Master Tiangu and the others arrived, phantoms that were hundreds of meters tall suddenly appeared behind them. Some were wielding huge swords, while others were barehanded. All of them charged toward the celestial phenomenon borers with unstoppable momentum. Even before the celestial phenomenon ascendants of both sides came into contact, the heaven and earth dharma idols of both sides clashed violently in the air. From time to time, there would be colorful halos scattering in the air. In the short span of a few breaths, over 100 heaven-shaking and earth-shattering rumbles had actually erupted high up in the sky, causing the nearby sky to change color abruptly. Sometimes it was fiery red, sometimes it was jet black, and all sorts of silver rainbows, rosy clouds, and black winds flashed past rapidly while thunderous explosions resounded without end. Taoist Master Tiangu suddenly let out a roar, and the 3 Taiching Gate elders beside him didn't hesitate in the slightest. They spun their arms like wheels and chanted an indescribable incantation. Immediately afterward, a silver blade light, a ghostly head with a green face and fangs, and a string of dazzling white jade beads, along with Taoist Master Tianji's azure sword light, shined brightly in the air, and shot toward a four-armed humanoid stem borer with terrifying power. These attacks were launched almost at the same time, almost sealing off all of the four-armed stem borer's escape routes. A look of surprise flashed across its face, and it quickly waved its four arms in front of its body, forming a black barrier. Boom, the attack arrived in an instant, and a resounding thunderclap rang out. The black barrier around the humanoid stem borer's body only managed to keep the attack at bay for a brief moment before it was completely pulverized, sending a rain of blood raining down from the sky. On the other side, there was an elderly Taoist priest in a set of silver trigram robes with a Taoist priest holding a horsetail whisk hovering behind him. This projection was only around 500 to 600 feet in size, clearly indicating that it was only an early celestial phenomenon cultivator. Meanwhile, the Taoist priest was facing a mid-celestial phenomenon stage golden-armored praying mantis, and the projection was swinging its scythe-like mantis arms through the air in a frenzy, unleashing a torrential downpour of blade light that forced the Taoist priest back again and again, leaving him no choice but to defend. Just as the elderly Taoist priest was sweating profusely as he unleashed a series of hand seals to defend himself, a ball of white viscous liquid shot forth from one side, forming a spider web with a diameter of over 100 feet. He wanted to evade, but it was already too late, and he was instantly ensnared. The Taoist priest projection was no match for the golden-armored praying mantis projection at all, and it was instantly vanquished. A blood-curdling cry rang out as the elderly Taoist priest's body was sliced in half by a golden blade projection. Immediately thereafter, a ball of silver chi shot forth from his head, which flew for over 1,000 feet in a flash. This was a wisp of the elderly Taoist priest's soul. Just as the golden-armored praying mantis was about to kill the elderly Taoist priest, another celestial phenomenon cultivator flew over to block the attack from the golden-armored praying mantis. For a time, tens of human celestial phenomenon realm cultivators and celestial phenomenon realm stem borers were engaged in a fierce battle. Magical treasures and spiritual light danced in the air, and the sounds of explosions and whistling were deafening. Although both sides suffered casualties, it was clear that it would be difficult to determine the victor in a short period of time. All of a sudden, an extremely dense dark cloud appeared in the distance, within which were a dozen or so indistinct black figures that were quickly approaching the human celestial phenomenon ascendant stem borers. All of a sudden, a burst of invisible pressure spread through the human cultivators at an incredible speed, and all of them felt as if the magic power within their bodies had become uncontrollable. Even the golden pillars of light being unleashed by the profound heavenly battleship had become abnormally slow. There was a crisp paw sound. The dark cloud instantly transformed into a dozen or so black vortexes, within each of which was a black figure. All of these black figures waved their hands through the air, and a large number of black arcs of lightning descended from the center of the black vortexes amid rumbling booms. The black arcs of lightning struck toward the human camp behind them, and they seemed to be able to tear through space itself in their wake. Stem borer Queen, do you really think that no one on the Middle Heaven continent can defeat you? Patriarch Mu Kong's deep voice rang out in the ears of the human cultivators, causing them to feel their bodies relax. The invisible pressure instantly lessened significantly. Then, more than 20 figures dressed in different colors behind the humans turned into more than 20 dazzling rainbows and flew toward the dozen black shadows. They were none other than the elemental enlightenment cultivators of the Middle Heaven continent. These people were all old monsters who had lived for God knows how many years and had rich combat experience. Some of their hands made dazzling hand signs, while others raised their long sleeves and took out rare and shocking magic treasures. All types of light and vibrant colors instantly collided with the black arcs of lightning. Just as many of the human cultivators were still in a state of shock and horror, a loud rumbling sound rang out in the distance, following which the world's essence chi within a radius of 50 kilometers abruptly trembled, and countless strands of five-colored light appeared out of thin air before converging in a frenzy. In an instant, the dazzling light disappeared along with the dozen or so black arcs of lightning as if they had been devoured by the void. However, one breath later, an invisible pressure spread out in all directions. The wind howled loudly and gusts of hurricanes turned into a vast expanse of darkness that spread out in all directions. The scene of darkness blotting out the sky made it impossible for anyone to look at it for a moment. In the next instant, the elemental enlightenment cultivators and the dozen or so stem borer queen avatars appeared tens of thousands of feet up in the air at the same time, then began to battle one after another. The elderly man in a black linen robe swept a sleeve through the air, and an azure umbrella instantly appeared before him. He was none other than Patriarch Mukong, who possessed the highest cultivation base in the Taiching sect. The azure umbrella looked as if it had been inlaid with boundless green jade, and the surface of the umbrella was also radiating dazzling light. Patriarch Mukong flicked his 10 fingers in rapid succession, and several tens of incantation seals instantly disappeared into the umbrella surface. In the next instant, a loud buzzing sound rang out, the cyan umbrella swelled in the wind, and started to rotate non-stop. Cyan runes started to dance on the surface of the umbrella, and circles of cyan light curtains started to appear. Moreover, some fist-sized golden light balls were faintly flickering in these light curtains. Rise! Patriarch Mukong brought his hands together as he let loose a loud cry. All of a sudden, a loud ringing sound rang out from the umbrella, and countless azure whirlwinds emerged. After a slight tremor, they instantly formed a dozen or so massive tornadoes. As soon as these tornadoes took shape, fist-sized balls of light disappeared into them, instantly coating them with a layer of dazzling golden light. The space around them began to twist and warp, as if it had been compressed. Go! Patriarch Mukong pointed a finger at the azure and yellow tornadoes in quick succession, and the tornadoes instantly swept toward a black vortex up ahead. A black-robed young woman within the black vortex chuckled coldly as she abruptly opened her mouth to expel a cloud of inky black mist. The black mist transformed into a sea of inky black flames along the way, instantly sweeping up the azure and yellow tornadoes. As the wind and fire intertwined, the black flames became more and more powerful, and it seemed as if they were going to completely engulf the tornadoes. Patriarch Mukong's eyes flashed, and his face flushed red as he continuously made incantation seals with his hands. All of the tornadoes shone with golden light, spinning within the sea of black flames, and their size increased by several times. However, the black-robed young woman smiled strangely, as if she had no intention of tangling with Patriarch Mukong. She pointed with one hand, and several tens of black flame dragons appeared from the surging black flames. Some of them entangled the two-colored tornadoes, while the others swept toward the other profound understanding mighty figures. A grim look appeared on the Big Dipper Pavilion Master's face upon seeing this, and a rainbow pouch suddenly appeared in his hand. He tossed it into the air, and at the same time, he spat out a rainbow rune that disappeared into the pouch in a flash. Swoosh! Suddenly, a steady stream of colorful light poured out of the cloth bag, like rolls of rainbows, whipping the black flame-fled dragons that scattered in all directions. Even though these black WYRMS were extremely ferocious, they were still being torn apart at a rate discernible to the naked eye by the rainbow light. Within the span of 2 to 3 breaths, over half of the black WYRMS had been vanquished by the rainbow light. However, these black WYRMS didn't completely disappear after being vanquished. Instead, they transformed into clouds of black mist that surged into the black vortex that the black-robed young woman was situated in. After witnessing how Patriarch Mukong and the Big Dipper Pavilion Master were only able to hold their own against one of the Stemborer Queen clones, all of the other arcane proficiency stage mighty figures no longer dared to be complacent. As such, they could only rely on their advantage in numbers to battle the dozen or so Stemborer Queen clones in 2-on-1 or 3-on-2 combat situations. All types of colorful treasures and dazzling halos began to radiate magic power fluctuations that were visible to the naked eye with the black vortex at the center. As these profound understanding cultivators fought, the entire sky suddenly darkened. After the surrounding space became blurry, it actually became distorted and gave off a terrifying aura that seemed to be able to destroy the world. One had to realize that an arcane proficiency stage mighty figure could collapse mountains and reverse the flow of rivers for thousands of kilometers, let alone several tens of arcane proficiency stage mighty figures. Thankfully, the battle between these arcane proficiency stage mighty figures was far beyond the reach of everyone present, so aside from the earth-shattering phenomena taking place, the battle down below didn't have much of an impact on the battlefield. However, these spectacular scenes were far too astonishing, and many of the human cultivators couldn't help but look up from time to time with expressions of shock and astonishment on their faces. While the profound understanding, heavenly phenomenon, and ordinary armies were engaged in a fierce battle, there were about 200 human cultivators who were ready to make a move. At this time, Lu Ming's body was wrapped in rolling black gas. His expression was calm, and there was no trace of nervousness from being surrounded by millions of stem borers. He turned into a black stream of light, charging left and right in the vast sea of insects. Relying on the bitter wheel sword and the tiger dragon hell prison, he forcefully opened a bloody path. At the same time, his divine sense had already spread out to the surroundings, and thoughts were turning rapidly in his mind. Although the battle between the mystic and lightning experts at the highest point was the most intense, it was impossible to determine the victor in a short period of time. Although it seemed that the human cultivators had the upper hand, it was extremely difficult for them to kill the dozens of celestial phenomenon stem borers in a short time. At the very bottom of the army, there were humans and insects mixed together. Right now, it could only be described as chaotic. The cultivators of the Taiching Gate gathered together and kept using all kinds of spiritual weapons and swordsmanship. The powerful wide-range attacks had a significant effect on the Stemborer army. It could be said that they were the most stable team. The Heavenly Demon Valley army was led by the 4 celestial phenomenon stage ancient demons, and they were split up into several large groups. However, all of the groups maintained close contact with one another, and the Stemborer army was also split up into several groups. Due to the immense combat prowess of the mid-grade and high-grade ancient demons, the Stemborer army was thrown into disarray. Although many of the profound heavenly warships of the Heavenly Work sect had been destroyed, the Heavenly Work sect disciples had begun to control a series of battle puppets of different sizes, and they were also rampaging through the Stemborer tribe army with astonishing momentum. In contrast, the army of the Demon Mystic sect had suffered a lot. Although the disciples of the Demon Mystic sect had formed a neat formation at the beginning, these disciples were fierce and bloodthirsty. If they were not careful and rushed out of the formation, they would immediately be surrounded by the Stemborer race army. Instead, they would be isolated and killed one by one. The rest of the large, medium, and small sects and clans were also fighting for themselves at this moment. Both sides suffered casualties, and overall, it seemed to be a stalemate in a protracted war. This was the perfect opportunity. An indiscernible hint of elation flashed through Lu Ming's eyes, and black qi surged around his body as he prepared to rush into the depths of the Stemborer army. All of a sudden, a cold light flashed through his eyes, and he disappeared on the spot amid a flash of black light. Almost in the same instant that he disappeared, several tens of droplets of rancid green liquid shot forth from all directions, covering the spot where he had been standing just a moment ago. The Stemborer corpse on the ground instantly melted into a puddle of green water after a burst of smoke. Immediately thereafter, hordes of black Stemborers surged toward him from all directions. At the same time, a series of flapping wings rang out in the air, and a dense swarm of Stemborer race bats and flying insects swooped down. There were even a dozen or so black Stemborers exuding Jin Dan stage auras rushing toward him. Lu Ming's expression changed. The black mist around him turned into a faint light curtain that covered his body. Then, he patted his chest with his right hand. After a few soft sounds, a piece of silver armor instantly wrapped his whole body in the dark light curtain. He paid no heed to the low-grade insects around him, and he appeared behind a black Jin Dan stage Stemborer in a flash of light. He extended his left arm, and a ring of silver light instantly erupted from his fist before crashing down toward the Stemborer amid a loud tiger's roar. The black Stemborer only saw a flash of silver light, and its massive head was reduced to a puddle of blood mist amid a dull thump. At the same time, silver light flashed around Lu Ming's body again, and he swept a sleeve through the air toward the low-grade Stemborers around him. Several dozen streaks of purple sword chi swept through the air like a fan. Suddenly, the area within a radius of 300 meters with him as the center was filled with dense purple sword lights that flowed ceaselessly. Immediately thereafter, a series of crackling sounds rang out. All of the Stemborers within the area only saw purple lightning flash before their eyes before their bodies were torn to shreds. Immediately thereafter, severed limbs and blood of all colors rained down from above like rain. What was even more surprising was that some of the Stemborers' attacks seemed to have been swallowed by the black mist. After emitting a ring of green smoke, the Stemborers disappeared without a trace. Taking advantage of this bloody storm, Lu Ming's figure flickered a few times and once again blasted toward a deeper area. Not far away, Jiu Longzi dashed left and right in the midst of a swarm of green flying insects. His ancient longsword emitted a faint golden light and brought along layers of scorching air waves, which turned into dazzling sword curtains. All of the attacks that struck the golden sword barrier were instantly reduced to wisps of azure smoke as if they had evaporated. The green flying insects that were enveloped by the golden sword screen had nowhere to retreat. Amidst the buzzing sound of the sword light, they were instantly cut into pieces and fell from the sky, emitting a strong burning smell. Immediately thereafter, the sword chi transformed into a faint golden flying sword that was as thin as a cicada's wing again. Xiaolongzi's body blurred, and he stood atop the longsword before flying toward another cluster of stem borers. On the other side, a middle-aged man in a white scholar's robe from the Haoran Academy was wielding a pair of judge pens in his hands with vigor. Wisps of fine azure threads that were as fine as hair shot out from the tips of the pens like a giant net, and as he drew and pulled, many low-grade stem borers were torn apart on the spot. Just as he was about to continue deeper into the area with a smug expression on his face, hundreds of crimson spikes shot forth from the bodies of several winged stem borers that had just appeared. A howl of anguish erupted. The middle-aged scholar hurriedly released several spirit treasures to protect himself, but in the face of the countless sharp spikes, all of his treasures were punctured within the span of a single breath, and even his soul was unable to escape. Similar scenes were playing out in the other battles. Around 200 cultivators who had been tasked with the mission of poisoning the stem borers began to quickly advance toward the depths of the stem borer army. These were all elite Jin Dan stage disciples who had been selected by the Alliance, and all types of spirit tools, treasures, and cultivation arts were unleashed to form dazzling pillars of light and sword chi that were accompanied by all types of incantations. The low-level stem borers blocking in front of these disciples suddenly turned into a rain of blood. They couldn't stop them at all. Even if there were a few powerful real pellet state stem borers blocking in front, most of them were killed by several people with lightning-fast means. However, there were simply too many stem borers in the stem borer army, and blood-curdling cries still rang out from time to time. After the time it took to finish a meal. After paying a hefty price, nearly 100 cultivators, including Lu Ming and Jiu Longzi, finally reached a place dozens of miles deep in the stem borer tribe's army while covered in blood. The situation in the depths of the stem borer army was naturally even more perilous. All types of spirit lights and treasures flew in all directions, and all types of explosions rang out incessantly. Lu Ming narrowed his eyes, and he raised an eyebrow as he looked around. He flipped his right hand, and a palm-sized black gourd appeared in his palm. This was the poison concocted by Shinnong Valley to counter the stem borers. Not far away, Jiu Longzi's eyes flashed fiercely, and the golden sword light in his hand shone brightly, instantly slicing a group of stem borers into several pieces. All sorts of severed limbs and black blood instantly spilled on the ground. He patted his waist with one hand and also took out an ink-colored gourd. He grinned, and his body swayed a few times as he shot towards another area. Lu Ming's expression darkened, and he gently stroked the mouth of the gourd. After a few hissing sounds, green liquid sprayed out from the gourd in a steady stream. Immediately afterward, his body swayed, and he transformed into a streak of black light as he charged through the stem borers. The poison left behind a curtain of rain that was several tens of meters thick behind Lu Ming, and it only took a few breaths for the surrounding stem borers to be surrounded by it. Jiu Longzi and the other 100 cultivators also stopped charging forward. Most of them took out the same black gourd, and they began to spray the green liquid everywhere. Green light erupted in all directions, and large patches of green raindrops gave off a strange smell. They scattered in the air as if it was raining cats and dogs. As soon as the low-grade stem borers came into contact with the green liquid, their bodies convulsed, and after a few painful struggles, they all died. As for the Jin Dan stage stem borers, they revealed pained expressions after coming into contact with the poison, and their movement speed was slightly affected, but they didn't immediately fall to the ground and die. In the blink of an eye, countless low-grade stem borers below the crystal formation stage were killed or wounded. In the blink of an eye, Lu Ming, Xiao Longzi, and the other Jin Dan cultivators had left piles of low-grade stem borer carcasses in their wake. However, these carcasses were nothing compared to the massive army of several million stem borers, and the gap was instantly filled up by the swarm of stem borers that had just arrived. The large number of low-grade stem borer carcasses naturally attracted the attention of nearby stem borers that had just arrived. However, the expected evolution didn't take place. Instead, after devouring the bodies of the low-grade stem borers that had been poisoned to death, the low-grade stem borers immediately fell to the ground and convulsed violently. Before they had a chance to die, they were swarmed by more stem borers and devoured. Ever since Lu Ming and the others began to unleash their lethal poison, the number of low-grade stem borers that had been poisoned to death had far exceeded the number of stem borers that had been directly poisoned to death. There were over 200,000 to 300,000 low-grade stem borers, and the number of dead stem borers was only increasing at a rapid rate. As the number of low-grade stem borers continued to increase, some of the mid-grade and high-grade stem borers that were engaged in battle with the human cultivators finally realized the severity of the situation. All of a sudden, a series of strange cries of different durations rang out from the mouths of the Jindan stem borers. The low-grade stem borers down below seemed to have received some sort of command, and expressions of shock and horror appeared on their faces as they completely ignored their own poisoned brethren and pounced toward Lu Ming and the others in a frenzy. Right at this moment, the air above suddenly warped, and a gray figure emerged amid a flash of gray light. The gray figure gradually became clearer, revealing a mundane-looking square face. It was none other than Master Xianxia, one of the 4 elemental enlightenment stage cultivators of the Taiqing Gate. He raised a hand without any hesitation, and a streak of white light condensed in his palm, following which a white bone horn emerged. The bone horn appeared to be extremely intricate with countless inscriptions carved onto its surface. There was a layer of black light swirling over its surface, and it seemed as if one's soul would be sucked away just by looking at it. This was none other than the illusionary horn refined from the skull of a Stembora queen clone. Ancestor Xuanyu took a deep breath and gently put the illusory sound horn into his mouth with his right hand. Then, a thick aura mixed with pure magic power surged into the horn in his hand. Woo, the low and deep sound of the bugle horn clearly sounded in the air. Waves of formless sound waves immediately swept out in all directions with esteemed Xianyu at the center. This was a magic treasure refined from the skull of an arcane insight cultivator, and under the control of an arcane insight cultivator, it was able to instantly cover an area with a radius of over 500 kilometers. This voice wasn't very loud, but it was able to completely drown out the roars of the mid to high-grade stem borers. As the sound of the illusory sound horn rang out in the distance, a hint of bloodlust appeared in the eyes of the low-grade stem borers again, and they were no longer under the control of the mid-grade stem borers as they continued to devour the stem borer carcasses in their path. The poison quickly spread, and the entire stem borer army descended into chaos again. Seeing this, the real pellet state moths naturally couldn't do anything about Ancestor Xianyu, who was far away in the sky. They could only rush toward the poisoning team angrily, trying to stop the poisoning team. The battle became more and more intense, and the casualties of the poisoning squad also increased. Deep within the Stemborer army, a black light lit up, and 4 black figures were attacking a burly human from all sides. The 4 black figures were all half-humanoid Stemborers, all of whom were exuding mid to late stage Jindan stage auras. One of them had 3 crimson eyes, another had an inky black horn on its head, and the last 2 were burly Stemborers covered in a layer of green armor with sharp barbs all over their bodies. These 4 Stemborers were extremely fast, and they were extremely ruthless and decisive in their attacks. However, the burly human was able to control the golden flying sword in his hand to a superb level, and it transformed into a golden sword barrier that protected his entire body. As a result, he was able to hold his own against the 4 Stemborers with ease and was not at a disadvantage in the slightest. This was none other than the secret disciple of the Taiqing Gate, Jiao Longzi. The 3-eyed Stemborer was enraged by the fact that it was unable to determine a victor, and it opened its third eye, upon which a crimson pillar of light as thick as a large bowl hurtled toward the golden light barrier. Jiao Longzi seemed to have been prepared for this. He changed a hand seal, and the golden longsword abruptly transformed into a massive golden sword projection that soared into the sky. Just as the crimson pillar of light and the golden sword light were about to collide, the golden sword light trembled slightly and transformed into a dozen or so sword projections with astonishing auras. A small portion of them struck the crimson pillar of light before disappearing in a flash along with the black light. However, a large portion of the sword projections suddenly changed directions and hurtled toward the 3-eyed Stemborer, and along the way, they suddenly converged to form an extremely lifelike golden snake. Pi pi pa pa, the sound of gold ripping and silk tearing suddenly rang out, followed by a poo sound. The 3-eyed Stemborer's body was punctured like paper by the golden snake, and blood sprayed through the air in a torrential downpour. The other green carapace Stemborer let loose an enraged roar as it unleashed some kind of strange cultivation art, and it suddenly appeared not far behind Xianxia, as if it had teleported. A loud screeching sound rang out, the sharp spikes on its green armor shot forth, streaking through the air as they hurtled toward Xianxia with ferocious might. Xianxia was caught off guard, and it was already too late for him to evade. As such, he could only prepare to take the attack head-on. Right at this moment, a sudden turn of events abruptly unfolded behind him. A vast expanse of azure light swept forth from behind the stem borer, enshrouding its entire body within. This was a massive, malevolent azure ox that had taken on a substantial form, and it was silently flying toward the stem borer. All of a sudden, wisps of black smoke began to rise from the body of the green carapace stem borer, and it let loose a string of pained screams. The azure ox stomped its massive hoof forward, and a dull thump rang out as the green carapace stem borer was crushed beneath its hooves, knocking it unconscious on the spot. The azure ox then opened its cavernous mouth and began to tear at the body of the green carapace stem borer. "Candle god?" The remaining black carapace stem borer exclaimed in shock at the sight of the azure ox, and it immediately turned around to flee. However, in the next instant, golden light flashed in the air, and a black-veiled young woman emerged. She swept a sleeve through the air, and a swath of yellow light swept forth. It was none other than the scorpion, who had been hiding nearby for some time. As soon as the golden light came into contact with the black carapace stem borer's massive body, it let loose a strange cry and hurriedly shot back in retreat. The black-veiled young woman naturally gave chase upon seeing this. Almost at the exact same moment, Lu Ming also shot forth from within a swarm of stem borers and positioned himself in front of the final green carapace stem borer. He raised his right hand through the air, and the Kuluan sword flashed through the air, striking the green carapace stem borer's body at a diagonal angle. The green carapace stem borer let loose a strange cry as a layer of keratin appeared over its body. However, in the face of the purple lightning surging from the giant purple sword, it was as if it didn't exist at all. Purple light flashed from its waist, and its body was sliced in half as it plummeted toward the ground, sending a vast expanse of blood and flesh raining down from above. From the moment the azure ox had appeared to the moment Lu Ming had unleashed his attack, everything had happened as fast as lightning. Xianxia was ecstatic to see this. He had heard that Lu Ming was capable of battling celestial phenomenon stem borers, but he hadn't witnessed it in person, so he naturally hadn't been able to fully believe it. However, after witnessing this battle with his spirit pet, he no longer had any doubts. However, now was not the time for pleasantries. He nodded toward Lu Ming before summoning his golden longsword back to his side, then continued to slaughter his way through the stem borers. "Master, there are too many stem borers. If this continues, I'm afraid." A yellow light flashed beside Lu Ming, and Scorpion Air's figure appeared beside him. She threw out a huge stem borer's head in her hand. "Don't worry, the nearby high-grade stem borers are only at the Jing Dan stage. We're already deep within the stem borer army, so just don't stray too far away from me," Lu Ming said with a faint smile. Scorpion responded with a soft "hmm." Her graceful figure flashed in the khaki light and disappeared again. After looking around, Lu Ming's figure blurred and flew toward another place where the stem borers were densely packed. He flipped a hand over, and a bulging yellow cloth pouch appeared in his hand. He raised it into the air, and a cloud of yellow dust drifted through the air before quickly enshrouding a group of low-grade stem borers around him. Something astonishing then ensued. The dust seemed to have a mind of its own, and it dispersed before pouncing toward the stem borers up ahead. As soon as the low-grade stem borers came into contact with the dust, their eyes immediately turned bloodshot, and they pounced toward Lu Ming with bared fangs and brandished claws. Lu Ming was already prepared for this, and he didn't waste any time. Black light flashed from his body, and he flew toward another stem borer army several thousand feet away, leaving a trail of yellow dust in his wake. All of the low-grade stem borers that had lost their targets immediately turned to their closest brethren and began to tear them apart with no regard for their lives. At this point, close to half of the secret disciple that had infiltrated the stem borer army had fallen, and the remaining disciples began to release the dust that would drive the stem borers insane. At the same time, they joined forces to kill any Jing Dan stem borers that attempted to control the low-grade stem borers and end the chaos. The berserk medicine perfectly complemented the poison, and the stem borer army was once again swept through the stem borer army. Hordes of low-grade stem borers were killed, and the stem borers suffered heavy losses. Some were turned into cold corpses, while others tore at each other in a frenzy. Before long, the stemborer army had lost millions of low-grade stemborers. It was clear that the battle was tilting in the direction that the higher-ups of the Zhongtian alliance had anticipated. However, just as the battle was progressing in the favor of the human race, specks of faint blue light suddenly appeared in the sky behind the stemborer tribe army. These specks of light were flickering in and out of existence, and they were like faint stars hanging in the sky. Due to the fact that the specks of light were scattered all over the battlefield, they initially didn't attract the attention of the human race. However, less than half an incense stick's worth of time later, as more and more specks of light appeared, bursts of faint blue light suddenly erupted from within. Immediately afterward, a series of small spatial rifts appeared out of thin air amidst the blue light. Following a burst of rustling sounds, a series of blue silkworms poked their fat heads out of the rifts, twisting their bodies as they desperately tried to squeeze out. These blue silkworms were only around 10 feet in size, and their entire bodies were shimmering with faint blue light. After squeezing out less than half of their bodies, they no longer attempted to escape. Instead, they began to devour the spatial rifts around them. Thus, tens of thousands of blue silkworms began to devour the spatial rifts in the sky. The spatial rifts began to expand at a rate that was discernible to the naked eye, covering a fifth of the area in the blink of an eye, and they were still continuing to expand. The blue silkworms' bodies were also rapidly expanding. The emergence of these massive spatial rifts caused the entire space around them to warp violently. In mid-air, all of the arcane enlightenment stage mighty figures who were battling the stemborer queen clone looked on at the countless blue silkworms and spatial rifts in the distance with grim expressions on their faces. These stemborers are able to devour spatial energy. The spatial restriction here most likely won't be able to last much longer. The Big Dipper Pavilion Master transmitted his voice to the other arcane enlightenment stage mighty figures with furrowed brows. If the spatial restriction is completely destroyed, a spatial storm could occur here, the middle-aged scholar from the Howran Academy said in a concerned voice. A spatial storm of this scale will only be able to create some chaos in this area. What I'm worried about is, these stemborers are most likely up to something. Everyone, send out my orders to kill these blue silkworms right away. Ancestral Master Mukong transmitted his voice to the other arcane enlightenment stage mighty figures. Under the instructions of the mighty figures and the profound understanding, the sect lords and elders of the various sects who also realized that something was amiss immediately began to mobilize their clansmen and disciples through telepathy. Suddenly, several real pellet state cultivators flew out from each battle group. While flying away, they launched a series of fierce attacks toward the sky with spiritual weapons and magic weapons. Meanwhile, all of the other cultivators began to provide cover for these Jin Dan stage cultivators in order to prevent the stemborers from blocking their path. All of a sudden, several hundred human Jin Dan stage cultivators flew into the distance with unstoppable force. All of a sudden, pillars of light of different colors filled the sky, and they were all targeting the blue silkworms in the distance, creating an extremely dazzling scene. Lu Ming, who was deep in the stemborer tribe's army, had naturally noticed the strange scene in the air. However, because there were too many stemborers around him, he only had time to look up and continue to kill all kinds of stemborers that came at him. Under the efforts of Lu Ming, Jiao Longzi, and the others, the number of low-grade stemborers killed by poison had reached a staggering 1 million. Pi pi pa pa sounds of explosions came from high up in the sky. These blue stemborers had already reached several hundred feet in size, but they seemed to be completely vulnerable to the pillars of light, and all of them would explode as blue balls of light as soon as they were struck by the pillars of light. But all of this seemed to be too late. Under the effect of the blue orbs of light, the cracks in the void that had been gnawed on by the silkworms formed a series of large cracks, and astonishing bursts of spiritual pressure burst forth from them. Strange howls rang out incessantly, and a series of giant stemborers of different appearances surged out of the passageway in a frenzy. There were at least 700 to 800 of them. Among these stemborers, the largest ones were close to 1,000 feet in size, while the smallest ones were the size of pavilions. Their bodies were covered in patterns of different colors, and they had twisted humanoid faces, giving them an extremely sinister appearance. Not good, they are all high-level stemborers above the Jin Dan state or celestial state. Lu Ming glanced around, and he was shocked. At this moment, a celestial state yellow giant stemborer spat out a huge ball of yellow liquid. Poof! The yellow mucus turned into a large yellow mucus in the air, flashing through the void at an incredible speed, and rushed to the nearest 100-people battle formation of the demon mystic sect not far away. Caught off guard, these 100 demon mystic sect disciples could only temporarily channel their protective demonic chi, turning into a layer of black gas shield to try to resist. But the corrosive power of this mucus was extremely strong. After a flash of yellow light, the black gas shield was drowned by the yellow mucus. Screams came, more than half of the 100 demon mystic sect's disciples were melted in the yellow mucus. Only a few who were quick and had high cultivation escaped. However, the escape light they turned into was extremely dim. Obviously, they were heavily injured. With the addition of hundreds of Jin Dan state and even celestial state stemborers, the situation of the battlefield changed drastically again. The ethereal state and celestial state cultivators in the sky were shocked. Just as they were about to find a way to personally seal the spatial rift, something strange happened again. A series of explosions could be heard in the air. All the remaining blue silkworm stemborers exploded at the same time, and a blue cyclone quickly opened the nearby spatial crack. In the blink of an eye, the entire spatial area of dozens of acres suddenly became a spatial crack. From afar, it looked like a huge black hole had suddenly appeared in the originally blue sky. After a muffled thunderous roar, a huge light array that almost filled the entire spatial crack loomed in the spatial crack. From time to time, there were dense black runes dancing in the light array. Then, a majestic aura came from it. There was a flash of white light, and a huge jade-like white ball of flesh was faintly visible in the light array. From afar, it looked like the torso of a giant silkworm. The air around the passageway gradually solidified, and the void twisted violently. Some of the spiritual light released by the Jin Dan state cultivators from the various sects landed on the white giant silkworm-like torso, and they directly dissipated without leaving a trace. At this moment, Lu Ming felt his body suddenly sink, and a strong sense of oppression came. This feeling was completely different from before. The aura coming from the passageway above him was countless times more powerful than any aura he had encountered before. Even the profound enlightenment grand exalts like the Mukong Xian were like fireflies compared to Hao Yue. Stemborer Queen. One of the demon mystic sect's profound enlightenment cultivators exclaimed upon seeing this. The existence in this spatial crack was the rumored true body of the Stemborer Queen, an ultimate eternal life state being. Chi La. Two thunderous booms resounded, a pair of pristine white ant claws extended from the edge of the spatial crack, and they began to widen it with all their might. At the same time, their fleshy bodies were constantly squeezing as if they were trying to squeeze out of the spatial crack. Every time it moved, there would be waves of terrifying spiritual pressure sweeping down. This greatly boosted the morale of the Stemborer Queen, and all of the low-grade stemborers seemed to have been encouraged as they launched a ferocious attack toward the human cultivators. At the same time, all of the Tongxian stage mighty figures up above were also extremely grim in the face of the Stemborer Queen's true body. The Stemborer Queen's clones all possessed profound enlightenment power, and if the Stemborer Queen's true body were to descend upon the Middle Sky continent, the consequences would be dire. We can't let the Stemborer Queen's true body come out. The spatial crack isn't very stable, and it shouldn't be able to last much longer. We have to find a way to stop it from descending. Ancestral Master Mukong hurriedly transmitted his voice to the other profound enlightenment stage cultivators. Aside from a dozen or so profound enlightenment stage cultivators who stayed behind to keep the Stemborer Queen occupied, all of the other profound enlightenment stage cultivators began to activate their treasures. Ancestral Master Xianxia of the Taiqing Gate flipped a hand over, and an extremely clear jade plate appeared in his grasp. He then made a series of hand seals toward the jade plate, upon which azure light flashed before transforming into a dazzling azure lotus flower. The azure lotus flower rotated in midair before hurtling directly toward the spatial passageway as a streak of azure light. Meanwhile, Ancestral Master Mukong swept his arms through the air, and two streaks of light, one black and one white, transformed into a pair of small flags that fluttered in the wind. Ancestral Master Mukong made a series of hand seals, and the formation flags transformed into a pair of giant black and white dragons that intertwined in midair before crashing directly toward the Stemborer Queen's giant claws. Ayo! An angry roar came from the spatial fissure, and the pair of huge white claws that were exposed outside the fissure suddenly retracted. At the same time, the yellow-robed woman from the heavenly work sect summoned a giant divine falcon puppet. The giant eagle was over 300 meters long, and it was red, green, and yellow from top to bottom. Its eyes were pitch black and shiny, and the aura it emitted was not the slightest bit inferior to that of a profound understanding cultivator. The giant falcon flapped its wings, and a series of red feathers shot forth toward the nearby passageway, forming a giant net around the edge of the passageway in an attempt to prevent the passageway from expanding any further. However, after just a single breath, a ball of yellow mucus erupted from within the passageway, reducing the giant red net to ashes. A peculiar look flashed through the yellow-robed woman's eyes upon seeing this, and she immediately opened her mouth to expel a ball of blood essence toward the giant falcon. After absorbing the blood essence, the giant falcon swelled drastically to around twice its original size, reaching the size of a small mountain. Yeah. A clear sound rang out, the giant falcon let loose a sharp cry, and sound waves erupted from its mouth. Wherever the sound wave passed, a layer of ripples would appear in the void. Under the interference of the sound wave, the entire passageway actually began to slowly mend inwardly. The other profound enlightenment stage cultivators also unleashed their sect treasures with all their might in an attempt to completely seal off this temporary passageway in order to prevent the Stembora Queen's true body from descending. All of a sudden, streaks of light of different colors surged through the air toward the spatial passageway that the Stembora Queen was situated in. However, right at this moment, a burst of crimson light suddenly appeared in the eastern direction of the battlefield. Immediately thereafter, a boundless sea of blood surged forth. The sea of blood was advancing at an extremely fast speed, and it appeared less than 10,000 feet to the east of the human battle formation in the blink of an eye. The terrifying spiritual pressure emanating from the sea of blood made all of the cultivators present turn deathly pale. He was also a profound enlightenment stage cultivator. When Lu Ming saw this scene, he was also shocked. After he quickly scanned the blood sea with his spiritual sense, his face tightened. The aura in the blood sea gave him a vaguely familiar feeling. It seemed to be exactly the same as the blood cultivator who possessed the surname Son of the Howran Academy and called himself Blood Ancestor Xian Impermanence. At this moment, the north, west, and south sides of the battlefield also had strange phenomena. In the northern sky, there was suddenly a deafening roar. The sound was filled with madness, as if it contained disdain for everything in the world. Then, a ball of burning brown light appeared out of nowhere and fell down like a meteorite. It landed on a huge mountain in the north, which was 1,000 feet tall. Immediately, rubble flew in all directions, and the entire mountain was instantly obliterated. The brown light flashed again from the rubble and quickly flew toward the north side of the human battle formation. In the light, a burly man with crimson hair and blue eyes could be vaguely seen. The muscles on his naked upper body were bulging, and he was running on the ground with his hands and feet. In the distance in the west, a thin figure that was completely black could be vaguely seen, and it was rapidly approaching at an incredible speed. Upon closer inspection, it was a thin young man wrapped in layers of black bandages. With just a casual swipe of his hand, he could tear open a spatial rift. This young man could enter and exit the spatial rift at will, and use it to fly forward. At the same time, in the southern sky, the originally blue sky and white clouds seemed to have been dyed dark green, becoming extremely strange. At the same time, a thick green gas surged wildly toward the south side of the human battle formation. In the green gas was an old woman with disheveled hair, and her body was covered with scabies and poisonous spots. Whether it was the brown light, the black figure, or the thick green gas, they all emitted a terrifying spiritual pressure that was not inferior to the blood sea. It was another 3 mystic enlightenment realm cultivators. This blood sea. Its blood ancestor Xian Impermanence. Master Xian Yu was floating in the air, constantly injecting spiritual power into the crystal clear jade plate in front of him. He glanced at the boundless blood sea in the east and said with a slight change of expression. Not only him, if I'm not mistaken, Mad Lord Lai Ju Tian, Night Emperor Mu Qianying, and Poison Consort Wu Jiangyu who turned the Middle Sky continent upside down are also here. As soon as the Big Dipper Pavilion Master opened his mouth, he said something that made everyone stunned. As soon as this statement came out, the mystic enlightenment realm cultivators present were shocked. Weren't these 4 people sealed by the Tongguang Mountain Saint Amoya in the 5-Finger Peak at the bottom of the East Sea, the mysterious Ice Valley in the Endless Ice Sea, the silence well in the gravel desert, and the desolate yew swamp in the southern barbarian land? How? Madame Jeanne of the Nature Work sect said with a puzzled expression. Tens of thousands of years have passed, and the seal has already weakened. After all, Sage Amoya didn't reach the eternal life state back then. The thin elder of the demon mystic sect said. I'm afraid it's not that simple. How could these 4 demons break free at the same time and come here at the same time? Ancestral Master Mu Kong looked up at the Stembora Queen, who was still trying to squeeze out of the spatial rift, and said meaningfully. If the 4 of them really have something to do with the Stembora Queen, then we're in big trouble. Sigh, if only Sage Amoya was still here. The middle-aged man surnamed Xian from the Howran Academy said with a wry smile. It's said that after Sage Amoya sealed the 4 of them, he traveled the world to comprehend the Tao of eternal life. After so many years, I haven't heard of him anywhere. Unless he has already comprehended the Tao, I'm afraid he has already passed away. Ancestral Master Mu Kong said with a gloomy expression. Just as they were speaking, the boundless sea of blood in the east had already swept toward them, and the air was instantly filled with a dense blood mist that was as thick as liquid. Hundreds of human cultivators and tens of thousands of low-grade stemborers were instantly inundated by the surging waves of blood. Immediately thereafter, shriveled human cultivator corpses were flung into the air from behind the sea of blood. The low-grade stemborers were also flung into the air, but aside from feeling a little dizzy, they weren't in any life-threatening danger. Xian Wuchang, the center of the heavens is being invaded by foreign races, and all living beings are in grave danger. As a human cultivator, are you still going to help the evildoers? Ancestral Master Mu Kong's deep voice sounded from above. Hee, that old thing Amoya used the 9 heavens demon subduing chains to seal me, profound impermanence, in the depths of the East Pole Sea for more than 80,000 years. Now, he still wants to talk to me about human cultivators? Isn't that a huge joke? Isn't he supposed to be compassionate toward all living beings in the world? I've already sworn to avenge him with the blood of 8 million mortals. A middle-aged man with a head of long crimson hair appeared from the sea of blood, and he chuckled coldly as he spoke. Humph, Sage Amoya took into account the fact that you're a human and it wasn't easy for you to reach your cultivation base. In order to make you repent, he didn't hesitate to use a palm of his blood essence to suppress you. I didn't think that you'd be so ambitious. Looks like evil is evil after all. Ancestral Master Mu Kong rebuked. There's no point in talking, let's attack. Xian Wuchang had no intention of replying, and he harumphed coldly as he made a series of hand seals before letting out a low roar. A series of sizzling sounds erupted, a series of tentacles condensed from blood shot out of the sea of blood, sweeping toward the human cultivators. Regardless of whether they were humans or stemborers, they were all reduced to dried-up corpses in their wake. Just as Ancestral Master Mu Kong and Xian Wuchang were conversing, the other 3 people also rushed into the north, west, and south of the human camp. In the north camp, the bearded man transformed into a burly giant that was 1,000 feet tall. He grabbed at the air with his bulging arms, and a brown light flashed, transforming into a small brown mountain that was over 100 feet tall. With a thunderous roar, boundless spiritual pressure emanated from the giant's body, causing the surrounding humans and stemborers to see stars and almost lose their footing. Then, his 2 arms became even thicker, and he violently swung the mountain in his hands toward a certain direction. A loud rumbling sound rang out. Immediately, hundreds of human cultivators and low-grade stemborers were reduced to mincemeat. The bearded giant, on the other hand, excitedly hammered his own chest with his fists several times, and then rushed toward another direction again. In the west camp, the situation was even more tragic. The skinny young man wearing a black belt had an indifferent smile on his face. In the vast sea of people and insects, he moved as fast as lightning. Only his shadow could be seen, but not his person. Moreover, his body could actually stretch out and thicken as if he was boneless, and it was constantly changing without end. He looked extremely elegant, yet extremely strange. Spatial rifts of different sizes would appear in his wake before vanishing in the blink of an eye. In the face of these spatial rifts, all of the human cultivators and stemborers would be sliced into pieces if they weren't careful in the slightest. In the southern camp, green waves were surging, and a pungent, putrid odor was wafting through the air. In the green mist that blotted out the sky and covered the sun, the old woman, who originally looked old and hunched, started dancing in the mist in an extremely agile manner. The wrinkles on her face smoothed out, and her misty eyes became green and clear, as if she had suddenly become much younger. All of the human cultivators in a radius of over 1,000 feet were completely entranced by the old woman's dance, following which they were either devoured by the surrounding stem borers or completely inundated by the poisonous mist without even realizing it. Within the green mist, all of the human cultivators and stem borers were quickly dissolved into a vast expanse of viscous green liquid. As the elderly woman danced, the mist swept up the green liquid before being sucked into her mouth. As she absorbed more and more of the green liquid, her face gradually became younger, and the scabies and poisonous spots on her body also gradually disappeared. In the blink of an eye, she had transformed into a beautiful middle-aged woman who appeared to be in her 40s. Blood-curdling cries rang out from all directions. The middle and low-level human cultivators in the four directions were completely unable to withstand the attack of the four profound Enlightenment realm evil cultivators. In an instant, dozens of cultivators in the battle formations were directly killed. Following the arrival of these evil ethereal Enlightenment stage evil cultivators, the situation that had been stabilized by the ethereal Enlightenment stage cultivators was once again thrown into turmoil. However, more than half of the low-grade stem borers had been poisoned to death, so how could the Xianxia alliance just give up? It was just that most of the ethereal Enlightenment stage cultivators were being held back by the stem borer queen, so this battle had gradually evolved out of the control of the human race. A series of urgent voice transmissions spread through the human cultivators like a torrent. All of the Jin Dan sect disciples at or above the celestial manifestation stage or above had been mobilized. These people were originally the last trump cards of the various large, medium, and small forces, and were kept as the future of their sections. At this moment, under the circumstances, these people had no choice but to be used. After all, if they were to lose now, the Xianxia continent would fall, and there wouldn't even be a chance for revival. Many cultivators immediately set up formations to battle the evil ethereal Enlightenment stage evil cultivators, while some celestial manifestation stage cultivators faced off against the stem borer queen clone. The battle had entered an unprecedentedly intense stage. When Lu Ming, who was at the center of the battlefield, received the voice transmissions and realized that something was amiss, he had already been surrounded by a group of mid-grade and high-grade stem borers. Lu Ming's expression darkened, and his mind quickly changed. According to the current situation, he had to plan his retreat as soon as possible. Thankfully, even though there were many stem borers around him, they were all at the Jin Dan stage at most, which gave him a good opportunity to break out of the encirclement. Lu Ming immediately let loose a thunderous roar, and black mist surged around his body as he transformed into a black WYRM, charging into a group of stem borers not far away instead of retreating. With his current mastery of the Tiger Dragon Hell domain, these black mist WYRMs were like his own bodies, and he could move them at will. Coupled with the sword shadow light splitting technique unleashed by the bitter wheel sword, the normal Jin Dan stage stem borers were instantly reduced to nothingness. When Lu Ming's figure merged with the black mist dragon and broke through three groups of stem borers in a row, he finally attracted the attention of a giant two-headed stem borer not far away. With a roar, it quickly swam toward Lu Ming with billowing gray gas. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. This stem borer's aura was not weak, probably around the celestial phenomenon intermediate stage. Its two heads opened their mouths and spat out clouds of poisonous liquid toward Lu Ming. He raised his eyebrows and shook his sleeves. A yellow light shot out. It was the 6 mountain river pearls that were released together. Then, a deep roar sounded. A yellow mountain several hundred feet in size came crashing down with the force of Mount Tai. At the bottom of the mountain, yellow light shone brightly and circles of yellow halos rippled out. The next moment, a loud chi-chi sound was heard. Under the assault of the venom that was like a storm, the yellow halo turned into countless yellow and green smoke that rose into the sky. Fortunately, the yellow mountain peak did not collapse in a flash of light. At the same time, the black mist that originally wrapped around Lu Ming suddenly let out the roar of a dragon and a tiger. Then, 3 flood dragons and 3 tigers scuttled out from each side. They separated into 3 groups, the top, the middle, and the bottom. They bared their fangs and brandished their claws as they pounced towards the two-headed moth. Infernal purgatory. Before the dragon and tiger formed by the black mist could touch the two-headed stem borer, Lu Ming changed his hand sign and shouted in a low voice. After a muffled thunderous roar, all the mist dragons and mist tigers exploded and turned into thousands of feet of black light, directly engulfing the two-headed stem borer. Although Lu Ming's whole set of tactics was smooth like flowing water, his opponent was after all a celestial phenomenon stem borer. A strange cry was heard coming from the black light worm. Suddenly, rolls of gray waves gushed out from the black light and shot in all directions. The infernal purgatory that was about to form began to shake under the impact of these waves. Lu Ming had the experience of dealing with the celestial phenomenon stem borers before, so he naturally wouldn't allow them to break free so easily. His eyes flashed as he quickly pointed a finger at the yellow mountain in front of him. The yellow mountain abruptly rose up from the ground, following which a series of black river projections abruptly emerged. Under the interweaving of the black river, the yellow mountain suddenly grew by more than half its original size, flying directly into the sky above Nether Prison with a boundless might. Then, the sky full of yellow light swept down from the peak, causing the Nether Prison space, which was tumbling and on the verge of collapse, to suddenly become a little more stable. The two-headed stem borer seemed to have sensed that something was amiss, and a gargantuan two-headed stem borer projection suddenly appeared behind it. The projection twisted and contorted violently, releasing a series of gray ripples that resembled violent waves. Pung! After the two-headed stem borer released its Dharma idol, the black light surrounding Lu Ming was finally dispersed. However, just as it was about to break free, the black river projections on the yellow mountain blurred before quickly wrapping around the two-headed stem borer's body several times. Immediately thereafter, a vast expanse of yellow light poured down, and the two-headed stem borer felt as if the air around it had suddenly constricted, making its body feel extremely heavy, and it was unable to stand firmly in mid-air. A cold smile appeared on Lu Ming's face as he unleashed a series of incantation seals, upon which the mountain and river bead that had transformed into a giant mountain flashed with spiritual light before crashing down. There was a loud bang, the giant yellow mountain crashed heavily into the two-headed stem borer's head, but it was just barely stopped by the projection. Lu Ming chuckled coldly as he gently stroked a certain part of his waist, leaving a series of afterimages in his wake. A gray sword pouch appeared from his waist, upon which a streak of golden light flashed, leaving only an invisible ripple in its wake. The two-headed stem borer seemed to have detected a hint of danger, and its two twisted humanoid faces let loose a roar in unison as its vital energy surged around its body in an attempt to break free and escape. Right at this moment, a small golden ball appeared on the stem borer's right forehead in a wraith-like manner, then elongated into a small golden sword in a flash before disappearing into the stem borer's body. The small golden sword then emerged from the glabella of the two-headed stem borer's left head before disappearing on the spot. The two-headed stem borer's seemingly indestructible carapace was like tofu in the face of the power of the sword pill. At the same time, the stem borer's expression and movements instantly froze, and the projection rising up from its body also dissipated with a dull thump. At the same time, Lu Ming had only just removed his hand from his waist. From the moment he had summoned his heavenly void sword pouch to the moment he killed this heavenly elephant stem borer, only a few seconds had passed. Without the projection to obstruct it, the giant yellow mountain came crashing down. Rumble! A loud sound rang out, the two-headed stem borer's body, as well as a large number of low-grade stem borers that hadn't been able to escape in time, were all reduced to nothingness by the giant mountain. Lu Ming waved a hand through the air, and the giant mountain transformed into 6 yellow mountain river beads again as they flew toward him. He then turned around and rushed toward the next battle. Under the current circumstances, the ethereal and lightning stage human cultivators couldn't afford to pay attention to a Jin Dan stage cultivator like him, so he could only rely on his own power to survive in this chaotic battle. Xiao Longzi and the other elite disciples weren't faring much better, either. At this point, the poisoning mission had been successfully completed. The low-grade stem borers were still dying in large numbers, and the rest of the situation was beyond their control. As such, the only thing they could do now was to kill the mid-grade and high-grade stem borers as quickly as possible. Initially, there were close to 200 of them, but now, there were only around 40 of them left, which was a clear indication of how powerful they were. However, they were still feeling very powerless in the face of the countless stem borers. With the assistance of the mountain river beads and the sword beads, Lu Ming had slain a dozen or so Jin Dan stage stem borers in just the time it took to finish a cup of tea. At this moment, the 6 beads of mountains and rivers revolved around him, releasing layers of yellow light that protected his entire body, keeping the stem borers at bay. However, when he looked around, he was still greeted by the sight of an endless army of stem borers, and a wry smile appeared on his face. Even though he had many high-grade recovery spirit pills and talismans, he only had half of his magic power left, so he had to get out of this battle as soon as possible. Otherwise, the consequences would be dire. After a series of battles, Lu Ming had already arrived at an inconspicuous corner of the battlefield. However, his actions of slaying a large number of high-grade stem borers in quick succession had drawn the attention of celestial phenomenon and ethereal enlightenment stage beings. When spiritual master Tiange and Jin Liang discovered that Lu Ming controlled 6 mountain river beads at the same time, a strange expression flashed across their faces. Among them, Taoist master Tiange wore an expression of shock. He knew that Lu Ming had found 12 rough mountain river beads in the ruins of the upper realm, but he was completely surprised that Lu Ming was able to refine 6 of them in such a short time. In contrast, Jin Liang's eyes were glowing with excitement, and he seemed to be very pleased with Lu Ming's performance. At the same time, blood ancestor Xian Wucheng and poison consort Wu Jianyue, who were rampaging in the human clan army, had gathered together and were also looking at where Lu Ming was. What kind of treasure is that? It's able to crush a celestial phenomenon stem borer. Wait, this aura seems to be a little familiar, let me have a good look, Xian Wucheng said as his expression suddenly changed slightly. He's just a junior with a powerful treasure. Xian Wucheng, don't forget that we're here to help the stem borer queen destroy these arrogant human cultivators, so don't get distracted, the gorgeous young woman beside him chuckled in a sinister manner. Wu Jianyue, do I need you to remind me of this? It's just that the kid over there seems to be using the pearl of mountains and rivers. Back then, I spent 1,000 years to refine a doppelganger and sneaked into the ruins of the upper realm to find the pearl of mountains and rivers to break the demons subduing chains that bound me. In the end, the doppelganger was killed for no reason, and the pearl of mountains and rivers also fell into someone else's hands. Otherwise, why would I need to rely on these foreign beings to save me? Xian Wucheng harumphed coldly with a hint of rage on his face. Hee. I was wondering who killed your clone. Who would have thought that it would be this junior? The gorgeous young woman faltered slightly upon hearing this before a derisive sneer appeared on her face. Cut the crap. Continue to help the stem borer queen open a passageway with Lai Ju Tian and Mu Qianying, and it'll be more than powerful enough to crush these low-grade human cultivators. I'll go take care of this junior first. Xian Wucheng didn't seem to be in the mood to argue with her, and he merely took a glance at her before flying toward Lu Ming with crimson light surging all over his body. Specks of crimson light suddenly appeared on the bodies of human cultivators in the wake of the crimson mist, immediately following which the specks of crimson light pierced through the bodies of the human cultivators and sucked their flesh dry. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of low-grade human cultivators had been slain. After so many years, you still haven't made any progress. If it weren't for your selfishness, we wouldn't have been defeated by old man Moya and been sealed away for so long. So be it, I'm tired of killing these low-grade cultivators, let's get down to business first. Wu Jianyue murmured to herself for a while before flying toward the north amid a violent surge of green qi. Lu Ming was in the midst of a fierce battle when his nostrils suddenly twitched slightly, and he caught a whiff of the pungent scent of blood coming from behind him. At the same time, a burst of terrifying spiritual pressure was surging toward him. He hurriedly turned around to find that a sea of blood was surging toward him from over 5 kilometers away. A look of shock appeared on Lu Ming's face, and he vaguely guessed the other party's intentions as he quickly formed a series of hand seals. The small mountain projection manifested by the beat of mountains and rivers tremored in mid-air, crushing over 100 low-grade stem borers before reverting back to 6 yellow beads that flew back into his sleeve. Lu Ming then turned around and patted the 8-legged sea beast on his chest, upon which a pair of fleshy wings unfurled on his back amid a flash of silver light. His body flashed a few times, and he flew over 1,000 feet away in another direction. Human Junior, I don't know what kind of despicable method you used to steal this set of mountain and river beads, but you really did refine it into a treasure. You've saved me a lot of effort, so I'm going to pay you back with your life, a low voice rang out from within the sea of blood. Not only was the voice transmission of an arcane enlightenment stage being extremely powerful, it was also imbued with powerful spiritual pressure. Even though Lu Ming's spiritual sense was already comparable to that of a celestial phenomenon stage being, he was still struck by a sharp pain in the back of his ears, and he was beginning to feel a little dizzy, thereby significantly reducing his speed. After just the span of a few breaths, the sea of blood that the Blood Patriarch had transformed into had already caught up to Lu Ming. Lu Ming's heart sank as he sensed the bursts of spiritual pressure erupting from behind him. Even though he had some trump cards up his sleeve that allowed him to slay celestial phenomenon stage beings, he was still nothing in the face of the arcane enlightenment stage profound impermanence. If he were to be caught by the Blood Patriarch, his chances of survival would be extremely slim. With that in mind, his body blurred, and he transformed into 4 identical figures. He then flapped his silver wings, each of which left a trail of afterimages in their wake as they flew toward the densest concentration of stem borers. Lu Ming was able to rely on the apotheosis stage movement techniques that he had perfected in the illusionary realm to transform into 4 projections that traversed through the sea of stem borers with ease. Before the stem borers had a chance to react, Lu Ming had already flashed past them as a black line, making it impossible for them to track him down. Upon seeing this, the profound impermanence immediately followed in the direction that Lu Ming had fled in and plunged headfirst into the stemborer army. Even though he was an ally of the stemborer queen, he didn't care about the lives of these low-grade stemborers, and in his current state of fury, he didn't even care about the safety of these low-grade stemborers. Hell. As soon as the low-grade stemborers came into contact with the sea of blood, their bodies began to swell, following which all of their blood essence was absorbed into the sea of blood. In the blink of an eye, tens of thousands of low-grade stem borers and human cultivators had been reduced to dried corpses after coming into contact with the Blood Patriarch's sea of blood. When Lu Ming saw that the distance between him and the blood ancestor had not widened, he broke out in a cold sweat. What was even worse was that a large number of low-level stem borers nearby suddenly gathered together to form an impenetrable insect wall in front of Lu Ming. It was unknown whether they had been instructed to do so, or whether they simply didn't care about the blood progenitors' massacre. To Lu Ming, the insect wall formed by the low-grade stem borers was nothing to be afraid of, but if he were to attack now, his speed would be greatly affected. At this moment, if he was even a little bit slower, he could fall into eternal damnation at any time. Lu Ming could only grit his teeth and instantly changed the direction of his escape to the place where the celestial state cultivators were fighting in midair. He had no intention of drawing this disaster onto himself, but in this dire situation, he could only hope that the high-grade cultivators would be able to hold off the Blood Patriarch for a while, thereby creating an opportunity for him to escape. However, before he had a chance to reach the battlefield above, the sea of blood was already less than several thousand feet behind him, and the pungent odor of blood wafted through the air. "Surrender now, brat!" Xian Wuchang cackled within the sea of blood as he gently flicked a finger through the air, upon which a series of crimson vines as thick as water buckets quickly materialized within the sea of blood. In the blink of an eye, there were thousands of vines, all of which swept through the air in a frenzy. Blood-curdling cries rang out everywhere they passed, regardless of whether it was human cultivators or stem borers. All of them were sucked dry as soon as they came into contact with the crimson vines. Lu Ming was shocked. While trying his best to activate the escape light, he forcefully activated the bitter wheel sword under his feet, releasing rays of purple sword chi to the sea of blood behind him to resist. However, when the purple sword chi touched the crimson vines, it directly collapsed. It could only slow them down a little, and it had little effect on the overwhelming crimson vines. There was a loud whistling sound in the air, several crimson vines intertwined and flashed toward the sky, turning into a giant crimson net, covering Lu Ming at lightning speed. Lu Ming was shocked. He made a gesture, and the other 3 phantasms flashed to block in front of him. At the same time, his figure flickered, and his speed suddenly increased in a whistling sound. The 3 phantoms collapsed into black smoke in the blink of an eye in the giant crimson net. When the giant crimson net missed, there were hundreds of crimson vines that came from all directions. With the giant crimson net as the center, they intertwined to form a giant crimson palm that was 1,000 feet in size, grabbing at Lu Ming with lightning speed. Seeing this, Lu Ming's face changed greatly. He suddenly pressed the sword pouch on his waist with one hand, planning to release the sword pill and fight with all his might. At the critical moment, a golden light flashed above Lu Ming, and then a large amount of bright starlight surged from it, quickly forming a dazzling light ball behind Lu Ming. Bang! There was a loud noise. In the fierce collision of the red and white lights, the dazzling light ball condensed by the starlight quickly dimmed. But at this moment, countless spots of starlight gathered from all directions and poured into the light ball. They actually condensed into a huge golden light wall, blocking the blow of the giant crimson palm. It was Jin Liang who found that something was wrong with Lu Ming and flew to support him. Lu Ming was overjoyed, but before he could thank him, he found that the golden light wall in front of him was shattered. "Hurry up, I can only delay for a while for you." After Jin Liang hurriedly sent a voice transmission to Lu Ming, his body flashed with starlight, and he chanted an obscure gesture. The dazzling white starlight on his body kept flashing, and rolls of starlight shot out from his body without reservation. The Dharma idol phantasm behind him also gradually condensed, turning into a golden dragon phantasm that soared into the sky. A dragon roar sounded, shaking the 9 heavens. After Lu Ming glanced at Jin Liang, he didn't dare to neglect. He made a gesture and once again turned into a purple light and blasted away. With Jin Liang's celestial state cultivation, if he was still helpless in the face of the blood ancestor, he wouldn't be of much help even if he stayed. A mere celestial state existence dares to block my way? It seems that you are tired of living. Xian Wuchang's deafening voice came from behind him. Then there was a violent tremor behind him, mixed with an earth-shattering noise. Clouds of blood mixed with faint golden light scattered in all directions, and Jin Liang's figure was shot out from the air. At this time, he was dripping with blood, and the Dharma idol phantasm behind him suddenly disappeared. It seemed that he had been seriously injured after forcibly resisting the blow of the blood ancestor. Jin Liang took another glance at Lu Ming, who had fled for over 10,000 feet, before immediately activating his protective divine light and fleeing as a streak of golden light. Blood ancestor Xian Wuchang didn't seem to have thought that a mere celestial state cultivator would be able to withstand his attack, and a hint of surprise flashed through his eyes. However, he had no intention of giving chase. Instead, he harumphed coldly before continuing to chase after Lu Ming. Meanwhile, in front of the spatial rift that the Stemborer Queen was situated in, the profound integration stage cultivators had no choice but to send out 3 profound integration stage cultivators to hold off the Stemborer Queen after being interrupted by 3 profound integration stage cultivators of the corrupt path. As the Stemborer Queen struggled frantically, a corner of the restriction light barrier that had been set up by several profound integration stage cultivators had been torn open by the Stemborer Queen, and one of its pristine white claws forced its way through the spatial rift again. With a wave of its giant claw, a seemingly ordinary hurricane blew up, but an indescribably powerful spiritual pressure came from it, sweeping in all directions. All of the profound integration stage cultivators had no choice but to temporarily put down their treasures upon seeing this before hurriedly taking evasive measures. The 3 arcane enlightenment cultivators took advantage of this opportunity to attack the damaged light barrier in an attempt to completely destroy it and release the Stemborer Queen. The entire space was instantly filled with all types of puppets, spiritual lights, giant mountains, spatial rifts, and poisonous mist, creating quite a chaotic scene to behold. Within the passageway, the Stemborer Queen was writhing its fleshy body relentlessly, destroying the entire spatial restriction with all its might. Even so, due to its massive body, it would take a long time to completely squeeze out of the spatial passageway. At the same time, somewhere in space, there seemed to be no sky or earth here, and there was only white mist that was slowly swirling around, giving off bursts of gentle white light. There was a white-robed elderly man standing with his hands by his side, looking up ahead. Suddenly, there was a strange spatial fluctuation in front of him. After a series of distortions and deformation, a blurry white figure appeared. "Tianhe, why did you summon me?" The figure turned to look at the white-haired old man and asked. His voice was somewhat empty and indifferent. "Palace Master, the Stemborer Queen is attempting to invade this realm, should we?" the elderly man asked as he cupped his fist in a respectful salute. "Stemborer Queen? You're referring to the eternal life stage Stemborer Queen from the insect realm, right?" the humanoid figure interjected before the elderly man had a chance to finish his sentence. "Indeed, Palace Master," the elderly man replied with a nod. "It's not appropriate for me to get involved in the affairs of the lower realms. You may have come from this realm, but seeing as you've already joined the Heavenly Palace, you should have nothing to do with it, do you understand?" the humanoid figure said in an indifferent voice. "Yes, Palace Master," the elderly man replied with a slightly dejected look on his face. The cycle of the heavenly Tao and the karmic luck of the five elements have their own arrangements. I'll just let it run its course. As the humanoid figure spoke, piercing white light appeared around its body, and it disappeared as if it had never appeared in the first place. After escaping from the clutches of the Blood Patriarch, Lu Ming didn't return to the group battle at the bottom. Instead, he took advantage of this opportunity to flee toward a higher altitude. That was the spatial passageway where the Stemborer Queen was located. To Lu Ming, the most dangerous place was actually the place with the greatest chance of survival. After all, the only ones who could stop the Blood Patriarch were the ethereal enlightenment cultivators. With the massive disparity in speed between the two of them, the Blood Patriarch may not be able to last that long. As such, when Lu Ming sensed the stench of blood coming from behind him again, he immediately spread his arms through the air, and 6 black mist WYRMS appeared behind him. The WYRMS then immediately disappeared into the sea of blood without even causing a single ripple. 2,500 feet, 1,500 feet, 3,000 feet, the distance between the two of them continued to shorten, and Lu Ming gritted his teeth as he activated a hand seal. 2 streaks of yellow light flashed, and 12 yellow mountain river beads appeared before transforming into 12 small yellow mountains. After the 12 small mountains let out a buzzing sound in the void, they quickly merged into one, turning into a giant mountain that was more than 1,000 feet high. Its imposing manner was extremely astonishing. I didn't think that you'd already refined a set of 12 mountain river beads. Good, very good. The Blood Patriarch was elated to see the mountain river beads. Immediately thereafter, he formed a series of hand seals, and the sea of blood around him surged before converging between his palms before rubbing them together again. Crimson light flashed, and an earth-shattering crimson sword of several thousand feet in length appeared before slashing toward the mountain river beads at an extremely fast speed. Lu Ming's heart jolted with shock upon seeing this, and he immediately pointed at the gargantuan mountain several times in succession. A vast black river projection suddenly appeared, encompassing the entire mountain in an attempt to withstand the Blood Patriarch's sword strike. However, before the giant crimson sword had a chance to come into contact with the mountain, it suddenly transformed into a giant crimson hand that gripped onto the mountain. In the next instant, layers of crimson mist erupted from the surface of the giant crimson hand, almost inundating the entire mountain. Lu Ming's expression changed drastically. He could clearly feel a powerful pulling force trying to pull the bead of mountains and rivers away. The connection between him and the bead of mountains and rivers was also becoming weaker and weaker. At this moment, he suddenly remembered that the blood ancestor had come for the pearl of mountain and river. If he used the pearl of mountain and river, he would be sending himself into a tiger's mouth. If giving up the pearl of mountains and rivers could make the blood ancestor give up on his pursuit, then it would be fine. However, given the blood ancestor's savage personality, he would only attack recklessly after obtaining this treasure. At that time, without the protection of a treasure like the pearl of mountains and rivers, he might not even be able to withstand a single blow. At that moment, Scorpion's voice suddenly came from the soul-cultivating bag on Lu Ming's waist. Master, I can control the power of the earth and mountain rocks. I also have some control over the pearl of mountains and rivers. Perhaps I can help Master take back this mountain. Lu Ming was overjoyed when he heard this. Without saying anything, he patted the soul-recovering bag on his waist. A roll of black gas floated out and transformed into a black-veiled girl. Then he muttered something and spat out black runes from his mouth, drilling directly into the blood mist. Scorpion's eyes shone brightly. A faint layer of earthy yellow light faintly appeared on its body. Then, it pointed to the sky with one hand. Break! There was a roar in the blood mist below. Then, circles of black water rippled out from it. After another boom, a giant mountain rushed out of the blood mist and flew straight to where Lu Ming was. Ancestor Shui was in the midst of channeling his cultivation technique. When he saw this, his eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. He made a hand sign and the rolling blood mist immediately turned into a blood-colored python. A bloody light rolled up the giant mountain. Return. At this time, Lu Ming didn't dare to have the slightest hesitation. He immediately changed his hand sign and the giant mountain directly turned into 12 yellow beads that shot back. At this moment, the surface of the beads of mountains and rivers was riddled with faint crimson threads, clearly indicating that its spiritual nature had been damaged. Lu Ming didn't bother to check more. A silver light flashed behind him, and he once again turned into a silver and purple escape light and flew up. The blood ancestor's expression darkened at the sight of the beads of mountains and rivers being snatched away by Lu Ming. Crimson light flashed from its back, and a crimson cloud appeared beneath its feet. It then abruptly accelerated through the air, transforming into a bolt of crimson lightning that shot into the sky. The scorpion twisted its body upon seeing this, and a scorpion tail projection that was over 100 feet thick swept forth. The giant scorpion tail swept up a vast expanse of sand and pebbles before crashing viciously toward the crimson lightning mat. The blood ancestor cackled and was just about to attack when a sudden turn of events occurred. A resounding boom suddenly erupted from within the spatial passageway up above. The Stemborer Queen's pristine white claws blurred, and countless streaks of wind whistled through the air around its exposed body. A burst of deafening sounds of wind and thunder rang out, the space around it blurred, and hundreds of giant blades of wind over 100 feet in length suddenly appeared, sweeping through all directions, leaving a series of thin white marks in the air. All of the profound understanding realm cultivators, Lai Jutian, Mu Qianying, and Wu Jianyue were all shocked, and they hurriedly released their magic treasures to protect themselves. This was an attack from an eternal life stage cultivator. For a time, dense spiritual light and treasure chi flashed as far as the eye could see, and the sounds of explosions of various colors rose and fell one after another. Fortunately, this was only a casual attack unleashed by the Stemborer Queen after it had escaped from the spatial passageway, and all of the profound understanding realm cultivators in the air were able to defend against it. However, one of the giant wind blades shot straight at where Sierra was. It was so fast that it was like a bolt of lightning. Not good. Scorpion, get out of the way. A startled expression appeared on Lu Ming's face as he yelled. At the same time, he lashed out with his left fist, and 6 mist wyrms surged forth. At the same time, purple light flashed in his right hand, and the bitter will sword trembled as a purple sword projection that was several hundred feet in length swept forth. A resounding boom immediately rang out. The 6 mist wyrms and the purple sword projection were instantly destroyed by the white blade of wind, but they were still able to deviate slightly from their original trajectories. After Scorpion heard Lu Ming shout, its reaction was also extremely fast. It had already turned in the air and turned into Bone Scorpion in the black gas. At the same time, it twisted its body, trying to dodge. However, right at this moment, it felt a burst of powerful spiritual pressure bearing down on it from behind, followed by a burst of sharp pain from its back. Chi La. The white blade of wind brushed past the white bone scorpion's back before flying toward the crimson cloud down below. The silver scales on the white bone scorpion's body scattered in all directions, and the scorpion was sent flying before falling into a coma in midair. Lu Ming's expression changed, and he patted his soul-cultivating pouch to summon the scorpion back into the pouch with a wave of black chi. The crimson cloud formed by the blood ancestor also didn't dare to be careless upon seeing the Stemborer Queen's white blade of wind flying toward it, and it hurriedly formed a crimson vortex in front of it. A resounding boom erupted. Under the eruption of 2 vastly different types of power, a huge red and white halo of light flashed erratically. The halo of light disappeared in a flash, and the blood ancestor revealed an enraged expression once again. It let out a strange roar before charging toward Lu Ming again. With the power of a mystic and lightning realm cultivator, it appeared 1,000 feet behind Lu Ming in the blink of an eye. Lu Ming felt a powerful sense of oppression envelop his entire body once again, and the bitter will sword beneath his feet began to wail as it swayed slightly in the air. The blood ancestor extended a hand, and a giant crimson palm that was around 700 to 800 feet in size appeared before grabbing toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming's entire body trembled involuntarily as the smell of blood permeated the air, and he could only grit his teeth as he abruptly laid a hand on the sword pouch hanging from his waist. He flicked his 5 fingers in rapid succession, and a series of hand seals disappeared into the sword pouch at the speed of lightning. A crisp ringing sound erupted from within the sword pouch, a golden ball flashed before transforming into a small golden sword that was several inches long, and a bone-chilling aura revolved around it. Lu Ming opened his mouth again and spat out several mouthfuls of bright red blood essence before pointing a finger toward the giant crimson claw. Slash! The blood essence entered the small golden sword in a flash, and then it turned into a dazzling golden bead that disappeared on the spot. With a pu sound, a faint golden light flashed and directly pierced through the giant crimson claw, Although the giant crimson claw did not collapse, it suddenly became blurry. Sword ball. The blood ancestor roared when he saw this, and his body reacted extremely quickly as he shot to the side. The golden light flashed like lightning, and with a pu sound, a small tear suddenly appeared on the robe worn by the blood ancestor. Before the blood ancestor could retract his hand, a thin line appeared on his hand, and then blood spurted out. 3 of his fingers were directly cut off by the sword chi. As the blood ancestor retracted his hand, the giant crimson palm that had just arrived in front of Lu Ming suddenly turned into wisps of blood mist and dissipated. "Brat, you're dead." Blood ancestor flew into a rage. He suddenly waved his sleeve, and a bloody gust of wind rolled up, sweeping toward Lu Ming again. At the same time, he let out a low roar, and a layer of faint bloody light curtain appeared within a 10 meters radius around his body. As for his injured hand, lumps of flesh were squeezed out of the wound and grew wildly. In the blink of an eye, 3 new fingers were formed. Lu Ming saw the bloody gust of wind sweeping toward him, and his heart trembled. The void sword ball's sudden all-out attack could only reach this level in front of a mystic understanding cultivator. Now that the opponent was on guard, even if he used the void sword ball again, it would be useless. He waved his hand in the air, and the golden bead flashed back. In an instant, it turned into a golden light that wrapped around him. At the same time, he patted his chest, and a pair of crystal-clear cicada wings appeared behind him with a schwa sound. He made a hand seal, and spiritual light flashed from the translucent cicada wings on his back. His body abruptly became weightless, and he transformed into a streak of white light that flew away from the violent crimson winds. With the help of the sword kinesis flight from the void sword ball, his speed had drastically increased. After witnessing just how terrifying the Stembora Queen's true body was, Lu Ming didn't fly up into the air. Instead, he changed directions and chose a place where a large number of Stemborers were gathered. With the power of the void sword ball, the low-grade Stemborers would be sliced into pieces as long as they were within several hundred feet of him. Xian Wucheng saw that Lu Ming's speed increased greatly in an instant. He released his huge divine thought to scan forward slightly, and he immediately understood the mystery. He immediately growled angrily, waved his arms, and continued to urge the violent bloody gale to chase in Lu Ming's direction with the pressure of Mount Tai. Wherever the bloody gale passed, the spirit of heaven and earth within 1,000 meters was restless. Whether it was the human cultivators or the Stemborers, if they got a little closer, their blood essence would tumble out. Some would be seriously injured, and some would fall from the sky immediately. As the bloody wind blew fiercely in the air, Blood Ancestor quickly closed the distance between him and Lu Ming. Lu Ming was shocked again. He no longer cared about the consumption of the cicada crystal wings. He made a gesture, and the black and white Jing Dan above his spiritual sea spun crazily. A stream of extremely pure spiritual power flowed out like a spring, pouring into the emerald mini wings above his spiritual sea. As the mini wings flapped quickly, the green flames on the 2 wings rolled to both sides, turning into a ball of burning flames. Under the contrast of the flames, the mini wings looked crystal glittering, extremely gorgeous. At the same time, the transparent crystal wings behind Lu Ming also shone brightly, and a crystal clear white spirit pattern appeared. Whoosh! Lu Ming's figure blurred, and he rushed out 1,000 meters away. His speed was almost the same as the bloody gale transformed by blood ancestor Xian Wucheng. Seeing this, Xian Wucheng was even more furious, and he continued to chase with the bloody gale. After weighing the pros and cons, Lu Ming didn't want to directly leave the battlefield and escape. After all, instead of running out aimlessly, it was better to stay here and have a chance of survival. As long as the battle above slowed down a little, maybe there would be ethereal enlightenment cultivators on his side to restrain this blood ancestor. At that time, he would really have a chance to escape. In order to attract their attention, he had lured the blood patriarch into battles where there were fewer human cultivators and Stemborers. When the blood ancestor saw that he, a Tongxian realm cultivator, couldn't even catch a mere Jing Dan realm cultivator, he couldn't help but fly into a rage out of humiliation and vent his anger on the Stemborers he saw along the way. As a result, Lu Ming used the blood ancestor's hand to eradicate at least tens of thousands of Stemborers while escaping. Among them, there were no less than 20 or 30 Jing Dan stage Stemborers and countless crystal-level Stemborers. If the Stembora Queen were to learn that she had killed more Stemborers than human cultivators, it would most likely vomit blood from rage. However, the cicada crystal wing's magic treasure could only be used a few times. Under Lu Ming's crazy use, the consumption was also great. Within his spirit sea, the pair of miniature wings that were originally the size of an infant's fist had shrunk to the size of a thumb and were on the verge of burning out. Most importantly, even though he was constantly taking high-grade recovery pills, he had less than 10% of his FA remaining. For the Blood Patriarch, who was chasing after him with crimson winds, the consumption of FA during this period of time was nothing. With his powerful spiritual sense, he had clearly discovered Lu Ming's situation, and a hint of madness flashed through his crimson eyes. "You want to run, Junior? Let's see how long you can keep running," the Blood Patriarch roared, and the crimson winds around him became even more intense. The distance between the two of them began to shrink at a rate that was visible to the naked eye. Just as Lu Ming's cicada crystal wings were about to run out of energy, an earth-shattering boom suddenly erupted from above. In the void above, there was a sudden earth-shattering rumbling sound, and at the same time, an indescribably strong spiritual pressure swept down from the void. It turned out that during the time that Lu Ming and the Blood Patriarch were engaged in this battle, the Stemborer Queen had somehow managed to squeeze most of its snowy white body out of the spatial passageway, revealing its 6 human arms. Furthermore, a gargantuan humanoid face had also clearly appeared within the spatial passageway. This face was clearly that of a woman, and it had bright eyes and white teeth. It should have been very alluring, but the face was far too big. It was at least an acre in size, and it was growing on the body of an insect, which made it look very strange and frightening. "Die, all of you human scum!" A feminine voice rang out from the giant humanoid face, following which piercing white light appeared over the surface of its 6 arms, and it began to swipe through the air in a nonchalant manner. All of a sudden, a vast expanse of white light flashed around the Stemborer Queen, and a series of astonishing spatial fluctuations erupted as 6 massive white gale-force winds swept forth in all directions. All of the surrounding arcane insight cultivators immediately hurtled back in retreat upon seeing this. Within the gusts of white hurricanes, white wind blades that emitted sharp cries could be faintly seen taking shape, and they quickly swept through the air in all directions. The white blades of wind left a series of black lines of different sizes in their wake. These were all spatial rifts. For a time, the entire void seemed to be filled with white wind blades and black spatial cracks. They were so densely packed that there was practically nowhere to hide. It was a scene of chaos. Blood-curdling cries rang out all around. Many of the stemborers and human cultivators just so happened to be situated on the edge of the spatial rifts, and they didn't even have a chance to react before they were sliced into pieces. Bursts of astonishing suction force erupted from some of the larger spatial rifts, and the nearby cultivators and stemborers were also torn to shreds. Blood Patriarch Xian Wucheng was caught off guard by this turn of events, but he wasn't willing to let Lu Ming go just like that, so he gritted his teeth and conjured up a suit of crimson armor around his body before continuing to give chase. Lu Ming, who was escaping, dodged left and right to avoid many space cracks with the amazing speed of the cicada crystal wings and his extraordinary reaction. At this moment, the cicada crystal wings behind him suddenly turned into crystal light spots and shattered. Immediately after, 2 white wind blades swept down one after the other. The blade in front slashed across in front of him, and a white light flashed at the point of impact. After an astonishing wave spread out, a spatial fissure that was about 100 feet long appeared out of thin air. Extremely strong spatial fluctuations faintly seeped out of the fissure, as if it was a huge tunnel that led to an extremely distant place. His expression changed drastically, and just as he was about to do something, a blood-curdling cry rang out from behind him. Before he had a chance to figure out what was happening, an irresistible burst of suction force erupted from the spatial rift. Lu Ming felt as if his entire body was being tugged at by an invisible force, and the small golden sword beneath his feet was also wobbling incessantly, as if it was about to break free from his control. In a moment of desperation, he could only make a hand seal, and the small golden sword flew back before transforming into a burst of golden light that firmly protected his body. Almost at the same time, Lu Ming was no longer able to control his own body, and he was swept up by the invisible force before falling into the spatial rift in front of him in a daze. However, in the instant that he entered the spatial rift, an elderly voice suddenly sounded from extremely far away. "Stemborer Queen, why did you use the power of laws of an entire realm to seal my true body? The voice was imbued with a powerful calming effect, and Lu Ming was instantly enlightened. He abruptly turned around to discover a figure in the distance with rainbow light flying toward him. Within the rainbow light was an elderly monk with a head of white hair and tightly shut eyes. The monk abruptly opened his eyes, and rainbow light swirled within them. He raised his left arm, and a string of sandalwood beads that were emanating rainbow light flew out of his hand before rotating in midair. Following that, the sound of Sanskrit Buddhist chants rang out in spirals. Countless milky white lotus flowers flew out like a celestial maiden scattering flowers. The white blades of wind and spatial rifts in the air all vanished upon coming into contact with these lotus flowers. Lu Ming faltered slightly upon seeing this. He felt like he had seen this mysterious monk before, but he couldn't recall where he had seen him before. In the next instant, he had already been swept into the depths of the spatial rift, and the voices outside gradually became indistinct. He could only hear the enraged roar of the Stembora queen, as well as someone calling out to the Holy Lord in elation. Immediately thereafter, the spatial rift tremored violently, and it quickly sealed itself amid a flash of white light. The only source of light in Lu Ming's eyes also instantly vanished, and he was struck by an enormous force that came crashing down upon him from all directions. Even with his immensely powerful physical body and sword pill, he was unable to withstand this force, and he let loose a loud cry as he threw up a mouthful of blood and fainted. But not long after, the huge force in the crack suddenly dissipated. Lu Ming's body began to drift into the depths of the darkness, and finally gradually disappeared into the distance. After an indeterminate period of time, Lu Ming awakened. Excruciating pain, that was the only thing he could feel. He felt as if his body had been torn apart countless times by an enormous force, and a series of wounds had appeared all over his skin. Bursts of excruciating pain assaulted his mind, and even with his mental fortitude, he couldn't help but let loose a muffled groan. Only after a long while did he gradually acclimatize to this pain. His spirit sea was completely devoid of any magic power, and it was extremely difficult for him to even move a finger. Thankfully, his body was extremely resolute, and he had fused the heavenly demon blood into his body after progressing to the Jin Dan stage, so his regenerative abilities were extremely astonishing. After resting for a long while, he finally managed to gather some energy. Only then did Lu Ming use both of his arms to struggle to sit up. He turned his head and looked around. At this moment, he was in a verdant and quiet valley. Rays of warm sunlight shone down, and he could smell the fresh scent of soil and grass in his mouth and nose. Aside from that, there seemed to be a hint of salty sea breeze in the air. Lu Ming shook his head as he focused his attention, and some of his memories from before he fell unconscious gradually surfaced in his mind. He was engulfed by the spatial rift opened by the Stembora queen and was swept into the spatial turbulence. He didn't know how long he had been drifting, but he vaguely remembered that the octopus on his chest had transformed into a suit of silver armor to protect his vital parts. At the same time, he relied on the terrifying regenerative ability of the heavenly beastkin's blood essence and the protection of the sword orb to prevent himself from being torn into pieces by the spatial storm. Judging from the current situation, he seemed to have been teleported to a small island. He didn't know where he was, but he was definitely not near the two-world ridge. However, judging from the surrounding environment, he should still be in the human world. However, as long as he was able to escape from the pursuit of the Blood Patriarch, he would feel extremely fortunate. He took out a healing pill from his summer ring and swallowed it. A warm current flowed through his body, and with the enhancement of the heavenly beastkin's blood essence, his injuries suddenly healed at a much faster rate. After resting for a while, his mental strength recovered a little. He suddenly stood up and patted the sword pouch on his waist. He put away the golden bead that was left on the ground nearby. At the same time, he pointed at his brow with one hand and released his powerful divine sense. It easily enveloped the entire island. The world's essence energy here was clearly much thinner than that of the Middle Sky continent, but because of this, there were basically no demon beasts on this island, which was only a few dozen kilometers in size. It was a very safe place. Huh? Lu Ming's expression changed slightly. There was a very familiar severed arm lying on the ground next to a rock over 100 feet away. He immediately recognized that this was the arm of the Blood Patriarch. Lu Ming only thought for a moment and understood what was going on. He vaguely remembered hearing a scream from behind him when the spatial storm erupted. It seemed that the Blood Patriarch had also been swept into the spatial rift, and one of his arms had been cut off before being teleported here. What made him overjoyed was that there was a dark green gemstone ring on the index finger of the arm. Judging from the faint fluctuations emanating from it, it should be the storage ring of the Blood Patriarch. Lu Ming suppressed the excitement in his heart and strode to the side of the Blood Ancestor's arm. He bent down and took off the storage ring. After carefully looking at it, he carefully put it away. Then, he sat cross-legged on the ground, took out a Fali recovery pill and swallowed it. Then, he held an upper-grade spirit stone in each hand and slowly circulated his Fali. At this moment, his magic power was almost exhausted, and he had to recover some first before he could talk about other things. The island was extremely quiet, and no one disturbed him at all. It took Lu Ming most of the time to recover some magic power, and he couldn't wait to take out the Blood Patriarch's storage ring. Originally, he thought that there would be a restriction placed on the storage ring and that it would take a lot of effort to open it. Who would have thought that just by using his Fali to slightly refine it, he discovered that the divine sense on it was faintly discernible, and it was easily erased. It seemed that the Blood Patriarch was either seriously injured and his cultivation had greatly decreased, or he was too far away from here. The power of the divine sense restriction had weakened to the point where it was useless. Lu Ming explored the storage ring with his divine sense, and a moment later, a strange expression appeared on his face. With a wave of his hand, a pile of things fell to the ground. It was a pile of spirit stones of different sizes, about 7 or 8 million in total. In addition, there was only a blood-red scripture that looked very old. He picked up the scripture and glanced at it. On the cover of the broken scripture, he could vaguely see 4 ancient words, Blood River Scripture. He hadn't heard of this name before, but from the name, it should be an ancient book of blood Dao techniques. A disappointed expression appeared on Lu Ming's face. He had thought that the Blood Patriarch's storage ring would give him a pleasant surprise, but this was all that was left. Unbeknownst to him, the Blood Patriarch had been imprisoned at the bottom of the Blood River for countless years and had only just been released by the Stembora Queen. All of his pills and treasures had either been used up or destroyed during his struggle to break free, leaving him with only a few spirit stones and a cultivation manual. Lu Ming heaved a faint sigh before stowing the spirit stones into his storage ring, then sat down in the shade of a tree and began to carefully read through the scripture. This Blood River scripture was most likely a cultivation method used by the Blood Patriarch, and he was quite interested in the cultivation methods of arcane enlightenment mighty figures. Furthermore, the Blood Patriarch seemed to hate him, and if he were to encounter the Blood Patriarch again in the future, he definitely wouldn't let him off the hook. Before advancing to the celestial state, he didn't expect to be able to fight against the arcane enlightenment mighty figures. He only hoped to learn some characteristics of the Blood River scripture so that he could have a better chance of escaping if he encountered the Blood Patriarch in the future. Lu Ming looked at the Blood River scripture word by word and sentence by sentence. Soon, he finished reading the entire Blood River scripture. The first half of the scripture was divided into 18 chapters, which recorded in detail the complete cultivation method of the Blood River scripture from the Spirit Apostle stage to the Arcane Enlightenment stage. This kind of cultivation method was somewhat against the natural order. From the Spirit Apostle stage, it required the blood of living people, and from the crystallization period, it required a large amount of cultivator's blood essence. It could be seen that the Blood Patriarch had stepped on countless corpses to reach the Arcane Enlightenment stage. Looking at the description of the cultivation method and power recorded in it, it was quite powerful. However, it wouldn't be a short time to study the weaknesses of this cultivation method. After Lu Ming skimmed through it, he began to read the second half of the scripture. The second half of the scripture recorded more than a dozen powerful blood mystic arts. The power was so powerful that even Lu Ming was tempted. But when executing these secret techniques, most of them required the Blood River Sutra as the foundation. Moreover, they were even more bloody than the cultivation techniques from before. Most of them required the refinement of numerous living beings, and some even required the blood essence of high-level cultivators as the medium, causing them to be extremely evil. Lu Ming couldn't help but shake his head at this. However, after reading the entire Blood River scripture with a frown, it was not completely without any gain. At the end of the scripture, he found a mystic art that seemed to be quite useful to him. It was called the blood spirit technique. It could be practiced without external force and the blood river scripture as the foundation. Lu Ming hurriedly read it carefully. After half a day, he was a little stunned. According to the records in the scripture, the blood spirit technique was a forbidden technique. By burning one's own blood essence, one could instantly increase the strength of one's body. The effect of the increase was not small, it could increase one's strength by about 30%. However, according to the scripture, every time the blood spirit technique was used, it would cause great harm to the body. This was because this secret technique burned the body's blood essence. After the technique was used, the body would be weak for a long time because of the depletion of blood essence. Lu Ming's face revealed an uncontrollable ecstasy. The strength of his body had long surpassed that of Jingdan cultivators of the same level. If he could increase it by 30%, he would be able to fight against a celestial phenomenon cultivator. Although the blood spirit technique had certain side effects, it was still very valuable to him. In the next few days, Lu Ming quietly meditated on the island. After 6 or 7 days, the injuries on his body were healed and his Fa Li was restored. The scorpion, who had been seriously injured and unconscious by the blood ancestor, also woke up after a few days of rest. Lu Ming used the Jingdan fire to refine the blood ancestor's arm into pure yuan qi and poured it into the scorpion's body. The yuan qi contained in the arm of a mystic enlightenment cultivator was really amazing. Not only did the injuries on the scorpion's body immediately heal, but the Fa Li in his body also increased by a lot, almost reaching the peak of the middle Jingdan stage. This made Lu Ming speechless, but also a little gratified. Since his Fa Li had been restored, Lu Ming did not plan to continue to stay on the island. On this day, he turned into a black light and rushed in a certain direction. Not long after, what was reflected in front of him was the same azure sea. The rippling waves emitted a hua-hua sound, giving him a long-lost feeling of carefree and relaxed spirit. As Lu Ming flew toward the distance, his divine thought also spread out to explore everything around him. The sea here looked very calm. Most of the beastkins in the sea were also at the spirit apostle stage. Even the condensation period sea beasts were rare. Seeing this, Lu Ming couldn't help but secretly guess that he might have been teleported to a remote place in the middle sky continent. After flying for almost half a day, Lu Ming's eyes suddenly flashed, and his figure suddenly stopped in midair. There was a fierce collision of Fa Li above the sea tens of miles ahead. It was a dozen cultivators divided into 2 groups, fighting each other. Both sides of the fight were at the spirit apostle stage. One side was 7 or 8 human cultivators. The leader was a spirit apostle late-stage man in brocade clothes, holding a long green blade magic weapon. On the other side, there was a group of scaled aliens. There were 6 or 7 of them, and the strongest among them was a silver-robed man at the peak of the spirit apostle stage. He was holding a 3-pronged silver trident, and he was fighting with the man in the brocade-robed man. Although the silver-robed strong man's upper body was in human form, his lower body had turned into a silver fish tail. Every time he swung his tail, a huge wave was set off on the sea, forcing the man in brocade clothes to retreat. The cultivation of the man in brocade clothes was originally weaker than the opponent. At this moment, he was at a disadvantage in the fight on the sea. If it weren't for the sharp magic weapon in his hand, he would have already been defeated. The rest of the alien races also turned into the form of half human and half fish, killing the human cultivators who were slightly more than them. Sea race. Lu Ming's pupils suddenly shrank. This kind of half-human and half-fish alien race, in his memory, only the sea race in the sea region, where Yunchuan continent was located, had this fighting form. Could it be that this is the sea region? Lu Ming thought in ecstasy. As his mind turned quickly, he made a gesture with one hand and adjusted the spiritual pressure emitted by his body to the level of the condensation period early stage. He was wrapped in a burst of black gas and blasted forward. After a while, he came close to the fierce fighting sea. The cultivators of the 2 races only noticed the arrival of Lu Ming at this time. They retreated at the same time and looked at Lu Ming with vigilance. At this time, the black gas on Lu Ming's body dissipated, revealing his true appearance. After the man in brocade clothes and other human cultivators saw clearly, they suddenly showed a look of great joy on their faces. Condensation period human clan. The silver-robed sea race and others were suddenly shocked, and they all put on a fearful expression. High-rank human cultivator, let's go. The body of the silver-robed sea race suddenly burst out with a silver water light. A wave of more than 10 feet high surged from the surface of the sea and rushed towards the man in brocade robe and Lu Ming. Then, the silver-robed sea race swayed his tail and dived into the sea like lightning, disappearing in the blink of an eye. The other members of the sea race immediately reacted. They quickly dived into the water and fled into the distance. Lu Ming didn't care about this at all, and he didn't intend to chase after these low-rank sea race. The man in brocade robe showed an anxious look in his eyes, but when he saw Lu Ming's indifferent expression, he could only swallow the words that were about to come out of his mouth. With this delay, the few sea race had already escaped without a trace. The man in brocade robe sighed and put away his long saber magic weapon. He flew a few feet away from Lu Ming and respectfully cupped his hands. I'm Yu Peng, a loose cultivator from Guiyuan Island. Greetings, Senior. Thank you for your help. The few people behind the man also hurriedly bowed to Lu Ming. Some of the bolder ones bowed while secretly looking at Lu Ming. Guiyuan Island? I've never heard of it. What's going on with that group of sea race just now? Lu Ming turned his eyes and said lightly. Reporting to Senior, we were preparing to go to Twin Turtle Island, but we were sneak attacked by the group of silver scale sea race while passing by. If Senior didn't come here in time, I'm afraid we would have suffered a great loss. The man in brocade robe said respectfully. Silver scale sea race. When Lu Ming heard this, a strange look appeared in his eyes, but it quickly disappeared. This is my first time coming to this sea. Do you have a sea map of the nearby area? He continued to ask without showing any expression. Yes, Senior, please wait a moment. The man in brocade robe was startled when he heard this, then he quickly agreed. After searching for a moment, he took out a wrinkled animal skin and respectfully handed it to Lu Ming with both hands. Lu Ming took it and threw a middle-grade spirit stone to the man in brocade robe. Thank you for the reward, Senior. The brocade-robed man's face lit up with joy, and he quickly expressed his gratitude. Lu Ming glanced at the map and frowned slightly. The islands distributed on the map were rather sparse, and the names were very unfamiliar, causing him to be unable to determine where they were for a while. Which island is the nearest human settlement? Lu Ming asked. Reporting to Senior, there are no islands inhabited by humans within a radius of 500 kilometers. If Senior wants to inquire about any information, why don't you go to Twin Turtle Island? It's only half a day's journey from here. The large man respectfully suggested. When Lu Ming heard this, he quickly found the location of Xianxia Island on the sea map and nodded. We are also going to Twin Turtle Island. If you are willing, we can lead the way. Jin Pao said with some anticipation. That's fine too. Lu Ming only thought for a moment before he nodded in agreement. Seeing that Lu Ming had agreed, the brocade-robed man and the others revealed happy expressions. It was naturally beneficial for them to be able to have a relationship with a condensation period cultivator. Especially recently, the conflict between the sea creature clan and the human clan in the nearby sea area had become more and more prominent. The sea creature clan had begun to brazenly attack the individual cultivators everywhere. With a condensation period cultivator accompanying them, there shouldn't be too much danger on the road ahead. The group quickly left the place. Under the guidance of the large man, they galloped in one direction. Along the way, Lu Ming casually asked the brocade-robed man some questions about the nearby sea area. The brocade-robed man was worried about how to get closer to this condensation period cultivator, so he naturally told him everything he knew. He soon learned what he wanted to know the most urgently. As expected, this place turned out to be the sea region, and this place belonged to the western part of the sea region. For him, it was only a month's journey from Yunchuan Island. Returning to the old place, Lu Ming couldn't help feeling a little emotional. Unknowingly, he had left Yunchuan continent for more than 100 years. Although for a real pellet state cultivator like him, 100 years was only a very short period of time, and it would be over after a long retreat. For a low-level cultivator of the condensation period and the spirit apostle period, 100 years could be regarded as a quite long time. What is the situation of the savage ghost sect in the Yunchuan continent now? Noticing that Lu Ming's expression suddenly became silent, as if he didn't want to talk, the man surnamed Yu closed his mouth tactfully, and the group hurried on. Although Lu Ming wanted to return to Yunchuan continent immediately, the direction they were going happened to be on the way, and he also wanted to go to the Xianxia island mentioned by the brocade-robed man to understand the current situation of the sea region. From the description of the big man, it seemed that the conflict between the human clan and the sea creature clan was very serious, but this person was just a spirit apostle stage disciple, so his knowledge was very limited. In the following time, the closer they got to the Xianxia island mentioned by the man surnamed Yu, the more human cultivators they met on the road. Looking at the direction these people were heading, it seemed that they were all rushing there. Most of them were quite young cultivators, so Lu Ming couldn't help but ask. "Senior Lu, don't you know about the Immortal Ascension Assembly on Xianxia Island?" Hearing Lu Ming's question, the big man's face showed a surprised look. "I forgot that Senior Lu has just come here, and the Immortal Ascension Assembly only happened recently, so it's no wonder that Senior Lu knows so little." As soon as the man surnamed Yu spoke, he immediately thought that this Senior Lu was not familiar with the nearby sea area, and even didn't know about Xianxia Island, so he hurriedly explained. "Oh, tell me about it." Lu Ming showed a look of interest. From the mouth of the man surnamed Yu, Lu Ming learned about the Xianxia Island Immortal Ascension Assembly. It turned out that Xianxia Island was the largest main island in this sea area. It had a very wide area, and the most important thing was that there were several spiritual veins with extremely abundant spiritual chi of heaven and earth on the island, so there were many rogue cultivators gathered there. Not long ago, several human clan sect of the Yunchuan continent sent people to Xianxia Island and announced that there would be an Immortal Ascension Assembly in the near future to recruit rogue cultivators of the human clan. They also promised that as long as they were selected, they would be able to obtain many precious cultivation resources. As soon as this news was spread, it naturally caused quite a stir among the rogue cultivators. After all, for rogue cultivators, as long as they could be chosen by these big sect that they usually couldn't afford, they would be able to reach the sky in a single step. Therefore, a large number of human cultivators in the nearby sea area had recently gathered at Xianxia Island. Even small sects like the man surnamed Yu had gone there. So that's how it is. There's actually such a grand assembly. I wonder which sects of the Yunchuan continent are coming to Xianxia Island this time. Lu Ming's eyes flashed, and he seemed to ask casually. It's the Heavenly Moon sect, the Hall of Blood, and the Yuan Mo sect that is known as the #1 sect of the Yunchuan continent. The man surnamed Yu said with a yearning look in his eyes. When the rest of the low-level disciples heard the names of the sect mentioned by the man surnamed Yu, they all showed a look of envy and yearning. Heavenly Moon sect. Lu Ming's expression changed. In his mind, a cold figure that had always occupied his heart suddenly appeared. The cold and unparalleled sword essence suddenly appeared. Yi Tianmei, at that time, he was also forced to separate from Yi Tianmei. However, from what the Siren King said that day, she should have escaped from the Siren Palace and should have already returned to the Heavenly Moon sect. At that time, this woman was already at the early stage of the crystal level, and her sword cultivation was superb. Now that so many years had passed, he didn't know how she was doing. Could it be that Senior Lu has been to the Yunchuan continent before? The man surnamed Yu glanced at the change in Lu Ming's expression and asked with some surprise. I have indeed been there once before. Lu Ming let out a light breath, and his expression instantly returned to normal. The Yunchuan continent is the birthplace of us human cultivators. Unfortunately, I have never been there. By the way, I don't know if the rules for disciple recruitment for this Immortal Ascension Assembly are strict. The man surnamed Yu saw that Lu Ming's expression was gentle, and could not help but speak more. When Lu Ming heard this, he faintly smiled and did not reply. After half a day, the group of people arrived in the sky above a vast island without any trouble. From midair, the shape of the island was quite similar to the two giant pincers of a scorpion. The name Twin Pincers Island probably came from this. On the side of the island near the sea, there was a city built with blue stone. The area it occupied was not small. There were many young cultivators dressed as loose cultivators nearby. After arriving on the island, they all flew towards the city. Lu Ming and the others also landed in an open space outside the city. The man surnamed Yu led a few spirit apostle stage cultivators to look at the city in front of them curiously. At this moment, the city gate was bustling with people coming in and out. There were almost no mortals here. Most of them were human cultivators, but from time to time, they could see the figures of some foreign cultivators. There were no guards at the city gate. On the way here, Lu Ming also heard a lot about Twin Pincers Island from the man surnamed Yu. This island was quite rich in spiritual resources, but it was not occupied by large sects. In addition to human cultivators, there were some other foreign cultivators here. From time to time, there would be friction between the various forces, but overall, it was still peaceful. The Immortal Ascension Assembly will be held in this Twin Pincers Island. Senior, are you interested in this event? The man surnamed Yu reluctantly withdrew his gaze and turned to Lu Ming and asked. Since I am here, there is no harm in going to take a look. Lu Ming replied with a flash in his eyes. His divine sense had already enveloped the entire Twin Pincers Island. In the city in front of him, there was actually an old acquaintance of his. With Senior's cultivation and strength, if you want to participate in the assembly, you will definitely be accepted. It is said that any human cultivator who has reached the liquid level will be welcomed by the Yunchuan Continent's Human Race Alliance as long as they have a good identity. The man surnamed Yu said with some envy. Lu Ming chuckled, as if he didn't care. Seeing this, the man surnamed Yu smiled embarrassedly and didn't say anything more. The group mixed in the crowd and walked into the blue city. The city was quite clean and tidy. The main road paved with bluestone was several feet wide. The city streets were crisscrossed and on both sides were row upon row of shops. The things sold were also quite complete. There were magic tools, spirit tools, talismans, spirit materials, and cultivators coming in and out of the shops from time to time. Although Lu Ming didn't care for these things, the eyes of the man surnamed Yu and his fellow disciples lit up. However, they didn't stay on the street for long. Following the bustling flow of people, they soon arrived in front of a tall building in the city. Looking up, there were 3 flagpoles that were more than 10 feet tall erected on top of the pavilion. The 3 wide flags were fluttering in the sea breeze, looking very eye-catching. The flags were engraved with the symbols of the Yuan Mo sect, the Heavenly Moon sect, and the Hall of Blood. In front of the pavilion, there was an open square where a platform of 7 or 8 feet tall was built. The platform was surrounded by hundreds of human loose cultivators. Disciples dressed in the uniforms of the 3 sects were busy on the platform. From time to time, there would be loose cultivators going up the platform, as if they were registering. Lu Ming and the others gradually approached the platform. I've heard that this Grand Immortal Ascension Assembly is mainly about fighting. Loose cultivators who wish to participate in the Grand Immortal Ascension Assembly must register with the 3 great sects. Then, they will be arranged to compete in a one-on-one arena according to their cultivation level. Only those who win 3 rounds will be able to pass the screening. Then, the 3 great sects will have their spirit veins appraised by the 3 great sects liquid-level seniors. If they pass, they will be able to enter the 3 great sects. Lu Ming's gaze fell on the disciples of the 3 sects on the platform. They were all disciples of the Spirit Apostle stage. The highest cultivation was only at the late Spirit Apostle stage. Then, he turned his gaze and looked at the tall pavilion behind him. All the liquid-level cultivators were there. He raised his eyebrows. Through his divine sense, he sensed that a rather familiar person should be among them. In the pavilion, a slim female cultivator in white stood by the window, looking at the crowd in the open space in front of her. The female cultivator had a beautiful appearance, but her expression was very cold. She was about 25 or 26 years old and carried a white long sword on her back, faintly emitting a trace of frost sword chi. A series of footsteps could be heard. The female cultivator in white turned around and saw a young man walking up the stairs. Greetings, Marshal Aunt Zhang. The young man respectfully bowed to the female cultivator. All right, no need to be so polite. How is it going? The female cultivator in white waved her hand and asked. As of today, the number of loose cultivators who have registered for the conference has exceeded 300. The young man said. Since the number has reached the target, let's start screening quickly. The Sea clan near Twin Turtle Island has been restless recently. We have to hurry up to avoid any accidents. The female cultivator in white nodded and walked down the stairs. At the same time, she gave the order. Yes. The young man followed behind and hurriedly agreed. He then stole a glance at the white-robed female cultivator in front of him, and a look of awe flashed through his eyes. This white-cloaked female cultivator was not only the highest person in charge of the Yunchuan Alliance in Twin Turtle Island, but also one of the 3 truths and 6 sons of the Yunchuan Alliance. Her cultivation had reached the peak of the condensation period late stage, and her sword-controlling technique was even more superb. She had killed countless Sea clan, and her reputation had spread far and wide. Moreover, her special physique of the sword communication spirit body was favored by the crystallization period elders of various sects in Yunchuan. She was now the most promising condensation period spiritual master in the alliance to advance to the crystallization period. By the way, how is fellow Taoist Xuechan? The female cultivator suddenly turned her head and asked. I heard from the people of the Hall of Blood that Martial Uncle Xuechan's injuries have yet to recover and is still in seclusion to recuperate. The young man hurriedly replied. The female cultivator furrowed her eyebrows, then nodded and said nothing more. The 2 of them quickly walked out of the pavilion and arrived at the high platform in front of them. The appearance of the female cultivator caused the loose cultivators gathered around the high platform to immediately start discussing. This senior is carrying a long sword on her back. She should be the person in charge of this Immortal Ascension Assembly, Senior Xianxia of the Heavenly Moon sect. Near the high platform, the large man surnamed Yu said to Lu Ming. Lu Ming acted as if he didn't hear it, and looked at the white-cloaked female on the high platform with a somewhat stunned expression. The large man surnamed Yu looked strangely at Lu Ming, but tactfully didn't ask any more questions. He turned around and began to discuss with a few of his subordinates about going to register. Lu Ming finally withdrew his gaze, and a strange expression appeared on his face. Back then, he had experienced 7 lifetimes of fate with Zhang Xionyang in the illusionary world of the dream-lingering parasite worm, causing him to always have a strange feeling towards this woman. Now that he suddenly looked back, it had already been 100 years. Meeting again here, he naturally felt quite sad in his heart. Speaking of which, among all the disciples of the Heavenly Moon sect, apart from that little girl Qian Ruping, he only had a bit of friendship with this woman. However, the current situation was not suitable for them to meet directly. He planned to wait for an opportunity to meet with this woman. On the high platform, Zhang Xionyang didn't notice Lu Ming. She whispered a few words to the youth beside her. The youth nodded and took a step forward. In a clear voice, he said to the many loose cultivators below the platform, as of today, there have already been over 300 cultivators who have registered for the Immortal Ascension Assembly. Registration for the early stages of the assembly will end here. Tomorrow, we will begin the arena selection. The specific process will be revealed tomorrow. Fellow Taoists who have registered for the Immortal Ascension Assembly should rest and build up your energy for tomorrow's arena battles. As soon as these words were spoken, the loose cultivators around the high platform immediately clamored and began to discuss with each other. Fellow Taoist of the Heavenly Moon sect, I have a few good friends who have also heard of the Immortal Ascension Assembly's fame, but they haven't made it here yet. I wonder if we can postpone the registration for a few days. Below the high platform, a large man in a gray robe raised his voice and said. Haha, everyone, don't worry. This time, our Yunchuan Alliance has come here to recruit more disciples than just the 300 people who have registered. The Immortal Ascension Assembly will continue to be held. Those who can't make it in time for this round, there's still the future. There's no need to be anxious. The youth said with a chuckle. Hearing these words, everyone below the platform immediately felt at ease. There's one more thing that I think everyone is clear about. Right now, the sea race is wantonly expanding their forces, hunting and killing our human cultivators everywhere. The higher-ups of the Yunchuan Alliance have decided to build a stronghold on this Twin Turtle Island. As long as you are a human cultivator, as long as your identity is clear, you can stay here as a foreign affairs disciple of our Yunchuan Alliance. Together, we can resist the invasion of the sea race. The youth paused and continued to speak in a clear voice. When the rogue cultivators around the high platform heard this, their faces changed, and then their expressions changed. Only a small number of people looked excited and applauded loudly. Most of the rogue cultivators looked a little timid. The youth looked at the expressions of the people around him and frowned. When he was about to say a few words, suddenly a long laugh came from afar. Fellow cultivators, it's fine if you borrow a place to recruit some disciples, but now you are openly expanding your forces on the Twin Turtle Island. Don't you look down on us too much. Somewhere far away on the east side of the high platform, a group of black-robed people came over aggressively, and a gloomy voice sounded from the mouth of the leader. Most of these black-robed people were thin and tall, with white skin and a strange blue color in their eyes. The leader was abnormally tall, and his black robe was embroidered with gold. Obviously, his status was much higher than the others. When the rogue cultivators near the high platform saw the crowd coming over, their faces changed and they hurriedly retreated to the side. It's the people of the Jingjue clan. When the man surnamed Yu saw the people coming, his face also changed greatly, and he hurriedly took a few steps back with his people. The Jingjue clan? Lu Ming's face changed as he asked. They are the natives of the Twin Turtle Island, and they can be considered a very powerful foreign force on the island. There are several liquid-level masters in the clan, the man surnamed Yu said in a low voice. Lu Ming nodded slowly when he heard this. He turned his eyes and looked at the black-robed people. There were a few people there who had a very different aura than the others. So it's the patriarch of the Jingjue clan. Zhang Xiaonyang greets you. The Jingjue clan walked near the high platform. Zhang Xiaonyang waved her hand and let the silver-robed young man retreat, and said slowly. Fellow Zhang is too polite. Although the man in the black robe spoke arrogantly, he seemed to be a little afraid of Zhang Xiaonyang. His pupils shrank slightly, and he said somewhat unnaturally. Patriarch, you seem to have a problem with our Yunchuan alliance coming here? Zhang Xiaonyang's eyes suddenly flashed with a cold light, and she said word by word. The Jingjue clan doesn't care about the conflict between you humans and the sea race. You can recruit some disciples here, but if you want to build a base here, you can't. The patriarch of the Jingjue clan said in a tough tone. Oh, we humans have no intention of becoming enemies with the nobles. Building a base here is only to resist. The sea race, Zhang Xiaonyang's eyes flashed, and she said lightly. You humans speak nicely, but once the sea race knows what you are doing here, they will definitely send people to attack. At that time, it is hard to guarantee that we, the natives of the Twin Turtle Island, will not be involved. The patriarch of the Jingjue clan said coldly. Oh, then what does the patriarch mean? Zhang Xiaonyang's face seemed to be filled with anger, but it quickly subsided, and she said in a low voice. For the human race to build a base on the Twin Turtle Island, they might need to unite with other forces on the island to resist the sea race, so they couldn't make things too awkward with the Jingjue clan. It's simple. I heard that the Yunchuan Alliance has sent 3 spirit masters, all elites of the Yunchuan sections. Fellow Zhang is a sword cultivator, so your strength must be amazing. There are a few people in my clan who would like to ask for advice from the 3 of you in a 3-on-3 battle. If you win, whether it is recruiting disciples or building a base, I won't say a word. But if you lose, then from today on, human cultivators are not allowed to step into the Twin Turtle Island. The patriarch of the Jingjue clan laughed and said coldly. Zhang Xiaonyang's eyes flashed, and she looked up and down at the patriarch of the Jingjue clan in front of her. Although the Jingjue clan had some strength on the Twin Turtle Island, their strength was at best similar to a large cultivation clan on the Yunchuan continent. Now that they dared to openly confront the Yunchuan alliance, it was really beyond her expectations. Hearing this, the surrounding loose cultivators all showed expressions of dissatisfaction, and they all began to make a racket. What, you actually want to prohibit all human cultivators from entering the Twin Turtle Island? Your Jingjue clan has gone too far. That's right, this is not the territory of your Jingjue clan. Besides, we are just loose cultivators, not people of the Yunchuan alliance. Among the crowd, the corner of Lu Ming's mouth slightly curled up, revealing a trace of a cold smile. The leader of the Jingjue tribe ignored the noisy loose cultivators around him. He stared at Zhang Xiaonyang and said with a hint of mockery, what? Could it be that the Yunchuan alliance's 3 true 6 disciples are too afraid to fight? Zhang Xiaonyang snorted coldly and formed a sword sign with her hand. The long sword on her back made a crisp sound. Before the long sword was unsheathed, layers of cold sword intent spread out. The loose cultivators near the high platform felt a chill run down their spine. Those with lower cultivation couldn't help but take a step back. The leader of the Jingjue tribe's expression also changed slightly, but after a flash of hesitation in his eyes, he quickly regained his calmness. Since the leader wants to fight, I will, of course, accompany you to the end. However, the other two spirit masters of the Yunchuan alliance have important matters to attend to, so it is not convenient for them to fight. Your Jingjue tribe can choose the strongest person to fight one-on-one with me. Zhang Xianyang said in a low voice. Hehe, if something happens to your people, you can't blame me. Our Jingjue tribe always keeps our word. We will not change the 3-on-3 we said. If you humans can't call out 3 people, then fellow Zhang will reluctantly fight 1-on-3. The leader of the Jingjue tribe rolled his blue eyes. He seemed to have guessed something, and after a grin, he spoke in a very arrogant manner. As soon as he finished speaking, 3 black-robed figures shot out from the crowd behind him and went straight for Zhang Xianyang on the high platform. Zhang Xianyang's pretty face changed. She didn't have time to question the leader of the Jingjue tribe. With a shake of her sleeve, there was a sudden whistling sound and a hurricane swept out. The young man and the other spirit apostle stage cultivators had no power to resist and were swept out of the high platform by the hurricane. In the blink of an eye, a burst of green watery light had already appeared over the body of the black-robed man who was flying at the forefront. He made a grabbing motion with one hand, conjuring a massive azure hand that was several tens of feet in size. The 5 fingers then spread open as they came crashing down. There was a loud sound of breaking air. Before the large hand actually fell, a pressure came crashing down. The entire high platform shook violently and almost collapsed. Zhang Xianyang's expression was serious. The person who attacked should be at the peak of the liquid late stage, and the other 2 were also at the liquid mid stage. With her identity as a sword cultivator, it was naturally no problem for her to fight 1-on-2, but to fight 1-on-3 was a bit of a challenge. She shouted and waved her hand, and the white of the long sword appeared in her hand. Of Xianyang. With the sword in her hand, Zhang Xianyang immediately exuded an extremely sharp aura. Her other hand moved, and the white long sword in her hand emitted rays of extremely sharp white sword qi. Then, white light shone from her body, and with a wave of her feet, a huge white sword appeared out of thin air in her hand. The whole set of movements was extremely skilled, like moving clouds and flowing water. Lu Ming, who was below the stage, couldn't help but feel moved. At the same time, another cold, silver-white figure appeared in his mind. Following Zhang Xianyang's delicate shout, she waved her lily-white hand, and the huge white sword became a blur as it slashed towards the center of the large green palm. There was a soft puff, but the white sword also trembled slightly. Zhang Xianyang's body swayed, and she flew into the air. She looked at the black-robed person who had sent out the large water hand and shouted, "You are not of the Jingjue tribe. You are cultivators of the Sea tribe." The black-robed person laughed coldly, but did not reply. His hand flashed with green light, and a green wheel the size of a palm appeared. Following a spell sign, the wheel shone with green light, and with a blur, 7 or 8 green anacondas flew out and pounced towards Zhang Xianyang. The other 2 black-robed people had already taken the opportunity to go behind Zhang Xianyang. One of them had already taken out a pair of short silver spears, and the other had taken out a rare dark green hammer. The other 2 black-robed people had already taken the opportunity to go behind Zhang Xianyang. One of them had already taken out a pair of short silver spears, and the other had taken out a rare dark green hammer. The 2 of them moved in 2 different directions to outflank Zhang Xianyang. The spear wielder of the Sea tribe muttered an incantation. With a wave of his hand, 2 short spears shot out, transforming into 2 streaks of silver light that slashed towards Zhang Xianyang. The hammer in the other Sea tribe member's hand rumbled, and green arcs of electricity appeared on its surface. The hammer-wielding Sea race member gave a loud shout and fiercely swung the giant hammer. Countless green arcs of lightning shot out from it, condensing into a ball of green lightning that tore through the air and bombarded Zhang Xianyang. The attacks of the 3 Sea tribe members arrived in front of Zhang Xianyang at almost the same time, sandwiching her in the middle. There was no way she could dodge. Zhang Xianyang took a deep breath and waved her hand to form several sword signs. The long white sword flew to the top of her head and quickly began to circle. Streaks of white sword qi gushed down like a waterfall, wrapping around her body. They spun and formed a hazy white sword qi screen. Rumble, the attacks of the 3 Sea tribe members bombarded the white light screen of sword qi. The white light screen shook violently, and several layers of sword chi were pierced through. The white light screen was on the verge of collapse. Zhang Xianyang's body shook, and her face paled. However, she took a deep breath, opened her mouth, and spat out a few mouthfuls of pure Fa Li. Her white and slender fingers bent and stretched, forming a rather mysterious hand seal. A dazzling light suddenly appeared on the long white sword, and a thick, dazzling white sword chi appeared. It quickly spun around her body and began to cut. The sound of gold tearing and silk tearing rang out, several large green pythons and the ball of green lightning were instantly ground to pieces. The silver light of the pair of short spears was also ground away by the sword chi. The light on the surface was dim, and it was obvious that their spirituality had been slightly damaged. Seeing Zhang Xianyang's aura, the expressions of the 3 Sea tribe members changed. The 2 Sea tribe members of the later stage of the liquid level glanced at the leading Sea tribe member holding the wheel. A trace of hesitation appeared on their faces, and they did not dare to step forward. At this moment, Zhang Xianyang's face paled, and she opened her mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. "Kill her." The leading Sea tribe member was overjoyed, and with a strange roar, the 3 of them pounced forward again. They aimed at their respective totems and formed a series of hand seals, while simultaneously chanting, "You are despicable. 3 against 1, what kind of skill is that?" The low-level cultivator of the Yunchuan alliance, who had been pushed off the high platform by Zhang Xianyang, finally managed to stabilize his body. Seeing Zhang Xianyang surrounded by 3 people in midair, one of the cultivators of the Hall of Blood angrily shouted at the Jingjiwei clan. The Jingjiwei clan leader glanced at the low-level cultivator of the Yunchuan alliance with disdain, and did not have the slightest intention of responding. "Stop talking." The youth of the Heavenly Moon sect stopped the roaring cultivator of the Hall of Blood. "These Jingjiwei clan members have already surrendered to the Sea tribe, and have no intention of fighting us fairly. We cannot interfere in a battle of this level. Quickly go and call Schweck and Marshal Uncle over," the silver-robed youth said in a low voice. The expression of the cultivator of the Hall of Blood changed, and a trace of hesitation flashed through his eyes. However, he quickly ran towards the pavilion behind him. The actions of the silver-robed youth were seen by the leader of the Jingjiwei clan, but he did not care in the slightest. He had an accurate source of information. This time, the Yunchuan continent had sent a total of 3 spirit masters. One had already been captured by the Sea tribe, and the other was cultivating in seclusion. Only Zhang Xianyang was here alone. Although she was a peak liquid late-stage sword cultivator and was somewhat troublesome to deal with, she was still injured. As for the other Spirit Apostle Yunchuan Alliance disciples, they were simply not worth worrying about. The loose cultivators around them, who saw the wind and sailed their sails, were not even worth mentioning. Although there were 1 or 2 liquid-level spirit masters, they did not dare to openly contend against the powerful Sea tribe. As long as they killed Zhang Xianyang and destroyed the power of the human race on Twin Turtle Island, he believed that the higher-ups of the Sea tribe, and even that lord, would be very satisfied with the Jingjiwei clan. Perhaps, that lord would be happy and put the entire Twin Turtle Island under his jurisdiction. At that time, the leader of the Jingjiwei clan thought excitedly. He could not help but look at the 4 figures in midair, which were fiercely colliding, and frowned. In midair, Zhang Xianyang was besieged by the 3 Sea tribe cultivators. Although she was in imminent danger, her face showed determination. It was obvious that she could still hold on. The leader of the Sea tribe, who was at the peak liquid late stage, saw that he could not take down Zhang Xianyang. His face suddenly showed a trace of anxiety. He threw the green wheel in his hand into the air, muttered something, and pointed with one hand. A ray of blood shot out from his finger and disappeared into the wheel in a flash. A bright green light appeared on the wheel. With a flash, it turned into a huge green python that was 10 feet long. This python was different from the one that had just been transformed by Fa Li. It was as if it had a real body. The snake's eyes flashed with green light. Its body coiled, and a layer of green flame appeared on its surface. The Sea tribe cultivator gasped. Obviously, using this technique consumed a lot of his Fa Li. He waved his hand and made a hand sign. The green python's body blurred, and in the next moment, it suddenly pounced in front of Zhang Xianyang. It opened its mouth and suddenly spat out a green flame. At the same time, it swung its tail, like a huge steel whip, towards Xianxia. Xianxia was currently using the imperial sword technique and fighting fiercely with the other two sea tribe cultivators. Seeing this scene, her eyes flashed. She gave a delicate shout, and the white flying sword shot back and landed in her hand. A white sword shadow, several feet long, appeared from her body. In the next moment, it suddenly exploded, turning into countless white sword chi that shot in all directions. And Zhang Xianyang's figure strangely disappeared without a trace in the sword chi. The green python's body was hit by more than 10 sword chi. Deep wounds appeared on the snake's body, but strangely, not a drop of blood flowed out. It let out a painful hiss. The leader of the sea tribe revealed a trace of astonishment on his face. In the crowd below, Lu Ming raised his eyebrows, and a trace of surprise appeared in his eyes. In the next moment, a white light flashed next to the sea tribe cultivator who was controlling the short spears. Zhang Xianyang's figure suddenly appeared, and the white light of the flying sword in her hand brightened. It turned into a huge white sword light that was 10 feet long, and suddenly chopped down. "Careful," the leader of the sea tribe shouted, his eyes wide. The sea tribe cultivator with the two short spears suddenly turned around. His expression changed dramatically, and with a loud shout, he crossed the two silver spears in front of his chest. The short spears shone with a piercing silver light, and in the wind, they grew several times larger in an attempt to block the sword light. The huge white sword light suddenly fell, and the sea tribe cultivator and the short spears were instantly submerged by the white sword light. With a crisp crack, the silver spear was cut in half from the middle, and a miserable shriek sounded out. After the white sword light passed, the sea tribe cultivator's body was cut in half, and a rain of blood fell from the sky. Die. The leader of the sea race at the peak of the late stage of the liquid level was stunned. Then, with a furious roar, he bit the tip of his tongue and spat out a mouthful of blood onto the green python formed by the wheel in front of him. The green python's body glowed with green light, and the wounds on its body healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Then, with a shake of its body, it opened its mouth and spat out a dense mass of slender green threads. They were extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, they reached Zhang Xianyang. Zhang Xianyang had just used a secret sword technique to kill the sea race member with the short spear. Her face was as pale as paper, and a trace of blood dripped from the corner of her mouth. She was already injured, and now she was like an arrow at the end of its flight. Seeing this, she took a deep breath and twisted her wrist. A layer of sword chi appeared on the white sword, forming a fan-shaped sword light that protected her body. At this moment, a green bolt of lightning shot out from the side and bombarded the fan-shaped sword light. A loud bang resounded, the fan-shaped sword light suddenly dissipated. It had been fired by another sea race member holding a hammer. Immediately after, a fine green thread shot out and heavily struck the white longsword. The white sword made a loud noise, and the sword light on it disappeared. It was knocked out of her hand. Zhang Xianyang's body shook violently, aggravating her injuries. She spat out a mouthful of blood and fell from midair. The leader of the sea race was overjoyed. He grabbed with one hand, and streams of water appeared on his fingers, wrapping around Zhang Xianyang. Zhang Xianyang's entire body was weak. At this moment, it was extremely difficult to even lift her hand. A trace of despair flashed across her face, and she could only close her eyes and wait for death. A cry of surprise came from the crowd below. At this moment, she heard a whooshing sound in the air. Then, her body tightened, as if someone had grabbed her by the waist. Then, she flew up into the air, riding on the clouds. "Since everyone dares to attack in front of me, then don't leave. All of you stay." A gentle male voice reached her ears. Zhang Xianyang opened her eyes and saw amethyst in the arms of a green-robed man. But when she saw the man's face clearly, her delicate face immediately trembled. This green-robed man was naturally Lu Ming. Not far away, the two members of the sea race were also shocked. They used their divine senses to scan Lu Ming, but when they couldn't find out his cultivation, their expressions changed drastically. "Not good, it's a crystallization period cultivator." A look of fear flashed across the face of the leader of the sea race. Without saying anything, he waved his hand, and the green python shot out. It lifted its body and fled into the distance. The other giant hammer sea folk reacted a little slower, but he immediately turned around and flew in another direction. Humph. Lu Ming snorted coldly and waved one hand. His body released a large amount of black gas, and in a flash, 2 black dragon phantoms emerged from it. They chased after the 2 sea creature race members, one on the left and one on the right. In a flash, they were hundreds of feet away, catching up with the 2 sea creature race members. Their speed was astonishing. Boom! Boom! The flood dragon phantoms exploded and turned into 2 balls of black light that silently swallowed the 2 members of the sea race. It wasn't until now that the crowd below finally reacted and let out cries of surprise. Clan leader Jingju was originally looking at Xianxia, who was about to be killed, with a smile on his face. He was looking forward to his great career, but with the sudden appearance of the green-robed man in midair, his face suddenly became deathly pale and filled with disbelief. Lu. Senior Lu. Among the crowd, the man surnamed Ju stared blankly at Lu Ming in midair and stammered. The spirit apostle cultivators behind him also had dumbfounded expressions. You are younger brother Lu. Zhang Xianyang looked at Lu Ming's face and said with some uncertainty. Long time no see, Senior Zhang. Lu Ming lowered his head to look at Zhang Xianyang and said with a smile. Zhang Xianyang only now realized that she was in Lu Ming's embrace. Her face turned red, and with a light struggle, she stood up from Lu Ming's embrace and landed to the side. Thank you for saving my life, Junior. Zhang Xianyang's face still had a trace of redness on her face as she bowed. Senior is too polite. Lu Ming waved his hand and then waved his hand. In the distance, 2 balls of black light quickly floated over. The black light then disappeared, revealing the figures of 2 sea race members. However, the 2 of them had their eyes closed and were motionless. It was unknown if they were dead or alive. Seeing Lu Ming subdue 2 sea race members with a wave of his hand, the faces of the Jingjue clan members, including the clan leader, were all ashen. Someone took the lead, but with a shout, they all turned around and fled into the distance. Lu Ming swept his gaze and waved his hand. Lightning flashed in his palm, and a golden arc of lightning as thick as an arm shot out. It then suddenly split into a dozen smaller arcs of lightning that chased after the fleeing Jingjue clan members. The Jingjue clan leader's cultivation was the highest, so he fled the fastest. A blue shield supported his body, and in the blink of an eye, he had fled hundreds of feet. Suddenly, there was a roar of lightning behind him. Senior, please spare my life. The Jingjue clan leader was horrified and wanted to say something. Unfortunately, the golden lightning didn't stop at all and crashed down. The blue shield was like a piece of paper, torn apart by the golden lightning. The golden lightning twisted around the Jingjue clan leader's body. With a flash of lightning, the Jingjue clan leader didn't even have time to scream before his body turned to ashes. The other Jingjue clan members who tried to escape were also not spared. With a roar of lightning, not even their bones were left. Lu Ming's attack was so ruthless, and his Fa Li was even more powerful. With a flick of his finger, he killed more than a dozen Jingjue clan members, including 2 liquid-level cultivators. This scene made the surrounding rogue cultivators fall silent. No one dared to speak or do anything else. They were afraid that if they moved, they would attract Lu Ming's lightning. Younger brother Lu, you. Zhang Xianyang opened her mouth slightly and looked at Lu Ming in shock. At this moment, a blood-red light shot out from the pavilion below. With a flash of light, a young man in blood-red clothes appeared. His face looked pale and he seemed to be injured. Senior Zhang. The blood-red robed youth was originally anxious, but when he saw the scene in front of him, he was startled. His eyes turned a few times and fell on Lu Ming. His face was full of surprise. Junior Shui Can, don't worry. This is Lu Ming's younger brother Lu. He is a disciple of the barbarian ghost sect of the Yunchuan continent and also a member of the Yunchuan alliance, Zhang Xianyang hurriedly said. When the blood-red robed youth heard this, although he was still confused, he quickly cupped his hands and bowed to Lu Ming. So it's the barbarian ghost sect. Uncle Lu. I am Shui Can from the Hall of Blood. When he said Lu Ming's name, he paused for a moment and glanced at Zhang Xianyang. Lu Ming's aura was huge. It was obvious that his cultivation was above the liquid level. He didn't dare to call Lu Ming Sr. and changed it to Martial Uncle Lu. Brother Shui, no need to be so polite. Lu Ming didn't care about these titles. He looked around and said lightly, this is not the place to talk. Let's change places. The pavilion below is the place of the Yunchuan Alliance. Marshal. Uncle Lu, if you don't mind, please come and sit here. Zhang Xiaoyang hesitated for a moment and changed the way she addressed Lu Ming to Marshal Uncle. The corner of Lu Ming's mouth moved. He looked at the woman and nodded. He didn't say anything, grabbed the two sea race people, and flew down. Zhang Xiaoyang paused and quickly gave a few orders to the spirit apostles of the Yunchuan Alliance who still didn't understand the situation. She then brought Lu Ming into the pavilion. As soon as Zhang Xiaoyang and the others left, the crowd of rogue cultivators near the high platform suddenly exploded. There was actually a human clan cultivator of the crystallization period on the Double Turtle Island. He easily captured and killed several sea creature clan, and he also destroyed the core forces of the Jingjue clan. In this way, Yunchuan Alliance could be considered to have a firm foothold on the Double Turtle Island. Some rogue cultivators who were still watching expressed their willingness to join the Yunchuan Alliance. I didn't expect Senior Lu to be a crystallization period cultivator. Among the group of people surnamed Yu, a young man in his 20s said with a longing look. Hee, we are actually traveling with a crystallization period cultivator. We can be considered to be familiar with each other. Let's go and sign up too. The man surnamed Yu said excitedly. Their Yu clan was just an ordinary small clan of rogue cultivators. If they could have a relationship with Lu Ming, there was naturally no need to say more about the benefits to them. In the living room of the pavilion, after Lu Ming and others sat down, someone quickly served spirit tea. Marshal Uncle Lu, I didn't expect that after more than 100 years, you have advanced to the crystallization period. It's really gratifying. Where have you been cultivating these years? Why haven't I heard from you? Zhang Xiaoyang asked impatiently. Senior Zhang, you and I were also of the same generation, so there's no need to call me Marshal Uncle. It's better to call me as before. Lu Ming said with a faint smile. I don't dare. Since Marshal Uncle is now a crystallization period cultivator, how dare I be so presumptuous? Zhang Xiaoyang said with a solemn face. Hearing this, Lu Ming's expression changed, and he didn't insist on anything. It's actually a long story. I encountered an accident more than 100 years ago, was swallowed by a space crack, and was transported to another continent. It was only recently that I was able to return to the sea region. At that moment, he briefly described his experiences over the years. Zhang Xiaoyang and Shui Can looked at each other and didn't speak for a while. Let's not talk about this. On the way to Shuangao Island, I heard about the current situation in the sea region. The power of the sea race seems to have increased greatly. What's going on? Lu Ming changed the topic and asked. Zhang Xiaoyang frowned and sighed. Marshal Uncle Lu, you may not know this, but the Sea clan is now the #1 clan in the vast sea region. Not only our human clan, but the cultivators of the other clans are also being suppressed by the Sea clan's forces. Why is the sea race so powerful? Although the sea region royal family was tyrannical, it didn't seem to have reached this level. Lu Ming frowned slightly and said. That was then and this is now. The sea region royal family has been subdued, and now the one who dominates the sea region is the Sea Emperor Palace. Shui Can said respectfully to Lu Ming. Sea Emperor Palace. Lu Ming was greatly surprised when he heard this, and a figure in a white robe vaguely appeared in his mind. Masters Junior Lu should also know that Siren King, who dominated the sea, was attacked by the sea region royal family more than 100 years ago, then he fled with injuries. But after this person disappeared for a period of time, he suddenly reappeared in the sea 100 years ago, and his cultivation has improved greatly. It is said that he has reached the Jingdan later stage. After reappearing in the sea, Siren King immediately subdued the sea region royal family with his powerful strength and rebuilt the Sea Emperor Palace. After that, he began to invade and annex various island forces. Now more than 70% of the islands in the sea region have been ruled by the Sea Emperor Palace. Under the joint efforts of the human race sect of the Yunchuan continent, although they barely maintain an independent state, the situation is getting more and more unfavorable. It is estimated that they can't hold on for too long. Xianxia sighed and said slowly. I didn't expect Siren King to have also returned to the sea region, and he has cultivated to the Jindan later stage. This is strange. Lu Ming's face changed slightly as he muttered. Does Masters Junior Lu know the reason why Siren King's cultivation has improved greatly? Zhang Xionyang asked in surprise. Although I don't know the specific situation, I can roughly guess. Let's put it this way. I encountered a space crack in a different space that was connected to the underwater mineral vein, then I was teleported to the Middle Sky continent. At that time, Siren King was also present, so he should also be teleported over. Maybe he got some kind of adventure in the Middle Sky continent, so his cultivation improved greatly. Lu Ming pondered and said slowly. It turns out that Masters Junior Lu was teleported to the Middle Sky continent. Zhang Xionyang and Lu Ming were shocked when they heard the words. Both of them obviously knew the rumored continent where the human race originated from, and their faces showed an envious look. The Middle Sky continent was not only the origin of the human race, but it was also rumored that the aura of heaven and earth was extremely rich, and the cultivation resources were also extremely rich. Compared with it, the sea region could only be regarded as a barren countryside. It's really enviable for Masters Junior Lu to have such an adventure. Please forgive me for being presumptuous. May I know what level your cultivation is now? It should be more than the crystallization period, right? Zhang Xionyang had the psychic sword body, so she was extremely sensitive to aura. She had also seen many crystallization period cultivators in the Alliance, and even the two pseudo-pellet state pillars of Yunchuan Alliance. The aura exuded by Ming didn't seem to be inferior to them. I became a Taiching sect's disciple by chance in the Middle Sky continent. Now I have reached the real pellet state. Lu Ming said with a smile. Zhang Xionyang's body trembled, and her mouth opened slightly. This? Martial Uncle Lu. No, Senior Lu. Shuaikan stood up in a panic and spoke incoherently. In the sea region, the real pellet state cultivator was an unattainable existence. For thousands of years, there was only one real pellet state cultivator, Siren King. Although, sect was, sects of King, Dares, King and King sect, of Gene of Sire King of Ming, of the of. You don't have to be like this. Sit down. I still have something to ask, Lu Ming said calmly. In front of sects Jin Dan, there is no seat for us. Zhang Xionyang smiled bitterly and said respectfully. Lu Ming shook his head and waved his hand gently. Zhang Xionyang and Shuaikan felt a strong force on their bodies. They couldn't help but sit down. They looked at each other, and a trace of horror flashed in their eyes. I already know about Sire King. When I was outside, I heard you say that you want to build a stronghold on Twin Turtle Island? Lu Ming thought for a while and asked. There is no other way. In order to fight against the invasion of Sea Emperor Palace, the Alliance can only gather as much strength as possible. They sent people to some places that have not yet been occupied by Sea Emperor Palace to gather and integrate human cultivators. Twin Turtle Island has a vast area, rich in spiritual veins, and a large number of human and alien cultivators. The higher-ups of the Alliance sent me, Junior Shuaikan, and Senior Brother Hanli of the Yuan Mo sect to integrate the wandering cultivators on the island. Zhang Xionyang glanced at Lu Ming and explained. Hanli, why is he nowhere to be seen? Lu Ming's eyes flashed. He once fought with this person in Yuan Mo sect, and they also went through the suppressing demon tower together, so he had some impression of him. Senior Brother Hanli disappeared a few days ago when he went out to perform a task. There is no news of him until today. I am afraid he has been captured by the sea race, or has died. Shuaikan said in a low voice. In order to attack our Yunchuan alliance, the sea race has done everything they can. Assassinations happen frequently, so we are not surprised anymore. Zhang Xionyang said bitterly. Lu Ming's face darkened. It seemed that the oppression of the sea race on human cultivators was still above his expectations. The forces on Twin Turtle Island are complicated. The sea race has been watching this place for a long time. They want to win over the alien cultivators on the island, and at the same time, take the opportunity to force the human cultivators out of Twin Turtle Island. I am afraid that today's scene has been planned for a long time. If it were not for Uncle Lu's timely appearance, I am afraid that the sea race's plan would have succeeded. Xianxia looked at Lu Ming gratefully and said. Lu Ming nodded, and his eyes fell on the two unconscious sea race on the ground. Suddenly, he stretched out his hand, and a cloud of black gas flew out of his palm, wrapped around the head of one of the sea race, and performed the soul-searching secret technique. After a moment, he withdrew his hand. The sea race's body tilted, and there was no breath. He did the same thing and performed the soul-searching secret technique on the other sea race. Did Uncle Lu get any important news? Xianxia asked, her eyes flashing. Shui Can's face also showed a look of concentration. Yes, as you said, the sea race has mobilized a lot of people to a place called Phosphorescent Island nearby. They are preparing to take down Twin Turtle Island and several other nearby islands in one fell swoop. Lu Ming opened his eyes and said slowly. Phosphorescent Island, I know this place. It is only about 5,000 miles away from Twin Turtle Island. It was originally an uninhabited island, but I did not expect it to be a lair of the sea race. Xianxia's expression turned cold when she heard this. There is another piece of news. Fellow frigid pair has indeed fallen into the hands of the sea race, but he is still alive and is currently imprisoned on this phosphorescent island. Lu Ming continued. With a flick of his finger, two golden electric lights hit the bodies of the two sea race. With just a flash of golden light, the bodies were turned into ashes. The two people in front of him were delighted when they heard this. Xianxia and Shui Can looked at each other. After a little hesitation, they cupped their hands toward Lu Ming and said, Uncle Lu has just shown great power to eliminate the Jingjue clan. It should not be a problem for us to integrate the other forces on the island. But if we let these sea race covet near Twin Turtle Island, I am afraid that the stronghold of the alliance here will not last long. I wonder if Uncle Lu can rescue Brother Frigid Pair, eradicate this lair of the sea race, and at the same time, deter other alien forces? Shui Can also looked at Lu Ming with the same expectation. Although I have left Yunchuan for many years, I am still from the savage ghost sect. Since Yunchuan continent is in trouble, I will naturally not stand by and do nothing, Lu Ming said cheerfully. Xianxia and Shui Can were relieved when they heard this and hurriedly thanked him. In the following time, the two of them integrated the disciples of the Yunchuan alliance on Twin Turtle Island at the moment and prepared to go directly to Phosphorescent Island. After half an hour, under the overt and covert attention of all the forces on Twin Turtle Island, hundreds of human race practitioners flew toward Phosphorescent Island. Above the azure sea, the blue seawater reflected the sunlight and reflected the clear and crystalline light, making people feel relaxed and happy. At this moment, a sound of breaking air came from the sky. As far as the eye could see, more than 10 flying boats shrouded in yellow light flew across the sky. On each flying boat, there were 20 or 30 disciples of the Yunchuan alliance. On the deck of the flying boat at the front, Lu Ming and Xianxia stood side by side. The sea breeze blowing on their faces made their clothes flutter. Shui Can was not here at the moment. He was arranging some specific matters of the battle. Xianyang, I have something to ask you, Lu Ming suddenly said. Uncle Lu, please say it. Xianyang used her fingers to fix her hair that was blown by the wind and said respectfully. It's like this. More than 100 years ago, I went to Buyuan Island with Yi Tianmei from your sect. After that, we accidentally encountered Siren King and were captured. After that, I went to the Middle Sky continent, but I don't know what happened to Fairy Yi. Did she return to the Yunchuan continent safely? Lu Ming's eyes flashed and asked slowly. After Uncle Lu disappeared, it is said that the Savage Ghost sect also sent people to look for Uncle Lu's whereabouts, but there has been no result. As for Uncle Yi, after she escaped from the Sea Emperor Palace, she returned to the sect. Zhang Xionyang said after thinking about it. That's good. How is Fairy Yi now? Lu Ming was relieved and asked again seemingly casually. Uncle Yi is not in the sect now. To be precise, her whereabouts should be unknown. Then, Zhang Xionyang sighed. Whereabouts unknown? How could that be? Lu Ming was stunned when he heard the words and hurriedly asked. I'm not very clear about this. A few years after the battle in the Sea Emperor Palace, Uncle Yi suddenly disappeared when she went out. The sect dispatched a large number of people to search for her, but there was no result. However, the life tablet that Uncle Yi left in the sect was not broken, so she should still be alive now. Zhang Xianyang shook her head and said. Lu Ming frowned slightly. With Yi Tianmei's strength, in the sea region, except for the cultivators of the Jindan realm, there should be nothing that could hurt her. By the way, do you know where Mishi disappeared? Lu Ming was silent for a moment, then suddenly asked again. This matter is a top secret in our sect. Except for the head and a few elders, very few people know about it. I am not very clear either. Zhang Xianyang whispered. Lu Ming nodded and said nothing more. Zhang Xianyang secretly glanced at Lu Ming and saw that his face was full of worry. She didn't know why, but she immediately felt a little uncomfortable. At this moment, a series of footsteps came from behind. It was Shuaiken walking out. Uncle Lu, there is still more than an hour's journey before we reach Phosphorescence Island. Shuaiken then waved his long sleeve and an animal skin map appeared in front of Lu Ming. Okay, according to the memories of the 2C race, this nest should be guarded by a crystal-level C race, and there is also a very powerful protective formation. Leave these to me. You just need to be prepared to deal with the low-level C race. Lu Ming said somewhat absent-mindedly. Shuaiken hurriedly agreed and turned around to give orders. Lu Ming put away the sea map and looked at the sea in front of him. His face was expressionless, and no one knew what he was thinking. Seeing this, Zhang Xianyang didn't say anything and just silently stood beside Lu Ming. At the same time, on an island hundreds of thousands of miles away from where Lu Ming and the others were, the howling sea wind whipped up waves that were taller than a person, constantly beating against the beach. Between the undulating waves near the island, sea race guards riding giant blue sharks could be seen patrolling back and forth. This was Phosphorescent Island. It was said that at night, the island would be covered in a thick fog, and the entire island would be covered in phosphorescent light, like a luminous pearl in the sea, hence the name. There were no spirit veins on the island, and the spirit chi of the world was extremely thin. Thus, apart from a few small fishing villages inhabited by mortals, cultivators of various races rarely appeared on the island. However, the few small fishing villages near the shore had all become ruins, without any signs of life. In the center of the island, in an unusually tall, temporary bluestone building, an old man with a long beard wearing a golden robe was sitting on the main seat, looking down with a gloomy expression. This long-bearded old man's figure was not much different from that of a human, except that his skin was covered with a layer of golden scales. The aura he emitted was also far stronger than the man kneeling below the stage. He should be the elder of the golden scale sea race stationed on this island, and his cultivation was around the middle stage of the crystal level. What? You liquid-level spirit masters can't even deal with a mere Zhang Xianyang? After the long-bearded old man finished listening to the man's report, he yelled with a furious expression. Elder Jin Sun, there's something you don't know. We were just about to kill Zhang Xianyang, but at the critical moment, an unidentified azure-clothed youth appeared out of nowhere. In the blink of an eye, the two spirit masters were captured. Then, with a wave of his hand, he killed more than 10 people, including the Jingjue tribe's patriarch. I was just lucky and mixed in with the crowd, so I didn't attract that person's attention and luckily escaped. The sea race man below the stage recalled the scene he had seen, and his mouth was still dry. According to what you said, this person's strength is at least above the crystal level. Phosphorescent Island is so close to Twin Turtle Island, it seems that we have to be on guard. Immediately send out a distress signal to the nearest Blue Scale Tribe and Red Scale Tribe. Tell them to come here first, the long-bearded old man said slowly with a frown. The sea race man knew that the situation was urgent, so he didn't say much. He cupped his hands and hurriedly retreated. Just then, a series of shrill horns sounded. Elder Jin Sun, bad news. Our scouts have just reported that a large group of human cultivators are heading this way. They should be here soon. A sea race guard said in a panic as he quickly ran in from the door. If the human cultivator dares to come at this time, it must be related to the crystallization period cultivator who came out of nowhere. Don't panic, I've already sent someone to notify the nearby sea race forces. They'll be here soon. Inform the spirit masters to prepare to activate the island's protection array. I don't believe that he can break through the array given by Siren King himself. The long-bearded old man said with a frown and then flew out of the hall. After a while, in the air above the bluestone hull of Phosphorescent Island, the long-bearded old man of the Golden Scale clan stood against the wind. Below him, there were many sea race cultivators wearing blue leather clothes. Each of them emitted a liquid-level cultivation. Suddenly, the long-bearded old man's face darkened. He patted his waist with one hand, and a sapphire-blue flag appeared in his hand. Commander Jean Sun, the enemy only has one more unknown crystallization period cultivator. Is there really a need to mobilize such a large force? A tall and thin sea race spirit master below asked with some confusion. Since the other side is coming here so brazenly, they must have something to rely on. Do you want to question my judgment? The long-bearded old man shouted sternly. The sea race spirit masters nearby changed their expressions and didn't dare to speak anymore. With the command of the long-bearded old man, the rest of the sea race spirit masters also took out a slightly smaller blue formation flag and flew around the island in a flash. After a while, the long-bearded old man looked around. After confirming that several sea race spirit masters were standing in the corners of the island, he threw the sapphire blue flag in his hand into the air. Under the urging of the spiritual power in his body, the surface of the formation flag shone with a burst of blue light. Countless runes flashed out and went deep into the ground. With a whoosh, a thick blue light pillar soared into the sky. Seeing this, the sea race spirit masters in each corner immediately poured all their spiritual power into the formation flag in their hands. After a burst of light shone on the surface of their body, they waved the formation flag in their hands with all their strength, setting off waves of blue light that swept toward the direction of the blue light pillar in the middle. After the blue light pillar was poured into the surrounding light pillar, it suddenly made a bang sound and quickly spread out. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a sapphire blue semicircular transparent light curtain. As the waves of light continuously poured into the light curtain from the formation flag, the entire sapphire blue light curtain gradually became solid. It was like a bowl that covered the entire island. Okay, the island's protective formation has been completed. Next, everyone, do your jobs. As long as we can hold out until the reinforcements arrive, then all the tribes will be united. Even if the human race has an unknown expert, he still won't be our opponent. The long-bearded old man raised his head to look at the blue light curtain and commanded with a stern expression. 2 hours later, Phosphorescent Island clearly appeared in front of Lu Ming's group. In the air above Phosphorescent Island, there was already a dense group of sea race guards waiting in formation. They all wore blue leather armor and held all kinds of strange weapons in their hands. There were close to 1,000 of them. At the same time, a layer of sapphire blue protective cover covered the entire island. On the surface of the protective cover, there were countless large blue inscriptions circulating. It looked quite mysterious. Brother Lu, this protective formation is called the Marine Abyss Cover. It is said that it was given to the sea race by the Siren King. Its defensive power is very strong. Our allied forces have tried to recover the nearby island several times, but because of this cover, we failed. Even a crystal-level cultivator will not be able to shake it without a few days of effort. Zhang Shonyang slowly explained. You don't have to worry, I have my own way. Lu Ming said indifferently. His body flashed with black light and he instantly disappeared in front of him. At the same time, somewhere above the sapphire blue protective cover on Phosphorescent Island, there was a spatial fluctuation. A black light appeared out of thin air and instantly revealed a figure. He bent his right arm, and a black mist wrapped around his fist, turning it into a huge tiger head. With a tiger's roar, it instantly hit the sapphire blue light curtain. An earth-shattering sound rang out. On the light curtain, a large crack that could be seen with the naked eye appeared. Then, it turned into crystals and exploded one after another. A huge shockwave swept in all directions. The momentum was very shocking. When the golden-scaled sea race members on Phosphorescent Light Island saw this, they all turned pale with fright. Some of the sea race spirit masters controlling the formation flags were even paler. They clenched their teeth and poured their Li into the formation flags in their hands without any hesitation. A large amount of blue mist suddenly poured into the shaky sapphire blue protective cover above their heads. However, it could not stop the protective cover from collapsing. No, impossible. The long-bearded old man of the Golden Scale clan in midair was extremely frightened. Without much time to think, the aura of his whole body suddenly exploded. His face revealed a trace of malevolence. He patted his waist and an emerald green flute appeared in his hand. "Commander, you are going to?" A few of the sea race guards below asked in panic. "I didn't expect this cultivator to be so strong." "The ocean. Abyssal cover can't defend against this person's attack. If we don't summon the holy beast, I'm afraid we'll be buried here before the reinforcements arrive." The long-bearded old man was shocked, but he said calmly. Before his voice died away, a black light flashed on Lu Ming's fist. A huge pressure instantly covered the light blue light curtain. Kacha! The marine abyssal shroud shook violently, and the sparkling blue fragments fell like rain, instantly collapsing. Lu Ming's whole body was rolling with black gas, and he stood expressionlessly in the sky above Phosphorescent Island. The sea race on the phosphorescent island immediately panicked, and the originally tight formation instantly became unstable. The long-bearded old man's face tightened. Without any hesitation, his chest shrank, and a breath of air mixed with effet poured into the flute. The emerald green flute suddenly emitted a bright light, and an ear-piercing flute sound spread out. The human cultivators only felt a faint vibration coming from the sea below. Then, the sea water suddenly began to churn, and a huge black shadow suddenly soared into the sky, appearing between Lu Ming and the human cultivator's flying boat. This huge figure turned out to be a huge sea beast with a body that was nearly 50 to 60 feet long. Its body was like a snake, and it was covered with blue and yellow patterns. Its mouth was spitting out a blood-red tongue, and its two sharp fangs were faintly dripping with a green liquid. Its imposing manner was very astonishing. "Be careful, it's the sea race's holy beast." Zhang Xianyang saw the huge snake in front of them and hastily warned in alarm. When the human cultivators heard the words holy beast, there was an uproar, and they also revealed expressions of fear. As for the sea race, when they saw the appearance of the huge sea beast, their morale was greatly boosted. Lu Ming coldly snorted. Just as he was about to immediately attack, he suddenly heard Scorpion's voice. "Master, the flesh of this sea race holy beast is a great supplement for me. Why don't you let Scorpion deal with it?" "Alright, I'll leave it to you." Lu Ming raised his eyebrows and waved his long sleeve forward. A yellow light flashed out and instantly transformed into a golden bone scorpion that was half the height of a human. "Thank you, Master." Scorpion greeted with great joy, then it turned into a stream of light and blasted into the distance. There was a shock in the distance, and Bone Scorpion appeared in front of the huge sea beast with a golden light all over its body. Its two front legs just moved, and a terrifying spiritual pressure rolled out. This sea serpent holy beast was only at the later stage of the crystallization period. After sensing the terrifying spiritual pressure emitted by Bone Scorpion, it immediately quivered and twisted its snake body without saying a word. A layer of green mucus instantly turned into a thick armor that wrapped its whole body. At the same time, its huge head swayed, and it hurriedly dived into the sea that it had just rushed out of. Seeing this, the scorpion, who was in the air, flashed slightly with a yellow light. Its figure became blurred, and it suddenly appeared in front of the huge head of the sea serpent holy beast as if it teleported, then it slashed with its pincers. Pung! A loud sound rang out, a pair of small pincers flashed in the air, then it crushed the green armor of the sea serpent holy beast like cutting paper, and it directly cut into its eyes. Suddenly, two streams of scarlet blood came out majestically, spraying for a distance of several meters. Ao! Under the severe pain, the sea serpent holy beast let out a whine. Its huge body stopped in the air, and its huge head shook frantically, trying to shake off the scorpion. However, the scorpion clamped its head tightly without moving. At the same time, the hooks on its back drew a dazzling black line in the air, stabbing on the forehead of the sea serpent holy beast like raindrops. Chi-chi, there was a loud sound. After the black line fell on the forehead of the sea serpent holy beast, fine black spots immediately appeared, but there was no trace of blood in the black spots. Then, a black-purple color spread from the black spots, instantly dyeing the entire head of the sea serpent holy beast black and purple. The body of the sea serpent holy beast trembled violently, then its strength seemed to be drained in an instant, and it couldn't move at all. At this time, the scorpion in the air suddenly let go of the pincers that were clamping the head of the sea serpent holy beast. Its body flashed with yellow light, and it instantly transformed into a bone scorpion that was hundreds of meters huge. Kacha, Kacha! two huge pincers that were like pavilions clamped the body of the sea serpent holy beast tightly, and the scorpion rode on the body of the sea serpent holy beast and fell into the sea. The waves created were like a tsunami, setting off a huge wave that was more than 100 meters high. Puff puff, after two muffled sounds, a few huge bubbles appeared in the seawater, and then the corpse of the sea serpent holy beast emerged. Scarlet blood instantly dyed the sea red. With a flash of golden light, the scorpion once again appeared in the sky above the sea, but this time, it returned to its original size. It gently waved its pair of front pincers in Lu Ming's direction, as if showing off its victory. From the time Lu Ming released the bone scorpion to the time the sea serpent holy beast was killed, it only took 2 or 3 breaths. This is a Jin Dan level spirit beast. This is too terrifying. Quick, run. Seeing that a holy beast of the crystallization period later stage was killed so easily, all the sea creature clan guards on the island were extremely terrified. After someone yelled a few times, they immediately became chaotic. The long-bearded elder of the Golden Scale clan was already pale. He hurriedly made a few gestures. His body flashed with phosphorescent light, and his body surface became blurred. Then, he arched his body and wanted to escape in the chaos. But just as he escaped less than 1,000 feet away, he was horrified to find that his whole body flashed with black light, then a cage made of piles of white bones covered him in it. He subconsciously took out a blue long saber. As his arm shook, the long saber instantly turned into dozens of saber shadows, hitting on the white bones in front of him like a rainstorm. Clang 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 clang, like the crisp sound of metal colliding. When the saber lights fell on these white bones, they all bounced off. They couldn't cut these white bones at all. The long-bearded elder of the Golden Scale clan was shocked. This superb spiritual weapon could even split an ordinary hill, but in front of this bone prison, it was so useless. Fear came from his heart. As he was about to open his mouth to say something, a whistling sound came from his side, and a purple sword light flashed under a blur. Several sea creature clan spirit masters around who wanted to avoid suddenly turned into a blood mist. They didn't even have the time to let out a cry before their bones disappeared. The long-bearded elder was sweating all over, and he didn't dare to move anymore. Just at this moment, a black light flashed outside the bone prison, and Lu Ming's figure appeared. He expressionlessly pointed with one hand, and the purple sword light flashed and disappeared into his sleeve. The whole movement was casual, without the slightest hesitation. Seeing this, Xueqin was completely dumbfounded. How is this possible? Xianxia was also so shocked that she almost couldn't speak. The human cultivators behind her looked at Lu Ming, who was standing in the air with his hands behind his back, as if they were looking at a god. At this moment, Lu Ming looked at the scorpion in the distance, nodded, and swept his gaze over Cold Light Island, then waved to the people behind him. A group of human cultivators naturally understood immediately, and with a shout, they all spread out, surrounding the entire phosphorescent island so tightly that not even a drop of water could trickle through. After Lu Ming did all this, he pointed at the bone prison. Puff, the bone prison turned into a cloud of black mist, and brought Jin Sun to the side of Lu Ming. Who are you? But no matter how powerful you are, you can't be the opponent of Siren King. Jin Sun's eyes were full of fear, but he still said unwillingly. When Lu Ming heard this, his face showed a trace of impatience. He gently stroked the forehead of the long-bearded elder with one hand, and a cloud of black mist suddenly went into the long-bearded elder's head. The long-bearded elder seemed to understand something, and opened his mouth in horror. Other than making some strange sounds in his throat, he couldn't say a word. With Lu Ming's current cultivation, using the soul search was just a small effort. After a moment, he raised his eyebrows, and black gas flashed in his palm. Suddenly, the long-bearded elder's head seemed to be squeezed by thousands of pounds. Blood flowed from his 7 orifices, and his body became soft. He instantly stopped breathing. Without looking at the long-bearded elder, Lu Ming threw him behind like a rag, right in front of Zhang Xionyang's feet in the distance. Your leader is dead. If there is any resistance, kill without mercy. Zhang Xionyang carried the long-bearded elder's corpse, flew to the sky above Phosphorescent Island, and shouted loudly. Her voice clearly passed into the ears of all the sea race on Phosphorescent Island. When the sea race on the island saw the corpse of the crystal-level elder, their faces turned ashen, and their eyes were full of despair. Shuekin showed a trace of joy, and with a wave of his hand, he led the surrounding human cultivators into Phosphorescent Island. At this time, some sea race cultivators who were unwilling to sit still saw that Lu Ming didn't do anything, and actually gritted their teeth, took out the spirit weapons in their hands, and wanted to break out of the encirclement. Among these sea race, there were several spirit masters who had previously set up the formation. At this moment, they suddenly encountered a crisis, and immediately killed several spirit apostle cultivators of the human race. They tore an opening in the encirclement, turned into different colored escape lights, and were about to escape into the sky. Lu Ming's eyes flashed fiercely, and with a flick of his finger, several golden lightning bolts shot out. In a blur, they caught up with the sea race spirit masters. Several screams sounded almost at the same time, and then the escape lights in the distance exploded one by one under the flash of golden light. When the rest of the sea race cultivators who tried to resist saw this, they immediately became silent. Knowing that there was no hope of escape, they stopped where they were and knelt toward Lu Ming in the sky. Xianxia and Shuekin quickly led the disciples of the Yunchuan alliance to suppress these surrendered sea race cultivators, and at the same time seized their spirit weapons, storage bags, and other things. Without these things, they were not afraid of their resistance. The sea race was driven to the side, and the disciples of the Yunchuan alliance, under the leadership of Zhang Xionyang and Shuekin, quickly occupied the entire Phosphorescence Island. Lu Ming did not go down, but stood in the air with his hands behind his back. He seemed to be thinking about something. After a while, a white sword light shot from the island and stopped behind Lu Ming. Marshal Uncle Lu, the remnants of the sea race have all been subdued, and all kinds of enchantment facilities on the island have been destroyed. Zhang Xionyang said respectfully, and there was a hint of joy in her eyes. The sea race built a nest here and hoarded a lot of materials. Now they all fell into their hands. Now the expenses of building a stronghold on Xianxia Island were completely enough, and there was no need to ask the Yunchuan alliance for more. That's good. Lu Ming nodded. However, we searched the entire island and did not find Mr. Hanli, Zhang Xionyang said with a frown. I just learned through soul searching that Mr. Hanli was taken away by the people sent by Siren King 2 days ago. Lu Ming said with a blank expression. Sigh, if that's the case, it seems that we have to go back to Xianxia Island first and then make plans. Zhang Xionyang showed a trace of regret. In the following time, after successfully controlling the Phosphorescence Island, the group returned with a full load and flew toward Xianxia Island. At this time, on Xianxia Island, there was an undercurrent surging. The news that an unknown powerhouse came among the human cultivators and conquered the Phosphorescence Island within a few days spread like wildfire. The forces on Xianxia Island were in an uproar for a while. Among them, some of the sea race forces lurking near Xianxia Island were shocked after hearing the news, and they quickly stayed still and watched. When they found out that the corpse of the Golden Scale clan's crystallization period elder Jin Sun was brought back to Xianxia Island by Zhang Xionyang in a high profile, all the nearby sea race immediately withdrew their troops and left Xianxia Island. The rest of the small and medium-sized alien forces on Xianxia Island also caused a big shock. They used all their connections and began to form friendships with the human cultivators. For a while, under the deterrence of Lu Ming, the human cultivators quickly took control of Xianxia Island. A few days later, in a hall of Xianxia City. The interior of this hall was rectangular, about 100 meters in size, and there were some dazzling strange decorations hanging on it. In addition to the main seat covered with fur in the center of the hall, there were only 8 wooden chairs on both sides of the aisle. The layout was quite simple. Lu Ming, who was sitting on the main seat, looked calm. There were 2 cultivators standing on both sides, looking at Lu Ming respectfully. Masters Junior Lu, it's all thanks to you this time. Otherwise, facing such a dangerous situation on Xianxia Island, we would really be helpless with our original strength. Now that the situation on Xianxia Island has been settled, what other arrangements does Masters Junior have next? Zhang Xionyang thanked Lu Ming. You and I are old acquaintances, there is no need to be so polite. I plan to go back to the barbarian ghost sect first. By the way, I heard that there is a teleportation formation connecting here to the Yunchuan continent. I want to borrow it. Lu Ming waved his hand and said. That's not a problem. The transportation array has already been prepared. Are we leaving now? Zhang Xianyang said, stunned. Yes, the sooner the better. Lu Ming said calmly. Since you've made up your mind, I'll take you there now. Zhang Xianyang could see that Lu Ming had made up his mind, so she could only reply. Lu Ming nodded and slowly stood up, but when he turned around and glanced at Shui Ken, who had a respectful face, he suddenly showed a strange expression. He moved and appeared in front of Shui Ken like a ghost. He moved his arm and pointed at Shui Ken with a finger. Shui Ken was shocked and instinctively wanted to retreat. Don't move, Lu Ming said coldly. Although his voice was not loud, it was filled with an unquestionable tone. Shui Ken quivered and immediately stood in place, not daring to move. Lu Ming's finger flashed and touched Shui Ken's forehead. Threads of black qi surged in. Zhang Xiao. Nyang saw this and a strange look flashed in her eyes, but she did not say anything. After a while, Lu Ming nodded. It seems that the meridians have been damaged by cultivation. It's not a big problem. Let me help you. It should be able to relieve some of your worries. Lu Ming said, putting his hand down. Thank you, Senior Lu. Shui Ken's face was filled with shock. He tried to use his cultivation method and found that the original obstruction had disappeared. Moreover, the speed at which his Fa Li circulated through his meridians had increased. He immediately spoke with joy. Okay, I won't stay any longer. Lead the way, Lu Ming said to Zhang Xianyang. Zhang Xianyang looked at Shui Ken's surprised expression and naturally guessed that Lu Ming had helped to heal Shui Ken. She immediately relaxed and hurriedly agreed. She led the way to a side door. After the time it took to drink a cup of tea, the two were in a secret room. In a square stone room, apart from a simple and crude small teleportation array, the four walls were empty, without anything else in sight. Marshal Uncle Lu, I have a presumptuous request. If Marshal Uncle Wang has time after returning to the Yunchuan continent, please go to the Heavenly Moon sect and discuss how to deal with Siren King. Zhang Xianyang seemed to have thought of something and said so. The two sects are not far from each other. There is no harm in taking a look. Lu Ming thought for a while and said noncommittally. After hiding his cultivation with a green light on his shoulder, his figure flickered and disappeared into the teleportation array. Then he launched a symbol at the enchantment outside the teleportation array. With a flash of black light, he completely disappeared in the teleportation array. The next moment, Lu Ming felt a flash of light around him, and then he appeared in a huge room. At the entrance in front of him, 3 old men appeared in a flash. They seemed to be the people guarding the teleportation formation. At this moment, they were looking at Lu Ming with vigilance. I have seen all the human cultivators on the Twin Turtle Island. You look so unfamiliar, which sect are you from? The leading old man with thick eyebrows asked sternly. Lu Ming didn't have any proof on him, but he didn't want to trouble himself. With a flash of black light, his body became blurred, and he disappeared in place silently. Then after a crisp paw sound from the enchantment outside the door, there was no more sound. The 3 old men suddenly looked at each other. It seemed that this was the seaside town of the Yunchuan continent that Zhang Xianyang mentioned. If it weren't for the need of war, why would the Yunchuan Alliance spend a huge amount of money to build this teleportation array that connected to the Twin Turtle Island? Although it was a little simple, it saved him the trouble of traveling. After a while, Lu Ming was already deep in the sky above a seemingly ordinary seaside town. After scanning the town with divine thought, his eyes showed a hint of complexity. He then shook his head and disappeared on the spot with a sway of his body. In the distant sky, a black light was flying in the direction of the barbarian ghost sect. The ordinary mortals in this seaside town were still in a hurry and didn't notice anything unusual. After flying for a few days, because it was early spring, the surrounding scenery slowly became lush. The previously flowing river slowly became a continuous hilly basin, and some towns built along the river also appeared more frequently and quickly retreated. Lu Ming's eyes swept over the fluttering flag of a small town in front of him, and his heart moved. Fengyun County. At this moment, a noise came from the distant mountains. Lu Ming released his divine thought and scanned, but it was more than a dozen cultivators in white who were surrounded by more than 20 cultivators in red. Lu Ming was about to leave, but he suddenly raised his eyebrows. The patterns on the clothes of these cultivators in white caught his attention. His body shook and he immediately flew away. The sounds of killing and fighting came one after another, and the weapons in the hands of the cultivators in red flashed with a faint light. Relying on the advantage of numbers, they firmly suppressed the cultivators in white. However, both sides seemed to only have a few low-level practitioners. On a small hill a little further away, there were 3 spirit apostle cultivators in red, surrounding a white-haired old woman in a triangular formation. These people were casting some low-level spells in their hands, turning into fireballs or wind blades that shot towards the white-haired old woman. Although the white-haired old woman was a late spirit apostle, she was quite adept at using her longsword. She turned into sword shadows that formed a solid defense around her body. When these spells hit her, they immediately set off waves of air, but the recoil force still forced the white-haired old woman to retreat again and again. After all, the white-haired old woman was old and weak. At this moment, her body was clearly injured. In such a battle of attrition, it was only a matter of time before she was surrounded and killed. Hee, fellow Bai, you can only count yourself unlucky to have met us. Obediently give up resisting and hand over the pure aura chi. Perhaps we will let you die a quick death. A large, dark-faced man in red said with a smile. Humph, even if I have to stake my life, I will make you evil cultivators suffer. The white-haired old woman said stubbornly. Watch me capture you later and make you beg for death. Let's see if you can still be so stubborn. The dark-faced man roared angrily. When the remaining 2 accomplices heard this, their bodies suddenly flashed with red light, obviously using some kind of evil technique. The 3 of them opened their mouths towards the sky, and their eyes turned red. 3 scarlet blood mists surged out from their mouths and condensed in midair. In an instant, it turned into a blood mist that covered the white-haired old woman. The white-haired old woman's face was filled with shock. The long sword in her hand was as if it had sunk into a swamp within the blood mist. It became abnormally heavy and her own speed suddenly decreased. Seeing this, the thick-browed man's eyebrows became happy. His body arched and his hands drew out a red light as he quickly ran behind the white-haired old woman. Just as the red light was about to hit the white-haired old woman's head, a sudden change occurred. In midair, a black light flashed and a large amount of black light fell like rain. In an instant, it covered all the red-clothed evil cultivators. Before the group of white-clothed cultivators could even react, the red-clothed cultivators in front of them seemed to have been pierced by thousands of arrows. The densely packed blood holes the size of a thumb seemed to want to turn these red-clothed cultivators into meat paste. Without a single sound, they were already dead. Even the 3 spirit apostle red-clothed men were turned into sieves by the black light. The blood mist released by the 3 of them instantly dissipated, revealing the pale-faced white-haired old woman. Everyone looked at each other, completely unaware of what had happened. I am the head of the Bai clan, Bai Yenner. May I know who Senior is? Please come out and meet me so that I can thank you in person. The white-haired old woman was someone who had seen much of the world. After being stunned for a moment, she immediately came back to her senses. She cupped her hands and spoke respectfully. This old woman was the Bai clan's Bai Yenner. Fellow Bai, long time no see. Just as she finished speaking, a black light flashed in the air and a green-robed man suddenly appeared. In front of Bai Yenner. It was Lu Ming. You are Lu Ming. When Bai Yenner heard the voice, she had a trace of suspicion. When she saw the face of the person in front of her, her body instantly trembled. When the rest of the Bai clan heard this, they were also shocked. The head of the clan actually knew this seemingly powerful senior in front of them. This caused their brains to be unable to wrap around it. I didn't think that after so long, you would still be able to recognize me. This is quite rare. He thought about how he had coincidentally borrowed the name of the Bai clan's Bai Tsung Tian to enter the barbarian ghost sect and obtain the opportunity to cultivate. Furthermore, the 7th blue pure aura map that he had obtained from the Bai clan was of great help to him. The Bai Yenner in front of him was still a spirit apostle cultivator. Moreover, with the passage of time, she was no longer youthful. From the originally beautiful young girl, she had become an old woman with one foot in the grave. For a moment, Lu Ming also sighed in his heart. However, he instantly recovered and looked around. Senior Lu, there's no need to look. Right now, I'm the only one left in the Bai clan, and the other descendants don't have any outstanding talents. Otherwise, we wouldn't have encountered a few evil cultivators with ill intentions and ended up in such a sorry state. AI. Bai Yenner's old face changed for a while before she finally let out a long sigh. Spirits are something that can only be encountered and not sought. If the descendants of the Bai clan are able to live a stable life, it may not be a bad thing. Hearing this, Lu Ming calmly said. How could I not know that riches and honor cannot last for long? It is just that the Bai clan has already begun to decline. Even if we have the intention of living in seclusion, I'm afraid that our former enemies will not let the Bai clan go. Bai Yenner looked around at the injured juniors and replied with a sad expression. You and I were fated in the past. I have 3 one-time-use glyphs and it is not difficult to cast them. Even a liquid-level cultivator would not be able to withstand a single blow. Even if we meet a crystal-level cultivator, it is enough to trap them for a while. You should take them to protect yourself. Hearing this, Lu Ming frowned. After saying a few words, he flipped his palm and handed over the 3 glyphs that glowed with a black light. His lips moved slightly as he taught Bai Yenner the incantation to cast the spell. Bai family thanks senior. Bai Yenner was overjoyed when she heard the words. She took the talisman with trembling hands and said gratefully. Lu Ming didn't say anything more. He soared into the sky with a flash of black light, then he turned into an escape light and flew away. Bai Yenner looked at the direction of the escape light with a complicated expression. After a while, she let out a long sigh. Lu Ming continued to fly in the direction of the barbarian ghost sect. After flying for another 2 days and 2 nights without stopping, a mountain range shrouded in gray clouds came into view. As far as the eye could see, there were more than 10 lofty mountain peaks of different heights. They all towered into the clouds and were surrounded by clouds and cranes. It was like a paradise on earth. Compared with the 1,000-spirit mountain range of the Middle Sky continent, this scene was obviously insignificant, but in this Yunchuan continent, it was still a rare otherworldly scene. Lu Ming stopped his escape light and stood in the air. He squinted his eyes and looked at the highest mountain in the distance. The buildings built against the mountain were like scales, winding on both sides of a very thick mountain road. The mountain road was like a python coiling straight to the top of the mountain. He couldn't help but flash a bit of nostalgia in his eyes. I didn't expect that after leaving for so many years, there hasn't been much change here. Lu Ming looked at the familiar scenery around him. After a while, he muttered to himself. With a sigh, his figure moved, and he was about to fly forward. At this moment, there was a fluctuation behind him, and a ghost hand covered with silver scales suddenly appeared. It grabbed at Lu Ming's back like lightning. But Lu Ming's figure flashed. Without any warning, he disappeared all of a sudden, and the ghost hand grabbed nothing. With a low roar, an evil wind blew in the air, and a 10 meters tall silver zombie appeared in the air. This zombie had a humanoid face. Except for the 2 long canine teeth, it looked no different from an ordinary cultivator. Its whole body was covered with silver scales, but there was a pair of horn-like silver wings on its back. Its 10 nails were extremely sharp, and it was covered with silver scales. It looked hideous and terrifying. The aura it exuded had reached the crystallization period. Flying silver corpse. Lu Ming's voice came from behind the silver corpse, and his tone carried a hint of surprise. The silver zombie issued a low roar. It flapped its wings and turned around. At this moment, he felt something tighten around his neck as a fair hand grabbed his body and lifted him up. Roar. The silver zombie roared angrily. Although it was a zombie, after its cultivation broke through the crystallization period, it had gained intelligence. How could it be willing to be captured? The silver wings on his back suddenly flapped, and a sharp whirlwind immediately swept up into the sky. The silver light on his body shone brightly, and his body violently struggled. A strange look flashed in Lu Ming's eyes, and a firecracker-like sound came from his arm. A look of pain immediately appeared on the silver zombie's face. A terrifying power came from the palm on its back, almost breaking its neck. The silver light on the surface of its body immediately dimmed, and its struggling body curled up. It howled in pain, but it could not resist at all. Mister, please be merciful. A cluster of gray clouds blasted out from a mountain in the distance, and an old voice came from it. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed, and he clearly saw the figure in the clouds. He raised his eyebrows slightly. The person in the clouds was an old man in a gray robe with triangular hair. He was the only crystallization period cultivator of the ghost sect, the old man surnamed Yin. After more than 100 years, his cultivation was still at the early stage of the crystallization period, but his appearance was getting older. At this moment, the old man surnamed Yin looked at the silver zombie that was easily subdued with one hand from afar, and a look of shock flashed across his face. Since this flying silver corpse successfully advanced 100 years ago, its cultivation had increased rapidly. It was almost at the intermediate stage of the crystallization period. Not only was it powerful, but its body was almost invulnerable. It had become the biggest trump card in his hands. Now that the sea race was frequently invading Yunchuan, in order to deter the sea race, he released it to patrol the mountain and protect the sect. For strangers who stepped into the range of the barbarian ghost sect, it would automatically attack and capture them. He did not expect it to be easily subdued by the other party. "I don't know who you are, but you suddenly came to the barbarian ghost sect. If there is anything wrong with me, please don't be offended." The old man surnamed Yin had not arrived, but his divine sense had already swept over Lu Ming. He found that he could not detect the other party's cultivation at all. Suddenly, his heart shuddered, and he hurriedly shouted from afar. After all, if the other party was angry and destroyed the silver corpse that he had painstakingly refined, it would be a great loss for him. For some reason, he faintly felt that the aura of the young man in a green robe in the distance was somewhat familiar, as if he had encountered it somewhere before. In his mind, he quickly recalled the powerhouses of the crystallization period that he knew, but it seemed that there was no match with the person in front of him. To be able to subdue the flying silver corpse with one hand, he was at least at the later stage of the crystallization period. Not to mention the 5 sects of Dexian, even in the other sects of Yunchuan, if there was such a person, it was impossible for him not to know. Could it be that the other party was a cultivator who lived in seclusion all year round? Lu Ming smiled slightly and said slowly, "Masters Junior Yin, long time no see. I didn't expect your green-haired iron corpse has successfully advanced to the flying silver corpse." After speaking, he grabbed the silver corpse's hand and gently threw it forward, then he put it back. The silver corpse was pardoned, but it still screamed in horror and flew in the direction of the old man in a gray robe while trembling. At this moment, the old man surnamed Yin had just flown 200 or 300 meters away from Lu Ming. When he heard the other party call him Masters Junior, he quickly looked at the other party's face carefully. In his mind, he suddenly thought of the figure of a barbarian ghost sect disciple more than 100 years ago. He suddenly showed a shocked expression, but he still said with some uncertainty, You are Lu Ming, Lu, I haven't seen you for many years. I didn't expect Masters Junior Yin to still remember me." Lu Ming cupped his fists. "You are really Lu, but your cultivation." The old man surnamed Yin recovered after a long time, flew a little closer, and asked hesitantly. "I had an accident when I went to Buyuan Island to perform a mission more than 100 years ago. I was teleported to the outside of the sea. I have been cultivating in seclusion until recently, and I was able to return to the sea region." Lu Ming said with a smile. "Good, I didn't expect you to cultivate to such a level in 100 years. It is really a blessing for our sect. Come, please come into the mountain for a chat." The old man surnamed Yin was naturally overjoyed when he heard this, and he kept the silver corpse. "Masters Junior, please." Lu Ming said calmly. The old man surnamed Yin said seriously, "Since you have also cultivated to the crystal level, you don't need to call me martial uncle. You can just call me fellow." Lu Ming's eyes flashed, and he nodded. He didn't reveal that he had actually advanced to the Jin Dan stage, and he flew behind the old man surnamed Yin. There were more than a dozen large and small peaks in the barbarian ghost sect mountain range, and various pavilions and halls were surrounded by a dense sea of clouds. Some cultivators wearing the sect's clothing were riding clouds, and they frequently traveled between the various peaks. Looking at the several huge buildings on the largest peak, although they were more dignified than before, Lu Ming still recognized the duty hall, scripture pavilion, and other rather familiar places at a glance, and he couldn't help but feel a sense of familiarity in his heart. The two then landed in front of a hall at the top of the main peak, and they walked in. "Martial Uncle Yin, what happened just now?" An old man in sackcloth walked out from the hall, and when he saw the old man surnamed Yen and the old man surnamed Yen, he was immediately startled. The old man in sackcloth was the barbarian ghost sect leader, Xianxia. When he sensed the aura on Lu Ming's body with his divine sense, his heart trembled, and he hastily cupped his hands in greeting. Xianxia pays his respects to this senior. Before Lu Ming could speak, the old man surnamed Yen said with a laugh, "Haha, martial nephew Huang, take a good look. This is none other than Lu Ming from back then. It's Lu Ming. Younger brother Lu." When the sect leader heard this, he suddenly raised his head and stared blankly at Lu Ming, and his eyes gradually brightened. "Senior brother sect leader, long time no see," Lu Ming said with a light laugh. "It really is younger brother Lu. Where have you been all these years? And your current cultivation?" Sect leader Huangxi's face was filled with joy, and then an expression of horror appeared on his face. "Okay, I am also very curious about this matter. Let's go in first," the old man surnamed Yen said with a wave of his hand. Yes. Please." Sect leader Huangxi hurriedly stepped aside and invited the two into the hall to sit. "Back then, you and fellow Yi Tianmei went to the Sea region to do something, and then there was no news of you. Later, fellow Yi also sent a message to our sect to explain how you disappeared. Just now, you said that you have been cultivating outside the sea these years. What is going on?" As soon as they sat down, Martial Uncle Yen impatiently asked. "Fellow Yi is right. Back then, I was captured by Siren King on Buyuan Island, and then I was taken to an underground mine." Lu Ming did not hide anything. He roughly recounted his experiences over the years. As for the things that involved his own secrets, he naturally concealed them. The old man surnamed Yen and sect leader Huangxi listened along the way, and their expressions changed. When they heard that Lu Ming had now joined the Taiqing Gate, one of the four ancient sects of the Middle Sky continent, and that he was now at the late stage of Jing Dan, they were stunned. Really, late stage of Jing Dan? The old man surnamed Yen didn't care about his image. He opened his mouth slightly and looked at Lu Ming in disbelief. Sect leader Huangxi seemed to be petrified and couldn't speak for a long time. The Middle Sky continent is the real holy land of cultivation. The Jing Dan cultivators are only passable in the Taiqing Gate. There are also many powerful cultivators in the celestial state and metaphysic realm. You don't have to be so surprised. Lu Ming shook his head. Taiqing Gate, this is really a great opportunity. When the two heard the words, they regained their senses. The surprise on the face of the old man surnamed Yen faded a little, but he still murmured in disbelief. "Let's not talk about this. I wonder what the situation of the sect is like in the years I left. I heard in the Sea region that Siren King has returned to the Sea region and has been oppressing the human cultivators of the Yunchuan continent all these years." Lu Ming didn't want to talk about cultivation, so he changed the topic. "Lu, oh no, Senior Lu already knows this." Old man Yen changed the way he addressed Lu Ming. Lu Ming shook his head and said, "Fellow Yen, there is no need to call me senior. You and I are of the same generation. You can just call me by my name." "How could I dare? Since Senior Lu has already advanced to Jing Dan, how could I be presumptuous?" Old man Yen hurriedly declined. "No matter what my cultivation is, I am still a disciple of the barbarian ghost sect. There is no need to be so polite. Otherwise, I will feel a little uncomfortable," Lu Ming said calmly. "Since Lu has said so, I will not decline." Old man Yen felt that Lu Ming's tone was a little stiff, so he hurriedly agreed. "As you know, 100 years ago, Siren King returned to the Sea region. Not only did his cultivation greatly improve, but he also rebuilt the Sea Imperial Palace and gathered a large number of former subordinates. These years, he has been gradually encroaching on the various island forces of the Sea region. The forces of the original Sea region royal family have also been completely subdued by him, and now they have become the main force to invade Yunchuan. The truce agreement between us and the Sea race was originally caused by Siren King. Now that they have become the minions of Siren King, this agreement naturally does not count. If it were not for the fact that Yunchuan continent is remote and the Yunchuan alliance is united, I am afraid that it would have already been annexed by Siren King. But even so, in the current situation, I am afraid that it will not last for long." Old Man Yen said slowly with a bitter face. As for the sect, because of the frequent wars with the sea race over the years, their vitality has been greatly damaged. Their strength is less than 20 to 30% of what it used to be. The other sects of the Yunchuan alliance are probably the same. Old Man Yen continued after a pause. By the way, how is the Nine Infants faction now? Lu Ming nodded. He seemed to think of something and asked. Lu Ming had learned a little about the situation of Siren King and the Sea Creature clan from Zhang Xionyang. As for Yunchuan's current situation, he had roughly expected it. Old Man Yen sighed and slowly said, the leader of the Nine Infants faction, Martial Nephew Gue, unfortunately fell in a war with the sea race over 10 years ago. Now, the only spirit master left of the Nine Infants faction is Martial Nephew Zhong. When Lu Ming heard that Martial Aunt Zhong was still there, he let out a sigh of relief in his heart. He could only secretly sigh at Gue Ruquan's death. Back then, there weren't many outstanding disciples in the Nine Infants faction. Yuqing died in the Suppressing Dragon Islands restriction, and Shichuan died in the life and death trial. In recent years, the sect had been on frequent expeditions, causing resources to be even more scarce. It was normal that no one had advanced to Spirit Master. As for the other branches, the situation is more or less the same. Sect Master Huangshi continued. After some inquiries, Lu Ming helplessly discovered that there were very few people he knew in the barbarian ghost sect who were still alive. Martial Uncle Ruan, who had taught him the 4th level of the Dark Bone method, was unable to break through the bottleneck of the middle liquid level and had long passed away. Martial Uncle Lei of the Heaven's Secret faction and Martial Uncle Bing of the Balefulline faction had also fallen in the battles with the Sea Creature clan over the years. Mu Yunxian and Du Hai, who had a good relationship with him, had become cultivation companions 100 years ago. After that, Du Hai felt that he had no hope of breaking through to Spirit Master, so the two returned to their families and had not been in the barbarian ghost sect for a long time. On the other hand, Qian Huingyang of the Dancing Ghost faction had condensed the liquid into Gang Qi several times. Finally, she found an opportunity and luckily entered the liquid level and became a spirit master. Zhang Cui-er, the eccentric girl, had also grown up. She had a spirit marrow body and had cultivated to the liquid level middle stage. She became the mainstay of the mountain. Gao Chong had a body of earth spiritual pulse. His cultivation had improved over the years, and like Zhang Xionyang, he had cultivated to the late liquid level. He was the most promising person in the sect to advance to the crystal level. As for the rather mysterious Yang Gan, he had suddenly left the sect 100 years ago and had not been heard from since. Senior Yang is also not in the sect? Lu Ming frowned slightly. Among the younger generation of spirit masters in the barbarian ghost sect, only Yang Gan had some friendship with him. He did not expect that he would not be able to meet him again. Elder Yen thought for a moment and said, Lu, Yang Gan's origin is quite mysterious. Back then, he was recommended to the sect by a mysterious crystal-level cultivator, who promised him a large amount of resources. Although I hesitated at the time, I still accepted him out of consideration for the sect. Not long after the war with the sea creature race broke out, this person suddenly appeared and took Yang Gan away. After that, there was no news of him. Oh, so Senior Yang has such an origin, Lu Ming said with some surprise. Sect leader Huangshi interrupted, we have also secretly investigated Yang Gan's origin, but we have not been able to find anything. He did not do anything unusual in the sect, so we did not investigate this matter further. Lu Ming nodded slowly, and his eyes flashed slightly. Elder Yen said to Lu Ming with deep meaning, in the sect's heyday, there were nearly 30 spirit masters, but now there are only a dozen or so. Moreover, I do not have many years left in my life, so the sect's current situation can be said to be extremely critical. But now that Fellow has returned, these problems naturally do not exist. Lu Ming smiled slightly and did not say anything. Sect leader Huangshi thought for a moment and said, the news of Senior Lu's return must be notified to the other faction leaders and spirit masters of the sect as soon as possible. Later, we will hold a welcoming ceremony to gather all the disciples in the sect to greet Senior and celebrate the birth of a real pellet state cultivator in our sect. Sect leader Huangshi said with a smile after thinking about it. Elder Yen nodded in agreement and said, that's right. I was too engrossed in my own happiness that I actually forgot about this matter. Martial nephew Huang, you can go ahead. Old man Yan nodded in agreement and instructed. Elder Yan nodded in agreement and stood up. Wait. I do not like this kind of bustle, so let's avoid this matter if we can. Lu Ming waved his hand to stop him. Elder Yan and sect leader Xianxia were both startled when they heard this. Elder Yan pondered for a moment and said with an inquiring tone, since Lu does not like this kind of thing, let's simplify it. In a moment, we will only have the spirit masters of each faction meet Lu. How about that? Let's do that. I have just returned, so I plan on going back to Nine Infants Mountain to take a look. Lu Ming did not want to go against their wishes and stood up. Elder Yan and sect leader Xianxia naturally did not meet Lu Ming by chance and respectfully saw him out of the hall. With a flash of light, Lu Ming immediately soared into the sky and flew in the direction of Nine Infants Mountain. As he watched Lu Ming fly away, Xianxia muttered in disbelief, I did not think that a 3 spiritual pulse disciple from back then would be able to cultivate to the late Jing Dan stage. This is truly unexpected. Elder Yan thought for a moment and said, for Lu to be able to cultivate to his current level, he is definitely not as simple as he says. However, we do not need to worry about this. Lu is our sect's greatest backer and we must do everything in our power to rope him in. Go send a message to the spirit masters of the various ranges, and we'll discuss the welcoming ceremony later, Old Man Yan instructed after thinking for a moment. Yes, Martial Uncle Yan's thoughts are thorough. I will go and arrange it. Sect leader Xianxia hastily agreed and quickly walked away. After Xianxia left, Elder Yan stood at the entrance of the hall in a daze for a while as if he was thinking about something. After a while, he also quickly left. At this moment, Lu Ming had already turned into a ray of light and arrived in front of a mountain peak. Looking from afar, there were a dozen or so tall buildings on the mountain peak. Although they were slightly dilapidated, he could still recognize them with a glance. This was the Nine Infants Mountain that he had stayed in when he first entered the sect. Lu Ming's expression changed. With a flash of black light, he appeared above a stone house halfway up the mountain with familiarity. This was the small courtyard that he had stayed in back then. At this moment, it did not seem to have changed much. However, the entire courtyard seemed to be empty and uninhabited. There was a thick layer of dust everywhere in the courtyard. Lu Ming took a few glances and a look of reminiscence flashed in his eyes. Back then, he had disguised himself as a disciple of the Bai clan and entered the Nine Infants faction with the talent of a 3 spiritual pulse. From an unknown disciple, he had grown into a spirit master that even the sect had to look at. Although many years had passed, all of these things were still vivid in his mind. After a while, Lu Ming shook his head. His body moved and he continued to head towards the peak of Nine Infants Mountain. As soon as he appeared in front of the Nine Infants Mountain's main hall, he was startled. In the plaza in front of the main hall stood a Taoist nun in a purple robe. Behind her were more than 20 disciples of the Nine Infants faction who were respectfully lined up on both sides. The Taoist nun in a purple robe looked to be around 40 or 50 years old. There were some wrinkles at the corner of her eyes. One could vaguely see that she had some beauty when she was young. This person was Taoist Nun Zhong. Seeing Lu Ming's figure, Taoist Nun Zhong's body trembled slightly. Seeing this, a ripple appeared in Lu Ming's calm heart. It was as if time had traveled back to more than 100 years ago, when he had just been brought to Nine Infants Mountain, Master. Lu Ming took a deep breath and quickly calmed his heart. He respectfully bowed to Taoist Nun Zhong. Senior sect leader just sent me a message. I still couldn't believe it. After not seeing you for 100 years, you are now a Jing Dan realm cultivator. Although you and I used to call each other master and disciple, times have changed. I don't dare to treat you as a disciple anymore. Taoist Nun Zhong carefully looked at Lu Ming. Her eyes were filled with gratification, but she still laughed bitterly. Master, what are you saying? I have received your kindness many times. No matter what happens, I will always be your disciple. Lu Ming raised his head and said word by word. Hearing this, Taoist Nun Zhong's expression changed. She seemed to be moved, but she also seemed to sigh. She opened her mouth, but in the end, she didn't say anything. Master, are these all disciples of the Nine Infants faction? Lu Ming changed the topic and looked at the 2 rows of spirit apostles behind him. These disciples all looked very young. Most of them were middle spirit apostles. There were only 2 or 3 of them who were late spirit apostles. That's right. Most of them are new disciples in the past 10 years. Taoist Nun Zhong looked back at the disciples behind her and nodded. Greetings, Senior Lu. The 2 rows of disciples simultaneously bowed to Lu Ming and said in unison. Okay, no need to be so polite. Lu Ming nodded his head. Suddenly, he grabbed with his hand and a black halo appeared above the heads of the disciples. With a whoosh, it opened and enveloped the 20 or so disciples. These 9 infant disciples immediately felt a warm current flow through their bodies along with the wisps of black gas. This caused the Fa Li in their bodies to quickly circulate. At the same time, this warm current seeped into the meridians of their bodies and a black liquid gradually flowed out of the pores of their bodies. Seeing this, Martial Aunt Zhong seemed to have thought of something and looked gratefully at Lu Ming. However, she did not say anything. After the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, Lu Ming waved his hand and dispersed the black light. These spirit apostle disciples immediately felt their bodies become much lighter. As they breathed, a clear air flowed from head to toe without any obstructions. It was extremely beneficial. Martial Aunt Zhong naturally saw that Lu Ming had casually widened the meridians of these spirit apostle disciples by quite a bit. The benefits to these spirit apostle disciples in the future were self-evident. Thank you, Senior. The 20 or so 9 infant faction disciples were pleasantly surprised and hurriedly thanked Lu Ming. Lu Ming smiled and waved his hand. With his current cultivation level, helping a few spirit apostle cultivators change their meridians was as easy as lifting a finger. It could be considered a greeting gift. Next, under Martial Aunt Zhong's guidance, Lu Ming walked into the main hall of the 9 infant mountain. As he stepped through the door, a simple yet familiar aura came to him, causing his thoughts to churn. The main hall did not seem to have changed much from 100 years ago. Although the 9 infant faction had declined, there were still 3 spirit masters, Gui Ru Quan, Zhu Qi, and Martial Aunt Zhong in the main hall. Shi Chuan and the other disciples gathered together and it seemed to be a happy and harmonious atmosphere. However, in the center of the main hall, there was only 1 seat left. It was placed there alone, giving off an indescribable feeling of loneliness and desolation. Martial Aunt Zhong ordered someone to bring over a seat and the 2 sat side by side. The other disciples stood in 2 rows with their hands behind their back. Master, are these all the disciples of the 9 infants faction? Lu Ming's gaze swept across as he asked. That's right. Ever since Senior Gui died, I haven't been able to teach too many disciples by myself, so I haven't accepted many. The 9 infant faction has declined a lot compared to when you were still around. Martial Aunt Zhong sighed. I have heard about Master Gui from sect leader Xianxia. The fate of us cultivators is always unpredictable. Master does not need to be sad. Lu Ming comforted. Martial Aunt Zhong nodded her head. In the following period of time, the 2 of them chatted for a while. Martial Aunt Zhong asked Lu Ming about his cultivation experiences over the past few years and Lu Ming gained a more detailed understanding of the situation of the 9 infant faction. Xiao Feng, Xue Shan, Wan Xiaoqian, and the others who entered the faction with him of time. Of Lu Ming of them, Martial Aunt Gu, and Martial Aunt Martial Master. Looking at Martial Master of Zhong, Lu Ming thought of, and of time of Martial of Martial sect. 2 white jade bottles, a fiery red sword, and a white jade tablet appeared on the table. He said, Master, these are some pills that can improve Fa Li and 2 totems that are not bad. Take them as gifts from your disciple. Inside the jade bottle was the cold condensing pill that he took when he was in the liquid level. The fiery red sword and the white jade tablet were 2 top quality totems. One for offense and the other for defense, they complemented each other. Martial Aunt Zhong could naturally see that these 2 totems were not ordinary. Even though the 2 bottles of pills were separated by the jade bottle, she could still feel the amazing spirit energy that was emitted from them. These things were not only not bad, even if they were placed among the crystal-level cultivators of the Yunchuan continent, they would definitely be fought over. This? Since you're so considerate, I'll accept it. Martial Aunt Zhong's face flashed a trace of hesitation. She seemed to want to say something, but after thinking about it, she still put these things away. Seeing this, Lu Ming sighed in his heart. The totems and pills that he carried were mostly used by the Jin Dan cultivators. At the very least, they could only be used by the crystal-level cultivators. He was used to cleaning up his storage equipment every once in a while. All the unnecessary things were exchanged for spirit stones, so there was not much that he could give out as a reward. If he had known earlier that he would return to Yunchuan, he would have purchased a batch of suitable things in advance. However, he had a lot of various totems on him. As long as he put in a bit of effort, it would be enough to greatly increase the strength of the barbarian ghost sect. While Lu Ming and Marshal Ant Zhong were chatting, the other mountain ranges of the barbarian ghost sect also received the barbarian ghost sect leader's message. In the main hall of the dancing ghost faction, a beautiful woman dressed in white, who looked to be in her 40s or 50s, sat on the main seat. Looking at her appearance, one could vaguely tell that she was the leader of the dancing ghost faction, Lin Xiaoyu. Below her sat two beautiful women. They were Qian Huinyang and Zhang Chui'er. Qian Huinyang was dressed in a black robe. Her skin was creamy, and her hair was black and shiny. Her face was slightly cold. Zhang Chui'er had long since grown up into an enchanting beauty. She had an oval face, and her facial features looked very lively. Lin Xiaoyu held a communication formation plate in her hand. Her face showed a shocked expression. "Senior Lin, what happened?" Qian Huinyang saw Lin Xiaoyu's expression and couldn't help but ask. Lin Xiaoyu immediately told them the contents of the message. Qian Huinyang and Zhang Chui'er suddenly opened their mouths in surprise. "I felt that this Lu Ming was not an ordinary person in the past. I didn't expect that in a mere 100 years, he would have such achievements," Lin Xiaoyu said with a twinkle in her eyes. Qian Huinyang and Zhang Chui'er looked at each other. "Lu Ming is that 3 spiritual pulse kid from the 9 infant faction?" Zhang Chui'er couldn't believe it. "Chui'er, don't talk nonsense. Senior Lu is now a Jin Dan stage cultivator. Don't cause trouble." Lin Xiaoyu's expression changed as she reprimanded her. Zhang Chui'er stuck out her tongue and shut her mouth. "Sect leader Senior has summoned us spirit masters to pay our respects to Senior Lu. Let's go. We will immediately head to the 9 infant mountain." Lin Xiaoyu stood up and said with an unquestionable tone. Qian Huinyang and Zhang Chui'er heard this and hurriedly stood up. A trace of curiosity appeared in their eyes. In the blood control faction's main hall, Gao Chong sat on a chair. Sect leader Huangshi stood in front of him with a serious expression. Gao Chong's appearance had changed greatly. His appearance had matured a lot and his body was extremely sturdy. Even though he was sitting, he wasn't much shorter than sect leader Huangshi. However, his eyes were wide open with an expression of disbelief. "Master, is this true?" Gao Chong's eyes flashed as he asked. "Of course it's true. Why would I lie to you about something like this? Lu Ming is now a Jin Dan late-stage cultivator. When he was still in the sect, your relationship with him wasn't good. When you pay your respects later, you must pay attention." Huangshi warned with a serious expression. "I understand." Gao Chong's expression changed and he slowly nodded his head. "I know that you are proud and arrogant. However, at this moment, you cannot offend Lu Ming in the slightest." Huangshi coldly said. "Master, don't worry. Senior Lu is already a Jin Dan cultivator. I definitely won't seek death and try to provoke him again," Gao Chong said with a bitter expression. "It's good that you understand. Let's go." Hearing Gao Chong's words, Huangshi's expression relaxed and he quickly led him out of the main hall. On the Balefulin faction's mountain peak, a gray cloud flew out and headed towards 9 Infants Mountain. On top of the gray cloud stood a gray-robed elder. It was Mountain Lord Chu-Chi, who had a conflict with Gui Ruchuan in the past. After many years of fighting with the sea race, the Balefulin faction was like the 9 Infants faction. There was only one spirit master supporting the situation. The spirit masters of the Corpse Refining faction and Heaven's Secret faction all followed the barbarian ghost sect leader's orders and hurried towards 9 Infants Mountain. In the 9 Infants faction's main hall, Lu Ming sat on the main seat and slowly drank the 9 Infants Mountain specialty spirit tea. Spirit Ant Zhong was no longer in the main hall. Although he was sitting and drinking tea, his divine sense had already seen the situation outside of the main hall. The spirit masters of the various factions continuously gathered in the small plaza outside the main hall. At this moment, they were all solemnly standing still under sect leader Huangshi's arrangements. It was as if they were prepared to wait for everyone to arrive before entering together to greet Lu Ming. Ta-ta, following the sound of footsteps approaching, it was the old man surnamed Yan who pushed open the door and entered alone. Fellow Yan, I and the fellows outside can be considered to be of the same sect. It's best to dispense with some common etiquette if possible. There is no need to be so formal. Without waiting for the old man surnamed Yan to speak, Lu Ming stood up and gestured with one hand, inviting the old man surnamed Yan to sit beside him. What are you talking about, Lu? You are now a Jindan cultivator. The etiquette cannot be dispensed with. Otherwise, how can you match your current identity and cultivation? Today is just a gathering in the sect. I have already informed the other sects of the Yunchuan Alliance of your return and invited them to participate in the ceremony in 3 days. The old man surnamed Yan sat down and said as if he was inquiring. Lu Ming raised his eyebrows. He understood that this so-called ceremony was actually to gather the cultivators of various sects in the name of the ceremony to discuss the strategy to deal with Siren King. Since it was related to the Yunchuan Alliance, he couldn't say anything more and could only nod his head slightly. Seeing that Lu Ming didn't refuse, the old man surnamed Yan let out a sigh of relief. He then stood up and said sincerely, "Thank you for your understanding, Lu. There is one more thing I want to discuss with fellow. I hope Lu can agree. Let's not talk about whether I agree or not. I want to hear it first." Lu Ming said calmly. It's like this. Now that the Yunchuan continent and the Sea race have been fighting for years, the casualties of the barbarian ghost sect are also very large. The inheritance of the spirit masters has almost reached the point of no succession. The great Xian 5 sects often have the intention to exclude. Now my lifespan is coming to an end, but there is no crystal-level cultivator in the sect who can inherit my mantle. Fortunately, Lu's strength is unfathomable. If he can take over the barbarian ghost sect this time, I will die without regrets. The old man surnamed Yan said and bowed. Brother Yan, there is no need to do this. Lu Ming's eyes flashed and he raised his hand. The old man surnamed Yan suddenly felt a strong force supporting his body. His body suddenly couldn't bow down. He was shocked and his respect for Lu Ming deepened. It's not that I refuse, but I have already decided to pursue the path of the Great Way all my life. I have no interest in such mundane things. Please forgive me, Brother Yan. Lu Ming said without hesitation. When Martial Uncle Yan heard this, his face immediately revealed a disappointed expression. When he saw Lu Ming's determined expression, he couldn't say any more words of advice. He could only bitterly smile and say, since Lu has no interest in taking charge of the barbarian ghost sect, are you willing to take on the position of the sect's Grand Elder? Grand Elder? Lu Ming was still somewhat hesitant. With his current Jindan cultivation, it was more than enough for him to take on the position of Grand Elder of the barbarian ghost sect. Old man Yan hastily added, don't be in a hurry to refuse, fellow. The reason why I made this request is because I want to borrow fellow's name to motivate the disciples of the sect. At the same time, I also want to intimidate those who don't dare. I wouldn't dare trouble fellow with the miscellaneous matters of the sect. Since it's only a name, I can agree. Lu Ming pondered for a moment before finally nodding his head. The barbarian ghost sect's current situation wasn't very good, and he wasn't an ungrateful person. Furthermore, back at the Dark King's morning, he had personally promised Dean Lu that he would take care of the barbarian ghost sect. That's great. Many thanks for your help, Lu. Old man Yan was overjoyed and cupped his hands toward Lu Ming. That's only right. There's no need for fellow Yan to be so polite. I have some pills that can strengthen your foundation and should be able to extend your life by 10 or 20 years. Also, this is a prototype totem. If fellow Yan doesn't mind, you can take it and use it for now. Lu Ming smiled and flipped his hand. A small scarlet bottle and a short stick that emitted a black halo appeared in front of him. He handed them to old man Yan. Martial Uncle Yan was first startled when he heard this, then he looked at the 2 items in front of him. He could feel the rich medicinal fragrance in the bottle and the tyrannical spiritual pressure emitted by the short stick. His body couldn't help but tremble slightly. It should be known that on the Yunchuan continent, even crystal-level cultivators used high-grade totem. Top-grade totem was extremely rare, let alone a prototype totem. Many thanks for fellow's generous gift. I won't be polite. Old Man Yen excitedly accepted the items. Also, there are some totem materials that can be used for refining pills and refining tools. I remember that my sect is quite proficient in this area. Fellow Yen, please take care of him yourself. Lu Ming took out a storage magic tool and handed it to Old Man Yen. Old Man Yen hurriedly accepted it and probed it with his divine sense. He was stunned for a moment and only reacted after a long while. Old Lu Ming happily said, "This totem, Lu, this much is naturally a great fellow cultivator. However, won't such a huge consumption affect your own cultivation?" Yen Lu, spirit, totem, old brother Ming Lu, totem. Do. Lu Ming Ti, Lu, Ti worry, Yen, he and use. The things inside are all things that I don't need now. It can be considered as a token of my appreciation for my sect. Lu Ming said with a slight smile. In that case, I can rest easy. The old man with the Yen surname heaved a sigh of relief before carefully putting away the storage magic tool. These totem materials were enough for the barbarian ghost sect to use for several decades. As long as they were used properly, it shouldn't be a problem to cultivate 1 or 2 crystal-level cultivators. Now that all the spirit masters in the sect have arrived, why don't I call them in? The elderly man with the Yen surname cast his gaze toward the door before turning back to ask in a questioning tone. All right. Lu Ming nodded and straightened his posture. The old man with the surname Yen quickly walked out. After a while, the door was pushed open again, and a flurry of footsteps came in. It was the spirit masters of the various peaks. Lu Ming looked up and saw that there were only a dozen or so people with sect leader Xianxia in the lead. They seemed a bit desolate. He swept his eyes over them and found that there were only a few familiar faces like Lin Xiyu, Chu Qi, Gao Chong, Qian Huinyang, and Zhang Chui'er. He hadn't seen the other spirit masters before, so they should be new spirit masters in the past 100 years. These people secretly glanced at Lu Ming and hurriedly lowered their heads. Lin Xiyu, Chu Qi, and the other old spirit masters all had strange expressions on their faces. Qian Huinyang and Zhang Chui'er had interacted with Lu Ming before, so their gazes at Lu Ming were less restrained and more curious. Gao Chong stood at the back of the crowd and looked at Lu Ming with a complicated expression. He hurriedly lowered his head, but his tall figure was very conspicuous in the crowd. Lu Ming glanced at Gao Chong and then looked away without any strange expression on his face. Everyone, this is our barbarian ghost sect's new Grand Elder, Elder Lu Ming. Elder Lu has been cultivating outside and has only recently returned to the sect. He has now reached the late Jingdan realm. Old Man Yen pointed at Lu Ming and raised his voice, unable to hide the excitement in his tone. Greetings, Elder Lu. Although the dozen or so spirit masters already knew, they still couldn't help but become excited when they heard this and bowed to Lu Ming. In the Yunchuan continent and even the entire sea region, there was only one Jingdan realm Siren King in the past 1,000 years. Now that the barbarian ghost sect had Lu Ming, a late Jingdan realm cultivator, the entire sect would probably become famous throughout the continent in a few days. Their status would also rise along with it. As for their future development, it was needless to say. As the spirit masters of the sect, they would definitely receive many benefits. No need to be so polite. You all can sit as well. Lu Ming said indifferently. When the group of spirit masters heard this, they looked at each other and each found a place to sit down respectfully. They looked as if they were listening to a lecture. Lu Ming furrowed his brows. He wasn't good at this kind of situation, so he gave Old Man Yen a look. Hee, everyone doesn't need to be so reserved. Elder Lu's return to the sect after his cultivation has reached the large success stage is a grand event that our barbarian ghost sect doesn't see in 1,000 years. Thinking about our barbarian ghost sect since the Sixteen ancestor, we have, Old Man Yen immediately began to talk a lot, describing the sect's origin, development, and the current situation one by one. He spoke passionately and stirred up the spirits of all the spirit masters present. The atmosphere immediately became much more lively. That's right. Today, besides letting you all meet with Elder Lu, there is another matter, and that is the grand ceremony that will be held in 3 days. I have already sent out invitations and invited all the other sects of the Yunchuan alliance. This is a very important matter. From today onwards, we need to hurry up and make arrangements. Old Man Yen changed the topic and said. Old Man Yen was worthy of being the person who had managed the barbarian ghost sect for hundreds of years. Everything was immediately arranged in an orderly manner. Everyone present received their tasks. After 2 hours, all the spirit masters took their leave. In the following time, Old Man Yen told Lu Ming about some of the main figures of the sects of the Yunchuan alliance. After listening for a while, Lu Ming raised his eyebrows and asked, "Oh, so now the Yunchuan alliance is dominated by the big sects such as the Yuan Mo sect, the Fusion sect, and the Zhaoda sect?" That's right. In the Yunchuan continent, these sects are the strongest. Naturally, they are the leaders. Among them, the Yuan Mo sect has the highest status. In front of them, the 5 sects of the Daxian continent are more or less a second-rate sect. Old Man Yen laughed bitterly and said with a tone of mockery and envy. Lu Ming nodded. When he was still in Yunchuan, he had some understanding of the strength of the Yuan Mo sect and the Fusion sect. They were indeed much stronger than the barbarian ghost sect and the other Daxian sects. After thinking for a while, Old Man Yen continued, "By the way, in the alliance, apart from senior Yuan Mo of the Yuan Mo sect, there is also a rogue cultivator whose cultivation has reached the fake pill stage. This person's surname is Mo, and his strength should not be underestimated." A fake pill stage rogue cultivator? Lu Ming's eyes flashed slightly. He was a little surprised. He didn't expect that in addition to Yuan Mo sect, there was a human fake pill stage rogue cultivator on the Yunchuan continent. That's right. This man was not famous before. He only appeared in the war between the Sea race and the Yunchuan continent a few decades ago. His background is unknown, but he seems to have a good relationship with the Yuan Mo sect, said the old man with the surname Yin. I see. With these 2 people, it's no wonder that the Yunchuan alliance has been able to hold on for so many years. Lu Ming said thoughtfully. Now, I have informed the Yunchuan alliance about Lu and invited them to participate in the ceremony in 3 days. It is estimated that these people will all come. At that time I will introduce them to Lu one by one. Old Man Yen said with a little pride. These things are all arranged by Brother Yen. Lu Ming's expression didn't change much as he said lightly. Old Man Yen agreed, and then a trace of hesitation appeared on his face. He said again, "Lu, after they come, they will naturally talk about fighting against the Sea race. Forgive me for being straightforward, but with Lu guarding the Yunchuan continent, I think that Siren King will not dare to do anything to Yunchuan. However, it is better not to fight Siren King head-on if possible. I have seen Siren King fight in person. His current strength is far beyond my imagination. Brother Yen, don't worry. I know what to do." Lu Ming's eyes flashed, but he said with a smile. Hearing this, Old Man Yen secretly let out a sigh of relief. He continued with a smile, "That's for the best. The sect has prepared a place for you to live. It is on the spirit-gathering peak of the sect. The Yuan Qi of heaven and earth there is the densest in the entire barbarian ghost sect. Thank you for your kindness, Brother Yen, but I will live on the 9 Infants Mountain." Lu Ming shook his head with a smile and declined. At his level of cultivation, the Yuan Qi of heaven and earth on the Yunchuan continent was no longer able to provide much help to his cultivation. Old Man Yen was startled for a moment, then nodded and said, "This. Since it is like this, then do as you wish." After the 2 talked for a while, Old Man Yen stood up and said his goodbyes. When Marshal Aunt Zhong heard that Lu Ming wanted to stay on the 9 Infants Mountain, she was naturally overjoyed. She quickly arranged for people to prepare the best cave for him on the peak. However, Lu Ming wanted to live in the courtyard on the mountainside where he had once lived. When Marshal Aunt Zhong heard this, she suddenly understood and naturally had no reason to disagree. Half an hour later, Lu Ming stood with his hands behind his back in the small courtyard where he used to live. At a glance, the place had been cleaned up and nothing seemed to have changed from before. This caused a trace of reminiscence to appear in Lu Ming's eyes. After casually strolling around the small courtyard, he walked into a secret room and sat down cross-legged. His mind was abnormally calm and peaceful, and he quickly entered a state of emptiness. At the same time, on the small plaza outside the main hall of the barbarian ghost sect's main peak, a gray-white light descended from the sky. The light faded and the figure of Old Man Yan appeared. At this moment, his eyebrows were tightly furrowed and his expression was slightly heavy as he strode into the main hall. As if hearing the movement, a small door on the side of the main hall was pushed open and an old man in linen walked out. It was Xianxia. Could it be that Elder Lu doesn't agree to take over the barbarian ghost sect? Seeing the expression on Old Man Yan's face, Xianxia immediately faintly guessed something and respectfully asked. Old Man Yan shook his head and said, I already had a premonition. After testing him, his tone was quite firm. He shouldn't easily change his mind. Sect leader Xianxia thought for a moment and sighed, since that's the case, we shouldn't force it. Otherwise, I'm afraid it will backfire. Of course, the future of the barbarian ghost sect depends on this child. Unfortunately, if Lu Ming is willing to take over, it is not impossible for the barbarian ghost sect to return to the glory of the 16th ancestor. Martial Uncle Yan thought of this and sighed again. Hearing this, sect leader Xianxia also revealed a trace of regret. After a moment, Old Man Yan seemed to think of something. With a flip of his hand, he took out a storage bracelet given to him by Lu Ming and handed it to sect leader Xianxia. After sect leader Xianxia received the bracelet with some doubt, he probed it with his divine sense. His face immediately revealed an expression of astonishment. So many spirit materials of heaven and earth, and they seem to be of extremely high quality. Could it be that these were all bestowed by Elder Lu? Sect leader Xianxia said in surprise. Exactly. It seems that the Middle Sky continent is richer than the rumors. Make arrangements for these spirit materials. However, the sect's resources are tight at the moment, so remember to use them wisely, Old Man Yan instructed. After thinking for a while, he added, That's right. That's right, we must allocate more cultivation resources to the Nine Infants faction. Yes, I naturally understand this. The barbarian ghost sect leader hastily responded. He put away the bracelet and turned around to make arrangements. The night passed in a flash. Early the next morning, Lu Ming and Martial Aunt Zhong sat side by side in the main hall of Nine Infants Mountain. They were discussing some matters regarding cultivation. With Lu Ming's current cultivation and knowledge, a casual word of advice from him could immediately make Martial Aunt Zhong feel as if she was suddenly enlightened. Martial Aunt Zhong cultivated a Yin fire attribute cultivation method. However, she had been stuck at the bottleneck of the middle liquid level for many years and had not been able to break through. After receiving some pointers from Lu Ming, she naturally benefited a lot and actually showed signs of breaking through. Martial Aunt Zhong's heart was filled with joy. Suddenly, a trace of hesitation flashed across her face. She seemed to want to say something, but after thinking for a while, she didn't say a word. Master, if you have something to say, just say it. There is no need to hold back. Lu Ming saw the change in Martial Aunt Zhong's expression and couldn't help but speak in surprise. Lu Ming, in the Nine Infants faction, aside from the disciples you saw yesterday, there is actually one more person who is not present. He just returned today. I don't know if you are interested in meeting him. It can be considered an opportunity for him. Lu Ming's heart moved. He faintly understood Martial Aunt Zhong's meaning and immediately nodded his head. Seeing this, a trace of happiness appeared on Martial Aunt Zhong's face. She clapped her hands and not long after, a young man in a Taoist robe walked in. Disciple Zhong Wendao greets Grand Elder. The young man in the Taoist robe was obviously excited. As soon as he entered, he immediately bowed to the ground and said respectfully. Lu Ming squinted his eyes and swept his gaze over the young man. The young man in front of him had a dark complexion and looked to be around 16 or 17 years old. His cultivation was not bad as he was already a late spirit apostle. After Lu Ming's gaze stopped on the young man for a moment, he let out a sound of surprise and slowly said to Martial Aunt Zhong, who was beside him, although this child only has the aptitude of a 6 spiritual pulse, his body has a pretty good bone spirit body. However, his cultivation should have been stuck at the late spirit apostle level for a long time, right? I won't hide it from you. This child is a younger generation disciple of my clan. Although his aptitude is average, he is trained extremely hard and is now a late spirit apostle. However, because my cultivation is limited, I am unable to help him advance any further. I don't know if you can give him a few pointers. Martial Ant Zhong hurriedly said. Lu Ming was silent for a while before saying with a smile, since he is a younger generation disciple of Master's clan, I will naturally do my best. In the following period of time, under Lu Ming's request, the young man followed him into a secret room in the side hall. He also told Martial Ant Zhong to wait outside to prevent anyone from disturbing him. The secret room was not large and was only a few 100 feet wide. The furnishings inside were simple and crude, but it was also quite quiet. At this moment, the young man was sitting on a bright yellow praying mat in the middle of the room. Lu Ming casually walked to the side and said expressionlessly, "Close your eyes and relax your entire body." Hearing this, the young man in the Taoist robe hurriedly closed his eyes. After Lu Ming looked at him for a while, his eyebrows twitched. He extended his hand forward and his 5 fingers suddenly separated. A thick, black fog that was like liquid rolled out from his palm and slowly spread to the young man's entire body. At the same time, a wisp of the fog was separated and entered the top of the young man's head. The young man in the Taoist robe first furrowed his eyebrows and large beads of sweat rolled down his forehead. He appeared to be in pain. However, following Lu Ming's continuous use of techniques, the black fog gradually wrapped around his entire body. The young man in the Taoist robe gave a soft hum and his eyebrows relaxed. He revealed an extremely comfortable expression. In the next moment, Lu Ming flipped his hands and the rolling black fog, like a whale spitting out water, instantly surged out from the top of the young man's head. Then, along with the black fog surrounding the young man, Lu Ming withdrew it. I have already left some Fa Li in your body. Now, try to condense the Fa Li in your spirit sea. Seeing the young man's slightly surprised expression, Lu Ming said lightly. The young man was quite quick-witted and didn't ask any more questions after hearing what was said. Immediately, his expression tightened and he began to circulate his Fa Li. 4 hours passed in the blink of an eye. The young man in the Taoist robe suddenly let out a long roar and suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes were filled with brilliance. At this moment, if someone were to probe his body with their spiritual sense, they would discover that the true essence that was originally flowing like mist in his Dantian spirit sea had completely turned into a rather viscous, light black liquid. The young man clenched his fists and felt the changes in his body. Then, he turned his head with disbelief to look at the smiling Lu Ming. As if he suddenly thought of something, he crawled up with a quiver and directly knelt beside Lu Ming. If Senior doesn't mind, Junior Zhong Wendao would like to become Senior's disciple and serve Senior for the rest of his life. Before Lu Ming could speak, the young man in the Taoist robe spoke with a rather sincere tone. You didn't have a master before? Lu Ming was startled when he heard this. Then, his expression returned to normal as he asked. Junior has always been guided by grandmother Zhong in cultivation, so I didn't perform the ceremony of becoming a disciple like others. Now Senior can help Junior to advance to the condensation period. This kind of magical power is unprecedented. I hope Senior can fulfill my wish. The young man in the Taoist robe said truthfully after hearing the words. Lu Ming frowned and touched his chin with one hand. After thinking for a long time, he said in a deep voice, I don't have the intention to accept a disciple, but considering that you have a rare bone spirit body, it is quite suitable for you to practice a technique I know. It can be said that we have some fate. In this case, I can accept you as a registered disciple. Are you willing? Disciple Zhong Wendao greets Master. When Zhong Wendao heard this, he suddenly showed ecstasy and performed the ceremony of becoming a disciple to Lu Ming. Looking at Zhong Wendao's respectful expression, Lu Ming nodded slightly. Well, since you are already my registered disciple, I naturally have to give you some benefits. This is the first 9 levels of the Dark Bone method, which is very compatible with your bone spirit body. If you practice diligently, your cultivation will definitely increase greatly in the future. After that, Lu Ming flicked his finger, and a jade slips flew out. It spun and floated in front of Zhong Wendao. Back then, Master's Junior Ruan's cultivation was limited, and the records of the Dark Bone method he obtained were somewhat incomplete. Therefore, he mistakenly thought that this Dark Bone method could only be practiced by those with 3 spiritual pulse. The complete version that he obtained from the Soul King Sorrow naturally didn't have such concerns. Thank you for the reward, Master. Wendao will remember it. Although Zhong Wendao didn't know how powerful this technique was, since it was given by Lu Ming, he knew that it must be extraordinary. He immediately received it with both hands respectfully. In the following time, after Lu Ming pointed out some problems in the cultivation of the young man in robe, he gave him some elixirs that helped to stabilize his cultivation and a few spiritual weapons that could be used in the future. Although Zhong Wendao's cultivation wasn't high, he could also see the extraordinariness of these elixirs and spiritual weapons. He kowed out again to thank him. You have just advanced to the condensation period. You need to concentrate on cultivation for a while to stabilize your realm. Otherwise, it will be detrimental to your future cultivation. Okay, let's go out. Lu Ming finally warned him. Zhong Wendao nodded again and again, then he left the secret room. Lu Ming stood silently in the same place for a moment, then he walked toward the door of the secret room. Accepting this registered disciple was not something he did on a whim. The Sea region's spiritual pulse was barren and resources were scarce. It was really not suitable for a Jindan cultivator like him to live here. After destroying the Sea Emperor Palace, he would find a way to return to the Middle Sky continent. Accepting a registered disciple could also be considered as leaving a descendant in Yunchuan, so that he could take care of the savage ghost sect in the future. In this way, he could fulfill the promise he made to Yin Lu. Outside the secret room, Martial Aunt Zhong saw that Zhong Wendao had broken through the condensation period. While she was shocked, she naturally admired Lu Ming's means. Hearing that Lu Ming had accepted Zhong Wendao as a registered disciple, Martial Aunt Zhong was even more overjoyed. The news of Lu Ming casually creating a spirit master quickly spread throughout the barbarian ghost sect and naturally caused quite a stir. The faction spirit masters of the other factions were excited and hurriedly gathered some of their disciples who had encountered bottlenecks in their cultivation. They prepared to bring them to visit Lu Ming and ask for his help. However, before these people could move, they were stopped by Martial Uncle Yen, who had already received the news. He had already heard from Martial Aunt Zhong that Lu Ming had accepted a disciple and was pleasantly surprised. His biggest worry at the moment was that Lu Ming did not have a strong sense of belonging to the barbarian ghost sect. Naturally, he could not disturb Lu Ming for such a small matter, lest he become annoyed. It should be known that although Lu Ming was at the Jindan realm, helping others increase their cultivation would definitely consume a lot of Fa. Even if the sect had a few more spirit masters, it would still be a great temptation. However, Old Man Yen immediately issued a strict order that forbade any faction's cultivators from going to Nine Infants Mountain without permission. In the following period of time, Lu Ming remained in seclusion at Nine Infants Mountain. Occasionally, he would give pointers to the disciples of the Nine Infants faction in their cultivation. Once the news of the return of a late Jindan cultivator from the barbarian ghost sect spread throughout the entire Yunchuan continent, the large and small sects that had been oppressed by the sea race all cheered. Those who were well informed had already begun to inquire about the origin of this Jindan cultivator. The news that the barbarian ghost sect was about to hold a grand ceremony to welcome this Jindan cultivator quickly spread throughout the Yunchuan continent. Aside from the large sects of the Yunchuan alliance that had received invitations, a few other small and medium-sized sects also began to prepare generous gifts in preparation to pay their respects to this Jindan cultivator. At the same time, the barbarian ghost sect was busy making arrangements for the grand ceremony that was to be held 3 days later. The old man with the surname Yen spared no expense and set up an extremely large restriction around the entire barbarian ghost sect mountain range. Rays of rainbow-like light adorned the mountain peaks, causing the originally gloomy barbarian ghost sect mountain gate to suddenly change its appearance and become a paradise. The day of the grand ceremony quickly arrived. Starting from the morning, a few small and medium-sized sects continuously came to visit the barbarian ghost sect. Sect leader Huangshe led a group of spirit masters to receive them in the main hall. Speaking of which, ever since he had taken over the position of barbarian ghost sect leader, he had never experienced such a grand occasion. Naturally, he was extremely busy. As a result, before noon, there were already more than 1,000 cultivators who had come to attend the barbarian sect. It was a good thing that the barbarian ghost sect was prepared and opened up a few side halls on the main peak to accommodate these uninvited guests. A gathering of more than 1,000 cultivators was extremely rare in the Yunchuan continent. Although Lu Ming hadn't shown up yet, the atmosphere of the ceremony was still very warm. Suddenly, a thunderous roar came from the distance. In the sky outside the sect, a dozen or so flying boats of various styles flew in from all directions. These boats were of different sizes, but looking at the richly ornamented rafters, it was clear that the people riding them were not ordinary cultivators. Seeing this, the old man with the surname Yen walked out from the hall. The spirit masters behind him stood respectfully on either side and looked forward. After the airships docked, several dozens of figures flew out of the airships and arrived in front of the elderly man surnamed Yen in an instant. At a glance, the leader was a middle-aged man wearing a black robe with a white jade belt around his waist. His whole body was faintly surrounded by a black aura. Beside him stood a white-robed scholar with a delicate face. The aura that the two emitted was far stronger than the people present. They were two fake core cultivators from the Yunchuan continent. The rest of the people's cultivation levels weren't low either. Other than the five great sect of the kingdom of Xian, even the fusion sects Murong Xian and the fierce Sun Valley sect leader were present. It seemed that all the people in charge of the Yunchuan alliance had gathered at the barbarian ghost sect from all directions. Old man Yen bowed to everyone and said slowly, Senior Mo, long time no see. I didn't expect that even you would be alarmed. Fellow Yen, Yuan Mo, and I heard that Senior Lu has formed the Jin Dan and returned to the sect. I've only come to pay a visit along with the various sections. I have no other intentions. The scholar with the surname Mo smiled faintly at Yuan Mo beside him. Senior Mo is too polite. My barbarian ghost sect is greatly honored by the presence of all of you. Please proceed to the main peak's main hall to speak. Old man Yen laughed and gestured with his hands behind him. The surrounding spirit masters of the barbarian ghost sect also respectfully opened up a path. Yuan Mo and the man surnamed Mo didn't stand on ceremony. They flew toward the barbarian ghost sect one after the other, followed closely by the dozens of cultivators from the various sections. In the time it took to drink a cup of tea, everyone arrived at the main hall of the barbarian ghost sect under the guidance of old man Yen. In the main hall, an ordinary-looking young man in a green robe was already sitting on the main seat in the middle. It was Lu Ming. When he heard the voice, he raised his head and looked over. His eyes flashed. Yuan Mo and the man surnamed Mo, who were walking at the front, felt their bodies go cold. They suddenly felt as if they had been seen through by the other party. Their expressions immediately changed. Although the crystal-level cultivators behind them were also people who had seen the world, at this moment, they were all shocked and their hearts were in a mess. When old man Yen saw this scene, a smile appeared on his face, but he didn't say anything. Senior Lu, I haven't seen you for over 100 years. I didn't expect your cultivation to have already reached such a level. It's really surprising. Yuan Mo and the man surnamed Mo looked at each other, a trace of shock flashing across their faces. They cupped their hands at Lu Ming and said solemnly. You flatter me, fellow Yuan. I'm afraid it won't be long before you try to condense your fake pill. Lu Ming nodded with an indifferent expression and said with a chuckle. Yuan Mo was shocked when he heard this, and his expression immediately became somewhat unnatural. Lu Ming's gaze turned and landed on the man surnamed Mo. He smiled and said, this must be fellow Mo Xingyun greets Lu. The man surnamed Mo's expression was old-fashioned as he cupped his hands and bowed. You don't have to be so polite. Please take a seat, Lu Ming said with a wave of his hand. Yuan Mo and the man surnamed Mo walked to the side and sat down. Only then did the crystal-level cultivators of the fusion sect, Jiaoda sect, and Heavenly Moon sect dare to step forward and bow to Lu Ming. Everyone, don't stand on ceremony. Please take a seat. Lu Ming nodded and looked over casually. He had left the Yunchuan continent not long after he advanced to the liquid level, so he didn't know much about the sects of Yunchuan. He only knew a few people from the 5 sects of the Dexian continent and the Yuan Mo sect. The crystal-level cultivators of the 5 sects of the Dexian continent were still the same people from 100 years ago. In the end, his gaze suddenly stopped at the Heavenly Moon sect. Behind Master Lingyu of the Heavenly Moon sect stood a female cultivator in a plain dress. She looked to be in her early 20s. She had an oval face and a rather lively appearance. Her 2 bright eyes were as clear as water as she stared unblinkingly at Lu Ming. Rupying. A gentle smile appeared on Lu Ming's face. After 100 years, although Qian Ruping's temperament seemed to be completely different and she had a more scholarly aura, her facial features and appearance had not changed much. Brother Ming. Qian Ruping pursed her lips and revealed a bright smile. Her appearance was delicate and gentle. At this moment, her smile was like a snow lotus blooming, making people's eyes light up. Lu Ming waved his hand. Towards this descendant of Uncle Qian, he was naturally different from the others. He had long regarded her as a family member. Qian Ruping's eyes lit up and she pursed her lips and took a few steps forward. Lu Ming nodded at the woman. Although he had a lot of things to say to Qian Ruping, the current environment was obviously not suitable for reminiscing. Fellow Lingyu, these years, Ruping has been cultivating in the Heavenly Moon sect. Thank you for taking care of her. Lu Ming turned his head and said to Master Lingyu. Elder Lu is too kind. On the contrary, I want to thank Fellow for sending such an outstanding disciple to the Heavenly Moon sect. Ping Er's talent in formations is extremely high. She is now the #1 formation master in the Yunchuan Alliance. The teleportation formations of the Yunchuan continent and the various islands were all personally designed and arranged by her. A smile appeared on Master Lingyu's cold face. When everyone heard this, they were even more surprised. Although Qian Ruping's reputation as the #1 formation master in the Yunchuan Alliance had long been known, very few people knew that she was actually introduced into the Heavenly Moon sect by Lu Ming. A trace of surprise also flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. Even in the Middle Sky continent, formation masters who could arrange teleportation formations were quite rare. In the Taiching Gate where he was, there were not many people who had such attainments in formations. Moreover, most of them had accumulated for many years and were basically cultivators above the Jingdan realm. Qian Ruping's cultivation had just reached the middle liquid realm, but she could actually arrange teleportation formations. Her talent could be imagined. If this matter were to spread to the Middle Sky continent, it was unknown how many formation masters would be shocked. When Qian Ruping heard this, her eyes curved. Although she didn't say anything, she didn't hide her pride in front of Lu Ming. Lu Ming smiled slightly and responded to Lingyu with a few words. At this time, the crystal-level cultivators of the various sects said a few flattering words one by one, then walked to the side and sat down. The old man surnamed Yin saw that Lu Ming wasn't familiar with the high-level cultivators of the various sects, so he introduced the cultivators of the various sects one by one with a smile on his face. As a result, halfway through the introduction, Lu Ming's eyes suddenly focused and he looked at the skinny old man of the liquid realm behind the fusion sect's sect leader, Morong Xian. Lu Ming was the focus of almost everyone present, so his obvious action was naturally seen by everyone. Senior Lu, is there something? Morong Xian's heart trembled. He looked at the skinny old man behind him and asked with some uncertainty. Lu Ming expressionlessly flicked his finger and a purple sword chi shot out, quickly passing everyone's line of sight. Everyone only heard a soft chi sound before the skinny old man's head tilted and he fell down. A stream of blood spurted out and he instantly stopped breathing. Lu Ming put down his hand and looked at the corpse on the ground with a calm expression. This, after Morong Xian was shocked, his expression instantly became extremely ugly. He obviously didn't know why Lu Ming suddenly killed his companion. This skinny old man's cultivation wasn't high, but he held an important position in the fusion sect. Otherwise, he wouldn't have brought his companion here. Just when everyone present was a little confused, the skinny old man's corpse on the ground suddenly moved. Then, with a pu sound, a small green person shot out from the top of his head. It transformed into a green shadow and flew out of the hall at an incomparably fast speed. You want to leave? Lu Ming sneered. He waved his sleeve and a black light flew out. Its speed was much faster than the green shadow. With a blur, it caught up to the small green person. With a flash of the black light, it transformed into a large black hand that suddenly grabbed downwards. The humanoid green figure let loose a sharp shriek as green light erupted from its body, instantly doubling its speed. At the same time, it split up into 5 green figures, all of which flew in different directions, narrowly evading the suction force of the giant black hand. Humph! Lu Ming's eyes turned cold. The big black hand in the air in the distance burst open, turning into 5 tumbling black clouds. After a strange flash, the 5 little green men were submerged in it in the blink of an eye. The 5 black clouds then condensed and transformed into a bone prison. The 5 small green people struggled violently within the prison, but it was of no use. Following Lu Ming's gentle wave of one hand, a white light flashed and the 5 bone prisons were quickly dragged in front of him. The small green people in 4 of the bone prisons turned into wisps of green smoke with a ping sound and disappeared without a trace. Lu Ming looked at the remaining small green person in the bone prison. A faint black gas was emitted from his palm and he grabbed the small green person out of the cage. He was about to use a soul search technique. The small green person let out an ear-piercing shriek and its body swelled up as if it was inflated. Finally, with a ping sound, it exploded into a ball of green flames. Lu Ming sighed and with a wave of his hand, he extinguished the flames. This series of unforeseen events happened in the blink of an eye. From start to finish, it only took a few breaths of time. It caused everyone present to be somewhat dumbfounded, especially Xianxia, whose expression was even uglier. At this moment, anyone could see that there was something wrong with the skinny old man. The fusion sect had lost face in front of everyone. "Senior Lu Ming, what just happened?" Yuan Mo's expression was also somewhat ugly. After calming himself down, he cupped his hands and asked Lu Ming, "Senior Lu, what just happened?" "If I'm not mistaken, that should be a soul-splitting secret technique," Lu Ming said slowly after pondering for a while. When everyone heard this, they couldn't help but look at each other. Obviously, most of them didn't know much about this technique. The so-called soul-splitting secret technique is actually very simple. It uses a secret technique to separate a part of a cultivator's soul essence and turn it into a wisp of soul. Since it is connected to the main soul, some cultivators with great magical powers often use this technique to infiltrate enemy camps and spy on information, Lu Ming explained calmly. Hearing this, everyone's expressions changed. "Senior Lu, do you have any clues regarding the person who performed the technique?" The man surnamed Mo suddenly asked. "Only a gene-down cultivator with a stable soul can use this kind of soul-splitting secret technique." Lu Ming looked at the man surnamed Mo and said calmly. "In that case, it was personally done by the Siren King. Fortunately, Senior Lu discovered it in time. Otherwise, the consequences would really be hard to predict." Yuan Mo frowned and said in a deep voice. Before Lu Ming said that it was a gene-down cultivator, most of the people present already had some guesses. After getting confirmation from Yuan Mo, there was an uproar and a low voice of discussion. Xian's expression was already incomparably ashen. There was actually an avatar of the Siren King hidden beside him. If it wasn't for Lu Ming discovering it in time, it was likely that once this avatar moved, it would be enough to threaten the survival of his sect. Affected by what had just happened, the atmosphere of the scene became somewhat strange. "It's all thanks to Senior that I was able to discover this scourge. Otherwise, I don't know what kind of disaster it would cause in the future." Yuan Mo suddenly stood up and said respectfully. "Today, our sects gathered at the barbarian ghost sect to pay a visit to you, and the other purpose is to discuss countermeasures against the sea race. I hope that Senior Lu can contribute to the human race of Yunchuan on account of our past friendship." When the cultivators of the other sects heard this, they all stood up and bowed. Then, they looked at Lu Ming with anticipation. "Everyone, don't worry. As a member of the human race, I will naturally not stand by and watch the matter of the Siren King," Lu Ming said with an indifferent expression. Everyone was overjoyed when they heard this. "It's just that I've just returned, so I'm not very clear about the current situation. I wonder what everyone's plans are." Lu Ming's eyes flashed as he changed the topic and asked. "The sea race, with the Sea Emperor Palace as the center, has conquered more than 70% of the island forces in the entire sea region. The Yunchuan continent is remote, but there are already several sea race strongholds nearby." Yuan Mo immediately explained the distribution of the sea race forces and the situation facing the Yunchuan alliance to Lu Ming in detail. Everyone present listened while constantly looking at Lu Ming, trying to guess his attitude towards this battle. After hearing this, Lu Ming pondered for a moment and said, "Now that the Siren King has unified the large-scale sea race and many foreign races, if he is allowed to continue to develop, I'm afraid that Yunchuan will be overthrown sooner or later. Instead of passively defending, It's better to take advantage of the time when he is distracted to join forces with other forces to take the initiative to attack the Siren King. As soon as this was said, there was silence. Most of them were taken aback and found it hard to believe. After Yuan Mo and the man surnamed Mo looked at each other for a few times, they each revealed a look of contemplation. Senior Lu, that Siren King is also a great cultivator of the Jin Dan. If Senior Lu fights with him, we can't intervene at all. If Senior's strength is slightly weaker, I'm afraid our Yunchuan alliance will suffer a disaster. After a while, Yuan Mo said hesitantly, you don't have to worry about this. It's a very risky move for the Siren King to use the soul-splitting secret technique with his Jin Dan cultivation. This technique is equivalent to splitting a part of his soul. Once the soul is destroyed, it will also cause a lot of damage to the main body. Now that I've destroyed a part of the Siren King's soul, he should be heavily injured at this moment. It's a good opportunity to deal with him, Lu Ming said with a slight smile. At the same time, he quietly released a trace of powerful spiritual pressure towards the cultivators of the other sections. In an instant, everyone present felt a boom in their heads. They all felt dizzy and their sea of consciousness seemed to have suffered a lot of shock. Fortunately, Lu Ming deliberately controlled the casting of the technique. Even so, it took a while for everyone's complexion to recover a little. Even the faces of Yuan Mo and the man surnamed Mo, the two fake core stage cultivators, were slightly pale. They all looked at Lu Ming with astonished gazes. Since Senior is so confident, we Yunchuan sects are naturally willing to take the risk with Senior. After a while, Yuan Mo finally made up his mind and said. The man surnamed Mo had no objection to this. After seeing Lu Ming's strength and seeing the two people with the highest cultivation in the Yunchuan alliance express their stance, the worries in their hearts disappeared and they also expressed their willingness to fight. In the following period of time, everyone used this ceremony to discuss the battle plan. And at the moment when Lu Ming annihilated the green ghost, in a sea far away from the Yunchuan continent, azure blue. In the depths of the deep sea, there was a magnificent palace that was dazzling in gold and jade. It stretched for dozens of miles. The entire palace was enveloped by a hemispherical blue transparent light screen. Groups of sea race guards patrolled back and forth around the palace. This was the Sea Imperial Palace, which was several times larger than 100 years ago. In a secret room in the Sea Imperial Palace, a figure shrouded in light blue light suddenly let out a muffled groan. The blue light quickly dissipated, revealing a handsome young man in a white robe with fair skin. If Lu Ming was here, he would be able to recognize at a glance that this person was the Siren King of the past. However, at this moment, his face had become extremely pale, and a very conspicuous trace of blood flowed out of the corner of his mouth. Hateful human brat, how dare he destroy a part of my soul? A ferocious look appeared on Siren King's face as he let out a low roar. I didn't expect him to also return to the sea region, and he has actually cultivated to the real pellet state later stage. No wonder he can discover my soul split. I am really careless. After the roar, Siren King took out an elixir and muttered to himself. After he slowly breathed for a long time, his face looked a little better. This soul-splitting mystic art was cultivated from a classic that he accidentally obtained. He didn't have any concerns before. After all, he was the only Jin Dan cultivator in the entire sea region. There was no risk of being discovered at all. In order to accelerate the progress of unifying the entire sea region not long ago, he used this technique to spy on the human race. He didn't expect it to be seen through by Lu Ming, and Lu Ming killed his soul. His soul was now severely damaged. It would take at least a few years to recover. When he thought of this, Siren King was even more furious. There was a hint of murderous intent in his eyes. After a while, he stood up and walked out of the secret room. In a hall, a half-bald man in a green robe walked around anxiously, looking at a stone door from time to time. This person was Siren King's subordinate, Qing. The stone door suddenly opened with a rumbling sound, and Siren King walked out. Sir Siren King, you finally came out. I have something important to report to you. It's about the human race Yunchuan Island. Qing was overjoyed. He said eagerly after bowing. I already know what you want to say. A cultivator of the Jin Dan stage suddenly appeared in the human race. This matter is indeed a bit troublesome. Siren King said faintly. Sir Siren King is wise. Xianxia was startled when he heard the words, then he looked at Siren King in awe. Pass down the order to withdraw all the sea creature clan near Yunchuan Island. At the same time, transfer the Golden Scale Clan and Silver Scale Clan cultivators back to the Sea Emperor Palace to wait for orders. After Siren King thought about it, he ordered in a deep voice. Yes. Xianxia was startled again. He immediately nodded and agreed. He was about to retreat. How is the search for a cultivator with a wind attribute spiritual vein going? Siren King suddenly said. 10 days ago, we captured a human cultivator from Xianxia Island. He still meets the conditions. Xianxia replied. Okay, send this person over later. I want to take a look. Siren King nodded when he heard the words. Yes. Xianxia promised and quickly walked down. Siren King regained his calmness and pondered for a moment. Suddenly, he sneered. With a flash of blue light on his body, he disappeared without a trace. Half an hour later, in a cold cave under the Sea Emperor Palace. There was a thick layer of blue ice crystals everywhere in the cave. On an ice crystal platform in the depths of the cave, a fist-sized bead was floating, emitting a faint cyan light. Rumble, there was a roar on the stone wall of the underground cave, and then an exit was cracked open. Siren King in a white robe walked in slowly, carrying an unconscious black-clothed young man in his hand. It was Hanli, who was missing in Double Turtle Island. Siren King held Hanli in one hand without any expression and walked slowly to the stone platform. Hey, your breath is not stable. Are you hurt? There is actually someone in this vast sea region that can hurt you, this is really rare. A somewhat sharp voice came from the cyan bead. Siren King's face darkened and he snorted coldly. He waved his hand and threw Hanli on the stone platform. He said coldly, he was caught by my men a few days ago. I have checked him. He does have a rather pure metal spiritual body. Oh, good. You are considerate. The voice in the cyan bead said with a smile. As soon as the voice died away, the light in the cyan bead suddenly became brighter. A gray glow swept out and wrapped Hanli's body. Hanli's body trembled in the gray light, and then his hands and feet began to tremble slightly. Chi-la. The cyan bead flashed, and a fist-sized gray rune flew out and flashed into Hanli's eyebrows. Hanli's body gradually calmed down. Gray lines appeared on his exposed skin, which looked like meridians and covered his whole body in an instant. Hey, this body is quite in line with my requirements. The voice in the cyan bead said with some surprise. Siren King heard it and his eyes flashed slightly, but he didn't speak. A whistling sound came from the cyan bead, and a ribbon-like gray light flew out and slowly penetrated into Hanli's body. Hanli's body shook again, and his face showed a trace of pain. At the same time, the gray spirit patterns on his body also slowly lit up. When Siren King saw this scene, his face also showed a somewhat focused look. The grayish-black light slowly penetrated into the space between Hanli's eyebrows, becoming thicker and thicker. The light above the cyan bead was several times brighter than before, and gradually, a grayish little man the size of a palm emerged. Although the small gray humanoid figure was small, it had all 4 limbs, and the nose, eyes, and nose on its face were extremely clear. It was like a miniature person that had shrunk many times. The only strange thing about it was that it had a pair of small gray horns on its head. The grayish-black light came from the mouth of this little person. At this moment, Hanli's body suddenly shook violently. The gray spiritual tattoos on his body shone brightly and then broke into pieces. Hanli opened his eyes abruptly, but his pupils were already gray and lifeless. A few streaks of blood flowed out of his nose and ears. Alas, it seems that this body is not good enough. What a pity. The gray dwarf opened and closed its mouth, sighed, and flew back into the cyan bead. The grayish-black light that wrapped Hanli also dissipated. Siren King frowned tightly, showing a trace of impatience on his face, and said coldly, Zhong Yan, this is the 7th practitioner with a mutant metal spirit body in the past 100 years, and none of them can be used. As far as I know, the requirements for physical body possession are not so harsh. What do you know? I was originally a celestial phenomenon practitioner of the demon clan, and my soul is so powerful that ordinary physical body naturally can't bear it. Of course, if it is an ordinary physical body of the Jin Dan realm, I can also manage to use it. A voice came from the cyan bead. Humph, don't forget that you and I have made a contract. I will find a suitable body for you to possess, and you will help me to break through the celestial phenomenon realm and return to the Middle Sky continent. Don't play any tricks, or don't blame me for being merciless. Hearing the words, Siren King said coldly. Hey, you are too suspicious. Now I only have a soul left, what tricks can I play? It's just that the physical bodies you found are too weak. If I can, I also want to get rid of the current state as soon as possible. The voice in the cyan bead sneered. Siren King snorted coldly, showing a trace of impatience on his face. It seemed that he had heard similar words many times. If the physical body is not suitable, you can find it again. I am not in a hurry, why are you in a hurry? I can still wait for 100 or 200 years. Zhongyan said lightly. Now it is different from the past. Now in the sea region, in addition to me, there is another human clan practitioner of the Jin Dan realm. If I am not wrong, the human clan will attack soon. Siren King said coldly. What, the later stage of Jin Dan realm, where did he come from? Zhongyan said with some surprise. How do I know? But this person is extremely powerful. A part of my soul was destroyed by this person. I believe it won't take long for him to bring the human clan army to attack. My cultivation is relying on your soul transfer grafting technique to barely reach the later stage of Jin Dan realm. The strength that I can exert is at best equivalent to the intermediate stage of Jin Dan realm. If my spiritual power is unstable, I am not sure to face this person alone. You and I are already tied to the same rope. If I have an accident now, your end will not be any better. So the second half of the soul transfer grafting technique should be given to me now. Siren King said in a deep voice. The cyan bead flickered slightly as if it was thinking about something. Seeing this, Siren King was no longer in a hurry to urge. He just stood expressionlessly with his hands behind his back. Well, since the situation is special now, it is fine to give you the soul consolidation technique. Zhongyan finally spoke in a deep voice. Immediately afterward, a gray jade slips were shot out from the cyan bead. Siren King immediately reached out to catch it. He probed it with divine thought, and a smile appeared on his face after a while. Iron Monster Zhongyan is really reasonable. I will work harder to find a suitable body for you. Now that most of the sea region has fallen into my hands, it is not impossible to find a crystallization period beastkin cultivator with a mutated metal attribute spirit body. Then I will wait quietly. Zhongyan said faintly. Siren King nodded and turned to leave. Then he remembered something. He waved his hand to collect Han Li's body on the stone platform and quickly left the underground cave. Shortly after he left, there was a deep and strange laughter from the cyan bead. A quarter of an hour later, Siren King appeared in a round stone room that was also cold to the bone. A white jade ice bed was placed in the center of the stone room. A woman in a palace dress was frozen by ice crystals. Siren King looked at the woman in the ice, and a soft expression appeared on his face. Sister Ling, it's not far from the time of your resurrection. God is really helping me. That human clan kid actually returned to the sea region. He must know where your soul essence is now. As long as I can return to the Middle Sky continent, I will definitely find your soul essence. Siren King stroked through the ice and said softly. After standing in the stone room for a while, he left reluctantly. After a while, he came to the secret room where he had his previous retreat. He turned his hand and took out the gray jade slips given by Zhongyan. He didn't study it immediately, but he rubbed it in his palm. There was a trace of reminiscence in his eyes. At the beginning, after he was teleported to the South Sea region of the Middle Sky continent from the abyss, he found that although he had the cultivation of the early stage of Jin Dan, it was impossible to cover the sky with one hand like when he was in the sea region. Instead, because of his dragon bloodline, he was in danger several times. After some twists and turns, he finally entered the South Wilderness of the Middle Sky continent. As a result, it didn't take long for him to be subdued by a celestial state beastkin cultivator and became the beastkin. Beast guarding the treasure house. The humiliation he suffered was still fresh in his memory. That celestial state beast king cultivator was Iron Demon Xianxia in the cyan bead. In desperation, he had to swallow his anger for more than 10 years. Suddenly one day, the Iron Peak mountain where Xianxia was located was suddenly cleansed by an unknown force. All the disciples of the Iron Peak mountain, including Xianxia, were killed. Because the treasure house where he was located was the most secret place in the entire Iron Peak mountain, he escaped the catastrophe. He took the opportunity to break free from the shackles and escaped. He also took away all the savings of Xianxia. As a result, Xianxia actually left a part of his soul in a spirit transformation bead magic weapon in the treasure house. After Siren King found it, he wanted to kill it, but he couldn't resist the temptation of Xianxia's words. He made a contract with Xianxia. Xianxia would help Siren King increase his cultivation through some kind of ancient mystic art, and Siren King would help Xianxia find a suitable body for Xianxia to possess. Because of this mystic art to improve cultivation, if he wanted to advance to the celestial state, he needed a lot of blood sacrifice. This was difficult to achieve anywhere in the Middle Sky continent. Therefore, under Xianxia's suggestion, he came to an ancient teleportation array in the depths of the South Wilderness and teleported to a remote area. What he didn't expect was that this area was the place where he was born, the sea region. He immediately relied on a lot of cultivation resources and mystic arts left by Xianxia. After experiencing the risk of almost dying several times, he finally reached the Jin Dan later stage. No one could stop him in the sea region, so he immediately began to unify the sea region. After all, with his original aptitude, it was already a blessing to be able to cultivate to this level. If he wanted to break through to the celestial phenomenon realm, he would have to integrate all the resources in the sea region to have a chance. Siren King breathed a sigh of relief, calmed his mind, put the gray jade slips on his forehead, and divine thoughts sank into it. After a long time, he put down the jade slip, and a thick blue light appeared on his body. Although the light looked grand, it was slightly chaotic. At the same time, he muttered an incantation, and his two hands constantly formed a spell. After a while, the light on his body gradually settled down and returned to calmness. A hint of joy flashed on Siren King's face, and he continued to immerse himself in cultivation. Before the human clan counterattack, he had to completely stabilize the spiritual power in his body. In a hall of the Sea Emperor Palace, a green light flew over, and Qing's figure appeared. There was a large teleportation array in the hall. A man in a gray robe with a curved nose was guarding the teleportation array. When he saw Qing coming, he cupped his fist and saluted. Qing waved his long sleeve toward the air, and a green talisman went into the hands of the man in a gray robe. "Brother Qing, this is?" A man in a gray robe saw the text on the talisman in his hand, and his face began to look gloomy. He asked hurriedly. "Don't ask too much. Quickly inform the elders outside to lead the soldiers to return to the Sea Emperor Palace. This is the order of Siren King. There must be no mistake." Qing said faintly. When the man in a gray robe heard the words, he didn't dare to say more. He immediately started the teleportation array. Not long after, the forces of the Sea Emperor Palace and the Sea Creature clan scattered throughout the sea region began to evacuate, and they continued to gather at the Sea Emperor Palace. In a mountain range full of towering pillars in the Yunchuan continent, there was a thick black mist everywhere. Looking from a distance, one could faintly see a skull-like gray-white round mountain lying among the stone pillars. This was the place where the top sect in Yunchuan, Yuan Mo sect, was located. When the Yunchuan alliance was formed, its base camp was located in the Yuan Mo sect. At this time, in the hall of the Yuan Mo sect's main peak, the main figures of the Yunchuan alliance gathered together. On the main seat of the hall, a middle-aged man in a black robe and a handsome scholar in a white robe were sitting side by side. The two were the two pseudo-pellet state cultivators with the highest cultivation in Yunchuan, Yuan Mo, and the man surnamed Mo. On both sides of the hall, there were dozens of human clan cultivators in different costumes. The two people in the lead were the old man surnamed Yen of the Savage Ghost sect and Murong Xian of the Fusion sect. Regardless of whether it was in terms of power or personal strength, the old man with the surname Yen naturally didn't have the qualifications to sit on this seat. However, everyone present was looking at him with amiable gazes, and no one dared to voice any objections. In addition, there were also the crystal-level elders of the other four major sects of the Kingdom of Xian, as well as the sect master of the Blazing Sun Valley, Fairy Sure of the Thousand Wonderful Sect, and other well-known sect masters or elders of the Yunchuan continent. I'm sure everyone has received the news recently. Now, the sea race forces on several islands near the Yunchuan continent have all evacuated, and the forces of the Sea Emperor Palace and other parts of the vast sea region are also shrinking at an accelerated rate. Yuan Mo said with a smile as he played with the jade slips in his hand. It seems that Senior Lu is right. Siren King's divine thought is damaged a lot this time, and he should be quite concerned about the existence of Senior Lu. Otherwise, he definitely wouldn't hand over such a good situation. The Valley Master of the Blazing Sun Valley nodded in agreement. The others also nodded in agreement. In recent days, under the sudden withdrawal of the Sea Race Army and the rapid contraction of the forces of the Sea Emperor Palace, the sects distributed in the Yunchuan continent have recovered a lot of the originally lost territories, and even took the opportunity to seize some of the resources left by the Sea Race, gaining a lot of benefits. Now, the morale of the disciples of the various sects was quite high, and their confidence in the counterattack order issued by the Yunchuan Alliance had greatly increased. The current situation is very favorable to us. After discussing with fellow Mo and the others, we decided to speed up the counterattack, so as to avoid a long night of trouble. Yuan Mo said after looking at the man surnamed Mo. Although the sea race appears weak on the surface, the overall strength of them and the Sea Emperor Palace is still more than a little stronger than our Yunchuan alliance. Should we be more cautious? Fairy Sure, the sect master of the 10,000 Wonderful Sect, frowned slightly. Even so, everyone here knows that these sea race were forcibly conquered by the tyrannical strength of Siren King. Not to mention anything else, the original Golden Scale Clan, Silver Scale Clan, and Red Scale Clan will never sincerely submit to Siren King. They should already know of the existence of Senior Lu now, and I'm afraid they already have their own plans in their hearts. Yuan Mo smiled indifferently and said confidently. Fairy Sure's eyes flashed when she heard this, and a thoughtful expression appeared on her face. If Siren King wasn't injured, with his powerful strength of the late Jin Dan stage, he could still forcibly suppress the sea race, so that they wouldn't dare to have second thoughts. But now that his soul has been injured by Senior Lu, he must be in seclusion to recuperate. His control over the various sea race should be greatly reduced. If they fight in close combat, it wouldn't be strange for them to change sides, so I think it's time to launch a counterattack. Yuan Mo continued with a solemn expression. Fellow Yuan's analysis is reasonable. When everyone present heard this, they all nodded in agreement. Some of the people who originally had concerns in their hearts had mostly dispelled their doubts at this time. As for the matter of our Yunchuan alliance being weak, fellow Mo and I have already invited some other forces in the name of the Yunchuan alliance. They have also agreed to join forces against a common enemy and participate in the counterattack against the Sea Emperor Palace. Yuan Mo's following words once again gave everyone a reassurance. Since everyone no longer has any concerns about this, then please hurry up and prepare for the battle. 3 days later, we will immediately set off. Yuan Mo suddenly stood up when he said this. Yes, Alliance Master. When everyone heard this, they all stood up and responded loudly. Fellow Yen, the key to this battle is to rely on your sect. May I know where Senior Lu is now? Morong Xian of the Fusion sect, who had been sitting at the side without saying a word, suddenly asked. When everyone present heard this, they all looked over. Fellow Morong, don't worry. Elder Lu has already arrived at the Yuan Mo sect and has already promised to help us when necessary. The old man surnamed Yen chuckled, looked at Yuan Mo, and said in a clear voice. When the cultivators of the alliance heard that Lu Ming had arrived, they immediately felt more at ease. They all took their leave and began to make their preparations. Yuan Mo, the man surnamed Mo, and the old man surnamed Yen didn't leave. Instead, they got up and walked into a seemingly ordinary side hall at the side of the hall. In the side hall, Lu Ming was sitting upright, leisurely drinking tea. Qian Ruping stood behind Lu Ming like a little bird, gently massaging his shoulders and casually chatting with him. Senior Lu Ming, everything has been arranged according to your instructions. Yuan Mo bowed to Lu Ming and said respectfully. Very good, you've all worked hard. After this, just follow the plan. If everything goes smoothly, we will be able to attack the Sea Emperor Palace within 10 days, Lu Ming said lightly. The three of them agreed. Yuan Mo looked at Lu Ming in awe. Most of what he had just said outside was told to him by Lu Ming, and the other forces' agreement to counterattack the sea race was also single-handedly facilitated by Lu Ming. Although he had contacted several foreign race forces near the Yunchuan continent and offered them a lot of money in an attempt to persuade them to counterattack the sea race, they were all rejected without exception. In the end, after he told this matter to Lu Ming, he didn't know what method Lu Ming used, but in just one day, he received a message from these foreign races, one after another, expressing their agreement to form an alliance with the Yunchuan alliance without any reward. Yuan Mo secretly sighed at Lu Ming's extraordinary means. He reported the following matters to Lu Ming and then retreated with the other two. Brother Ming, you're so powerful now. Qian Ruping looked at Lu Ming, her white fingers gently pinching Lu Ming's shoulder. Ruping, is it really okay for you to stay with me all day? Lu Ming said with a wry smile. Ever since they met at the grand ceremony, Qian Ruping had been sticking to his side like a piece of gum. She didn't ask him for advice on cultivation and only did some chores like pouring tea and water. Brother Ming thinks I'm annoying, do you want to drive Ruping away? A layer of water suddenly appeared in Qian Ruping's eyes. Her eyes turned red and she looked like she was about to cry. No, I just think that you are now the #1 formation master in the alliance. You should also have something to do to counterattack the sea race this time, right? Lu Ming said with a laugh. It doesn't matter, I believe that with Brother Ming here, we will definitely win. Qian Ruping smiled through her tears and said with a smile. Hearing this, Lu Ming shook his head helplessly and smiled bitterly. 3 days later, the Yunchuan alliance gathered a total of 5,000 to 6,000 cultivators, set off from Yuanmo Mountain, and marched aggressively toward the direction of the Sea Emperor Palace. Several other forces also joined the team during this period, and the number of cultivator teams to fight against Siren King reached nearly 10,000. Although the strength of other forces was not weak, due to the existence of Lu Ming, the cultivator alliance was naturally dominated by the Yunchuan alliance. 1 day later, in a sea area 10,000 miles away from the Yunchuan continent, a huge island shrouded by a blue transparent barrier was faintly visible. The island was surrounded by a layer of faint clouds, giving people a rather mysterious atmosphere. This was the closest stronghold of the Sea Emperor Palace to Yunchuan, Chaos Han Island. At this moment, the island was surrounded by the cultivator army led by the Yunchuan alliance. With the roar coming one after another, colorful magic lights bombarded on the blue barrier outside the island. The blue barrier suddenly trembled violently under the storm-like attack. The blue light on the barrier was faintly visible, and layers of waves and tides appeared. There were only 1,000 Beastkin clan cultivators on the island. Although it would not fall immediately, looking at this trend, it was only a matter of time before it was breached. On the deck of a crimson giant flying boat behind the Alliance army, Lu Ming looked at the battle below indifferently. Savage Ghost Sect's Old Man Yan and Qian Ruping stood on both sides behind him. Lu, do you really not care about the nearby sea creature clan strongholds and just go straight to the Sea Emperor Palace? Old Man Yan said with some worry. The march route of the Alliance army was directly designated by Lu Ming. He asked the Alliance army to ignore the nearby sea creature clan strongholds and go straight to the Sea Emperor Palace. This move made everyone in the Yunchuan alliance have some scruples in their hearts. After all, the sea creature clan forces should not be underestimated in this sea region, but due to the power of Lu Ming, no one raised any objection. All we have to do is defeat the forces of the Sea Monarch Palace in one go. As for the sea race, it won't be too late to take care of them later, Lu Ming said expressionlessly. But if we leave these sea race alive, what should we do if they attack us from behind when we attack the Sea Monarch Palace? Old Man Yan asked worriedly. The sea race and the Sea Monarch Palace are mortal enemies. As long as we don't push them too far, they won't come to their deaths for the Sea Monarch Palace. If we attack the sea race now, it'll be easy for us to overreach ourselves and miss the best opportunity to attack the Sea Monarch Palace. There's no need to say anything more. Let's do it, Lu Ming said indifferently. The elderly man with the Yan surname nodded in a resigned manner before pulling out a map. According to the information we've gathered, there aren't many strongholds for the Sea Monarch Palace along the way. Aside from Tide Mountain Island in front of us, there's a double-chain island 30,000 kilometers ahead. It's a large stronghold for the Sea Monarch Palace, and it's said that tens of thousands of sea demon troops are gathered there. That's where the Sea Monarch Palace is located, Old Man Yen said. Lu Ming looked at the map and said indifferently, that's good. Tell Yuan Mo and the others to attack directly. Yes, Elder Yen replied before transforming into a streak of gray light and flying away. Lu Ming turned his head and glanced at the board. Xian Ruping beside him. He smiled faintly, Ruping, you're a formation master. What do you think of the defensive formation below? It's just a small sky-water mystic wave formation. At best, it's a mid-level defensive formation. What can I think of it? Xian Ruping said with a smile. Lu Ming couldn't help but laugh. When he heard this, he couldn't help but laugh. As the two of them spoke, the battle below began to change. As the light on the surface of the blue barrier that enveloped the entire Tide Mountain Island dimmed, the waves on the light barrier became more and more sparse. Caw-caw, a burst of piercing screeches rang out, and several hundred massive black falcons suddenly flew out from a certain location in the Alliance army. All of them flapped their wings to send azure blades of wind hurtling through the air, striking the blue light barrier in a torrential downpour. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. These cyan giant eagles were from a mysterious eagle clan called Qingmeng Island near the Yunchuan continent. They were one of the major alien forces that joined hands with the Yunchuan alliance this time. Rumble, on the other side, a series of nearly 1,000 head-sized fireballs smashed onto the blue barrier like a meteor shower, producing deafening rumbles. The ones who fired out the fireballs were a group of scarlet-haired cultivators. They were cultivators from the Fire Essence clan. The forging master, Yan Zhu, who was killed by Lu Ming on Biyuan Island, was from the Jinghua clan. When the human cultivators of the Yunchuan alliance saw this, they immediately increased the intensity of the attack. Yuan Mo, who was standing at the forefront of the battle line, suddenly waved his hand, and hundreds of Yuan Mo sect disciples flew out, chanting incantations. At the same time, a pitch-black banner rose from their bodies. These Yuan Mo sect disciples vaguely stood in a large formation, and beams of black light shot out from the banner. Yuan Mo's body flashed with a black light, and a black ghost flag several feet in size rose up. As he silently recited some obscure incantations, some unknown ink-colored runes began to appear nearby. The black light beams emitted by the Yuan Mo sect disciples instantly merged together and turned into an incomparably thick black light beam. With a loud bang, the black light beam instantly fell on the blue barrier of Tide Mountain Island. Suddenly, a loud noise resounded through the sky. After the barrier trembled for a while, a crack finally appeared on it, and there were signs of collapse in an instant. Seeing this, the cultivators of the Sea Clan and the Demon Clan on the island all showed a look of despair. After less than 15 minutes, as the island's barrier finally dissipated, the Alliance cultivators rushed to the island like a tide. Over the years, the human clan had been oppressed by the forces of the Sea Emperor Palace, so the cultivators of the Yunchuan alliance were merciless. After half an hour, the cultivators of the Sea Clan and the Demon Clan on the island had been massacred, and the stronghold buildings of the Sea Emperor Palace were all destroyed. After cleaning the battlefield a little, the Alliance army continued to march toward the Sea Emperor Palace. At the same time, in the communication hall of the Sea Emperor Palace, Qing Qin was frowning and pacing back and forth in front of a small communication array in the center. Not far in front of him, there was a middle-aged man in a black robe, a brawny man in a red shirt, and an old man in a golden robe. Except for Qing Qin, the other three were all in the pseudo-pellet state, but among the four, Qing Qin seemed to be the leader. At this time, there was a hint of anxiety on Qing Qin's face. Suddenly, the communication array beside him flashed, and a jade slip shot out from it. When Qing Qin saw it, he quickly stopped and reached out to grab the jade slips in his hand. He released his divine thought to explore it, and his face changed instantly. "Elder Qing Qin, how is the situation?" The middle-aged man in a black robe asked when he saw the situation. "The situation is not good. The stronghold of the Tidal Island has been destroyed by the cultivators of the Human Clan Alliance," Qing Qin said with an ugly face. When the other three heard this, their faces were also a little stiff. The Human Clan Alliance has gathered more than 10,000 cultivators. Their strength should not be underestimated, and they also have the Jin Dan cultivator, Lu Ming. I'm afraid we are not their opponent alone. Sir Qing, I think we should ask Sir Siren King to come out. The old man in a golden robe said with a flash in his eyes. Of course, but Sir Siren King is now practicing a mystic art. It will take a few days before he can come out. When Sir Siren King comes out, the 10,000 human cultivators are naturally not his opponent. However, before that, I still need you to temporarily block the attack of the human clan. Qing said to the 3 people in front of him. Of course, we will definitely do our best for Sir Siren King. The old man in a golden robe and the other 3 nodded quickly when they heard the words. After the 3 discussed for a while, they left, leaving only Qing in the hall. He watched the backs of the 3 people gradually disappear at the door of the hall, but his face gradually became gloomy. He suddenly took out a communication token with one hand, but it was still dim. Qing's face suddenly showed an anxious expression. Now that the human clan was attacking, but Siren King went into seclusion again a few days ago, then he couldn't contact him anymore. He knew better than anyone in his heart that these sea creature clan cultivators who joined the Sea Emperor Palace on the surface were not really loyal. Most of them still succumbed to Siren King's powerful Jin Dan later stage strength. If Siren King didn't appear, he could only mobilize 1/3 of them. If he didn't handle it well, the sea creature clan were likely to be in a mess. Qing put away the token, bowed his head and thought for a moment, then he suddenly stood up. His figure moved and flew out of the hall. At this moment, in a hidden secret room in the Sea Emperor Palace, Siren King was sitting cross-legged. His body surface was covered with a layer of blue light that flowed like water. In the blue light, he suddenly opened his eyes and made a long roar like a dragon. The sound echoed in the entire secret room. At the next moment, the blue light trembled and turned into a rolling mist. It poured into his head like a whale sucking water and disappeared. Siren King stood up, and his face was full of joy. Although it was only a few days, the spiritual power in his body had been stabilized. At this moment, his face suddenly changed. A white light flashed in his hand, and there was already a communication token. As soon as his divine thought explored the token, his face immediately turned gloomy. Sure enough, they have already attacked. Just right, let you try my power. Siren King smiled coldly, then he was about to walk out of the secret room. At this moment, the space in front of him moved, and a green bead wrapped in a fuzzy gray light appeared. A figure faintly emerged in it. Iron Demon, what's the matter? Siren King's face changed slightly, and he said in a deep voice. Looking at your complexion, it must be my soul consolidation method that works well, right? Iron Demon's dry voice came from the gray light. Siren King did not answer, but his footsteps did not stop. He wanted to bypass the gray light directly and walk outside. Are you going to fight with that human clan real pellet state cultivator? Do you know what are your chances of winning? Iron Demon's voice sounded again. That person is just a human Jin Dan. My celestial beastkin forging technique has been cultivated to the 8th level, and the true dragon bloodline in my body has been awakened by more than half. Ordinary magic weapons can't hurt me. Can't I beat a human of the same rank? Siren King said with a cold snort. There is no absolute in everything. How do you know that the other party doesn't have a powerful trump card? Iron Demon said with a smile. What do you want to say? Siren King stopped when he heard the words. You have received more than 50,000 sacrifices now. You can already try to use the blood map sacrifice mystic art once. Although it may not be able to raise your cultivation to the celestial state, it should be able to let you reach the Jin Dan perfect stage, and your celestial beastkin forging technique can also reach the 9th level. By then, it should be enough to deal with that human cultivator. Iron Demon said lightly. Is this true? Siren King blurted out as he heard the words. Of course it's true. Iron Demon's tone was still plain. In this case, even the heavens are helping me. Why do you want to help me like this? Siren King laughed up to the sky, but he asked after a while. We are now grasshoppers tied to the same rope. If you die in the hands of that human cultivator, who will find a suitable body for me? Iron Demon snorted and said. If that's the case, please lend me a hand, Senior Tai. I promise that once I kill this human cultivator, I will personally patrol the sea region to find a suitable body for you. Remember your promise. After a while, Iron Demon's faint voice came from the bead. Very well, let's not delay. Let's go out and show those humans how powerful we are. Siren King seemed to have expected that Iron Demon would agree. As he heard the words, a hideous expression immediately appeared on his face. Let's go. Iron Demon agreed. As the space flashed, the bead disappeared without a trace. Siren King looked at the place where Iron Demon disappeared. After hesitating for a moment, he suddenly sneered a few times. Then he took out the communication token. After his lips moved slightly to convey a few orders, he stepped out of the secret room. After Siren King walked along a path outside for a while, he came to a seemingly ordinary green stone wall. At this time, the green bead where Iron Demon Zhong Yan was already waiting by the side. Siren King stretched out his hand and patted on the stone wall a few times. After a series of clicking sounds, a 10 meters door appeared on the stone wall. His body moved and flew in. The green bead followed him without any hesitation. Then, the stone wall quickly closed up again. After a quarter of an hour, Siren King came to an underground cave with an area of thousands of acres at the bottom of the Sea Emperor Palace with the green bead in his hand. The cave was extremely cold, and there were many ice pillars as thick as buckets erected on the ground. Within each ice crystal, there was a blurry figure frozen. There were more than 50,000 icicles in the entire cave. At a glance, they were densely packed together, appearing extremely strange. Siren King turned a blind eye to these icicles. He went straight through them and came to a black square stone platform of more than 100 meters in size in the center. The surface of the stone platform was covered with dense circles of blood-red patterns. Other than that, there were 8 black round stone pillars erected around the stone platform. The surface of the stone pillars was also carved with many blood-colored inscription patterns. What was even weirder was that there was a closed blood-colored pupil pattern on each stone pillar. It looked very demonic, and all the blood-colored pupils were facing the direction of the stone platform. Countless tiny bloody patterns extended from the ground of the 8 stone pillars, spreading in all directions endlessly. It was vaguely visible that each pattern was connected to an icicle. I hope it's really as you said before, that this secret technique is really effective. Siren King gently threw the green bead in his hand to the side, then he took a deep look at him and said so. If we have another 8 to 10 years to gather a total of 80,000 sacrifices, we will be able to truly display our Xianxia Mountain's ancient blood sacrifice nether totem formation and directly summon the legendary nether demon. Now that the situation is quite urgent, we can only make do for now. Tai Yao's voice sounded from within the azure bead. It has taken nearly 100 years to collect these 50,000 sacrifices. After all, each of these requires a spiritual pulse. How can it be so easy to collect? Siren King said faintly. Speaking of which, although this technique has been passed down in our Azure Iron Mountain for a long time, we haven't really used it many times. The reason is because there are too many concerns when searching for offerings. Fortunately, it was in this remote corner of the sea region, and with the continuous years of war, it had not been discovered. If it is in the Middle Sky continent, this matter will inevitably attract the attention of those big sect. I'm afraid you and I will be in serious trouble. Tai Yao sneered. Okay, as long as I can kill the human clan real pellet state cultivator and disintegrate the human clan's counterattack this time, the entire sea region will be mine. By then, you and I will take what we need. Now, please do your best. Siren King's figure moved, and he landed on the black stone platform. He said without changing his expression. If that's the case, let's get started. However, this blood sacrifice nether totem mystic art takes a long time. If the sacrificial process is forcibly interrupted, not only you can't enhance your cultivation, I'm afraid you will be killed by the backlash immediately. Tai Yao said with some worry. Don't worry, I have made appropriate arrangements. Those human cultivators will never be able to counterattack the Sea Emperor Palace without 7 or 8 days. Siren King said with some confidence. In this case, I'm relieved. Tai Yao said in a slow voice. Siren King didn't say anything more. He slowly walked to the center of the stone platform and sat down cross-legged, then his hands changed in front of him while chanting. Not long after, a hazy bloody mist gradually appeared on his body, wrapping his body in it. The patterns on the stone platform also gradually glowed with bloody light. The bloody light spread on the stone platform like running water. The cyan bead that Iron Demon was attached to suddenly flew up and stopped above the stone platform. A low voice of incantation came from the bead. At the next moment, the green bead flashed, and a red light flew out, hitting on a stone pillar around the stone platform. A bloody flame suddenly appeared on the top of this stone pillar. The bloody pupils suddenly opened, then the bloody spirit patterns on the surface also glowed with a layer of bloody light as if it was ignited in an instant. It became bright and dark, faintly echoing with the breathing of Siren King on the stone platform. Then, Taya did the same thing and ignited a bloody spiritual flame on the other stone pillars in a certain order. The moment all the blood-colored eyes opened, all the tiny blood patterns connected to the stone pillars lit up one after another, illuminating the entire underground cave in a bright, blood-red color. Those ice crystal stone pillars and the figures in them looked more and more strange in this bloody world. Just as Siren King was casting the sacrificial technique, the Human Race Alliance army was advancing toward the Sea Emperor Palace. However, after leaving Tidal Mountain Island, they began to encounter sporadic harassment from the Sea Emperor Palace from time to time. Their speed of advancement was much slower than before. 3 days later, the Alliance army finally arrived at the important stronghold in front of the Sea Emperor Palace, Double Chain Island. In the center of the Alliance army, there was a black mountain that was hundreds of meters in size floating in the air. There were houses and buildings on the mountain. This mountain was the treasure of the Great Xian Firestorm sect, Phalai Peak. This time, it was opened as a gathering place for the leaders of the Alliance. At this moment, on the Phalai Peak, Lu Ming, Yuan Mo, the man surnamed Mo and the others were standing on a platform on the peak, looking at the Double Chain Island in front of them. The Double Chain Island was 2 islands that were next to each other, with a long and narrow connection in the middle. At this moment, the enchantment of the Double Chain Island had already been fully activated. The entire island was shrouded by a huge blue light curtain. Nearly 10,000 Sea Emperor Palace and Sea Creature Clan cultivators were scattered around the island. Everyone had a cold expression, and they were completely ready to defend to the end. It seems that these cultivators of the Sea Emperor Palace know that we are coming, so they are all hiding. A red-faced burly man said with a laugh. This person was the new crystallization period cultivator of the Yunchuan Firestorm sect, Spiritual Master Qi Yan. Because of his simple mind and fiery temper, he was quite famous among the 5 sections. Spiritual Master Qi Yang glared at the red-faced burly man, and the latter immediately shut his mouth resentfully. The formation restriction below is quite mysterious, and there are many guards on the island. In order to avoid any accidents, should we consider abandoning this island and heading straight for the Sea Emperor Palace? Yuan Mo ignored Spiritual Master Qi Yan's bold words and asked Lu Ming. I don't think this is appropriate. The Sea Emperor Palace is not too far from here. If the guards here suddenly attack us from behind while we are fighting with the Sea Emperor Palace, it will be very disadvantageous to us. After all, not all the forces of the Sea Creature Clan are gathered here. Before Lu Ming could speak, the man surnamed Mo suddenly interrupted. Yuan Mo glanced at the man surnamed Mo and did not say anything. Fellow Mo's words are reasonable. Let's begin the attack. Lu Ming's eyes flashed as he looked at the Double Chain Island and nodded. When Yuan Mo and the others heard Lu Ming's instructions, they naturally did not dare to disobey. Very quickly, they issued orders one after another. At the same time, in a magnificent hall on the Double Chain Island, an old man of the Sea Creature Clan wearing a golden robe was sitting there. This person was one of the false core cultivators who had appeared in the Sea Emperor Palace that day. The golden-robed old man's gaze penetrated the roof and looked at the fierce battle outside. His eyes flickered. At this moment, 2 figures entered the hall. One was a middle-aged man of the Sea Creature Clan who was also wearing a golden robe, and the other was a long-faced man of the Demon Clan who was wearing a green robe. Elder Jean, the order from Elder Qin Qin is to delay these human cultivators for 3 days. You ordered everyone to retreat into the formation. What if those human cultivators bypass the Double Chain Island and rush straight to the Sea Emperor Palace? The green-robed long-faced man said coldly as soon as he entered. There seemed to be a hint of doubt in his tone. Elder Wen, don't worry. I'm sure that these humans won't dare to do that. If they directly attack the Sea Emperor Palace, the 10,000 cultivators on our double chain island will be their hanging swords. The golden-robed old man stood up and said indifferently. That being said, what if? The green-robed man's eyes flashed as he said. At this moment, there was a battle cry outside. The cultivators of the human clan alliance shouted and rushed towards the double chain island. Countless rays of light of various colors bombarded down like raindrops, landing on the shield of the double chain island. A blue glow emerged on the aqua blue enchantment. The attacks of the human cultivators hit the sea surface, making a huge wave sound. The green-robed man was startled, and then he showed a look of surprise. The golden-robed old man glanced at the middle-aged man on the side. The middle-aged man nodded and waved his hand. A mirror appeared in his hand, and a dazzling golden light shot out. The cultivators of the Sea Emperor Palace on the island saw the golden light and immediately launched a counterattack. Various light beams from both sides intertwined, and the sound of fighting was endless. Elder Jean is really meticulous. I admire you very much. The green-robed long-faced man turned and bowed to the golden-robed old man. Elder One is too polite. Everyone is working for Sir Siren King. Since I am entrusted by Sir to manage this double chain island, I will naturally do my best. However, although the protective array of this double chain island is powerful, there is a Jean Dan cultivator in the human clan after all. I'm not completely sure that I can hold this place for 3 days. The golden-robed old man said with a worried expression. Elder Jean, don't worry. Mr. Chin Chin has already considered it thoroughly. He asked me to bring 2 holy beasts. We will rely on the array on the island to resist for a while. If it doesn't work, I will summon the holy beasts. As long as we hold these humans, when Sir Siren King comes out, he will definitely be able to sweep these humans. The green-robed long-faced man said confidently. His hand flashed with green light, and 2 jade tokens appeared. When the golden-robed old man saw the jade token, his eyes flashed and he nodded without any change in expression. Then I'll leave everything to Elder Wen. Elder Wen, please take a seat. The golden-robed old man stretched out his hand and gestured for him to take a seat. The long-faced man laughed and walked past the golden-robed old man toward the main seat. However, the moment the two of them crossed paths, the golden-robed old man suddenly opened his mouth and spat out a red light. The green-robed man's expression changed drastically, but before he could react, the red light quickly circled around his neck. The green-robed man's head flew into the sky and he spat out a mouthful of blood. His body swayed and he fell to the ground, dead. The golden-robed old man waved his hand in the direction of the green-robed man's corpse and the red light flew back into his hand. When the light faded, it was an exquisite dagger made of some unknown red metal. It was covered with dense circles of spirit inscriptions and emitted a demonic light. He put away the red dagger and bent down to take the 2 green tokens from the green-robed man's hand. He chuckled and then put away the 2 tokens. The golden-robed middle-aged man standing to the side had a complicated expression on his face, but he didn't seem surprised at all. It was obvious that he already knew about this. Alright, clean up this place and proceed according to the original plan, the golden-robed old man said indifferently. The middle-aged man agreed and put away the green-robed man's corpse, then quickly walked out. The golden-robed old man raised his head and looked at the earth-shaking situation outside. There was a trace of contemplation on his face. No one knew what he was thinking. On the flying peak, Yuan Mo and the others had already left to mobilize their cultivators. Only Lu Ming and Qian Ruping remained. This is the heavenly water pattern formation. I didn't expect to see such an ancient formation here. Qian Ruping looked at the restriction of the double chain island below and her eyes lit up. Oh, is there anything special about this formation? Although Lu Ming could also see that this formation was quite extraordinary, he could not see the specific profoundness behind it. Qian Ruping's eyes flashed as she said, I've only read about it in a somewhat tattered ancient book of arrays in my sect. It is said that although this array is a water attribute array, it is known for its sturdiness. If it is set up in such an area with abundant water spiritual chi, as long as the cultivator at the eye of the array provides enough Fa, it can continuously mobilize the power of the surrounding water to strengthen the array. It is extremely difficult to break through. Won't it take a lot of time to break this array? Lu Ming said with a frown. Yes, if you don't help, Brother Ming, I'm afraid that the Alliance cultivators won't be able to break through this formation even after half a month. Why don't you let me try? Qian Ruping said, but her face showed an eager expression. Wait a minute. Lu Ming's eyes flashed as he looked at the battlefield below. In the air, all kinds of magic weapons and spiritual weapons were flying around, and the light of the spells was intertwined in the sky. Loud noises came from afar. Although the two sides were fighting fiercely, there were very few injured. The cultivators of the Sea Emperor Palace just retreated in the capital water wave array without moving. It seemed that they had no intention of fighting with the cultivators of the Human Race Alliance. Lu Ming's eyes flashed as he seemed to understand something. Your Excellency is Lu Ming, Senior Lu, right? At this moment, a soft voice suddenly sounded in Lu Ming's ear. Lu Ming's face suddenly changed slightly, but after a while, a smile appeared on his face. In the hall of the Double Chain Island, the old man in the golden robe turned his hand and put away a golden bead in his hand. A series of footsteps came from the back of the hall, and the middle-aged man in the golden robe walked in. Elder Jean, the guards on the island have been arranged according to your arrangements. The middle-aged man said after cupping his hands. That's good. The old man in the golden robe nodded and said. I have a sentence, but I don't know if I should say it. The middle-aged man hesitated and said. Are you questioning my decision? The old man in the golden robe glared and said in a deep voice. The middle-aged man was silent for a moment, and he still said, we have all seen the power of Siren King with our own eyes. If the Jing Dan cultivator of the human race loses, this is a gamble. Siren King destroyed the foundation of our Sea Region royal family. On the surface, he wants us to surrender with a lot of benefits, but in fact, he just uses us as a tool. Once the Sea Region is unified by him, I'm afraid he may not keep us here. This time, the attack of the human clan's real pellet state cultivator is a rare opportunity. As long as we can borrow his hand to kill Siren King, our Golden Scale clan can not only take revenge, but also hope to dominate the Sea Region again. Taking a step back, even if this Jing Dan cultivator loses, according to our previous arrangement, Siren King may not be able to catch our weakness. The old man in the golden robe said coldly. Yes, Elder Jean is really thoughtful. The middle-aged man in the golden robe cupped his hands and bowed. After thinking for a while, the old man in the golden robe took out the 2 green tokens and handed them to the middle-aged man in the golden robe. These 2 holy beasts' life tokens will be given to you. Later, find a suitable time to summon the 2 holy beasts and bring some trouble to the human race. Yes, I understand. The middle-aged man in the golden robe took the token, bowed, and quickly retreated. On the Phalai Peak, Yuan Mo, the man surnamed Mo and the other leaders of the alliance were all summoned back. They were listening attentively to what Lu Ming was saying. Senior Lu, is this true? As soon as Lu Ming's voice fell, very sure of the 10,000 wonderful sex eyes flashed and asked in disbelief. Most of the cultivators guarding this island belong to the Golden Scale clan of the former vast Sea Region royal family. They have long wanted to break away from the control of Siren King. Just now, their leader has sent a message to me and personally promised this matter. Lu Ming said lightly. If he is willing to let us go and promise not to help either side, it will be a good thing. However, is there a trap in this matter? Yuan Mo said with a trace of hesitation. The Golden Scale clan actually wants to borrow our hands to kill Siren King. I have just checked with my divine sense. The leader of the island has already killed the person sent by Siren King to monitor this place. From this, it should not be a trap. Lu Ming's eyes flashed as he said. When Yuan Mo and the others heard this, their expressions changed slightly. They had all tried it just now. The restriction formation below completely blocked their divine sense from entering. Lu Ming was actually able to see every movement on the island through this restriction. His magical power was indeed far stronger than theirs. If everyone has no objections, then please act according to the plan. Lu Ming said slowly. Yuan Mo and the others agreed and immediately went down to set up the formation. After everyone dispersed, Lu Ming patted the soul-cultivating bag on his waist with one hand. With a flash of black light, Scorpion flew out. Scorpion, help me do something later. Lu Ming's eyes flashed as he said. Please instruct me, Master. Scorpion immediately said. The fierce battle on the Double Chain Island lasted for half a day. The great sky water wave formation outside the island was completely suppressed. The blue water light was weakened, and the entire formation was about to be broken. Finally, under the joint attack of the Human Race Alliance, the formation was shattered. The cultivators of the Human Race Alliance rushed to the Double Chain Island amidst a burst of shouts. For a time, shouts of killing rang out everywhere. Various spells and spirit weapons flew all over the sky. The entire Double Chain Island was instantly destroyed beyond recognition. However, although the battle was fierce, the cultivators of the Sea Emperor Palace on the island quickly showed signs of defeat and fled into the distance. After the cultivators of the Human Race Alliance chased for dozens of miles, the sea in front of them suddenly rolled violently, and a huge shadow appeared under the sea. The sea surface suddenly burst open, and a giant beast the size of a small mountain emerged from the bottom of the sea, blocking in front of the cultivators of the Alliance. This giant beast was 3,000 to 4,000 feet in size. Its entire body was dark green, and it looked like a water buffalo, but its whole body was covered with green scales. The aura emitted by the giant beast was above that of a cultivator of the later stage of the crystallization period. Ah, it's the holy beast of the Sea Clan. The cultivators of the Human Race Alliance were shocked. The bull-shaped giant beast let out a low roar and raised its huge front claws to slap down. The cultivators at the front were shocked and hurriedly dodged, but more than a dozen cultivators were still hit by the giant claws. They were smashed into meat patties together with their spirit weapons. Rumble, on the other side of the sea boiled again, and another giant blue octopus with the same size as this bull jumped out. Here comes another one. The giant octopus's dozens of thick tentacles danced wildly. In the blink of an eye, many cultivators of the Human Race Alliance were hit. The light ones vomited blood and were injured, and the heavy ones lost their lives in an instant. The cultivators of the Alliance were shocked, and they hurriedly stopped chasing. Among the fleeing Sea Clan cultivators, the old man in a golden robe and the middle-aged man stood in the air, looking at the situation behind them. Just cause a little trouble for the human race. Don't hurt too many of them. It's not good to anger that human race gene, Dan. The old man in a golden robe said to the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man was holding 2 green tokens at the moment. He immediately nodded when he heard the words. He waved his hand and launched a few symbols. A small array appeared on each of the 2 green tokens. At this moment, a crack suddenly appeared on one of the green tokens, and then the entire token shattered. Their faces changed drastically. At this moment, between the 2 sea race sacred beasts, a large hole had appeared on the bull-shaped sea race sacred beast's neck. A strange black color was rapidly spreading from the wound to the surroundings. The bull-shaped giant beast lost its breath in an instant, and its body crashed into the sea. After the bull-shaped giant beast fell, everyone saw a giant silver scorpion more than 100 feet in size behind it. The aura it exuded was incomparably huge, far surpassing that of the 2 sea beasts. The giant octopus showed a look of fear when it saw this. Its body moved, and it wanted to dive to the bottom of the sea. The giant silver scorpion roared, and a layer of yellow light appeared on its body. The sea shook violently, and the next moment, countless large and small stones flew out. The giant octopus was caught off guard, and its body was hit by countless boulders, and its body was thrown out of the sea by the huge force. Chi-la! The giant silver scorpion's body turned into a silver light, and flashed over the head of the giant octopus. The giant octopus's head suddenly split open, and its huge body was cut by something unknown. Countless blue blood splattered all over the sky. After easily killing the 2 giant beasts of the sea race, the giant silver scorpion's body quickly shrank. With another flash, it disappeared without a trace. Due to the change in front of them being too fast, the battle had already ended before most people could figure out the situation. This caused the cultivators present to look at each other in disbelief. A moment later, a man in a black robe came out of the crowd. It was Yuan Mo. Okay, the cultivators of the Sea Emperor Palace on the island have been defeated, and the 2 holy beasts of the sea race have also been killed. I believe those cultivators who escaped will not affect our future actions. Everyone, there is no need to chase. Yuan Mo said loudly. The cultivators of the Human Race Alliance nodded one after another, and no one objected. A moment later, under the organization of the crystallization period cultivators of the various sects, the Alliance cultivator army immediately changed direction and continued flying towards the Sea Emperor Palace. Among the cultivators of the Sea Emperor Palace in the distance, the middle-aged man looked at the two broken tokens in his hand with an ugly expression. "Damn it, we have already agreed to let them go, but they actually killed our holy beasts," the middle-aged man said indignantly. "It's fine, it's just two sea beasts with low intelligence. If I'm not mistaken, it was a Jin Dan State giant scorpion that attacked just now. It should be Lu Ming's spiritual pet. To have such a powerful spiritual pet, it seems that this Lu Ming's strength is far beyond our imagination. He has a much greater chance of killing Siren King," the golden-robed old man said happily instead of being angry. When the middle-aged man heard this, the angry expression on his face disappeared. "Jin Shu, pass down the order. Let the cultivators of the clan disperse to various islands and create the illusion that we have been defeated and are panicking." The golden-robed old man revealed a smile on his face and immediately ordered. "Yes." The middle-aged man agreed. A moment later, more than 10,000 sea race cultivators dispersed into dozens of groups and quickly disappeared above the tumbling sea. In a purple bamboo pavilion at the top of the Feilai Peak, Lu Ming was sitting on the main seat. The scorpion had turned into a palm-sized silver scorpion and was lying on his shoulder. Yuan Mo and the other leaders of the alliance stood on either side of him, and the other leaders of the foreign races were also there. The leader of the Xianning clan was a young woman in a green shirt. The leader of the Jinghua clan this time was a tall red-skinned muscular man. Both of them were at the intermediate stage of the crystallization period. In addition, the crystallization period leaders of the other clans were only at the early stage of the crystallization period. In the past, they had more or less been hostile to some sect forces of the Yunchuan alliance. Their identities were a little awkward, so they rarely came to Feilai Peak to discuss matters these days. However, the obstacles before reaching the Sea Monarch Palace had basically been cleared. The next step was the battle at the Sea Monarch Palace. That was why they had gathered here. After witnessing the scene of the bone scorpion displaying its might in front of the Double Chain Island, everyone present looked at Lu Ming and the bone scorpion on his shoulder in awe. "Senior Lu, the cultivators of the Sea Emperor Palace on the Double Chain Island have split into dozens of groups and are flying in different directions. It seems like they intend to keep their promise," Yuan Mo said respectfully. Lu Ming nodded and casually teased the bone scorpion on his shoulder with his fingers. The bone scorpion let out a squeak and its body blurred. With a flash of silver light, it flew into the soul-recovering bag on Lu Ming's waist and disappeared. The expressions of Yuan Mo and the others changed when they saw this. At such a close distance, their eyes could only catch a silver phantom. If the bone scorpion attacked them, they probably wouldn't even have time to resist. There are no more obstacles on the way to the Sea Monarch Palace. The next step is the Sea Monarch Palace. You all get ready. I will take care of Siren King. I will leave the others to you," Lu Ming said indifferently. "Yes. Senior, don't worry." Everyone present replied excitedly. "Very good. You can go down first and rest up." Lu Ming unceremoniously asked them to leave. In the Sea Monarch Palace. "Trash, a bunch of trash. I just want you to delay the time as much as possible. In a few days, Sir Siren King will be able to come out, and these despicable human clan cultivators will definitely not be able to return. But it has only been 2 days, and even the Double Chain Island has been broken through by the human clan." Qing Qin walked around the communication hall angrily and yelled at the 7 or 8 crystallization period cultivators below. In order to delay the progress of the human clan cultivators, he not only mobilized a large number of cultivators on the Double Chain Island, but he also specially transferred the 2 holy beasts of the Sea Monarch Palace over. Who knew that the Double Chain Island was defeated by the human clan cultivators in less than a day? Sir Qing Qin, the Double Chain Island has always been the responsibility of Elder Golden Fin and Elder Wen Qing. This has nothing to do with us. A round-faced man in a grey robe couldn't help but argue. Qing Qin suddenly turned his head and looked over. The round-faced man hurriedly lowered his head and didn't dare to say anything. What about Golden Fin and Wen Qing? Can't you contact them now? Xianxia asked coldly. Reporting to Elder Xianxia, Elder Golden Fin and Elder Wen still haven't responded. A young man in white next to him replied anxiously. Xianxia's face was even uglier when he heard the words. The task given to him by Siren King was to delay the human clan cultivators as much as possible, at least for 7 days. However, it was only less than 3 days, and the human clan cultivators were about to reach the Sea Monarch Palace. Sir Xianxia, you don't have to worry. Although the Yunchuan clan alliance has won many battles, fortunately, we have already recalled all the people on the islands to the palace. In terms of numbers alone, we still have a lot of advantages. Moreover, there is the 9 true Nirvana dragon formation that Sir Siren King personally arranged outside the Sea Monarch Palace. Even if the human clan Jin Dan takes action personally, it will be impossible to break it in a few days. A bald man in a green robe said. Xianxia's face changed for a while. After a cold snort, he commanded loudly, Crab Jing, the 5 of you take people to guard everywhere. Xianxia, you go and drive all the puppet chariots out. At the same time, wake up all the 4 giant beasts in the palace. I will personally open the 9 true Nirvana dragon formation. The bald man and others hurriedly agreed. If you can't hold on until Sir Siren King comes out, I don't think I need to remind you what the result will be if you fall into the hands of the human clan. Xianxia said coldly. Yes, we understand. When the bald man and others heard this, their faces showed a decisive look. Soon, the entire Sea Monarch Palace was boiling. The outermost green building of the Sea Monarch Palace cracked open a huge exit in a roar. Bronze warships shuttled out from inside. There were many Sea Monarch Palace soldiers in leather clothes on each warship. After half an hour, nearly 100 bronze warships had sailed out near the Sea Monarch Palace. At the same time, no one knew where the beast-type puppets came out of the Sea Monarch Palace. There were nearly 1,000 of them. The warships and puppets surrounded the Imperial Palace of the Sea in the middle. Teams of armored soldiers of the Imperial Palace of the Sea came out one after another and arranged themselves into battle formations. They looked like they were ready for battle. At this moment, there was a turbulent sound at the bottom of the entire Sea Monarch Palace, and the surrounding sea water was also stirred violently. On the seabed around the Sea Monarch Palace, 9 blue cylindrical towers with the size of 1,000 meters suddenly rose, surrounding the Sea Monarch Palace. A blue light suddenly lit up above the towers and rushed straight into the sky. In the center of the Sea Monarch Palace, in a tall palace, the ground of the main hall was engraved with a complicated array. 9 stone pillars were erected around the array. Each stone pillar was engraved with a lifelike dragon that coiled around the stone pillar. On each dragon-shaped stone pillar, there was a Beast King clan cultivator wearing a blue leather coat of the Sea Monarch Palace sitting cross-legged. The aura they exuded was at the crystallization period. Let's start. Xianxia was sitting in the middle of the 9 stone pillars at the moment. After looking around, he said in a deep voice. As soon as he spoke, an obscure incantation came from the top of the 9 dragon-shaped stone pillars. At the same time, symbols were launched from the hands of the 9 people, and they all fell into the array below. The 9 dragon-shaped stone pillars slowly glowed with a blue light, and the dragon relief on it seemed to be alive. It coiled out from it, and the complicated array on the ground of the main hall also glowed with a layer of blue light. At the same time, outside the Sea Monarch Palace, between the blue light pillars triggered by the 9,000 meters tall towers, a layer of extremely thick blue light curtain slowly emerged. The light curtain gradually condensed and wrapped the entire Sea Monarch Palace in it. A clear and melodious roar of a dragon came from all directions outside the hall. However, on the surface of the blue light curtain, there were many fled dragons that were glowing with blue light. They began to wander on the blue light curtain. Xianxia retracted his divine thought from the outside of the palace. He suddenly stood up, then his figure moved. He flew away from the stone pillar and landed at the door of the main hall. Next, I will leave this place to you guys. This will be our last barrier. Xianxia turned around and said solemnly. Sir Xianxia, don't worry. A white-haired old man on a stone pillar said, and the others also nodded heavily. Xianxia cupped his fist to a few people, then he turned and flew outside. Sir Xianxia, according to the report from the communication hall, the army of the Human Clan Alliance has broken through the guards of the Longyu archipelago. I believe they will soon reach the bottom of the sea. A green armor guard commander flew over. Xianxia's face changed when he heard the words. He flipped his hand and took out a communication token. He waved his hand and a ray of light fell on it. After the communication token flashed, there was no response. Xianxia frowned, sighed, and put away the token. He looked around the Sea Monarch Palace and said, "Pass down the order. All the cultivators in the palace should be on standby, especially the dragon subduing tower outside. They must be well guarded. In this war, we should try to delay time and wait for Sir Siren King to come out." The green armored guard agreed and quickly made arrangements. Many Beast King clan guards came out from every corner of the palace and flew toward the 9 towers outside the Sea Monarch Palace. Soon, no less than 20 to 30 guards gathered around each tower. Most of these cultivators were at the Spirit Apostle stage, but the leaders were some condensation period Beast King clan cultivators holding disc arrays. As soon as these Spirit Apostle stage guards appeared, they skillfully set up arrays around the tower. As the leading condensation period cultivator continuously injected spiritual power into the disc array in his hand, the arrays around the tower were glowing in blue light. Rolling blue mist diffused from it and went into the blue light shield above the Sea Emperor Palace, making the solid protective shield even more dazzling. The densely packed Sea Monarch Palace guards and the various restrictions scattered all over the place illuminated the entire underwater world brilliantly. Just as the entire Sea Emperor Palace was preparing to resist the Human Race Alliance army, there was another scene in the cave at the bottom of the Sea Emperor Palace. In the cave of dozens of acres, there was a thick and pungent bloody mist everywhere. More than 50,000 icicles in the cave had disappeared at this moment. Instead, they were replaced by bloody cocoons. The surface of these blood-colored cocoons was densely covered with blood capillaries and pores, and as if they were breathing, they swelled rhythmically. Every time they swelled, their size would shrink a little, and a blood-colored mist would be emitted from the pores. The endless bloody mist was emitted from these tens of thousands of cocoons. In the remaining icicles, the original corpses were gradually penetrated by the bloody patterns connected to the icicles, and they gradually turned into bloody cocoons. After the bloody cocoon was formed, the icicles where it was shattered with a bang. As time went by, the remaining icicles shattered rapidly, and the sounds of shattering rose and fell one after another. On the stone platform in the center of the cave, Siren King sat cross-legged. His whole body was shrouded in bloody mist, and his figure had become blurred. The rolling blood-colored mist gathered on the central platform and slowly seeped into his body. At this time, Siren King's face was hideous as if he was suffering tremendous pain. The 8 stone pillars around the stone platform exuded bursts of dazzling bloody light. There seemed to be a stream of blood flowing quickly in the spirit patterns on the surface. Above the stone platform, the green jade bead floated in the air. Gray light flowed on its surface, and Iron Demon Zhongyan's dry voice came from within. After the time it took for an incense stick to burn, the last icicle finally cracked open. Along with a crisp sound, the blood-colored cocoon that was fluttering ceaselessly was revealed. Just at that moment, the jade bead flashed with gray light and a small grayish-black person appeared. It was Iron Demon Zhongyan's soul essence. The preparatory work is almost done. Next, we're going to start the real blood sacrificial netherworld diagram art. We're going to summon the 8-eyed nether demon and pour all of its magic power into your body to help you break through the realm forcefully. I have to warn you that enduring this technique will bring you unbearable pain, so you have to be mentally prepared, Tai Yao said as a light flashed through his eyes. On the stone platform, Siren King opened his eyes, nodded slightly, and said nothing. A strange light flashed in Iron Demon's eyes, and then he began to recite the spell again. The entire stone platform, the surrounding 8 stone pillars, and all the spirit patterns connected to the blood-colored cocoon suddenly shone with bloody light. The next moment, the blood mist that filled the entire cave seemed to have received some kind of summon and began to gather at the center of the stone platform. Buzz buzz, a bloody array suddenly lit up under Siren King's body, holding his body up and suspending him in the air. The gathered blood mist surged into the array, turning into a sticky blood light that merged into Siren King's body. The veins on his face protruded, and there was a crazy look in his eyes. Obviously, the pain that Tai Yao said was not a lie. However, Siren King could get to this day step by step, so his will was naturally far stronger than ordinary people. Although his face was distorted, he still maintained his sanity. Above the stone platform, a look of surprise flashed in Iron Demon's eyes when he saw this. He waved his small hand, and the speed of gathering the blood mist slowly accelerated. The veins on Siren King's face protruded, but his eyes became brighter. With the injection of the blood mist, a layer of red appeared on his body, and the aura he exuded slowly became stronger. A hint of joy appeared in Siren King's eyes, which suppressed the pain between his eyebrows. At this moment, in his body, the blood mist turned into a powerful torrent that flowed wildly in his limbs. In addition to the enhancement of spiritual power, the meridians and bones in his body also became stronger under the nourishment of the blood mist. Siren King took a few deep breaths, and the pain on his body was gradually left behind by him. The spiritual power in his body ran from fast to slow according to the method of Sky Beastkin body refining. In the air above the stone platform, the gray-black little man transformed by Iron Demon's soul looked at Siren King below, but there was an imperceptible strange smile at the corner of his mouth. He shouted softly, "Dark Beastkin appear." Suddenly, the 8 stone pillars around the stone platform shone in blood light. The bloody pupil above the stone pillars flashed, then the 8 stone pillars and the stone platform below Siren King's body became blurred at the same time. The stone platform gradually transformed into a sinister and terrifying head. There was no mouth or nose on it, only a pair of pointy ears. The 8 stone pillars had transformed into 8 crimson eyeballs, each of which was around 10 feet in size. These eyeballs were connected to the massive head through 8 huge blood vessels. At the moment when the head was formed, the entire cave was suddenly covered by a cold and bewitching aura. Chi-la, light flashed from the 8 crimson eyeballs connected to the sinister head, and a pillar of crimson light shot forth from each of them. The 8 bloody light beams gathered into the array around Siren King's body. The speed of the blood-red formation suddenly increased by a few times, and the blood-red mist in the cave also gathered at an even faster speed, forming a huge blood-red whirlpool. With Siren King's firm will, he couldn't help but make a muffled groan at this moment. His body that was sitting cross-legged struggled in the bloody array, making a painful groan. Time passed little by little, and the thick bloody mist in the cave gradually became thinner. A series of deafening roars sounded one after another. It was the more than 50,000 bloody silkworm cocoons that broke apart at once. They turned into a bloody mist again and quickly gathered towards Siren King. The surrounding bloody mist had become so thick that it was close to liquid. It formed a bloody ball of 10 meters in size around Siren King, suspending above the huge hideous head. The little gray-black man transformed by Iron Beastkin's soul essence looked a little dignified. As the chanting in his mouth changed, a series of symbols fell from his hand. The bloody ball was like a heart, contracting and beating violently, making a rumbling sound. Every time it beat, the bloody ball shrank a little, and the color became darker. After beating for nearly 100 times, the bloody ball had turned into an oval cocoon the size of a human. Gotcha! A crack appeared on the bloody cocoon, then the crack continued to expand. Finally, it broke apart, revealing a naked body. It was Siren King. However, Siren King's body had also undergone some changes at this moment. There was a layer of pale red keratin on his hands and feet. His palms became extremely rough with a faint bloody light lingering on them. His 5 fingers grew sharp nails which looked a bit hideous. In addition, except that his face became a little pale, it was the same as before. Siren King quickly opened his eyes and looked at his body blankly. Suddenly, a green light flashed in front of him. It was the green bead that Iron Beastkin lived in that flew in front of him. With a flash of gray light, Iron Beastkin's humanoid soul essence flew out. He looked up and down at Siren King's body a few times, and his little face showed a satisfied look. Although it is an incomplete blood map sacrifice, in general, it is still relatively successful. Iron Beastkin said with a smile. Siren King glanced at the Iron Beastkin's soul essence in front of him, then he slowly stood up and moved his body. A strange blue and red light suddenly emerged from his body. The powerful energy overflowed, and the entire cave also shook violently. It's not bad. My spiritual power has reached the Jin Dan perfect stage. With the help of the sacrifice, the 9th level of Sky Beastkin refined body has also been mastered. Siren King's face also showed satisfaction. In that case, hand over your body to me. A hideous look appeared on Iron Beastkin's face. The green bead shone in green light, turning into a large green net that covered Siren King at a rapid speed. As soon as the green bead lit up, Siren King's body had already shot out like lightning, and the large green net missed him. I know you have bad intentions. Old monster Xianxia, do you think I will fall into your trick? Siren King laughed. His body landed a few 10 meters away, then he launched a symbol. A crack appeared on the black stone platform. With a flash of gray light, a gray wooden cage blasted out, trapping Iron Beastkin and the green jade bead inside. Spirit imprisoning cage made of jasper wood. Iron Beastkin was trapped in the cage, but he didn't show much panic on his face. He looked at the cage a few times and said faintly. Hee hee, you didn't expect it, right? In a barren place like the sea region, there is also this kind of ancient divine wood that specializes in hurting the soul. You can forget about coming out of it now. Siren King said with a wild laugh. Really? Do you really think this thing can trap me? Iron Beastkin looked calm. What other means do you have? Just use it. Seeing Iron Beastkin being so calm, a trace of uneasiness flashed in Siren King's eyes, but after his face turned stern, he immediately launched a symbol, and the cage glowed in gray light. Being illuminated by the gray light, Iron Beastkin's soul essence screamed in pain. Seeing this, Siren King was relieved. He made a gesture with one hand, and the gray light on the cage slowly weakened a little. The rosemary wood was extremely harmful to the soul. Although Iron Beastkin had evil intentions, as a celestial state Beastkin cultivator, he knew a lot of wonderful techniques. Before he used them all, Siren King was reluctant to kill him. Xianxia, now you know how powerful it is. You are just a wisp of soul essence now. It is impossible to escape from the spirit prison cage. If you are sensible, hand over all the mystic arts you know. I can consider sparing your life for the sake of our previous relationship. Siren King said gloomily. Xianxia's soul essence looked a little dimmer than just now. It was obviously injured by the rosemary wood, but there was a sneer on his face. He moved and directly hit the gray light around the cage. What are you doing? Do you want to die? Siren King was taken aback, and he hurriedly launched a symbol. However, his action was still a step late. Xianxia's soul essence directly hit the gray light of the cage. He screamed and disappeared. The green bead on Xianxia's body also turned into a pile of debris and dissipated. Siren King looked at the empty cage, and there was an unbelievable look on his face. After a while, he sighed and muttered to himself, Siren King, I didn't expect this Iron Beastkin to be so unyielding. With a wave of his hand, the spirit prison cage flew into his hand. At this moment, a sudden change occurred. The hideous head transformed by the black stone platform suddenly opened its mouth, and a large amount of bloody silk blasted out, entangling Siren King's body like lightning. Immediately afterward, the 8 bloody eyeballs connected to the hideous head turned their direction and stared at Siren King's direction. 8 bloody light beams were blasted into Siren King's body again. This change happened so fast that Siren King couldn't react at all. Siren King's face changed drastically. He tried to activate his spiritual power, but he was shocked to find that the spiritual power in his body seemed to be frozen. He couldn't activate it at all. At this moment, above the head of the stone platform, a gray light flashed, and a small gray man the size of a human head flew out. It was Iron Beastkin Xianxia. Impossible, you just... Although Siren King couldn't use spiritual power, his body could still move. He asked in shock and anger. Hee, since I was the one who taught you the soul-splitting secret technique, I naturally know it as well. What you just destroyed was just a strand of my soul. Xianxia sneered. Impossible, the size of your soul just now is no different from usual. Siren King roared in disbelief. How can you understand how powerful the celestial phenomenon realm's soul essence is? What you see usually is the result of hiding most of its aura, Iron Demon said with a faint smile. Siren King's face was ashen. Back then, the Heavenly Demon plan was extremely dangerous. I imprisoned you in my Iron Peak Mountains treasure vault because I wanted your azure sea blue crystal flood dragon body, just in case the plan failed, I had a backup plan. Alright, I've said a lot of nonsense. You should die in peace. Now, hand over your body. Zhong Yan sneered, then his figure moved. He turned into a black light and shot at Siren King's forehead, flashing into it. Ah! Siren King made a miserable scream. He held his head with both hands, curled up, and his whole face was distorted. A layer of black gas suddenly appeared on his handsome face, and it quickly spread on his face. In less than a moment, his whole face became gray and black, and the scream in his mouth gradually stopped. The blood spurted from the head on the stone platform and the surrounding blood light quickly dissipated at this moment. Siren King fell to the ground and opened his eyes. The pupils in his eyes had become silver gray, and the expression on his face looked a little dull. Thank you Sir Mingyao for your help this time. He moved his muscles and bones, then turned his head in the direction of the hideous head and said. His voice suddenly became Zhong Yan's dry tone. Don't forget what you promised me. A buzzing sound came from the hideous head, and the 8 bloody eyes stared at Siren King motionlessly. Don't worry. Once I unify this small sea region, the first thing is to sacrifice half of the creatures in this region to Sir. Siren King said faintly. Hearing this, the ferocious head didn't speak anymore. Rolling blood mist came out from the head and the 8 blood-colored eyeballs. After the entire head and eyeballs became blurred, they turned into the stone platform and the 8 stone pillars again. They shattered with a gotcha sound, turning into a pile of dust that scattered with the wind. Siren King looked at the direction of the disappearing hideous head, but his face suddenly showed a trace of annoyance. He muttered to himself, damn, the soul power of this little dragon is actually so tough. If it weren't for the lack of blood sacrifices, and my soul was greatly damaged, how could I not completely erase it? At this moment, I have just succeeded in possession. The soul essence still needs to be in harmony with this body. When the two are completely compatible, then I will slowly expel the soul essence of the dragon. Siren King moved his body again and slowly began to adapt to Siren King's body. Suddenly, his face moved. He waved his hand, and there was a white communication token in his hand. A beam of light shot out from it, and a message was transmitted to his mind. The Human Clan Alliance has actually attacked here. Siren King's face changed slightly. If I want to restore my cultivation and collect sacrifices again, the identity of this dragon is still quite useful. I can't give it up yet. What can a Human Clan Jindan cultivator do? Zhong Yan sneered, and his figure moved. He turned into a black light and blasted toward the entrance of the cave. At the same time, above the sea where the Sea Emperor Palace was located, there was a black giant peak of hundreds of meters high floating in the air, covering a large area of the sea. It was the Phalai Peak. Nearly 10,000 Yunchuan Alliance and alien race cultivators were divided into dozens of large and small phalanxes according to the sect, and they were densely distributed around the Phalai Peak. On the east side of the mountain, there were more than 2,000 disciples led by the 3 major sects, Yuan Mo sect, Zhao De sect, and Wan Miao sect. The army on the west side was composed of the 5 major sect of Dexian Kingdom. Other small and medium-sized sects such as Fusion Sect, Blazing Sun Valley, and other alien race cultivators were located on the north and south sides of the mountain. A murderous aura arose spontaneously. In everyone's eyes, there was a rather complicated look at the moment. Because not long ago, they were still threatened by the forces of the Sea Emperor Palace and the Sea Creature Clan, and they might become prisoners at any time. But now, in just a few dozen days, they had attacked all the way to the Sea Emperor Palace, the lair of Siren King who had the terrifying strength of the later stage of Jindan. All of this was like a dream, but it was extremely real. It was the only Human Clan Jindan cultivator on the Phalai Peak that gave them this opportunity. The cultivators of the Yunchuan Alliance knew very well that the real decisive battle was about to begin, and the battlefield was in the deep sea below them. The core strength of the entire Yunchuan Alliance was now here, and it could be said that they had turned out in full force. Once this battle was won, the influence of the entire Yunchuan Alliance in this sea region would reach an unprecedented level, and the human race cultivators would finally be able to hold their heads high after being oppressed for nearly 10,000 years. If they lost, then the last stronghold of the sea region, the Yunchuan continent, would completely fall into the hands of the Sea Emperor Palace, and there would be no possibility of it ever rising again. As for the mysterious eagle race, the fire elemental race and other alien races, they were all in different moods at the moment. Since they had chosen to stand on the side of the Yunchuan alliance, there was no turning back. Only by staking everything on one throw and winning this battle could they have the possibility to continue to survive. On a platform on the top of the Feilai Peak, Lu Ming, dressed in a green robe, stood in front of the platform with his hands behind his back, looking at the turbulent waves below with an expressionless face. Qian Ruping did not pester Lu Ming at the moment, but stood not far away from him obediently. Yuan Mo, the man surnamed Mo, the old man surnamed Yen, Master Ling Yu and more than 20 crystal-level cultivators stood solemnly in the open space behind Lu Ming. The howling sea breeze constantly flapped everyone's robes, making a series of fluttering sounds. "Is this the lair of the Siren King?" Lu Ming said slowly, breaking the silence of the scene. "That's right, below here is the Sea Emperor Palace." Yuan Mo took half a step forward and replied. "It is said that this Sea Emperor Palace has existed here for countless years, but during the war with the sea race more than 100 years ago, it was almost destroyed. After the war, it was even reduced to ruins. However, after the Siren King returned 100 years ago, he rebuilt the Sea Emperor Palace again, and the scale was even more magnificent than before." The man surnamed Mo added. "So that's how it is." Lu Ming muttered to himself, but a trace of reminiscence flashed in his eyes. From this, it could be seen that the mineral vein at the bottom of the sea that he was in back then was this place. However, he didn't know what the situation inside was like after so many years had passed. After all, he had entered the Middle Sky South Sea region from here. "Senior Lu, the army is ready. Are you ready to go into the sea?" Yuan Mo said respectfully. "All right. According to the previous plan, we will surround the Sea Emperor Palace in 4 directions." Lu Ming withdrew his thoughts and gave an indisputable order. "Yes." As soon as he said that, the 20 or so crystal-level cultivators behind him said in unison. In the next moment, more than 20 streaks of light flashed out from the flying mountain, shooting in all directions and disappearing into their respective sex formations. In the sky above the flying peak, the void twisted and became blurry. Then, Yuan Mo, who was wearing a black robe, appeared out of thin air. He waved his hand and gave an order without saying a word. "Let's go." As waves of incantations sounded from the mouths of nearly 10,000 cultivators in all directions, a water-repelling light shield rose from everyone's body. Immediately afterward, the cultivators in the 4 directions, led by their respective crystal-level elders, descended into the sea in 4 directions. A few moments later, the densely packed cultivators surrounding Feilai Peak had all disappeared into the sea, disappearing without a trace. On the platform at the top of the flying peak, Lu Ming glanced at the surrounding situation and said to Qian Ruping beside him, "Okay, let's go too. Remember to follow me closely after entering the sea. Don't make a move without my order." "Brother Ming, don't worry." Qian Ruping stuck out her tongue and nodded vigorously. Lu Ming waved his sleeve, and the billowing black gas instantly wrapped the 2 in it. They turned into a cluster of black light and blasted toward the direction where the 5 sects of Dexian disappeared. Half an hour later, the Sea Emperor Palace, which stretched for more than 10 miles, was surrounded by the densely packed Yunchuan Alliance cultivators. At this moment, the Sea Monarch Palace had already entered a state of full alert. The outermost layer of the Sea Monarch Palace was 9 giant towers that were 1,000 feet tall. A layer of crystal-like semicircular blue barrier enveloped the entire Sea Monarch Palace. Loud and clear dragon roars rang out from the blue screen of light. A series of lifelike blue flood dragons were swimming on the surface of the blue light curtain, and there were as many as 9 of them. In the light curtain, the first thing that came into view was 4 giant hermit crabs located in the east, west, south and north of the Sea Emperor Palace. Each of them was 1,000 meters high. The black snail-shaped carapace on its back was covered with holes of 10 meters in size. There were dozens of holes. A pair of giant pincers the size of a hill swayed slightly in front of it. It looked amazing. Around the giant hermit crabs, there were giant bronze warships and puppet chariots. Dense beast-type puppets filled the gap between the warships and chariots. The Sea Emperor Palace cultivators in blue armor were distributed on the warships and chariots. Each of them looked solemn and arranged into battle formations. In a large open space more than 10 miles west of the Sea Emperor Palace, nearly 2,000 cultivators of the 5 major sect of Dacian Kingdom, including the Savage Ghost sect, were divided into 5 battle formations. Lu Ming, Qian Ruping and the 5 crystallization period cultivators of the 5 major sect were suspended above the 5 battle formations. It seems that Siren King has run the Sea Emperor Palace quite well in the past 100 years. With this strength, it is enough to be invincible in this sea region. Lu Ming looked at the heavily guarded Sea Emperor Palace in the distance and said so. As far as I know, this is only a small portion of the Sea Monarch Palace's forces. This time, it was all thanks to Elder Lu's decisiveness in killing and the timing of the counterattack that most of the Sea Tribe's manpower had not been called back in time. Furthermore, most of the Sea Tribe had not participated in this battle. If we give him another half a month, he'll most likely have more than just these guards, the elderly man surnamed Yen said with a nod. There's no time to lose. Let's begin the attack. Once Siren King appears, I will deal with it. Lu Ming touched his nose and said faintly. The elderly man immediately raised a hand upon hearing this. A streak of azure light flashed out of his sleeve and rose straight up into the sky. It exploded in the seawater above, and a thunderous sound of bells and drums rang out. A great battle was about to break out. The seawater in the 4 directions of the Sea Monarch Palace seemed to instantly boil. All sorts of shouts and incantations rang out. Under the colorful protective cover, all the cultivators rushed toward the Sea Monarch Palace in an orderly manner. In the west direction, the Barbarian Ghost Sect, the Heavenly Moon Sect, the Firestorm Way, the Hall of Blood, and the 9 Enlightenment Mountain stopped a few miles away from the Sea Monarch Palace. With the order of the elderly man surnamed Yen and the other 4, dozens of cultivators flew out from the 5 battle formations in an instant. These people were already holding various spiritual weapons and talismans in their hands. They were obviously the spirit masters of their respective sect. As soon as these people appeared, they silently chanted incantations. Accompanied by dazzling hand signs, various colored sword chi, spiritual lights, demonic creatures, puppets, and spiritual beasts suddenly formed a large bubble in the seawater and shot toward the Sea Monarch Palace. Seeing that the spirit masters of the various sects had already made their move, some of the spirit apostles behind them were already prepared. They took out various talismans and artifacts and cooperated with the spirit masters. In an instant, a large area in front of them was turned into a colorful light screen. With an extremely powerful force, it actually turned the surrounding seawater into nothingness and poured toward the blue light screen of the Sea Monarch Palace at an extremely fast speed. Rumbling sounds of explosions came one after another. On the blue light screen, rows of extremely dazzling huge balls of light, as well as various colored halos, rose and fell continuously. They turned into shocking circles of ripples, and the momentum was extremely shocking. However, the 2 blue WYRMs that were swimming within it let loose long roars, and the surrounding seawater transformed into streams of water that flowed into the blue light barrier. The light barrier only trembled a few times, but it didn't crack at all. Immediately after, the Sea Monarch Palace's counterattack had already taken shape. Beams of light and spiritual light shot out from the bronze battleships, puppet chariots, and beast-type puppets. They passed through the light screen and shot toward the human cultivators. When the Barbarian Ghost Sect and the other 4 sects were about to launch their second wave of attacks, the attacks of both sides collided in the deep sea. Under the densely packed collisions and explosions, hundreds of whirlpools were formed between the 2 sides. At the same time, the Allied armies in the other 3 directions had already launched a storm-like attack. It was just that except for the attacks of Yuan Mo Sect, Zhao De Sect, and Thousands Wonderful Sect in the east, which were still better than the forces of the Sea Emperor Palace and could barely reach the blue light screen, the attacks from the other 3 directions were all blocked halfway. There was a loud roar everywhere. Various colors of light intertwined and tumbled. The battle was in a stalemate for a while. These Sea Emperor Palace cultivators seem to be blindly defending. I'm afraid they are trying to delay time. Master Lingyu of the Tianyue sect in the west side saw this, and she shouted angrily. A golden light flashed in her hand, and a golden long sword flew out. As it hovered, it turned into a large golden sword shadow that slashed forward. It smashed dozens of light pillars like a hot knife through butter, and it directly slashed into the blue light screen. The old man surnamed Yan directly released the flying silver corpse. As his claws shook, a dozen door-sized giant claw lights wrapped in billowing silver flames rolled forward. Dozens of crystallization period cultivators of the Human Clan Alliance cast their respective spiritual weapons and puppets and joined the battle one after another. The battle suddenly entered an unprecedentedly white-hot state. With the addition of these crystallization period cultivators, the battle immediately showed a reversal. A large number of attacks landed on the blue light screen that enveloped the Sea Emperor Palace, causing the light screen to shake. Especially on the east side of the Sea Emperor Palace, after Yuan Mo and a man surnamed Mo, the attacks of the Human Clan Alliance completely overshadowed the resistance of the army of the Sea Emperor Palace and directly bombarded the blue light screen. Even though this shield was very extraordinary, it gradually felt like it was shaking at this moment. The blue dragon swimming on it also let out a mournful cry. Suddenly, a loud and clear conch sound transmitted out from the Sea Monarch Palace. The giant hermit crabs that were originally standing motionless in 4 directions suddenly moved at the same time. They directly walked out of the blue light screen and slowly walked toward the Alliance army. A sharp sound that sounded like metal colliding could be heard. The attacks of the Alliance cultivators landed on the shells of these giant hermit crabs, but they couldn't penetrate them at all. Even the attacks of Yuan Mo and the man surnamed Mo were ineffective when they landed on them. What is this? It seems to be an ordinary crystallization period sea beast, but why is its defense so astonishing? Very sure of the 10,000 wonderful sect said with some surprise. We can't care too much about this. This sea beast isn't fast. Let's take advantage of its approach to attack the shield behind us. Yuan Mo pondered for a moment and said decisively. As soon as he finished speaking, he raised one hand and a silver spear that was surrounded by demonic chi suddenly appeared in his hand. With a shake, it suddenly turned into a silver-striped python that pounced out ferociously. It drew an arc and directly bypassed the giant hermit crabs in front of it, heading toward the blue light screen. The cultivators in the other 3 directions also did the same thing. Under the orders of their respective crystallization period cultivators, they all avoided the giant hermit crabs, suppressed the attacks of the Sea Emperor Palace, and attacked the blue light screen behind them. After half an hour of frenzied bombardment, the blue light curtain that protected Sea Emperor Palace trembled violently. Although the blue dragon above was still swallowing the power of the surrounding seawater to strengthen itself, its color was indeed a lot dimmer than at the beginning. At this time, the 4 giant hermit crabs rushed to half the distance between the 2 sides under the dense attacks of various colors. Then, a sudden change occurred. The bodies of these hermit crabs that were originally exposed outside the snail-shaped carapace actually retracted back into the carapace at the same time. In the next moment, the densely packed holes on the surface of the black carapace suddenly shone brightly, and a large amount of bubbles emerged from them. Accompanied by the bubbles, white swordfish that were like sharp swords came out of these holes. There were hundreds of them, and each swordfish had a black pustule on its back. As soon as they appeared, they surged toward the human race cultivators' camp. Their speed was as fast as lightning. All the cultivators of the Alliance were originally focused on attacking the blue light screen outside the Sea Emperor Palace. They didn't expect that there would be such a variable on these giant hermit crabs that were slow. Although the crystallization period cultivators above reacted quickly, when they wanted to give orders, these white swordfish had already reached 1,000 meters in front of the army. At this moment, the black pustule on the back of these white swordfish burst open at the same time. A large amount of black liquid suddenly spread out, dyeing the nearby sea like ink. Just as the Alliance cultivators were in a state of panic, a series of sharp white swords shot out from the pitch-black darkness. Screams sounded everywhere. Although the cultivation of these white swordfish was not high, such a sudden attack coupled with amazing speed immediately caused the human race cultivators to panic. Suddenly, many spirit apostle stage cultivators were directly pierced through the chest and died. Even many condensation period spiritual masters were injured. In an instant, among the nearly 10,000 Alliance troops in all directions, nearly 2,000 people died or were injured. The situation of the battlefield became a little precarious. The crystallization period cultivators above changed their complexion greatly. They had to resist the attacks from the Sea Emperor Palace while killing the white swordfish below to stabilize the situation. However, at this time, these white swordfish were shuttling back and forth in the crowd, mixing with the cultivators. It was quite difficult to deal with. The blue shield outside the Sea Emperor Palace in the distance took this opportunity. The blue dragon above crazily devoured the power of the surrounding seawater, making the blue light curtain gradually solidify again. End of chapter 1202. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.